of the box, and I have some things I need to print, so we're gonna start those prints and show them off. And we're gonna do this a little bit more casual, so sit back, relax, enjoy. All right, let's get it unboxed. Here we go. All right. Got the manual, a little bit of filament, PTFE tube, accessories. So I've got a screen, spool holder. There we go. I mean, looks good. Belted Z for that Corix Z architecture. Looks pretty good. We'll just set this down here out of the way. Small base, wow. Look at that. Tiny little guy. Installation guide. Creality stickers. Okay, so, actually, you know what? Let's bring this bench up just a bit. Where do we gotta go to start? Doesn't look like it's gonna be too difficult to put together. It looks pretty simple. So I want the correct voltage on the machine selected. Oh, all right, that's key. Gotta get that correct voltage even before we go any further, because it's actually gonna be hidden. Yep, 115 volts. Now they want the spool holder mounted, so right here. And they want this just to drop right in here. There it is. Okay. 8 screw assembly. Wow. All right, can you see that right here? So pretty simple. This is going to be what? A 5-minute assembly. And then it wants 2 on the underside. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. That's it. Wow. That's pretty epic. Okay. Now as far as motor connections here, on the back, I mean, this is all pretty simple. Make that motor there. So tool head here, filament runout sensor there. I want that here. All right, so now they actually want the screen on. All right, let's get that on. So, turn that around for you all. Okay, so they want the PTFE tube. Strain relief connector. Secure it with zip ties, of course. It's secured with zip ties. Why wouldn't it be secured with anything better than zip ties? I'm not a fan of zip ties. I do not like them. I think this whole zip tie thing on printers is absolutely stupid. Okay, got it? Ooh. Oh well. Okay, all right, well, there it is. All right, we're ready to go. We've gone through the assembly, we've gone through the calibration, we've loaded some filament, and we're ready to print. It did have a firmware update, so we went ahead and did that. I did have a problem when we first tried to load filament after the firmware update. I got some sort of a exception error, and then the interface locked up. That was kind of unfortunate, but I went ahead and just power cycled it. It was able to load filament just fine. That could just been a hang up with that update, but software is not too difficult to fix, so I'm sure Curated will get that worked out. Another kind of complaint real quick before we tell you a little bit more about the machine, this interface, it's attached, but as you can see, that looks kind of wiggly. Unfortunately, that is a tactile part of the machine that you will end up using. It's your user interface, and it's just not attached very well. So there's that. But other than that, the machine is solid. This is probably one of the more appliance-like machines from Creality that we've ever had. It's about 8 bolts to assemble and put together. It was really, really simple, and I feel like anyone can do this. It's a nice machine as far as that's concerned. So now a little bit about the machine. The build volume is 220 by 220 by 250 millimeters on the Z. It has a hot end that's a ceramic style hot end. It's the new style with a quick change nozzle, and it gets up to temperatures of 300 C. Now the build plate is this flexible PEI sheet and spring steel sheet, and of course it gets up to a temperature of not 100 but 110 C, which is kind of nice. So it's not that classic combo of 300-100, it's 300 and 110, which is a little bit nicer. It's running Clipper, of course, and which means you're gonna have that nice web interface from your machine. Now I'm using Creality Print on this laptop right here, and Creality Print is what we've got the model in that we're gonna send to the machine. So let's go ahead and do that right now. We're printing a bowl, and we're gonna be printing some other things for some upcoming content. And so right now, the first model that we're gonna throw on this is a bowl. We're gonna print it in Polymaker's Polylite PLA Pro, and we're gonna see how that prints. And I've got this thrown into Creality Print Slicer here. I've already got it sliced up, but we'll hit slice again. There we go. And the preview is showing that it's gonna take about 5 hours and 19 minutes to print, and we should be able to print that over the network. So if I bring up the LAN printing, and there we go, I can select the printer, and I should be able to just hit send, or actually I should be able to hit one-click printing. Let's see, make sure the print platform is empty. It is, and I've already cleaned the build plate. So it's saying it's transferring about 16% or 20%. Our plan for this is that we're gonna print a couple of fun models on this for some upcoming content. And so we'll be able to see the quality and see the results and things like that in future videos. Now, in this particular video, this bowl that we're printing first, you'll be able to see that here momentarily. I'm gonna start the print. I'm gonna get some B-roll while it's printing, and then we'll look at the print quality here momentarily. All right, well, I will see you back in about 5 hours when this is finished. In the meantime, maybe, I don't know, a little montage of some B-roll of it printing. All right, we're back and the print is done. It's been about 5 hours or so. Now, you saw some B-roll in the little printing montage, and I'm pretty sure you caught it, but did you see the overhangs up here on the front? You can see that there was some cooling issues, but if we flip it around on the back looks absolutely fantastic. And that is because although there are 2 cooling fans on this hot end, it appears that the cooling that's coming from the rear of the tool head is better than the cooling that's coming from the front, which, you know, I mean, these things are pretty common amongst a wide variety of printers, but I just wanted to show you that so that you could see that cooling is quite a bit better from the back than it is from the front. Now, this particular model I'd never printed before, and so I had no idea that that was actually going to be the case, but it turned out to be a good example of what the cooling is like on this particular machine. Now, let's wrap up with a couple of other features, and then we'll take a look at this print a little bit closer, and then I'll give you my impression of the machine. So this particular machine has the filament runout sensor. I didn't mention that in the beginning. It's also 600 millimeters per second is the advertised speed, and also the belts on this machine, being a Core XZ machine, are auto tightening, which is kind of nice. Now it also has this kind of strange, interesting spool holder contraption here that kind of spring loaded. Keeps the filament kind of nice and tight on the spool. Interesting feature. Other than that, I think my only other complaint about this machine is this right here, the back. They have this beautiful front on this V3, but they didn't complete the back. And it just seems like that's maybe cost savings, but it would not have been difficult, and I don't think it would have been too costly to just wrap that with the same type of material that the main frame is made out of, and it would have ultimately just made this machine a beautiful appliance. So anyway, other than that, this printer comes in at $369.95, I think it is, and I'll have a link on the screen and of course in the description. But I want to thank Creality for sending this over, and I also want to thank Polymaker for sponsoring this content. They sponsor all of our content and their incredible filament, and I'll have their link on the screen and in the description as well. Now, as far as my impression of the machine, I think it's a really good machine, and I think it's probably one of the better machines that Creality has made. I'm super impressed with it, and if I had to line up 3 printers right now in Creality's lineup that I thought were really great machines, it'd be the Ender 3 V3 SE, the Ender 3 V3 KE, and it would be this Ender 3 V3. So I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Tabletop miniatures, resin 3D printing, and Hero Forge. This has to be the nerdiest video ever. Let's go. So I played Dungeons and Dragons as a kid, and as I got older, I've always wanted to go back and play, but I've really never had the time. It's always just something that you want to do, but there's other things that get in the way. And recently, I picked up some Dungeons and Dragons starter kits, and I thought that would be fun. So our children range from about 18 down to about 10 years old. And I thought it would be really fun if I could get them into Dungeons and Dragons, mostly for my own enjoyment, right? So we could sit down and spend time together and play. But I wanted to kind of do it at a different level, and it was perfect because SaneSmart reached out to us, and they sent us over this Creality Halo Mage Pro 8K resin 3D printer with a massive build volume. And I thought, you know what? Let's go to Hero Forge. Let's design some fun characters, some fun models. Let's resin print them, and maybe we can incorporate that into our Dungeons & Dragons. Before we get too far into this, let me go ahead and thank SaneSmart, the sponsor of this video. They are a fantastic resource for hobbyists, for makers and crafters, and DIY aficionados. Go check them out. I'll have their link on the screen in the description below. They're not just a resource for 3D printers. They also have stuff for lasers. They have things for CNC. They have a wide range of things that makers and crafters are going to find useful. Go check them out. Hero Forge is not sponsoring this content at all. It's just a really fun resource where you can go and you can create models, you can create characters and all sorts of things for gaming, tabletop miniatures, things like that. I find that it is an incredible tool. I mean, you can create characters and you can mix and match features, and you can create millions of combinations with their character designer, and you can save the characters, you can name them, you can have them printed by Hero Forge and mailed to you. You can pay $7.99 and download the STLs. It's just a fantastic, fun place. When I was thinking about this, I thought one thing that we could do with the kids was to have them sit down and create their own Hero Forge characters, and they could come up with their own designs and they could have a little bit of fun. Now, I did mine. And mine is, I don't know, it's kind of basic. It's just human class and has a big sword. And it was just kind of fun. Mine's kind of simple. Then I sent my oldest in and said, hey, go create something fun. And he did. He sat down, made his a little bit more interesting, and it's customized. It's his. And then I said, hey, let me send in my 2 youngest. I sent him in there with my oldest son, and he kind of helped him and guided him through the interface. And they created some really fun characters. Then I purchased them. They were $7.99 to download the STL. They arrive in your email in about 15 minutes to a few hours. I threw them into Halo Box, which is Creality's slicer for their resin machines, and I sliced them up with a default profile, and I sent them off to this machine to get printed. And now this is where we're going to talk a little bit about the Halo Mage Pro 8K 3D printer. I'm going to be straight honest with you. This so far is my best experience with the resin 3D printer out of the box. Incredible. And we'll get more into the features about that here in a moment and why. The resin that I'm using, this was generously sent over to us by Sunlu. This is their ABS-like dark gray resin. When I say this was my best experience, let me explain to you why. I unboxed the machine, I set it up here on the bench. It only takes a few minutes to set it up. The machine comes pre-leveled from the factory, as you'd expect. So we're all used to opening them up, resin machine, you pour the resin in the vat, then you go, you slice it up, you either use SneakerNet, come over here with a USB key, put it in, or, send it over the wireless network, things like that. Check this out. This Halo Mage Pro 8K comes with a resin pump that's built into it. And it comes with a little feeder tube, a little fill tube on the back. And I open up this bottle of resin, and I put the feeder tube down inside the bottle. I set the interface to autofill on the reservoir. I go over to the machine, I slice up these Hero Forge models, send it to the printer over the network, which is awesome, expected, right? I look over, and the pump is filling the vat. Now, how cool is that? I don't even know if that's a normal thing for other printers. I just know that I have a Prusa SL1S, and then of course we have this one. But I will tell you that that is a fantastic experience to basically send your print from your machine to your printer over the air. And when you get to your printer, it's already prepping and it's filling the reservoir with resin. And then from there, it came down and it printed some fantastic results. We printed my Hero Forge in the official scale, which is about 30 or 34 millimeters. And it came out pretty tiny, but I was like, you know what? We can 3D print. We don't need them tiny. Let's make them a little bit bigger. So I scaled mine up to 300%, sent it over to the printer, and printed it. It printed in about 4 or 5 hours with this particular resin. Now it can print way faster than that. I was using the default profile because this is not high-speed resin from Sunlu. It turned out fantastic. That's why I'm excited to show you the others. So these that you're looking at now, these are the models that my children designed for our kind of Dungeons and Dragons adventure that we're going to go on here shortly. Take a look at this one. This is the one that my oldest son did. I think it turned out fantastic. Beautiful print. This 8K machine did a fantastic job. And now this one is my middle child. This is my daughter. And hers is kind of fun. So this is a mage that she did. It's kind of fun. I like the little wand. Everything turned out really neat. That was her design. Her brother helped her put that together. And this is my youngest. So he's 10, and he designed this one here, and I think he did a fantastic job. And if you look at the back of these prints, look at the detail. So when I first powered it on, it had an update, which is expected, right? So it did an over-the-air update, rebooted, came back up. Everything was great. It's 8K, of course, meaning it has a resolution of 7680 by 4320, and its build volume is 228 by 128 by 230 millimeters on the Z. That is a monster machine for resin printing. That's fantastic. The touchscreen on the front, super easy to use. I think most of the resin machines all have touchscreens now, but this one is a 4.3-inch color touchscreen, super responsive, lots of features and functionality built right into it. And other than the resin pump, which I think is darn cool, so it has settings on it where you can turn it on, you can turn it off, it can be in auto mode, but it also has an air purifier built into it. And so the air purifier can be disabled inside the interface, but it's a carbon filter with a pretty powerful fan that actually blows everything out of the machine. And it does come with a section of flexible hose that you can hook up to any type of additional filter, or of course any other type of ventilation to vent that stuff outside. The machine itself is a high-speed resin 3D printer, so it can print as much as 170 millimeters per hour. Just think about that for a moment. 170 millimeters per hour. That's insane. Love that. And then, of course, cleaning it out and emptying it is fantastic. There's no scooping resin out. There's no tipping the machine up. There's no pulling the vat out and dumping it out. There's none of that. You literally reach right over to the pump and you tell it to pump out, and the tube just goes right into the top of the bottle, and it just pumps everything right back out, right back into the bottle. No mess, nice and clean. Really, really, really nice. Hey, and don't forget to like and subscribe. We're a small channel and we're growing, and that really helps us out a lot. Now, pricing. Resin machines are much different than they have been in the last couple of years, and they're coming down in price, and you're getting a lot more features and functionality for the price. So right now, I believe this is $519 on sale. I think it retails for about $649, but $519 is an incredible price for such a large format resin printer, especially, like I said, with the over-the-air printing. It matched up just perfectly with a Halo box slicer. Of course, it works with all sorts of other slicers for your resin. That's expected. But my features, I think the two favorite features that come with this machine besides the size are going to be that auto pump. That is killer. And of course, the air filtration system that's built right into it. And I'll have links, like I said, on the screen and in the description below, so you can go take a look at SaneSmart's website. I think it's also available on Amazon as well. I'll have a link to that. So I get this question a lot. Can you print tabletop miniatures on an FDM printer? Do you have to have a resin printer? The truth is, no, you don't have to have a resin printer. The resin printer obviously is just going to give you a much higher quality result than an FDM printer. You can do it. A lot of people do it on FDM, but you're going to have to take a lot more care and caution with supports on FDM. There's going to be a lot more cleanup. You're going to be able to see those layer lines. It's just not going to be as clean on resin. I think resin really is a gift to tabletop miniatures because the amount of detail that you can get and the quality that you get from printing on resin, it blows FDM out of the water. There's just hands down, no question asked. The next thing that people ask and that they're concerned about is it messy? Well, resin, can it be messy? Yes. Can it be messy? No. I really think it comes down to the process. You've heard me say this before. I treat the outside of the machines as clean, and I never touch them with contaminated gloves or hands. The inside of the machines I consider that dirty, so that would be the contaminated zone on the inside of the machine. So I can touch the outside of the machines, I can open them up, but when I start to touch anything on the inside, that's when I'll throw a couple of gloves on, and I treat the insides as dirty, outsides as clean. I have a very simple process of pulling the prints off, putting them directly into alcohol, cleaning them off. Like I said, same thing with the washing cure station, outside's clean, inside's dirty. And I have a very simple process. Remove the print, remove the supports if they're there, put it directly into the alcohol, wash it, cure it, done. Now, what about fumes? A lot of people say, well, shoot, resin toxic and the fumes are toxic, and I don't want to breathe that. Yes, it can be smelly, it can be stinky. Yes, there are resins that are definitely toxic to breathe or to breathe in large amounts. But like I said, it all comes down to having a system. So keep your resin printer in a well-ventilated area. If you do have an opportunity to connect the resin machine, the filtration system, and vent it outdoors, that's a great way to do it. If you do have an advanced filtration system inside your makerspace, definitely take advantage of that. But I would say fresh air, ventilation is going to be your friend. And if you follow those rules, keep the resin bottle closed, keep the lid down, you'll be just fine. In fact, I'm filming this right next to this machine. There is resin in the vat right now. This is closed, and I'm not smelling any resin. So this does a really fantastic job of keeping the fumes that are in there contained. Now, the vat on this machine is actually relatively large. It holds about 1,000 milliliters and easily takes this 500-gram bottle of resin. The protective enclosure on this one is fantastic. The hinges are beautiful. I like how it holds, no matter what position you kind of lift it up into. It gives you kind of full access to the machine. It's a heavy duty, high quality system. I kind of like it. As far as removing the print bed, it's really simple. It's just a simple turn of this knob and sliding it off, and you can have access to it to remove your prints. I actually find that I don't remove it. I actually find it's a large enough space and you have great access to it. I can just reach up and I can grab the print, and I can just hit it with the scraper and I can just pop it straight off. I don't have to pull it off and sit over a wash tub or something or make a mess. So it works out really well. So it is a large machine. It is about 12 or so inches across the front. It's about 24 inches tall and it's about 11 inches deep. And it's heavy. It's a monster machine. I really like it. And I think now my family's probably ready to start playing some Dungeons and Dragons. I should probably paint them though. I have the brushes, I have the paint. What I lack is the talent. But at least I can give it a try. Maybe my kids will be better at it. But anyway, now we're about ready to play. So we'll bust open those starter kits and maybe we'll share some of that in some new upcoming content. And thank you again to SaneSmart for sending over this machine. I'd invite all of you to go take a look at SaneSmart's offerings. Click their link, show them some love. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the content and we will see you on the next one. Welcome to the studio. This is the brand new K2 Plus flagship printer from Creality. It's huge and it printed this. But this printer really isn't going to be for everyone. So I'll give you my first impressions first, then we'll go over all the features, the print results, and then I'll tell you exactly who I think this printer is ultimately for. All right, let's get into it. Creality made a fantastic decision to go beyond the regular 300mm cube build volume that we see quite regularly and jump straight to 350mm for this Plus model. That extra 50mm in each of the X, Y, and Z axis directions gives you so much more room for activities. For instance, if you are printing cosplay helmets, 300mm is about the minimum size recommended. You still may find yourself making minor size adjustments and slicing concessions to print many of the different helmet models available. But 350mm is just so much more comfortable, giving you plenty of room to print just about every large cosplay helmet out there and still have room to scale things up in case you have a really large head. Like you. I know you have a really big head. You need 350mm. This should go without saying, but of course the K2 Plus has auto bed leveling and auto Z offset. These are accomplished with a strain gauge and two Z-axis motors. Essentially, the motors just tilt the bed, and the strain gauge creates the leveling mesh for accuracy during the automatic leveling process. Right here, we have one of the most popular features of the K2, and it's their new actively heated chamber, which can reach maximum temperatures of up to 60 C. Chamber heaters significantly improve the print success of materials like ABS, ASA, and nylons, and even polycarbonates. Now, Creality isn't playing. What a fantastic combination to have 350C on the hot end, 120C on the bed, and 60C with the heated chamber. It's pretty freaking cool. Bambu Lab has had an incredible influence on this industry in so many positive ways. Now, since the original release of the X1 in June of 2022, we've seen every company in the industry, from Prusa to Creality, take a page out of the Bambu Lab book as inspiration for their hardware and software. And this is especially evident in the multicolor offering from Creality. The CFS is very much modeled in form and function after the Bambu Lab AMS. Creality has, of course, made it their own with a few key differences, and I think that they've done a fantastic job at integrating it into their lineup. I love that the CFS has temperature and humidity readout right here on the front, and I love that it has these flexible PTFE tubes on the inside, the CFS, that helps reduce tangles and helps with filament feeding. And I think a lot of you that are interested in the Creality ecosystem will love the fact that you can chain up to 4 of these together to print with as many as 16 different colors. Tip: you can technically print with far more colors if you swap spools of color in and out of the other spots while it's printing. Think about it for a minute. Now, I don't think Creality is going to win any design awards for the aesthetics of the K2 series, but I don't really think that they need to. All Core XY machines are ultimately rectangular shapes anyway, and what matters most is what lies under the plastic cladding. The K2 is built upon what Creality calls their new matrix frame, which is a heavy-duty die-cast core structure that everything is bolted to. The K2 Plus moves a lot of air, and I think that's probably what I notice most about it when the door is open and I'm printing PLAs. Now, with the door closed, it is relatively quiet, and in the next room, I don't even hear it at all. The CFS, on the other hand, it's noisier, and in my case, my very first CMS was so freaking loud, one of the motors was bad, and it was screaming at me for days, keeping the entire family awake while I was printing these helmets. Creality ended up seeing the video that I posted about my screeching CFS, and they messaged me to tell me that that was not a normal sound, which was good to hear, and they sent me a new one, and we appreciate it because now we don't have to hear that horrible screeching anymore. The interface on the K2 Plus is a big, bright 4.3-inch capacitive color touchscreen. Overall, the user interface is very much complete, giving you full control and monitoring of the printing process as you'd expect. The K2 Plus has 2 giant auxiliary parts cooling fans in the chamber, one on each side of the build plate. This is essential for high-speed printing to cool layers as quickly as possible to prevent deformation and even excessive stringing. That extra build volume does come with a downside. This machine is not a small or light printer. In fact, it's pretty freaking heavy, with a shipping weight of over 112 pounds for the K2 Plus combo. And you'll need to make sure that you have enough space for it in your printing area because it measures at 20 inches wide, 22 inches deep, and with the CFS on top, about 37 inches tall. And since we're on the topic of size and weight, I spend a lot of time here in the studios, and especially over the winter months, I don't find myself getting outside on the ranch as often as I should, and that is where the auto-incline walking treadmill really comes in handy. Today's sponsor, FlexiSpot's auto-incline walking treadmill, just happens to pair so nicely with the E7 sit-stand desk that we've been using here in the studio for the past year. It easily fits under the desk and gives me an opportunity to burn some calories while I get some work done in the studio. The treadmill has 9 levels of automatic incline adjustment, a 275-pound weight capacity, and a 2-year warranty. Although I really don't use the built-in Bluetooth connection for music, it's there if you need it. 100% this desk has changed the way that we create content here in our studios, especially being able to change the height of the desk with memory push buttons and having a USB charger for our studio batteries. It easily holds the weight of these giant 3D printers with a static capacity of 540 pounds, and it has 4 rock-solid legs and a massive range of height. The motion is so smooth we use lifting and lowering shots in almost every one of our videos. So if you're interested in either one of these, check out the links in the description and use my promo code to save some money, upgrading your workspace and your health. The build plate is a textured flexible steel sheet, but it's single-sided. Now, I'm sure this was done for a reason, but I have no idea why Creality would choose to use a single-sided sheet when almost every other machine in the industry right now ships with double-sided sheets. In fact, if you have any idea why, drop it in the comments below. Another huge feature that I think a lot of people are going to be excited about is automatic belt tensioning. Now, I'm just going to show you some B-roll of the belts, but there's really not much to see. But the K2 Plus uses a pressure sensor to ensure that the belts are automatically tightened at every step of the print process. So that means no more manual belt tensioning. Awesome. As for pricing, larger Core XY machines, no matter who they come from, are just going to cost quite a bit more than their smaller form factor siblings. The bigger the machine, the bigger the hardware. The K2 Plus is really no different here. It is Creality's flagship printer, and it starts with the printer alone at $1,299 USD. The K2 Plus combo, which comes with their multicolor CFS, is $1,499 USD. Now, with the quality of the machine and the results that I've been getting, I don't really think that that's a bad price at all. The K2 Plus hot end is powered by an 80-watt heater that reaches a maximum temperature of 350 C with an impressive flow rate of 40 cubic millimeters per second. This is hot enough to print all of your normal filaments like PLA, PETG, and TPU, but because it is enclosed, many of you will also be printing with a few more advanced filaments like ABS, ASA, PP, and PC. In the tool head, just above the hot end, you have Creality's new next-gen direct drive extruder, as well as a filament runout sensor and filament cutter for use with their multicolor CFS solution. Creality includes a hardened steel tip multi-alloy nozzle that is designed to melt filament quickly while also preventing heat creep. This is one of the major reasons hot ends clog and why you need to keep the door or lid open on an enclosed 3D printer when you are printing with more temperature-sensitive filaments like PLA. As for power, if you didn't already know, our studios are 100% off-grid. We don't have an outside connection to any utilities. I'm the power, water, and sewer company. That means I'm acutely aware of how much power we consume here with our 3D printers. And at peak power, the K2 can consume as much as 1,200 watts of electricity, which is actually quite a lot. When the 3D printer is heating and at full power, it's consuming the same amount of power as an average American microwave oven. Now, in reality, it's not really running at that high level of wattage for lengthy periods of time, but you should be aware that if you have multiple 3D printers running on the same circuit and you start a print on the K2, the startup loads can be roughly the equivalent of 2 or 3 smaller 3D printers. Now here's a little electrical knowledge. A common American 15 amp circuit has a maximum peak load of 1,800 watts and a maximum sustained load of about 1,440 watts. That's roughly 80% of peak. Now we get that peak load calculation of 1,800 watts by multiplying amps times volts. So 15 amps or 20 amps times 120 volts. Now a 20 amp circuit has a little bit higher peak of around 2,400 watts and a maximum sustained load of about 1,920 watts. An average 3D printer, including the K2, consumes about 200 to 600 watts of power when printing and only reaching peak wattage during initial heat up. Now, as far as connectivity goes, sending prints to your K2 Plus can be done traditionally with a USB key, and it can also be done over Wi-Fi, and many of you will be happy to hear this, there is an Ethernet port here on the back of the machine as well. The K2 actually has 2 cameras, pretty cool. It has the regular old enclosure camera that does exactly what you'd expect. It allows for remote monitoring and allows you to kind of record time lapses and things like that, and it can be used for spaghetti detection. But it also has another camera located on the underside of the tool head, and this camera is used for flow rate and pressure advanced tuning. Essentially, the camera in the tool head is helping tune filament flow, increasing quality and consistency of print results. The K2 series of 3D printers are marketed at print speeds of up to 600 millimeters per second with accelerations of up to 30 millimeters per second squared. However, you will likely be printing around the 300 to 400 millimeters per second range, as anything higher than that, you'll start to kind of see the speed artifacts and you'll get less than perfect results. This is quite normal with any of these type of machines. Printing at maximum speeds will be reserved for prototyping or extreme tuning scenarios. In addition to all of the other awesomeness on this machine, I am stoked to see that Creality has included a filament tangle sensor on the K2 Plus. This essentially measures the amount of strain or resistance on the extruder when feeding filament, and should a tangle happen, we don't lose our prints or damage the printer. It simply pauses and informs us of the issue, allowing us to resolve it and then continue printing. The K2 Plus has a basic set of air purifiers, which it's not going to filter out any harmful or toxic fumes from more advanced filaments, but it is going to help reduce some of the odors from basic filaments and keep those things kind of under control. And it might even reduce some of the particulate matter in your space. Still, for health and safety, I really recommend venting outdoors or printing in a well-ventilated area when working with more advanced filaments. Creality provides their own slicer, Creality Print, which I think is okay for most users. More advanced users may find it a little bit lean or maybe overly simplistic. It's a great experience on Microsoft Windows to have your printers detected and available in the interface, and to quickly add printers as you expand your Creality lineup. Slicing, painting, and sending prints remotely works very well inside of Windows. Now, on the Mac, It's just a terrible experience. It flickers uncontrollably, it processes slices extremely slowly, crashes frequently. You can tell that the Mac version was an afterthought, and I really look forward to updates and improvements there on the Mac side. Please, Creality. This is a 70-hour print, like 70+ hour print on the K2. 3 colors, red, white, and galaxy black. And you can see here, within like kind of the ears, I kind of painted some white inside there, added the red accents. But anyway, I painted this inside of Creality print, and I think that the K2 did an incredible job. I actually did 2 of them, and one of them I didn't really like how I sliced it up. It was like an import from Idea Maker from a slice that I'd done before. But what do you think? How well do you think that that turned out? And I'll get you some close-up of some B-roll. Totally worth it. My final thoughts? This printer, for the price that it is, for the capacity, right, the build volume of 350 millimeters cubed, an amazing value that we can literally pump these things out and get this type of quality, this type of print results. Awesome. I think the only competitor in the space right now that is kind of going to be at this price point or around this price point is going to be, as far as multicolor comes, is going to be that new Bamboo machine that we're all waiting for. And so if that new Bamboo machine comes out and it's anywhere from the $1,200 to $1,800 range, that's going to be probably the K2's only competition right now, because you're talking a helmet class 350 millimeters size 3D printer can make these helmets for $1,300 to $1,500. Drop a comment below. What do you think? You want to print one? Do it. Now, who do I think this printer is really for? Well, let's start out with who I think it is for, and then I'll tell you who I don't think it's for. If you just want to print at home and with a bigger print volume and you want to print awesome helmets, fantastic. If you have an Etsy shop or you have a print farm, it's going to make a great machine there. You're going to be able to print all of your orders, from things that are very tiny to obviously helmets and things like that. Now, for the people who I don't think this is for, the machine does move a lot of air. It does weigh, like I said, you know, when it shows up from UPS, it's 112 pounds. It's a big machine. It's not a machine that you're going to be able to move around easily. It's going to require 2 people to move it, and it requires an awful lot of desk space. So if you are in a small space or you move around a lot, this machine is not going to be for you. But again, I do think it's kind of maybe for everyone that has a large enough space. I don't see a reason why people can't have it in their homes to be able to print anything that they want, or if you have a print farm or an Etsy shop. Yeah, great machine. Let me give a huge shout out to our YouTube and Patreon members. Thank you for making all of this possible. I couldn't do it without you. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and we will see you in the next one. Awesome. I think voices sound really cool inside helmets. So freaking cool. Can you believe that? 3D printers. Killer. Welcome into the studio. We are comparing a couple of very popular Creality machines, the Ender 3 V3 KE and the Ender 3 V3 SE. Can you tell which is which? I'll give you a couple seconds. This is the Creality Ender 3 V3 SE, and this is the Creality Ender 3 V3 KE. Did you get it right? Tell me in the comments below if you guessed right. Well, we're about to take a deeper dive and we're going to compare all of their features and their prints. Let's go. Okay, if you didn't guess correctly, that's all right. They're almost identical machines. But let's jump right into some of these differences. Which of these machines, the SE or the KE, do you think has a bigger build volume? All right, well, the SE comes in at 220, 220 by 250 on the Z, and the KE, surprisingly, comes in at 220, 220 by 240 on the Z. Now, there's one more slight difference here, and that is that the KE has a textured PEI sheet versus the SE has a smooth PEI sheet, and both printers have the same maximum build plate temperature of 100°C. Now, this feature you should have been able to spot from there, and that is the interface. On the SE, it is a 3.2-inch color display with a click wheel, and on the KE, it is a 4.3-inch color touch display. Another obvious difference that you should have been able to spot from there, and that is the filament runout sensor on the KE. It's right up here, and the SE doesn't have one. I know that they're really trying to separate these printers from one another, but to be honest with you, I think filament runout sensors should just be on every 3D printer, but it is a difference. Now, it can be very easily added to the SE. They're not very expensive, just a couple of bucks. Now, which one of these printers do you think is single Z? Trick question. They're both single Z, linked up here at the top with a belt. If you were paying attention, you'd notice that the tool heads look a little bit different, and it goes a little bit deeper than just looks. On the SE, it has a max nozzle temperature of 260 degrees, while on the KE, it's 300 degrees. They're both running Creality Sprite extruder. However, on the KE, it's upgraded, obviously to compensate for higher temperatures, but also TPU runs really well on this machine. Now, they both have the CR Touch for bed leveling, and the SE is designed really more specifically for your PLAs, your PTGs, your TPU, things like that, lower temperature filaments, while the KE is positioned a little bit better to do PLAs, PTGs, TPUs, even ABSs and ASAs, but you'd have to run those in an enclosure anyway. Now, those of you with eagle eyes, you should have been able to spot this because I can see it in my monitor, but that is a V-wheel right there. So the SE uses a traditional V-wheel configuration for the X gantry for moving the tool head, while the KE uses a 12mm rail, and that's just going to provide you with a little bit more accuracy and I would say smoothness, so better quality prints. Oh, and before I forget, they both use linear rods on the Y, which is pretty standard. Let's talk about printing speeds. On the SE, it has a max printing speed of about 250 millimeters per second, and it is Marlin, and that's pretty fast for Marlin. You're going to be probably printing around 180 millimeters per second likely on this machine. Now on the KE, it has a max printing speed of up to 500 millimeters per second, and you're probably going to be printing more or less around the 300 millimeters per second. That's going to be pretty common. And this is Clipper. So Clipper is the reason why you're able to print so fast on the KE versus Marlin on the SE. Now, how do you get your sliced up G-code from the slicer to the machine? Well, each machine does it a little bit differently. The SE does it with a full-size SD card. Load your G-code on this, walk over and physically put it in the machine. On the KE, you load it on a USB key, come over, put it in your interface, or you can also do it over the wireless network. And the KE also has Creality Cloud, so you can load models and print from your mobile device. Now, because this has access to your local network, this is really important. This is running Clipper. This is a full computer. And when you connect it to your local network, it allows people to do things like that. I didn't do that. There's a Creality Print web interface that is enabled when you connect it to your local network, and it allows anyone on the same local network to fully control this 3D printer. And that's really important, and there's no way for you to restrict permissions when it comes to that with this particular installation on this Creality KE. Now, that is a really big difference between these two machines. So either understand that and choose this machine, or know what you're doing, or ask for help from someone that's a little bit more technical. And remember, you don't have to connect it to your local network to transfer files to it. It can be done via USB key like it's always been done. So keep that in mind. You can enjoy the speed and the features of the KE, you just don't have to connect it to your network if you don't feel comfortable. All right, before we get on to looking at the print quality, let's talk about price. The Ender 3 V3 SE comes in at $199 USD, and the Ender 3 V3 KE comes in at $279 USD. So that's an $80 difference between these two machines, and very different budgets. If you're limited to $200, this is a fantastic machine. If you had a little bit more of a stretched budget, then this machine at $279 is a fantastic deal. Now, let's take a look at print quality, and then I'm going to wrap it up with who I think these machines are for. And we are printing. I found a model on Printables. It's a little Nintendo keychain, so I went ahead and blew it up to 300% and loaded it on both machines. I sliced it in Creality Print, that's their slicer. I selected each machine, and I selected the default profile for their Hyper series of PLA. So you'll notice both PLAs exactly the same. Now I want to say thank you to SaneSmart for sending us over this KE. We appreciate it, and we have another machine coming from them, and look forward to getting that one. And I want to say thank you to Geek Buying for sending us over the SE. All right, so sit back, relax. We'll put together a little printing montage of these two machines, and I'll be back with the print results in just a moment. The prints are done, as you can see. They took about 2 hours and 15 minutes. This one was a few minutes more, which is weird because it's a faster printer, but it didn't really matter. They were both printing at about the same speed, between 100 and 120 or so millimeters per second. But the default profile in the Crowley Slicer had this one with more infill, which was weird, but that's the way it was. Now this is gray filament, and I don't know if you know this, but gray filament is unforgiving. There's no hiding anything, it shows it all. So as you're looking at this B-roll, you're gonna see over here that the Creality Ender 3 V3 SE looks pretty darn good. I would say that at this speed of about 100, 120 millimeters per second, that's as close to perfect as you're gonna get off of a machine like this. And the quality I think is great. I would be very, very, very happy to receive this from a $500 machine, let alone a machine that is $199? That's pretty impressive. All right, so now taking a look at the print from the KE. Now this one, like I said, printing at the exact same speed, had quite a bit more infill. I would say that it handled the filament a little bit better as far as temperature goes, but it's great. And I would say that putting these two side by side, I don't think that you could tell which machine that they came from, and I think both of them are incredible results. And in the end, that's kind of what I wanted to happen, because I've had a lot of experience with the SE, and I've had a lot of experience with the KE, and looking at them, the print quality is just so darn good for either machine. It really comes down to your preference as far as, do you want to print with some more exotic filaments? On this one, put it in an enclosure. Do you want the speed, the tinkering capabilities of Clipper? What is it that you want? The unboxing and assembly was identical because the structures are the same. And the first print experience was absolutely perfect on both machines. So it really comes down to what's the print quality and the feature set. Print quality, identical as far as these speeds are concerned. And then the potential on this one with Clipper and some of the other kind of bells and whistles that we talked about before, that's what really sets it apart. So a budget, $200, go with the SE. If you have a little bit more in your budget you could stretch, then it's up to you, the KE. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching. We'll have links in the description below for both of these machines and in the filament that we used. Thank you. We'll see you on the next one. If you click that thumbnail, then you're obviously thinking about 3D printing. Or you've already made up your mind about 3D printing, but you're just not quite sure how far to dip your toes in, or maybe a budget constraint. Well, this is the Ender 3 V3 SE, and it retails right now for $179. It is a feature-rich, loaded entry-level machine for $179. We're going to talk about it all. Let's go. And before we get started, let's give a big thank you to Geek Buying. They're the ones that sent over this machine for us to take a look at. I'll have links on the screen and in the description below. So if you're interested, click them. Go check it out. Now, again, this is a $179 printer, and this is a machine that's, like I said, feature loaded. And it is an incredible entry-level machine, like I said, that is filled with features that you usually only see or are reserved for much more expensive printers. The unboxing experience was something very similar to any other bed slinger. Handful of screws, couple of wires, things like that to assemble. However, of the Creality machines that I've unboxed and put together, this one was so far the simplest. It was 6 screws, I think, in the base, 2 on the top. You had a couple of wires to connect for the motors and the hot end. But other than that, it was a really simple assembly process. And I think that anyone, it doesn't matter how experienced you are turning a screwdriver, anywhere from about 10 to 15 minutes maximum, and you'll have this machine up and ready to go. Also, don't forget during the assembly process to select your voltage, which is 110 volts here in the United States and 220 for you 220 folks. Now let's talk a little bit about why an entry-level machine at $179 is a really, really important thing. Right now, printers are coming down in price across the board, and we are seeing a flood of new machines on the low end. We're seeing a flood of new machines on the high end, and that's good for everyone. So this is a fantastic machine for people who either have a limited budget or who aren't quite sure if they really want to dive into 3D printing, or maybe this is a gift. The holidays are coming up. and you're looking at someone to send a gift to that you're not quite sure if they want to get into 3D printing, or you're buying a gift for someone and you know that kind of person that you buy the gift for and you don't really know if they're going to stick with it, well, this is a fantastic machine because, again, it's $179. As we get started here, I hope that I'm able to convey to you how important it is that we're seeing these type of loaded machines come down in price. To see a machine like this at $179 is something that's pretty darn impressive. Forgive me for a moment if you already know everything there is to know about 3D printers and you were just coming here to learn more about this one. We're going to talk about the specs here in a moment, but I really want to speak to those of you out there who are really looking at 3D printing as something that you want to get into, or for those of you who might be buying 3D printers as gifts for those who are just now coming into 3D printing. This machine is by Creality, and that is a very well-known brand. They're the #1 selling 3D printer brand in the world, and they have a lot of models. They sell over 1 million machines a year now, which is mind-blowing. And this is a fantastic entry-level machine with tons and tons of features. The build volume on this one is going to be very standard. It's going to be a very normal-sized, moderate build volume, and it's 220 by 220 by 250 millimeters on the Z, or the height of the build volume. It has a flexible spring steel sheet, so that means that you can remove this, pop your prints off. This has auto bed leveling, and it has auto Z height adjustment or offset. And what that means is that the print head comes along and it measures using a strain sensor to know exactly how high off the build plate to start printing. And of course, the auto bed leveling is done with the standard or classic CR Touch. I found this actually to be kind of cool. The interface, while it's doing the auto bed leveling, has a really cool display that shows you the actual measurements that it's taking. The build plate itself gets up to about 100C, that's normal for printers this size. Now the tool head, this is a Sprite extruder direct drive tool head, and it gets up to about 260C. And interesting note, the Sprite extruder has sold 500,000 units worldwide, and I believe that number was accurate as of like June 2023. So that is a lot of Sprite extruders that are out there on the market. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We are a small channel and it would really help us out a lot. Now, what does a direct drive extruder mean? That basically means that the extruder gears that drive the filament, that push it down into the hot melt zone, it basically means that they're connected. Now, this is a preferred style of printing for many different people, and then an alternative out there is called a Bowden drive, and that basically means that the hot end is here on the tool head, and that the gears to drive the filament are here, and it runs up through a tube into the hot end, or into the tool head. They're just a different style, one over the other. Some people have their preferences. It comes standard with a 0.4 millimeter copper alloy nozzle. That's very normal. And this prints PLAs, PETGs, and TPUs, flexible filaments. And you can print ABS. You're just going to have to find those ABS blends that print a little lower on the temperature scale. So as long as they print somewhere between 250 and 260C, you can print ABS on this machine as well. Now, as far as printing goes, the printer prints at a maximum speed of about 250 millimeters per second, but you're likely going to be printing anywhere standard at about 160 to 180 millimeters per second. You load your prints via your slicer on a computer, you'll walk them over and you'll put them in with an SD card. And of course, it has power loss recovery with resume printing. So that basically means if you were to trip over a power cord or lose power, as soon as power comes back on, the printer is going to resume where it left off. And it has a 32-bit silent mainboard. What that means is basically it's going to have the processing power to speedily go through your prints without pausing, lags, hangups, things like that. Hardware-wise, it comes with a 350-watt power supply. That basically means that it's going to have plenty of power to be able to run the hot end and the heated build plate. It's a dual Z printer with a synced belt at the top. Basically, that means that there's two motors that are driving the gantry up and down, and that's going to keep things a lot more level, and you'll just end up with better quality prints. It has dual 8mm linear shafts that run on slide bearings, and it uses V-wheels on the X-axis. And the interface is a 3.2-inch color display with a click wheel. Very common, easy to use, nice interface. I kind of like it. Let's talk about print quality for a moment. You are likely looking at some B-roll of some prints that we've done on it, and right now I just happen to be holding the little default cat that came on the SD card. I'm looking at this cat, and I cannot find flaws. It's pretty good looking print. I know it's got a texture of a cat, which kind of could hide some imperfections, but you'll be seeing B-roll of the quality here just momentarily. But it is incredible. $179. This is punching way above its weight class, and I'm seeing the quality that rivals any of the machines behind me that happen to be hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So this is an incredible machine, and at this point, I have to say that of the couple of Creality machines that I've used, this would be the go-to recommendation that I would have for anybody who's looking to get into 3D printing, or someone who even wants a second or third 3D printer and they're kind of looking at a budget machine. This would be the one that I'd easily recommend. I was very impressed. This machine out of the box, I didn't have to tighten any of the V-wheels. I didn't have to adjust any belts. I didn't have to do anything other than power it on, tell it to auto level, go to the SD card, tell it to print the cat, and it printed it. That's, I mean, if that's not a turnkey 3D printer, I don't know what is. Pretty fantastic. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this content. I hope that I was able to inspire you, if you're just looking at getting into 3D printing, that this is definitely a fantastic option, so you should feel confident in buying it. And we'll see you on the next one. If you've ever wanted to print in color, true multicolor filament printing, without diving into the custom builds or complex workflows, you're not alone. What used to be a premium or niche feature is becoming the new normal. And this printer right here is a clear sign that the entire industry is shifting. But there's one feature on this machine that really caught me off guard, and I'll show you that in just a minute. Now, heads up, this video is sponsored by Anycubic, but as always, they don't get to preview it, and they've had zero input on what I say. You're getting my honest, real-world experience, just like every video we do here on the channel. Anycubic has been around for a while, in fact nearly a decade, and they've built a reputation for giving new makers accessible, affordable machines that just work. And if you've ever used a Photon, a Viper, or even something big like the Cobra Max, you already know what they're capable of. But this is new territory for them. This printer, the Cobra S1, and specifically the combo, is their first enclosed Core XY machine, and more importantly, it's one of their first steps into multicolor 3D printing. And that matters because what we're watching is something big unfold right now. A couple of years ago, filament swapping color systems were rare. Today, it feels like every major brand is developing one. You're witnessing a turning point in desktop 3D printing, and this machine is a piece of that story. Let's talk about what this thing is built to do. You've got a 250 by 250 by 250 millimeter build volume inside of a rigid enclosed Core XY frame. It ships with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, and of course it supports 0.2, 0.6, and 0.8 millimeter options. The hot end can reach 320C, and the bed maxes out at about 120C, which opens the door for filaments like ABS, ASA, PTG, and even nylons. Printing speeds are rated up to 600 millimeters per second, and while you're probably not going to be printing every part at that speed, it is fast and surprisingly quiet, coming in at around 44 decibels with the door closed, according to Anycubic. It comes equipped with a very bright and easy to use 4.3-inch color adjustable touchscreen, and it gets you from box to printing in about 15 minutes. But the real story here is sitting on top of the printer. Anycubic calls this multicolor device sitting on top of the machine the ACE. It's a modular color unit that can manage up to 4 spools, and if you stack a second one next to it, you can get 8 color support. And yes, it does that familiar purge sequence that we are now used to between colors, just like you'd expect. It does feel like it purges a little bit slower than some of the other solutions out there, which can add up over time, but we haven't had any issues with colors bleeding between changes, so I guess that's a plus. But in reality, here's the thing. The purge doesn't bother me at all. Filament is part of this hobby, and if the occasional purge or prime tower makes you uncomfortable, maybe 3D printing is not your thing. It's just a part of the process. This is plastic. It's what 3D printers do. Now here's the clever part. The ACE units don't just feed filament, they dry it while they feed it. There's a second power plug. And at first I thought it was some sort of terrible engineering design to have the printer with a power plug and the ACE with a power plug. But once I realized it was actually powering an active drying system during the printing, that turned out to be a pretty cool feature. If you've ever had a roll of PETG or nylon sit out in humid air for too long, you already know why this matters. Now picture this. You're printing an 8-color project that could take days to complete, and each spool is actively drying while the machine swaps between them. That's a serious workflow improvement. Just one heads up, you'll need to make sure you straighten out the tip of your filament before loading. If there's any curl or kink from sitting on the spool, it might jam up the loading system. You have to make sure it's straight and make sure you feed it directly in or it's a mess. That's not necessarily a flaw unique to the ACE system. I've seen it now on a couple of these external multi-filament systems. You just have to make sure that that filament is cut nice and clean and straight before loading it. Anycubic has a new slicer for this system called the Anycubic Slicer Next, and it's based basically on Orca Slicer, which is already very popular in the community. That means it has a clean UI, solid profile support, easy modifier tools, and a familiar workflow for anyone that's coming from Orca Slicer or even Bamboo Studio. The transition is smooth, and you don't have to relearn everything just to get good results out of the Anycubic Cobra S1. But none of that matters if the hardware can't deliver. And I'll be honest, my first print didn't go as planned. Before we get into the fun stuff, I hit a huge snag. Right out of the box, I ran into a filament loading error. No matter what I did, the printer refused to recognize that filament was being inserted correctly. At first, I thought maybe it was something I did wrong, but after some troubleshooting, I ended up pulling the tool head apart and found the problem. There was a sensor spring inside the extruder, ever so small, that had been misassembled at the factory, and it was causing the printer to throw detection errors even when the filament was loaded correctly. Essentially, the tool head thought that there was filament where it shouldn't be. Once I fixed that, things started working wonderfully. And honestly, that kind of thing shouldn't happen, especially for new users. I want to be printing, not fixing brand new machines. That said, there is a silver lining here. It was a reminder that even as a content creator, I didn't get a cherry-picked 3D printer. I had the same experience as a regular buyer might, and in a weird way, I'm kind of glad for that. So, once it was working, here's what it could do. This isn't just about color for fun, though that's a part of it. Multicolor 3D printing opens up a whole new category of projects. Logos and signs with layered color, cosplay, props and badges with detailed contrast, and of course, decorative prints that look just amazing straight off the build plate. Really get to highlight what these filaments can do. The ACE system handles the color changes that you paint inside the slicer, and the slicer does a great job estimating time and material usage. Print quality is sharp, and as long as you're patient with the purge sequence, the transitions are super clean. Just imagine the kind of projects that you could make without ever touching paint. We have all of these incredible filaments, and we get to use them with the ACE. Now here's the part that really gets me excited. This machine is part of a much bigger shift. A few years ago, if you wanted multicolor filament printing, you were either hacking it together with scripts, quirky gadgets, and tool changers, or dropping $1,000 on a premium setup. But now, we're seeing color systems land in the hands of everyday makers, right out of the box. And this particular printer from Anycubic, it's one of their first steps into multicolor, but it's a strong one. It shows that the barrier to entry is dropping fast. What was once a dream for hardcore hobbyists is now a reality for regular 3D printer users. Now, before you hit add to cart, let me break down who this is really for. Makers who want to print multicolor objects without breaking the bank, users looking for a fast, quiet, and closed Core XY system, anyone who's struggling with moisture-sensitive filament, families, educators, hobbyists looking for a machine that's visually clean and intuitive, or people who love Orca Slicer and want something that works out of the box. And here's who it might not be for. If you only ever print single color PLAs, this might be overkill. If you're looking for flawless plug-and-play perfection, there may be small setup quirks. If you're already deep in another hardware ecosystem, this may feel like a lateral move in the multicolor paradigm. If you want multi-material printing like TPU and PLA together, this system isn't really built for that. You're going to want maybe a tool changer. My personal take, this is one of those printers that tells us where the industry is ultimately heading. Anycubic's entry into the multicolor space feels like a signal. That age of single color desktop printers might be coming to a close soon. I had a hiccup during the setup, but once that was sorted, it's been printing great. And for $5.99, it's hard to ignore what this brings to the table. Speed, quiet, color, and a maturing user experience. Now, if this video helped you, or if you're just excited about where 3D printing is headed, especially in the multicolor world, hit that like button and subscribe, and let us know in the comments. I read them, I appreciate it. Now, what would you do with your first multicolor print on the Anycubic Cobra S1? Cosplay maybe? Miniatures? I don't know, something functional? Drop it down in the comments below. Love to hear it. And to our YouTube members and Patreon supporters, thank you. Your support is what allows us to keep testing machines and telling stories and being honest about what works and what doesn't. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. What a cool machine. We're just seeing so many of these multicolor systems. I think what we should do, and tell me in the comments below if you're interested, if we should just throw every single multicolor 3D printer up here on the bench in one video and maybe print the same thing and just show it. What do you think? Tell me in the comments below. All right, see you in the next one. Should I buy the Bambu Lab A1 or the A1 Mini? This is probably the #1 question that I get asked when it comes to beginners and 3D printers. I have a pretty good short answer that works for most people, but I really think that there's some value in expanding upon this and giving a little bit more context around my short answer. I'll give you my short answer, then I'll walk you through the long answer and why choosing one over the other is a little more complicated than you might think. And hopefully at the end, you'll be far more equipped to choose the right machine for you. Okay, short answer. The vast majority of the models people print fit on the 180mm build volume of the A1 Mini, and for its price, the A1 Mini simply cannot be beat. However, if you have the budget, then the A1 would be the better choice for the 256mm build volume. Now, both machines support 4-color printing, offer the greatest level of tech in our industry, and the best 3D printing user experience that we've ever had, from slicer to print quality. Now, if that's all you wanted to hear, you're good to go. So don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button so others can find this video as well. But for those of you who want to dig a little bit deeper, stick around because we're going to go over their individual specs and why you may or may not want to buy your A1 or A1 Mini with their 4-color AMS light. Let's start with the basics and a little history here. Both the A1 and the A1 Mini are obviously from Bambu Lab, a relative newcomer to 3D printing, known for their innovation and incredible user experience. Bambu Lab really shook up the industry when they arrived a couple of years ago with the introduction of the X1 Carbon, one of the first turnkey Core XY 3D printers that we'd seen. The X1 Carbon became extremely popular due to its superior speed and print quality, but it did come with a hefty price tag, especially with the 4-color AMS option, something like $1,500 if I remember right. Now, within a year's time, they introduced 2 more Core XY architecture machines, the Bambu Lab P1P and P1S, followed by the A1 Mini and the full-size A1 a few months later in December of 2023. Full disclosure, Bambu Lab is not sponsoring this video, but Bambu Lab is a sponsor of a lot of my content here on this channel, as well as my live streams over on Twitch. But I will try to be as balanced and factual as I can, but you will no doubt feel my opinions throughout this video. Also, pretty sweet Bambu Lab filament wall. Okay, let's get to Bambu Lab's bed slingers. The A1 boasts a build volume of 256 by 256 by 256 millimeters on the Z, ideal for medium to large prints. Meanwhile, the A1 Mini offers a compact 180 by 180 by 180 millimeter on the Z build volume, perfect for lower budgets or limited space. Both printers are marketed towards beginners, but personally, I think they are perfect for beginners or experts. It doesn't really matter if these are going to be your first printer or your 10th 3D printer. When it comes to speed, both machines excel, hitting up to 500 millimeters per second with a max acceleration of 10,000 millimeters per second squared. Both also feature all-metal hot ends, capable of reaching temps up to 300°C, making them great for a range of filaments like PLA and PTG and TPU, and PLA and PTG being the most common filaments in our industry. Now, as for the heated build plate, the A1 handles up to 100°C and the A1 Mini caps out at 80°C. This difference really doesn't matter, as these machines are designed again for PLA, PTG, and TPU. 80°C is more than adequate, and you won't miss that 20°C on the Mini at all. Both of these machines have a tool head that is loaded with sensors that dynamically adjust flow during printing, auto-level the print bed, and adjust their Z offset automatically as well. And the Z offset being that distance from the nozzle to the build plate, which is important for bed adhesion as well as dimensional accuracy. So whether you're a beginner or an expert, the automated, it's good. As you can see, they are designed quite a bit different, with the A1 being a more traditional bed slinger design with a solid gantry, and the A1 Mini using a less common cantilever design. I really think that the cantilever design is quite clever, and there are other reputable printers on the market using it, so as far as hobby purposes, I don't think one is better than the other. The touch interfaces on both are relatively small, but don't concern yourself with this, as most of your management for the machine will be done through the Bambu Studio software, so the interface really is more of a convenience when you're just standing in front of the machine. Print quality for both machines is about as close to perfect as you are going to get in our industry. Although both machines can reach that 500 millimeters per second marketing claim, you'll likely be printing around 300 millimeters per second to keep visual effects to a minimum. Before we get to pricing, I want to cover the AMS Lite, which is very important. The AMS Lite is the 4-color filament system that the A1 series printers use. Unlike the P and X series from Bamboo, which use the regular AMS, the full-size one, the AMS Lite cannot be daisy-chained together with other AMS Lite units, so it's limited to just 4 colors, while the full-size AMS can do up to 16. The AMS Lite is a freestanding design that allows 2 spools on each side that feed filament directly to the toolhead of the A1 or A1 Mini. For more than a decade, people in our hobby have wanted reliable multicolor 3D printing, and although other systems did exist, they weren't without issue. Other systems were less reliable and extremely cost prohibitive, making multicolor 3D printing a luxury or a tinkerer's craft. Bamboo Lab really changed the industry when they arrived with their AMS units. Anyone can get absolutely beautiful prints made from as many as 4 colors on the A1 and again up to 16 colors on the X1 and P1 series 3D printers. It's crazy. Single color printing isn't dead though. And for those who want to paint their prints or for those that prototype, single color printing is more than adequate. But for those of you who want to use all of these amazing colors and filaments to produce multicolored prints that are at the cutting edge of our industry, then the AMS is the way to go. Okay, with that, let's get into pricing. I really feel like this is the pain point here for many. The A1 and the A1 Mini are lower cost machines, so price is definitely important, and that's probably why a lot of you are watching this video. Both the A1 and A1 Mini are on sale right now at the time of this video, but you can check the website for current pricing, and I'll have links on the screen and in the description as usual. But I'm gonna be honest, even at regular pricing, these machines are still the best value in 3D printing. Right now, the A1 is priced at $299 for the printer alone and $449 for the combo with the 4-color AMS Lite. The A1 Mini is priced at $199 for the printer alone and $349 for the combo. Now, if you buy the AMS Lite with either printer included in the combo, the AMS Lite is essentially costing you $150. If you buy the AMS Lite separate, you'll be paying about $200. Basically, you are saving $50 on the AMS Lite with the combo. But if you want to get comfortable with the standalone machine first, then expand to the AMS Lite down the road, you'd have a penalty of about $50. As for my opinion, if you are limited on budget, my recommendation is the Bamboo Lab A1, and you can choose to purchase the AMS Lite further down the road once you're comfortable in finding that you really enjoy 3D printing and you want to get more out of your machine. If you have a moderate budget and you are stuck between the A1 Mini with an AMS Lite or the A1 without an AMS Lite, then I would definitely recommend the A1 Mini with the AMS Lite because you are going to experience the absolute best 3D printing experience that this industry has to offer. It is just unbelievable what these machines can do now. And of course, if you are less concerned with budget but getting the most out of your money, then that is simply going to be the A1 with the AMS Lite. You'll be able to experiment with a larger build volume and of course print in multiple colors. Now comment below, I'm really interested. Tell me which one you're leaning towards, the A1 or the A1 Mini, and with or without the AMS Lite. Comment below, I'd love to know. Oh, and if you are researching 3D printers as a gift, either the A1 or A1 Mini with the AMS Lite is going to be an incredible gift, and both will work for just about any age. In fact, my 11-year-old has been using the A1 Mini for more than a year, and he was using other less simple printers at around age 8. So, great gift. Now, if you have more questions, drop those in the comments below. I am more than happy to spend time answering them and helping guide you in the right direction. Let me give a huge shout out to my Patreon and YouTube members. Thank you. I couldn't do this without you. And if you enjoyed this video, take a look at this video right over here. YouTube thinks you'll like it. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Seriously, click the links or something. Go check them out. Mini, A1. Did you know that there's a brand new King Rune KLP1? It's the 230, and it's replacing last year's 210 model. I have both of them right here, and we're putting them head-to-head, printing their Violent Benchy G-code. Yes, you heard me right, I said violent. Stick with me, because I think you'll be surprised at the print results. Now let's get straight into this and get both of these machines up here on the bench and powered up. I've loaded both of them with Polymaker's Polylite PLA Pro, green for the green lights on the 210 and orange for the orange lights on the 230. I'm going to go ahead and start the Violent Benchy G-code on each machine at the exact same time, and I'm going to bump the temps to 225 on each machine just after they finish with their first layer, and I'll explain more about why I'm doing that in just a moment. Both of these machines are Core XY, which is basically a motion system that's grown in popularity over the past couple of years. I don't really care or have a preference for the motion system of a 3D printer. I'm really more concerned about the user experience and how well they print. They're basically a Core XY machine in simple terms. It just uses 2 motors to move in any given direction, very simply. Both of them are enclosed, which is nice, so you can print more advanced filaments like ABS, ASA, and nylons without worrying about drafts of air causing warping or loss of bed adhesion. I still haven't installed the lid or the front door on this 230 yet, and I probably should do that. Because they're both Clipper, you're going to get that familiar Clipper remote management web interface. That's going to allow you to start, stop, configure, and even monitor your prints from your desktop computer or, of course, your mobile device. They both have auto bed leveling, filament runout sensors, and the classic 300-100 combo for temps on the hot end and build plates. We see that a lot now. Both machines have a hardened steel nozzle, so you'll be able to print abrasive materials, and of course they both have PEI-coated spring steel sheets. The 210 model from last year had a build volume of 210 millimeters cubed, while the new 230 from this year has 230 by 230 by 210 millimeters on the Z for a build volume. Basically, the 230 just expanded in the X and Y directions to be more in line with most medium-sized 3D printers on the market today. They are really compact machines. They do have some heft to them. They're kind of heavy, but they don't take up much space. And I have to admit, I think they look pretty good. Kind of like a nice, dark, smoky, classy look for them. Last year we did a video on the 210, and I think my recommendation was that it was a great tinkering machine if you want to get into Clipper and an enclosed Core XY machine at a reasonable price. The 210 wasn't a bad machine, but this 230 has a couple of upgrades over the 210, namely the larger 230mm build volume in the X and Y, and of course it has an upgraded extruder, which we'll talk about that just in a moment. This 230 arrived some time ago, but we just unboxed it live over on our Twitch channel a few days ago, which you should absolutely come over and hang out with us. We stream 3 times per week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific over at twitch.tv/LoyalMoses. Come hang out with us. We'd love to see you. Now, let me explain why I am bumping the temps up for the Violent Benchy G-code. During the live stream, when we unboxed it, we printed the Violent Benchy G-code, but the temps were set at 200C by default in that G-code, which for an 18-minute Benchy is really low. Most G-code for 18-minute Benchies are running temps around 220 to 240, depending on the hot end. However, we were really surprised that even at 200C, both printers completed the prints and they didn't jam, which is quite impressive. But the print results were very different between the two machines. The 210, its print had obvious signs of the hot end struggling to keep up with the speed, while the 230 looks very much better. Not perfect, but really impressive for an 18-minute Benchy at 200C for that nozzle temp. Now, looking at just how well the 230 performed at that low of a temp, I wanted to run both machines again, but this time I wanted to bump their temps up to 225 to remove that temperature issue as a factor, and I just wanted to see the print results. Now, I'll be back in about 20 minutes when they're done. Before we look at the results, let's talk about who the printer is for. I still think both of these machines are going after the tinker or the budget-minded maker who wants to get into Core XY at a low entry price. Kingroon makes good machines, and I think anyone that has my experience will be more than happy. Now, one thing that I really don't like about either of these machines, and it isn't serious, it's just a minor annoyance, it's the stylus. My gosh. For that touch interface. The interface requires the use of the stylus, and no matter where I try and keep it, I am always dancing around the studio trying to find it. It's not a deal breaker, but a capacitive touch interface would have been so much better. All right, now let's take a look at the results from the 210. Now, that's not the prettiest benchy, but it is an 18-minute benchy, and I think you can easily see that the filament's running a little bit too hot, and that's why it looks a little bit oozy. Oh, and I almost forgot. Have you heard of Bambu Lab? Well, they're generously sponsoring this video. They make some of the best 3D printers in our industry, and some pretty incredible filaments too. I'll have the link on the screen and in the description. Go check them out. Also, like and subscribe. It helps us out a lot. All right, back to the video. Now, looking closely at the benchy from the 230, it looks far better, and actually looks like the print could have benefited from a little bit lower temperature too, but maybe 215 or 220 would have been better. Regardless, it looks great, and the upgrades to the extruder and hot end combo were definitely warranted. Overall, the two machines look quite similar, with just a few differences between them, but the 230 is definitely the one to go with. Now, on the Kingrun website this past week, they had both printers listed there for sale. But recently, the 210 was showing as out of stock, so likely this 230 is in fact replacing the 210 as we'd expect. The 210 was $319, and the 230 is currently $369. That's not a bad price for a fully enclosed Core XY clipper machine though. Now, I'll be scoring this printer in an upcoming video, so make sure you're subscribed and you've rang that bell so you'll get that notification when I upload the content. I'll have links on the screen and in the description if you want to go check them out. Let me give a huge thank you to our YouTube members and our Patreon supporters. You are what make our content possible. As full-time content creators, it means a lot. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you on the next one. Welcome back to the studio. This has to be one of the most requested 3D printer comparison videos, the Bambu Lab A1 Mini versus the Prusa Mini. We're going to put them head to head and we're going to compare them on performance, price, and value. Let's go. Now let's start off with a little bit of history. The Prusa Mini was released about 4 years ago this month, October of 2019, while the Bambu Lab A1 Mini was released less than 2 months ago in early September of 2023. Quite a bit has happened in 4 years, so it's not a surprise that a newer machine is going to have some newer technology. But I think that one of the things that we're going to show when we walk through kind of the comparison of what features are there, what values there, you're going to be able to see what new tech is available and why the price point matters so much. Now, the Prusa Mini has a long-standing reputation as an incredible beginner's machine, as well as a machine that's for experts or advanced users, and is fantastic in print farms. The Bambu Lab A1 Mini is obviously new, but it's proving at this point to be one of the best machines for beginners, and time will tell if it's going to be great in farms. But my opinion, personally, I think it's going to be a fantastic farm machine. Both of these machines are surprisingly the same price, $459. A 4-year-old Prusa Mini versus a 2-month-old Bambu A1 Mini that comes with a multi-material system at the same price point. But we're going to go over it all. Stick with me. Whenever I do one of these comparisons, I have to find some type of a model to print. I know it's Halloween, and you might not be watching this at Halloween, but Halloween is just a couple of days away, and I wanted to print one of Polymaker's slime models. It's this really kind of fun Halloween model that they have in this pack of models for 2023, and I'll have a link in the description below. But I went ahead and I sliced up the slime model in the preferred slicer for each one of the printers. It was Prusa Slicer for the Prusa Mini, of course, and Bambu Studio for the A1 Mini. Both models were sliced up at 0.2 millimeter layer heights with a standard profile. I didn't make any custom changes. This is more about the experience that people are going to have with these small form factor printers and the results that you get from them. I scaled the model down to 80%, and I'll be quite honest with you, it's because the Prusa Mini was going to take 13 plus hours to print the model, and I really didn't want to wait that long to record the video, so I cut it down to about 80%, which I believe makes it about a 7-hour and 53-minute print, while the A1 Mini is going to be about 3 hours and 35 minutes. I have two brand new spools of Polymaker Starlight Neptune right here, and this is what we're going to use. So both of these are brand new. They're sealed in the bags. Matter of fact, I'll show you. Some people don't believe it. There's one. There's two. And this is what we're going to use to test. This is a fun filament from Polymaker. It's a PLA, beautiful color, nice and shimmery, and I'll have a link on the screen and in the description below. I think this is going to be an awesome filament for the comparison because it's going to give us an opportunity to see the light and kind of how it reflects and plays with the filament, and we'll be able to spot any defects or anything wrong with the prints. Let me go ahead and get these spools loaded on these two machines. I'll get the prints started. They'll be printing here on the bench next to us while we go over the specs, and I'll show you the finished prints at the end. Also, I want to mention before we get started, this actually belongs to me, the Prusa Mini I purchased myself, and Bamboo Lab did send over the A1 Mini. Absolutely gorgeous filament. This is the Starlight Neptune from Polymaker. Fantastic, fantastic filament. In order to make this a little bit more of a fair comparison, I went ahead and removed the AMS light from the A1 Mini, but I am going to keep score on this one, so that is a point against the Prusa Mini. The Prusa Mini doesn't have a native MMU or AMS option, but for that same price tag of $459, the AMS light comes with the Bamboo A1 Mini, and that's a pretty big feature to be able to have 4-color printing built right into the ecosystem for that printer for the same price. The build volume and build plate are both 180 millimeters cubed on each machine, so that makes them pretty equal at that point. But the temperature difference for the heated build plate is 100 C on the Prusa Mini, and it is 80 C on the A1 Mini. I think that really doesn't make a bit of a difference, though. The A1 Mini is not really going to be designed for anything above TPU, PLA, PTGs, things like that. But I am going to go ahead and give a point to the Prusa Mini, because on the Prusa Mini you would be able to print ABS. You just be able to print it at the lower end of the temperature range, so you don't melt that PTFE tube on the inside, and we'll get to that in a moment. Max nozzle temperature on each of the machines is a little bit different. On the Prusa Mini, it's 280 C, and on the Bamboo A1 Mini, it is 300 C. That 20 C can make a difference, but considering that this machine is not really meant for anything above probably 250 or 260 C anyway, that extra temperature is probably there just for the speed. Because we are giving points for features, I'm going to give a point to the Bamboo A1 Mini for that one. Now, the extruders on each of the machine are a little bit different. This is a Bowden-driven extruder with a PTFE-lined hot end. And what that means is that the gears to drive the filament are actually not on the hot end assembly of the tool head. They're here at this location. Now, the A1 Mini has a direct drive extruder, and what that means is that the gears to actually drive the filament are in the tool head right above the nozzle. There's really no gap. It's very much connected. Some people prefer this one over this one, but I really don't have a preference. I think that there's a use case for Bowden, and I think that there's a use case for direct drive. So I'm going to award a point to both of them. Now, the default nozzle that comes on each of the machines is a little bit different. The Bamboo A1 Mini comes with a stainless steel 0.4 millimeter nozzle, and the Prusa Mini comes stock with a 0.4 millimeter brass nozzle. So this machine would need an upgrade if you wanted to print abrasive materials or anything like that. This machine would not. But I really don't think nozzles are that big of a deal to award a whole point. So I'm just going to go ahead and give the Bamboo machine a half a point for that, because you can just change nozzles. It's not a big deal. Now, maximum speed, that is a big deal. The Bamboo Lab A1 Mini prints at a maximum speed of around 500 millimeters per second, while the Prusa Mini prints at a max speed of around 200 millimeters per second. And if you're looking here at the bench, you can see the difference between these two machines. This machine, much quicker. This machine is going to be your standard bed slinger speeds that you're accustomed to. So I'm going to go ahead and award a big point to the Bamboo A1 Mini for that. Now, there's some other features or options here that we're going to talk about. The Prusa Mini does not come with a filament runout sensor stock. It can be added for a $20 fee when you're checking out, when you're purchasing it. The Bamboo Lab A1 Mini does come with the filament runout sensor stock. I don't think Prusa's gaining any favors with customers by, I don't want to be rude and call it nickel and diming, but a filament runout sensor, especially just this really cheap 3D printed one, that should just be stock on this machine. It shouldn't be an option. So point to the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini. Cameras, the Prusa Mini does not have a camera built into it or come with its stock. the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini does. It is a 1080p low frame rate camera that's mostly used for time lapses. So I'll give a half a point to Bamboo for that, just because, I mean, if you're going to put a camera on it, just put a good camera on it. It doesn't have to be a low frame rate camera. Now, this might come to you as a surprise, but the Prusa Mini does not have power loss recovery. That's surprising to many people, but the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini does, and that's a stock feature that comes with it. Power loss recovery means that if you basically pull the power cord out or you lose power or you're out, the printer will be able to recover as soon as it regains power. And that's a pretty valuable feature for loaded build plates with expensive filament. So that's a point to the Bamboo A1 Mini. Okay, let's talk about the interface for a moment, how we use the machines. The Prusa Mini comes with a 2.8-inch full-color LCD display with a click wheel, while the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini comes with a 2.2-inch interface that's full-color and it's a touch interface. So I'd have to say touch versus click wheel. Some people are going to say they prefer one over the other. I really don't, so I'm just going to award them each 1 point. They're fine interfaces, and I don't mind either one of them. Let's talk about networking. This one's pretty popular at the moment. The Prusa Mini comes with Ethernet stock, but if you want Wi-Fi, it's an additional module that you purchase on the Prusa website for about $7, and you have to open up the electronics compartment and install that. The Bamboo Lab A1 Mini comes with Wi-Fi built in, but with no Ethernet. So I kind of feel like it's a trade-off, so I'll give them each a half a point. Now, the A1 Mini comes with a few additional sensors that the Prusa Mini doesn't have. It's able to detect filament clogs and jams, and it does that by having filament sensors like pressure sensors in the nozzle, as well as filament travel sensors to know exactly how far filaments travel. So that's a couple of points at least to the A1 Mini. Let me go ahead and mention this. A few days before the A1 Mini was released, Prusa dropped an alpha firmware for the Prusa Mini that included support for input shaping and pressure advance. Now, it is hard-coded, which means that there is no accelerometer on this machine and those values are pre-configured. So it won't have the same effect as a machine like the A1 Mini or other machines on the market with input shaping that have accelerometers, because they can do that stuff dynamically or on the fly. Now, it was definitely inspired by machines like the A1 Mini and other machines that are available on the market right now. But I think Prusa is trying to adapt this machine to make it work. I question, is the value there? Can you add some functionality to this machine to make it equal the value that you get at $459 for the A1 Mini that does come with 4-color AMS? I don't know. If you agree or if you disagree on the value between the two or my score, let me know in the comments below. I'm not choosing one pony or the other. I'm trying to just give this to you straight as far as feature for feature. But if you disagree or if you agree, let me know. I'd love to hear from you. All right, while you're commenting below, let's take a look at some B-roll of both of these machines printing. The Prusa Mini right now is at about 14% complete, and the A1 Mini is at about 42 or 43% complete. And I'll be straight honest with you, if I didn't have any of these faster bed slingers around, or maybe even some of these Core XY machines, the speeds of these machines really doesn't bother me. But I'll tell you what, when you're doing a head-to-head, you're editing video for a YouTube video, it's about 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll tell you what, you lose some patience with the slow machines, but they still produce fantastic results, and you'll see those here in a minute. And while we're waiting for the prints to complete, let me give a huge shout out and a massive thank you to our YouTube members. You are what make this channel possible. If you'd like to join and become a YouTube member and help support our content, click the little button below. We'd appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jedi Spidey, Buddha 3D, Your Buddy Danek, Sectral, Breedog Knight, Rip Artist, Patrick W3D, The Cinzia, Luppy Leptonium, Cam Nicholas, Brandon0109, Joel Finn, Sir Will 3D, Captain Jerbear 91, VPS Data, Wastin' Time, David Kwashnik, Four Pipes, Jesse West, JD Davis, 3D Pathfinder, Mr. Teal, Lacrosse Rocks, Hotfix, and Sideline Review. Thank you so much. All right. It is about 3 a.m. My voice just cracked. I'm tired. I'm still in the middle of editing, and I'd like to get this done. This machine is still at 41%, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a look at this print right here. This is the print that just came off of the Bamboo A1 Mini, and I have to say it looks absolutely perfect. I don't see any flaws at all. You're going to be seeing some B-roll of it here while I'm talking. I don't see anything wrong. I don't see ringing. I just see flat perfection. The filament really allows you to see the light reflect on it. It's that Starlight Neptune from Polymaker. And what I'm going to do right here is I'm not going to wait any longer for this to finish. So I'll pause the print and I'll get some B-roll of it on the build plate, and you'll be able to see the surface details to see if you think that the A1 Mini did better or if the Prusa Mini did better. I'm going to leave that up to you. You can see the score for the performance, the price, and the value at the top. So that's the clear winner. There's the Bamboo A1 Mini. But as far as print quality, I'm going to let you decide. Tell me in the comments below if you think that the Prusa Mini printed better or if you think the A1 had the better print. In summary, I really think it's hard to compare these machines one-to-one. This machine is 4 years newer technology, has a 4-color AMS system on it, has 2 to 3 times the number of sensors. This is an advanced machine, and I personally think this is a fantastic machine for beginners. I also think it's going to be a farm monster. I think this is going to end up in print farms and be a very reliable machine. It's fast. It's 2 to 3 times faster than the Prusa Mini, and I think the value that you receive for that dollar amount of $459, I think this is the obvious buy. Now, again, I'm going to ask you to comment below if you think that this one, the Prusa Mini, is the best value for your $459. Let me know in the comments below. Tell me why. I'd love to hear. I hope you enjoyed the content. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on the next one. Is this even a fair comparison? One machine costs over $3,000, the other just under $2,000. Both claim speed, both promise precision. One is made in China and the other right here in the US. And both just printed the same ABS gear right here in our studio. Now, before we dive in, scroll down and tell me which printer do you think is going to win? Is it going to be the Fusion 3 F200 or the Bamboo Lab H2D? Which one's going to have the better print? Before we get too far into this, let me remind you that both machines were sent to me for testing. Fusion 3 shipped the F200 and Bamboo Lab, of course, sent me the H2D, but no one paid for this content and no one gets to see it before you do. Like always, I use the machines here in the studio and you get my honest take. And yeah, with that said, let's start with the most obvious difference: price. The Fusion 3 F200 comes in at $3,299. It's built for reliability, safety, and commercial uptime. The Bamboo Lab H2D, it's $1,999. For that price, you get a chamber heater, dual extrusion, and the potential for multicolor. Now, I am a total realist, so I'm not going to pretend here. The H2D is a flagship printer that is loaded with features that I'm actually not sure any other 3D printer company can even touch or even come close to right now. So, like I said at the open, is this really a fair comparison? Well, not really. But besides the features, I really want to highlight the print quality between the two, which is really important, and that's coming up. So hang on, stick with me. I'm going to show you the difference between these two. Both printers are enclosed Core XY machines, released this year, but their feature sets aim at very different users. The F200 focuses on precision and security. You get Ethernet, Wi-Fi, USB, but no cloud. It runs hardened firmware, and it uses Prusa Slicer, basically. The F200 is aimed more at commercial and industrial users who are looking for quality as well as domestic customer support, where they can pick up a phone and get an engineer on the phone in minutes. The H2D, on the other hand, is designed for flexibility and control. You get USB, Wi-Fi, and the full Bamboo cloud experience, and it can be run off cloud local. It has dual extruders and an actively heated chamber, and yes, it is multicolor ready, like I mentioned earlier. That's a lot of features. The H2D is aimed at hobbyists, really, and makers and crafters, and the prosumer market. Support is via email, which can be a concern for businesses that rely on these type of machines. Now, the build volume also sets them apart. The F200 gives you a very usable 256 millimeter cube. It's a mid-sized 3D printer. It's very common. It's clean, it's symmetrical, and it's easy to manage. The H2D is massive, with a 350 by 320 by 325 millimeter helmet class build volume. Now, you'll run out of filament, I think, before you'll run out of space in this machine. Both use a magnetic PEI flexible build plate, and also the F200 has a maximum bed temperature of 140 C, which is hot, while the H2D maxes out, I think, at about 120 C. The hot end on the F200 reaches a max temperature of 320°C, but the H2D gets a little bit hotter at 350°C. And let's not forget that actively heated 65°C heated chamber on the H2D. As for the F200, it's a passively heated chamber, and like I said in the previous video, I saw temps get up to about 65°C when I was testing it here in the studio. This makes both machines ideally excellent for your more exotic filaments like ABS and ASA, polycarbonates, nylons. Here's where that gap really shows, and this is one of the most important aspects of any 3D printer today on the market. It all comes down to user experience. It really does. F3 Slicer is functional. It gets the job done, and it's one of the most popular slicers in use today because it's based on Prusa Slicer. Bamboo Studio, though, it is arguably the best slicer experience in all of 3D printing. It's fast, it's polished, and it's packed with features. In fact, I mean, if anybody's out there using Orca Slicer, well, literally that's where it came from. Now, some might say that this is preference, but you'd have to be lying to yourself. Bamboo Studio changed our industry forever, and in a good way. Now, both of these have beautiful touch interfaces, both very custom, and if I had to give a winner on which user interface I think was easier to use, I would probably only slightly lean towards the H2D. It just feels more complete. It's the little things like the door sensors and the status messages on the display that make all the difference. This new studio was wildly expensive, so let me tell you about today's sponsor. Surprise, it's Polymaker. And on the screen right there, I have a special code called LM Show First Try that will save you 15% on your first order. And if you use my link, I get like $1 million a spool of filament. So yeah, it's right there, loyal.ms/Polymaker. Oh, and I don't know if you knew this while you're over there, take a look. I have my own custom color called LM Sparkle Green. It's the absolute best filament color that exists. Yeah, go grab a spool. And it's a cool collector spool too. All right, back to the video. And now, print quality. Both machines were loaded with atomic filament ABS and told to print the exact same gear model using their default profiles. The Fusion 3 took just under about 10 hours, and the H2D finished in about 6. Now, this is almost always an issue every time I do one of these videos. Some of you will want me to slow down the H2D to print at the same speed as the F200. Some will want me to speed up the F200. And some of you are going to want me to create a new custom profile with identical settings. And some of you are just going to complain no matter what. So this is the way it's done. This is about user experience with default settings that the average user would experience with each machine. So that's what we're comparing. Both the F200 and the H2D have a standard ABS profile. And that's what I selected for both, along with 0.2mm layer heights and 15% infill. Now, there was no warping at all on either print. Both are dimensionally accurate, and they are spot on, like I said, in size and tolerance. Looking at the surface quality, the H2D is just a little cleaner overall. The top surface especially looks slightly more polished. In terms of motion artifacts, I think the H2D shows very little, almost none. The F200 print, while strong and precise, does have some visible anomalies where the part is hit with a certain type of lighting, but overall, I think that the H2D did a better job, and it did it in nearly half the time. That's really impressive. Now, here's some beauty shots of each print, and I want you to look very closely and see what you like or don't like, and then comment below on which one you think looks better. Which print represents the product produced by the best value? Does speed matter to you more than precision, or is it the other way around? Now, ultimately, who are these printers for? The F200 is for you if you need commercial uptime and part repeatability. You're security focused or working in a controlled environment. You rely upon domestic US-based customer service. Now, the H2D is for you if you want feature-packed hardware at a competitive price. Maybe you love the print automation, the dual extrusion, and maybe the potential for multicolor support. Maybe you want one of the best user experiences in the entire hobby. Both 3D printers are impressive, but for very different reasons. One seems to be more for business, the other for power users, or maybe people who love options. Now, I'm using both, and now you get to see what they're capable of. Different tools for different jobs, but both are in their place on a bench in the studio. Thank you for watching, and a special shout out to my YouTube and Patreon members. I couldn't do this without you. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. The Bambu Lab A1 and P1P are among the most popular 3D printers today, but for very different reasons. With the same build volume, why would people pay $339 for one and $499 for the other? In this video, we'll start a print on each one of these machines, review their specs, and compare the results to determine which offers the best value and produces the better result. And if you have other comparisons in mind, let me know in the comments. After all, it was your comments that asked for this comparison. All right, it's bed slinger versus Core XY time. I downloaded this cool low poly flexible elephant that my wife picked out from MakerWorld, and I think it should be perfect for highlighting the abilities of each printer to print smaller details as well as their speed and quality. Both prints used Bambu Labs basic PLA, the A1 in a stunning bronze, and the P1P in a gleaming gold. They're both beautiful filaments. Each printer performed its calibration prior to printing, and I should mention also that this is the A1 that I received last year for review, and it has hundreds of hours of printing on it, while this P1P just showed up. It's brand new, and in fact, this is the very first print from it. So this should be pretty interesting. And of course, I'll have links to the models, the printers, and the filaments, all of that in the description and on the screen like normal. Let's talk specs, starting with the Bambu Lab A1. First off, the basics. This is your classic bed slinger design. The build plate moves along the Y-axis, while the print head handles the X-axis, and it moves up and down on the Z-axis. It's a tried and true setup, reliable and simple. The build volume is a very medium-sized 256mm cubed area. It's pretty common. In fact, all Bambu Lab printers right now are this size, save the A1 Mini. It's a little bit smaller. One of the standout features of the A1 is how quiet it is. Because of its motor noise canceling technology, it's one of the quietest printers that I've ever used. And that's a big plus if you're running prints overnight or if you're in a shared space. With a 300C hot end and a 100C build plate, it easily handles most standard filaments. It's primarily designed for like PLA, PETG, and TPU. So at least it's very versatile for a wide range of projects that you might be doing at home or in the office. This A1 is actually packed with impressive sensors, including flow and pressure sensors in the print head. These help automatically adjust filament flow while it's printing on the fly, and it also helps detect any potential tangles or jams, ensuring consistent print quality. And on top of that, it comes with a low frame rate 1080p camera for remote monitoring and capturing time lapses. I think that kind of adds to both the convenience and a little bit of fun to your 3D printing experience. And did I forget to mention speed? I think I did. It has a maximum print speed of 500mm per second, and like I've said in other videos where we've included the A1 as a comparison, you'll likely be printing around that 300mm per second range. Last, the touch interface. It's pretty small, so if you have big fingers, it'll be an issue, but other than that, it's nice and simple, clean and clear, no complaints. Okay, now the specs for the Bambu Lab P1P. This printer is a favorite in 3D print farms and manufacturing setups, no doubt because of its excellent capabilities and its skeletonized Core XY design. You can pack these machines in super tight together and everything is easily accessible without an enclosure getting in the way. The P1P is the same 256mm cube build volume like the A1, but it uses a Core XY design, and the Z-axis, the build plate, actually drops away from the toolhead, which offers increased stability and printing speeds. In fact, when it comes to speed, the P1P has a definite edge over the A1. Its default profiles inside Bambu Studio, the slicer, are close to 25% faster on average, making it a solid choice for print farming, or if you simply just want your prints faster. This is mostly due to the P1P having twice the acceleration of the A1, despite them having the same maximum advertised print speeds of around 500mm per second. In terms of material versatility, because the P1P features the same 300-100 combination for the nozzle and the build plate, it is designed for PLA, PETG, and TPU as well, but as you can see, you can put an enclosure on this, which means it can handle ABS, ASA, and even polycarbonates, opening up even more project possibilities. Let me also add that you can print ABS without an enclosure, just keep it in a warm environment and free from any drafts of air. Also, maybe some bed adhesive to hold down the prints, keep them from warping. The P1P comes unenclosed by default, but you have options. You can purchase an enclosure separately from Bambu Lab, or you can even print your own with designs that range from fun themes like Pokemon to retro, sci-fi, and even a huge selection of gaming styles. And most of these are designed by the community. As for the interface on the P1P, it is quite a bit more basic. It's a click wheel style design. This bothers some people, but I don't find it an issue at all, mostly because you rarely interact with the Bambu Lab printer through their interface. It's mostly done through Bambu Studio on your desktop, or the Bamboo Handy app on your mobile device. Let's touch on the AMS units for both printers. Each printer is multicolor capable with the addition of a Bamboo Lab AMS. That's their automatic material system. The A1 series uses the AMS Lite, which is a freestanding 4-spool system that allows for multicolor prints as well as auto switching from one spool to the next when a spool runs out of filament. The P1P uses the original AMS, which is a bit more robust. It has all the functions of the AMS Lite, and it even offers more enhanced capabilities for more complex and colorful projects. The AMS is enclosed to help protect filaments and even allows daisy chaining multiple AMSs together with the use of the AMS hub for a total of up to 16 spools of filament at a time. Unfortunately, the AMS Lite does not have daisy chaining capabilities, so you're just limited to those 4 colors. But there is 2 ports on these A1 series printers, and wouldn't that be something? How cool would that be? Bamboo, let us have 1 more, maybe 8, I don't know. That'd be pretty cool. Now, let's compare the print results. The A1 completed the print in 8 hours and 8 minutes, while the P1P finished quite a bit faster at 6 hours and 46 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, that is mostly due to the higher accelerations on the P1P. Both printers were printing the same slice speeds of around 200 to 300 millimeters per second for the inner and the outer walls, infill, etc. This is the flexible elephant that came off of the Bamboo Lab A1 here. And pulling it off the build plate, I have to say that the joints on this one, they all work, right? They were a little bit more stiff, I'd have to say, than I initially thought they would be. I think the print looks great, trunk bends, all the joints work, feet, everything, ears, and you'll be seeing some up-close B-roll of it. I think it turned out really good. I think the print quality is nice. On it, I can see that there's just slight, ever so slight ringing. That's to be expected from a bed slinger. But other than that, I think if you're seeing any weird lines in the B-roll, I think it's just the lighting in here is kind of accentuating those. But I promise you, in person, it looks really freaking fantastic. And like I said, I think that the small parts and the joints show that the printer is very capable of printing objects at high speed and producing great quality results. So very, very, very happy with the elephant from the A1. All right, here is the flexible elephant from the Bamboo Lab P1P. Now, initially looking at it on the build plate, I'll be honest with you, of course accelerations were higher on this machine, and it did print, what, an hour and a half or something faster than this one. And to be honest with you, you can tell. I can see that there is some ringing, and I can see that there's a little bit less cooling happening on some of these joints right here. And I guess on the underside of the elephant. And I'll tell you that this, right? So the back joints, they work, right? The feet work, tail works, trunk works, head works, right? Head's a little bit stiffer. There, head's a little bit stiffer. But here's the thing. This joint right here is not bending. And I mean, I suppose I can make it bend. I don't know. I'm kind of afraid. I'll have to grab a set of pliers or something, and I'll make it bend, and we'll figure it out. But I can tell that this one was printing faster, and I'd have to say that the overall quality results between the two at their respective speeds, right? So this was printing 200 to 300 millimeters per second. That was printing 200 to 300 millimeters per second. But the P1P it had its accelerations at 10,000, and the accelerations on the A1 were, I believe, at 6,000. So quite a bit faster in accelerations here, and I think it shows a little bit in the print quality. But you can turn this down if you want, so that's not a problem. You could even turn this one up. And so looking at the print quality, I have to say they're both really fantastic. So I don't think the conclusion from this video should be that either one of them has better print quality. I think they're about the same. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think Bamboo Lab is going to be putting out machines that sacrifice print quality for speed. It's just not going to happen. Tell me what you think. Now, I'm showing you B-roll of both of these. Tell me in the comments below which one you think is the better print, because ultimately, it's your money, you're the judge. I think it's cool. I can play some elephants. I think they're pretty awesome. Good job, Mrs. LM, on picking a cool, fun model. Matter of fact, I should print it bigger. That's what we should do. All right, now let's talk about pricing and value. The Bamboo Lab A1 comes in at $339, offering a fantastic entry point for those new to 3D printing or hobbyists looking for a reliable and quiet machine that delivers that consistent quality. You're getting one of the most advanced 3D printers on the market. The quality of the prints are incredible, and the only real negative is that you don't have an option for an enclosure to print more exotic filaments. Now, the Bamboo Lab P1P, it's priced at $499, provides more speed and versatility, especially with the option to print higher temperature materials when it's enclosed. It's a solid investment for those who need faster prints and broader material compatibility, and for those who might want to build out a print farm. Considering the features and performance, both printers offer pretty excellent value for their respective price points. Your choice ultimately depends on what features matter most to you, be it the speed, maybe the noise levels, material versatility, maybe the budget, or of course print quality. The truth, I don't think that you can go wrong with either one of these printers, and remember, you can always have more than one. I do have to mention the Bamboo Lab P1S here, which is the enclosed version of the P1P, and we'll be doing a head-to-head comparison of these two printers here shortly. So make sure you're subscribed and ring that bell so you'll get the notification when the video uploads. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and a big special shout out to our amazing Patreon and YouTube members. I couldn't do this without you. Also, YouTube thinks you want to watch this one right here. The algorithm thinks this video is interesting. You should click it. You should go watch it. We'll see you on the next one. All right, welcome into the studio. We're going to do something a little bit different today, and we're going to compare 3 different motion systems. We're going to compare a Delta, a Core XY, and a bed slinger together for both speed and print quality. And how we're going to do it is we're going to throw them up here on the bench, and we're going to start a print at the exact same time. I'll have another camera going. We'll record all of it so you'll get to see it. And the filament that we're going to use today is Polymaker's Polysonic PLA. So that's a particular filament from Polymaker that is designed for high-speed 3D printing, designed to melt fast and cool fast. And so yeah, let's get those printers up here on the bench and get started. Now that we have everything up on the bench, well, not this bench, it's in the bench, yesterday's bench. I was going to have all the printers here and try and do this, but they're huge and it just takes up a lot of space. So all of the B-roll that you're seeing and all the printing took place yesterday. And here I'm sitting at the bench. I'm going to go over all of these printers. We're going to talk about them. We're going to compare them. And I have the print results from each of them here. And I'm going to give you some close-up B-roll of that.
Loyal! Polymaker's on the phone.
Oh. Looks like I'm being interrupted for a Polymaker phone call. Must be important. Hello? Hello?
LM.
Oh, sorry. Hello? Yes, I'm here.
LM?
Yes.
We need to talk about your numbers.
Great. How are they?
Terrible. Your numbers are down, way down.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Is it possible that maybe people are outside in nice weather and enjoying time with their families?
No excuses. We need you to push more filament.
More? I mean, I already have an entire wall dedicated in one of my studios to Polymaker filament.
Not good enough.
Well, I also stream 3 times a week over on twitch.tv/LoyalMoses on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific, where I give out thousands of spools of Polymaker filament every year.
Good stuff.
What else can I do?
Have you told them about your Polymaker coupon code LM Show First Try that saves them 15% on their first order from the U.S. Polymaker website?
I have now.
What?
Nothing, sir.
You're fired.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. Hello? Well, that could have gone worse. It's a good call. Good call. Yeah, that was a great phone call from Polymaker, as you'd expect. Yeah. Anyway, unrelated, would you click the little link over here in the corner? And if you need some filament, maybe pick some up. Anyway, back to what I was saying. We had 3 machines that were here on the bench, and I specifically chose these for a reason. One is a Delta, and that's your FL-Sun T1. The other is the Bamboo P1S, which is a Core XY machine, and the third is the Creality Ender 3 V3. Now, that's just a traditional bed slinger, right? except it's not. It's actually a Core XZ machine. Now, if you know what a Core XY machine is, and let me explain that to you really quickly for those who may not know, a Core XY architecture basically means for a machine like the Bamboo P1S to move the print head or the tool head in any given direction on the X and the Y, there's two motors that are working in tandem with a sophisticated configuration of belts and pulleys. Unlike a traditional bed slinger that you might be used to, another type of 3D printer, where there's one motor that controls the X, one motor controls the Y, and one motor controls the Z. So now with a Core XZ architecture, it's kind of exactly like it sounds. Instead of Core XY, meaning that it's using a series of motors to control the X and the Y, this is using a series of a couple of motors, and some belts and pulleys to do that exact same thing, but with the X and the Z. So it means that the Y is able to sling back and forth, but the X and the Z are connected with those motors and belts, making it very fast and very efficient. I wanted a model that would just not only show off the printer's speed, but also its accuracy. So we have some rounded edges, we have some sharp edges, we have some overhangs on these threads, and I figured that would also allow us to do something like this, right? So we can find out exactly how accurate, what the tolerances are of these printers by having a couple of pieces that are printed on the same machine and seeing if they fit together. Let's talk about the machines here first before we get into the print quality, so just stick with me. On your right, my left, is the Creality Ender 3 V3, and I have to say for a medium-sized machine that comes in priced, I think, somewhere around $349, it has an advertised max printing speed of 600 millimeters per second. I think that the overall printer experience, especially with the new firmware updates. So I updated all the firmware on all the machines to make sure everything was good before we did the test. I also upgraded any slicer settings and profiles and things like that. But this machine, after having played with this machine again with the new firmware that's on it, this Creality Ender 3 V3, man, that is such a nice machine. Now, the next machine, the one in the middle, that's the Bamboo Lab P1S, and that is a Core XY machine, same middle range kind of sized 3D printer. Enclosed, has the potential for AMS. I think the Bamboo Lab P1S comes in priced at $599. Now, that is a very capable machine. It's very fast. It's very accurate. And like I said, of course, it has the potential for AMS, right? So that's there. All right. So then you have the machine on your left, my right, the big tall one, and this is the brand new FL Sun T1. Now, this is a monster machine, not only in physical size, but speed. This machine right now, I think early bird pricing is $499 for the T1, and it is boasting speeds up to 1,000 millimeters per second. And I guess I forgot to mention that the P1S, that is 500 millimeters per second. So think about it. Ender 3 V3, 600 millimeters per second. P1S, 500 millimeters per second. And the FL Sun T1, 1,000 millimeters per second. And so that was the kind of fun thing that we're doing today, is we're going to compare these three machines, printing, and then to see which one finishes first, which one's faster, and then, of course, the print quality. Now, here's the thing. Inevitably, every time I do one of these comparisons, someone in the comments comes along and says, well, you didn't use the same color of filament, or all the printers weren't facing due south, or something. There's always something. But mind you that this is not a scientific comparison. This is more a comparison of the user experience, right? So it's what the slicer is like, what the printer's like, and what the print results are like. 99% of people just want to load filament in a 3D printer and then get really cool things out of it. That's all they want. Okay, so now let's look at print quality. Now, the filament that we used in each of these, like I mentioned earlier, is Polymaker's Polysonic PLA. And that means that it's a PLA that can just melt faster and cool faster, and it's really designed for these faster 3D printers like we have here in the studio. Actually, I got a question for you. What printer do you think finished first? FL Sun T1, Bamboo Lab P1S, or the Creality Ender 3 V3? Well, it's obvious. The FL Sun T1 finished first. All three of them were started at the exact same time, and you should be seeing B-roll of me doing that, in the slicer and things like that, and kind of launching them and getting them started. But the FL Sun T1 finished the fastest, and it finished in, I believe, 43 minutes. That is insane. 43 minutes for this machine. Now, what machine do you think finished second? Bamboo Lab P1S? Pretty fast machine, right? Right, pretty popular. Or the Creality Ender 3 V3? Which one finished second? Well, this one. The Creality Ender 3 V3 finished second, and it finished 3 minutes ahead of the Bamboo Lab P1S. Now, when I started these, I pre-calibrated all the machines, and then when I started the prints, I skipped the calibration steps. So none of these machines did a bed leveling before they printed because I wanted them to just start immediately. I didn't want to include the calibration in the print time. So this machine finished second, and it was about at exactly 1 hour. And this machine finished about 3 minutes later at 1 hour and 3. So I think that that's a pretty interesting result. That small enough that obviously the T1 has trouble getting up to speed on something as small as this, but still dominated, coming in at 43 minutes compared to 1 hour for these other prints. Now you might be thinking speed. What about print quality? Because obviously the faster you go, are we going to give up some print quality? Well, I think you're going to be shocked because looking at the print quality of the nut here first, I can tell that this printer was printing faster than these others. There's slight speed patterns on the vertical walls on this bolt. I think cooling is incredible. That's one of the things that the T1 is kind of famous for, is how loud it is, and that noise is cooling, and it has no problem cooling. And I hope you're seeing B-roll of this, because it is fantastic that this thing was printing in upwards of probably 600 to 700 millimeters per second to accomplish this, and it looks absolutely incredible. And bottom surface looks great, walls look great, top surface is fantastic. There's no stringing on this one. There's a couple of missed bits of filament, but other than that, it's really great. Threads together perfectly. Matter of fact, this might be the best set of threads on all of them, and but this was printed in the fastest amount of time. So the FLSun T1 is probably going to be just an amazing machine for prototyping, and quality prints, just so good. All right, the next machine is the Bamboo Lab P1S. Now there is a little bit of stringing on there on the inside. The bottom surface looks absolutely fantastic. Top surface looks nice and clean. The overhangs, for the most part, the overhangs look really good. I would say almost perfect, except for there's two little corners here on the nuts that might have some little kind of weird cooling artifact that just might have to do with where the layers started and stopped. The vertical walls on it look really clean. I would say as close to perfect as you're going to get from 3D printers nowadays, which isn't a surprise really, because that's kind of what Bamboo Lab is known for, right? So they have machines that print around 300 to 500 millimeters per second and just produce really, really good results. So, all right, now third. This is the Creality Ender 3 V3. Now, this one came in as far as speed second. It is the least expensive of the 3D printers. So that doesn't surprise me, right, that it may not quite be the same quality as the others. Looking at the nut here, we'll start with the sidewalls. Sidewalls look clean. There is some under extrusion, some over extrusion a little bit, kind of. Nothing that's bad that I would consider a really negative for this machine. Now, when you turn it upside down, first layer looks great, but you can tell that there's cooling trouble. And that's where this machine really kind of falls out of the race. And you can see that the overhangs, it just had some difficulty, and that's where I would say that this machine is lacking. And so that is something that's really frustrating, because cooling on a 3D printer nowadays is really, it's not that complicated. And it's not a huge cost to have really good cooling on a 3D printer. And I really feel like this machine, the Creality Ender 3 V3, at a price of $349, they could have just handled cooling just 10% better, and that machine would have been absolutely perfect. And that's kind of it's a missed opportunity. It's a sad thing. So now let's talk about the overhangs on the threads here. The Ender 3 V3 handled the threads absolutely beautifully. It looks really good. I don't think it had trouble at all. And of course, everything threads together just perfectly. Now, the Bamboo Lab machine, I would have to say the Bamboo Lab machine is about the same as the Creality Ender 3 as far as quality goes. A little bit of stringing on there. That's okay. Not necessarily too bad. But threads work just perfectly. And then we have the FL Sun T1. Now the threads on this guy are probably the best. And I can see that there's some blobbing that kind of happens every now and then. And I don't know exactly if that's just where the seams are for this particular print. But I have to say that this is probably the best threads of them. And I think I know why. So that delta is really good at going in circles. And we watched the previous video that I just did on the T1 a couple of days ago. It kind of excels at going in circles and doing loops. And it is fast, and it is smooth, and it is perfect in those loops. And that's what you're getting. So threads, probably the best on the FL Sun T1. I think Bamboo and Creality did about the same. So anyway, there is your print results. Now, here's the thing. Does it shock you? Did you think that one of these printers was just going to dominate and come out the clear winner? Or did you think that one of them was just going to be a complete failure and flop in comparison to the other two? Because you're talking about machines here, $499 for the T1, you're talking $599 for the Bamboo P1S, and then you're talking $349 right now for the Ender 3 V3. Tell me in the comments below if you had to pick one of these machines today to buy, which one would you pick and why? Because I'd really like to know. Now, my personal feeling, I think I would probably go, if I had to choose one of these machines today as an all-around general purpose machine, I would probably go with the P1S because it has the 4-color AMS option. For the machine that I would pick for just flat-out fun, experimenting, well, yeah, it would be the FL Sun T1. That machine right now, this one here, is absolutely incredible. An amazing machine. So fast and fun to play with. But the Creality Ender 3 V3 at $349 is a really, really good machine. The sad part is that so many machines have come down to that $300 to $400 price range that now you're looking at a lot of machines to compete with that. Like I said, even the Bamboo A1 comes in close to that price range, and it has a potential for AMS. But anyway, I think this test was fantastic. I think it was really good to see 3 completely different architectures put up here on the bench, to see them all printing and moving at the same time and producing incredible results. Keep in mind, 3D printing is changing so darn fast that this wasn't even possible a year or two ago. You have 3 completely different architectures running at amazing speeds, producing this kind of result. Incredible. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and we will see you on the next one. This video is going to be a little bit different, and it's going to be kind of fun, and it's inspired by some YouTube trolls. I got comments on both of these machines. This is the Bamboo Lab A1, and this is the Artillery Sidewinder X3 Pro. And they're both mid-sized 3D printers in our market that are in the lower tier, I would say lower tier of budgets. The trolls told me a couple things. They told me, one, that this video we just did yesterday, they told me that there was no way that I actually liked this machine, that it produced great results. Which I think is funny because I'm sitting here touching it. And I'm touching this machine, and yet these trolls, who likely don't have either of these machines and have never put their fingers on them or used them, are telling creators that have them what their experience actually is. Well, I'm here to say that you're wrong. This machine right here is absolutely fantastic. I really like it. And this one here, I also really, really like. So I'm going to compare these, and we're going to do it in a little bit of a fun way. So up on the screen right now, you're going to see 2 images or two videos, and they are of the prints that are on each of these build plates. And I'm not going to tell you which printer they're from. We'll label them A and B. And I want you in the comments right now to look at these benchies that are printed, by the way, in LM Sparkle Green, which happens to be my official filament here. And you should go grab some and help support the show. We'd sincerely appreciate it. It is a PLA Pro, so it's a fantastic filament. Prints just like regular PLA. It's a beautiful sparkle green color. Great for helmets. Mandalorian helmets, fantastic. Halo Master Chief helmets, absolutely perfect. And that's what we're using today. I'll have a link on the screen and in the description below. But definitely go check it out. Help support the show. I'd appreciate it. So I'm printing benchies, and I want you to look at those and tell me in the comments below, do you think A came from the Bamboo or A came from the Sidewinder X3 Pro? Tell me in the comments below what you think just by looking at those photos. Now, I'm going to have some B-roll going, and I think I'll try and do something fancy. I'll try and split the screen here. I printed both of these at the exact same time, so the videos will be synchronized. I'll do no editing or no cutting on it, and it'll be about 90 seconds or so, and you're going to watch these print. Now, while you're watching that on the screen here, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about these machines. And then in the end, I'm going to show you the print results. And I think it's going to surprise you how different, but how similar these machines really are. The Artillery Sidewinder X3 Pro is a 240 by 240 by 260 millimeter on the Z build volume. The Bamboo Lab A1 is a 256 millimeter cube build volume. The heated build plate on this one gets up to about 100 C, and on this one, it gets up to about 100 C. The hot end on the X3 Pro gets up to 300 C, and the hot end on the Bamboo Lab A1 also gets up to 300 C. The X3 Pro has a quick change hot end, right? So it's kind of the new style of a hot end that we're seeing. They're more like hot end cartridges that are quick change. The Bamboo Lab A1 also features a quick change hot end. As you can see, both hold single spool of filament up top. However, this machine, the Bamboo Lab A1, has the potential to do 4 colors with the additional AMS light that's about $150. They both have beautiful color touchscreen interfaces. The Sidewinder X3 Pro is quite a bit larger than the Bamboo A1. The ecosystems are very much different. So this one, you would use any slicer you wanted. This one, you could use any slicer you wanted, but the Bamboo Studio Slicer is going to be a much better experience. And their ecosystem for Bamboo is top-notch. I mean, printing from your phone with one tap, everything about the Handy app for Bamboo that has MakerWorld in it, the MakerWorld website, just wireless printing, all of that is just fantastic. The Sidewinder X3 Pro does not have wireless printing. Both machines have dual Z motors. The X3 Pro uses V wheels on the X and the Y, and as you can see, the Bamboo Lab A1 uses a linear rail on X, and it uses, I believe, slotted wheels on the Y. This machine, the Sidewinder X3 Pro, has a maximum printing speed of 300 millimeters per second, while the Bamboo Lab A1 comes in at 500 millimeters per second. The Bamboo Lab A1, even though it starts significantly later than the X3 Pro, it does catch up and pass the X3 Pro on this Benchy print. I'm going to be showing you some B-roll footage of the two Benchies. They are very similar. They're both speed Benchies printed using the G-code that came with the printers. I didn't do any slicing, and I thought that was fair. We'll let the engineers at the printer companies determine what that G-code is and print appropriately. The print times, as you can see, they come in anywhere from about 17 minutes to about 21 minutes total, and I have to say, they're pretty darn nice. Both of them. Look at the B-roll comparison of these two Benchies, right? Look at the bow. Look at the doorways. Look at the deck. All of it is absolutely fantastic. Now, if you look closely, you can see that there is a slight difference, but I'm going to have you guess in the comments below what you think, which printer printed which Benchy, and I'll reveal it here shortly. But you can see that one of them is slightly nicer than the other, but that's not to be unexpected. These machines are vastly different in price. You might go, well, how's that possible? They're both budget. This Sidewinder X3 Pro from Artillery is $219. The Bamboo Lab A1, as you see it here, $399. So almost twice the price. So you would expect that the machine that's twice the price would have a significantly better print with the Speed Benchy. But I'm telling you, take a look at these prints and tell me, do you think the difference in those two Benchies is worth twice the price? Or is it really that this Sidewinder X3 prints so darn well, punching way above its weight class? I like the Sidewinder X3 Pro. I like the Bamboo A1. I think that there's place in this market, in this industry, for both of these machines. I think that if you have a budget and that budget is less than $300, $250 or around $200, this machine is incredible. The experience with it is great. The print results, as you can see, are fantastic. It's been very reliable here in the studio. Now, if your budget is $400, this machine is the most advanced printer that we have in our space. The sensors that are in this hot end and the build quality, the speed, and just the perfection in prints. This machine, if you can afford a $400 machine, this is the machine to get. And there you have it. B is from the Bamboo Lab A1 and A is from the Artillery Sidewinder X3 Pro. Did that surprise you? Tell me in the comments below which print you think was better and if that was clear or if you feel like the other printer did a better job. Tell me. I'd love to hear what you think. I really enjoy doing these comparisons, and we have some more fun ones coming up. I'd like to do a Mark IV, but I actually don't have a Mark IV here in the studio. I have lots of Mark IIIs, but I don't have a Mark IV. But we do have some Creality machines. We have an Ender 3 V3 SE, and we have the new KE, and we're going to be throwing those up on the bench as well. And we're going to be doing some speed comparisons between those machines and some of these. So make sure you're subscribed, and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome into the studio for a little behind the scenes frustration. This was a frustrating weekend here in the studio, well, in Studio A. Nothing went right. So I guess I just wanted to share with you that, yeah, not everything's perfect when you're trying to film for 3D printing. So we had, if you can see this machine, you probably can see a little bit of it up here in the corner. This is the Airy One Thinker X400. We've had this for months. And it's like 150 pounds, monster machine. Everything was going so well on it, and I'll show you the print, or at least what was happening with it here in a second. But then it had a failure, a part failure. And I don't really blame everyone for that, because when they shipped it, it ended up being a terrible shipping experience. When we received a 150-pound machine on casters, it arrived upside down, with the top cracked and some other issues. So there's likely something else wrong with it anyway. So everyone is fantastic. They're sending us over a part to fix that. And content will be coming on that soon. But look at this. So I'm trying to print a giant NES game, right? I want to print like a giant one. So here it is. And it was going so well. I did a test for ironing on that Thinker. And it was going so well. And then I decided to turn ironing on this big one. And this is Bamboo Lab Basic PLA Gray. Can you hear that? That is the other frustration. Oh my gosh, everything this weekend going crazy. That is the CFS on this K2 Plus. Slot number 2 wants me to murder it. Seriously, that thing screams. This has been going on for like 2 days now. This is like a 3-day print. For 2 days now, slot number 2, which has the white in it, is just been screaming, failing. Deep breath. I'll have to contact Creality and have them send me a new CFS, but oh my gosh, because I can't imagine that's normal. Seriously, in the comments below, tell me, is that normal? Should it be screaming like that? Seriously, the whole house knows I'm printing that. Anyway, back to this. I turned ironing on, and it ended up warping slightly here at the front, and then ironing just ruined it. It was looking great before the ironing started, and that was my mistake. But the problem is, this was the last bit of this Bamboo Lab gray basic filament that I had, because I had 4 spools. I loaded 1 there, 1 on the P1P, and 2 on the P1S. And none of it went right. So this failed, and this would have been cool, right? So I ordered some holographic sticker stuff for this, and gonna take this to town and have them do it, and I have a giant NES game, right? So anyway, we'll have to start that over another time, but check this out. Then that K2 Plus shakes so much on the bench that, see behind me on the television, right here? See the Transformers and the Gundam? My G1 Jetfire. It knocked it off along with thrust. Knocked them off the television. My original ones from the 80s. So we got a couple of things here. So same thing. Everything looked good until we got into a corner. And the same corner was having trouble on multiple prints. And so then, you see it, multiple prints. Same thing, it was warping off the build plate. So I applied some Vision Minor nanopolymer adhesive, right? Because that's pretty cool stuff. Amazing build plate adhesive, right? But get this, I walked in the studio and the build plate was still stuck to this in a bowl shape. Like the build plate, both ends were curled up. And that's what it ended up, so it ruined it. So then I thought I'd change the orientation, right? So go some tree supports, whatever. And I went with adaptive cubic infill. Look at this. Not only did it bleed through on the surface, the infill, but apparently, I don't understand why, but see the pillowing up on top? This pillowing from not enough support underneath. And it had like 5 layers. I want to say maybe it was 4. I thought it was 5. Anyway, so I went through 4 spools. I have 4 partial spools of that filament left now. And I went through this, and this, and this, and this, and that, and this. Oh. Nothing in the studio went as planned. Oh, and then, I don't know, can you see this? You'll see this in upcoming content. This is it's a Bad Batch Wrecker helmet that was painted by a friend of mine, and it was actually painted years ago before modern day slicer painting. And so what you're actually seeing right here is it's kind of rough, right? So think about it. It was etched and cut out to be reassembled. So because you could only paint really like an idea maker, you could only paint when they were separate objects, right? That would be then assembled inside the slicer. So it's a bit rough because it was basically carved out. But one of the reasons why I like it, and you'll see it, like I said, in some upcoming content, don't judge the printer because the model itself is rough as far as the painting edges. Wow. Anyway, back to what I was saying before I wanted to murder the CFS, was that, no, it's a little bit rough, which I actually think works really well. So it's not as clean as modern day slicers paint. The rough, jagged edges, the Bad Batch helmets are supposed to be messy. So I think it lends to kind of like the purpose or the intent of it. So it looks good. But that'll be done here in, I don't know, maybe about another day. Maybe even by tonight, I don't know. But you'll see that in some upcoming content. But I want to say though that this K2 Plus so far, it's working out really well. Slicing experience, especially on a Mac, not good. Terrible slicing experience with Creality Print in a Mac. But I'll run it on this PC and we'll see how it does on that. But Mac experience, not so good. But the print quality, where the black is great. It looks really good. The white is rough, like it's supposed to be, because like I said, the way it was sliced. It doesn't purge enough with the default settings, because that's a galaxy black, and the red and the white on this helmet has glitter in it. So the default purging that's in Creality Print's not enough to kind of clean that out and keep it going. But other than that, I really like it. This is probably my best experience with Creality. Colors, huge print volume, like 350 by 350 by 350. It's a really nice machine. Kind of fun, except for the CFS that screams at me and makes me want to murder it. But other than that, it's nice. But anyway, yeah, that's just what I wanted to share. Not everything goes well in the studio when you're trying to film and get things done. Basically 2 days of printing and 4 spools of PLA wasted. And I didn't get the result that I wanted because I actually wanted that done today. And yeah, nothing. But anyway, and then I'm hoping that I can get the part fixed for this Area 1 X400, because it's kind of a, I don't want to give too much information on it. Like I said, it's NDA. They've shared some things. You can go to Area 1's page on Facebook and learn more about it. But it's a 400 by 400 by 400 machine that's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. And yeah, but I don't want to say too much about it. Video coming as soon as I can on that one. But anyway, thanks for watching, and wish me luck that the next few days I'll actually get some things printed properly and working, and and we'll get some content up. But tell me in the comments below if you have these 3D printing bad days, bad weekends as well. Because I'm sure all of your prints are perfect, right? Anyway, thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. All right, so I'm just going to give you a quick behind-the-scenes kind of tour of what it looks to put, or what it looks like to put that Formlabs Form 4 and Alien video together. So I'm not going to go into each layer and everything that I do for each layer, but I'm going to show you how many passes it actually is to make that happen. And so we start out with the first shot, which is just with a key light on the Formlabs Form 4 sitting there in the studio bench. And you can see like a single light coming from the upper left, and that's just my main studio key light. And then after that, and that's a full pass, so motion control system, everything. Now the second pass is where we turn on the machine itself, and you'll see the interface there. And again, we turn out all the studio lights, there's nothing on it, it's a complete motion pass with that. And you can't really touch or bump anything, or none of your shots will line up. So then the third pass is the lights. You can kind of see, look at that, just the wall lights on. And then when we turn everything else on, we're kind of compositing it together. It looks really good. And there's the internal light. So if you look at this, you'll notice that there's no practical light inside the Form 4, and now there's a light there. So I opened it up and put that in there without bumping anything. And see, that's where you get that. So kind of put that together. And then here we are on this pass right here. Now this is the smoke pass. And the smoke pass is exactly what you think it is. It's basically haze that's filling the room. With two teal colored lights, and that really allows the light to be visible. So without that, without those particles in the air, the light's just kind of, it's invisible. You can't really see it. It doesn't bounce off of anything on camera. And so there we go. So we'll turn all that on, and that's with the smoke pass. And I'm not showing you the adjustments to each one of those layers. You'll notice that these are all set to screen, and there's some other things kind of going on. But anyway, now here is the Alien video playing on the television. You can see it over there. Pretty sweet. And then we do some brightness adjustments, things like that. Now here's the final color grade before we export this into Final Cut Pro. So that looks freaking phenomenal. So there is without color grading, kind of looks bleh. Kind of looks like what your eyes would see if you were sitting here almost. And then that is much, much better. And then of course, then we add some smoke. And then that's what you get. So now I'll show you that putting this whole thing together, this is what we get when we kind of scrub through the timeline here. Doesn't that look pretty fantastic? Pretty awesome. Kind of set it up, lined it up, everything. And then now from here, we actually export this to Final Cut Pro. And inside Final Cut Pro, this is the final result that you get. With a little bit of music, some cinematic bars, all lined up to the music. Fades in beautifully. I did some little adjustment on colors inside Final Cut Pro. But what do you think? Pretty cool? I don't know, if you guys are interested in more of that behind the scenes content, let me know, because I would totally share it. Not as comfortable as it might look, but it is nice. What do you think of my throne of boxes? Pretty awesome, isn't it? Matter of fact, I don't even know what all these are, but if you look really closely, you might even find some machines that aren't even released until February and March. If there's one thing we don't have, that is a shortage of boxes here in the studio, a never-ending supply. So we are starting a brand new series here on the channel where we're gonna be opening up these boxes and looking for things that are fun and interesting. Stick around, let's get started. All right, so Mrs. LM is here and she's got a stack of boxes over there. I honestly don't know what's in them. So Mrs. LM, what's our first box? What do you got?
I have no idea.
You don't know?
Nope.
Oh, it's California. I don't know. Let's find out. A plain brown box. What is this? I have no idea. A clear plastic box? Oh, no.
What is it?
I don't know. Oh, I almost thought it was E3D for a moment. I have no clue, honestly. Greasy.
Was there a label?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is the IBOS Artemis extruder. This has been here for quite some time, I think. Anyway, this is a super lightweight extruder designed for high-speed 3D printing by IBOS. I believe it's still on pre-order at the time that we're recording this. It's been here probably in the studio for quite some time, but it weighs about 105 grams. It really excels at just anything high speed, even with TPU filaments, so flexible filaments. Fantastically engineered extruder. It's see-through, so you can actually see the filament running through it, and it doesn't really require much configuration in order to deploy it on any printer, but definitely IBOS here labeled here on the clear acrylic or plastic, and then of course on the motor it's labeled as an IBOS stepper motor. Yeah, but we'll have some interesting content coming up with this shortly. We'll have to throw this on a machine and get it working for you. All right, what do you got? Do we know what this is?
No.
Surprise. Let's see what we got. Oh, I know what this is. Yeah. All right, these are, if you look really closely here, these are nickel strips. And we are going to do some electroplating here on the show on some 3D prints. And we ordered this quite some time ago. And I think maybe we just misplaced it. Mrs. LM, what did we pay for this? $5.49? What are nickels made of? I don't think they're made of nickel. It doesn't feel like a lot of nickels to be $5.49. Anyway, but I don't know, $5.49 isn't bad. That's quite a bit. We're gonna be doing some fun electroplating content. We're gonna be dropping this in some distilled vinegar and hitting it with the electrical charge, making stuff really shiny. All right, Mrs. LM, what's next? What do we got? Well, I can see what this is. Is this how it was shipped, really? Like that?
Yeah,
And it made it? It survived? Where did it come from? It came from outside the country. It came through California again. Oh. Called the Grat Kit Firefly. Now, I don't use filament dryer boxes a lot. We only use them on nylons and things like that. But, oops.
Oh, cute.
Huh. That is kind of cute, huh? Here's spindle. Oh, that's interesting. You look really close there on the inside of that. You see the thermistor just laying in there on the bottom. I'm assuming that that's what that is. Maybe that's not supposed to be above. Maybe that's supposed to be tucked under that metal plate and just shipping did that. I mean, I suppose that's possible. Anyway, what do we do? I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna tuck it under that. There, I just tucked it under it. It probably just got rattled around in shipping. All right, so let me get a spool of filament. Let's plug this in. We didn't order this. Obviously, this was sent over here. I wouldn't be ordering filament dryer boxes. Found it. All right, got it. All right, little plug-in, got a beep. All right, that's oh, what is going on? We got RGB. It's beeping at me. We have RGB. So what do we got? We got a disco going on here. Okay, so this is just a 1 kilogram spool of Polymaker filament. We close the lid here. We got a peel. Okay, interesting. Different modes. Plus minus on temperature. 70C. Plus or minus time. It's got, okay, we're running. 3,500 RPMs for the fan. It's got PLA, PLA Plus, PETG, ABS, polycarbonate, HIPS, TPU, and a DIY 1 and DIY 2 slot. Those are going to be custom slots, but that's pretty interesting. Oh, here it goes. So it's set for 70C. It's now running. It's showing 47% humidity is actually what it's showing in it, which is actually really high. But it's 22.9C, it's going up. So it's showing us our temperature readout for the heater, 23.1, 23.2, it's going up, 47% humidity, 4,980 RPMs, showing about 7 hours and 58 minutes remaining. I don't know, it's kind of compact, doesn't weigh very much. It has a couple of holes. It looks like we have a vent hole on the top back. That's important for letting humidity out, like letting the moisture out when it's heating the filament. I think there was a company, a couple of years ago? I don't want to say what company it was. I just don't remember. I don't want to say the wrong one. But they ultimately had a filament dryer and they didn't put any vents in the top. And so people were having an issue with condensation collecting or moisture collecting on the inside of the filament dryer. So that's not good. Here on the back, you can see that there is a vent here to let that out. And of course, also there is a PTFE, there is a gasket here that I'm assuming, is that for pass-through? Yeah, so it is. I can smell that filament. Does it know when it's open?
I think it beeps at me, right?
Did it beep when it was open? So it knows when it's open? Anyway, it has a gasket on the back so you can pass the filament out and print from the box while it's drying. Does it know when it's being tipped? Maybe that's why it's beeping.
Yeah.
Good, smart, right? That's a smart feature. So it knows when it's, yep, it shuts off. It shuts off when it's being tipped over. That's important. Anyway, we'll include this in some upcoming content. What we like to do is whenever we're filming for a printer or we're filming for another project, if we have something like this, we'll throw it into the video and make sure that you guys can see how it works. And if it turns out it's good, then we'll recommend it. All right, Mrs. LM, what do we got? What's next? All right, what do we have? Something international from China. Shantao. It's a happy box, very colorful. I have no way to get into this thing. It is completely covered in tape. That's not a bag, that is just, the whole thing is covered in tape. Okay, what do we got? Oh, resin. Ning Chang Zhang is what it says. Standard light resin, gray, 1 kilogram bottle. Rigid resin 8K. And the brand says Antinsky since 2018. Oh, that's a big old bottle of resin. And it was just packed in there just like that. That one packed a little bit better, right? It's important to, if you're gonna pack resin, to put it in bubble wrap. Standard light resin gray, 1 kilogram. And then there's Chinese, which I do not read. Standard light resin gray, 1 kilogram, specially designed by JZCX. Antinsky.com. So we'll have the link on the screen and in the description. And we'll have to do something with this. I guess, matter of fact, we do have the Halo Mage Pro 8K. And then I think we have another resin printer that's not, I don't know where it's at exactly. I just know we have a resin printer here that was sent. It just hasn't been unboxed yet. So when we're going through these boxes, we'll find it probably. But I don't know what kind of printer that was. But this is 8K resin. So this could be from them, or this could be just something that was randomly sent to the channel. Okay, Mrs. Ellen, what do you got? I wasn't ready. I don't know what this is, Mrs. LM. Ah, it's a printer kit. Printer kit. Wait a minute. Did we order this, or did this just show up?
I think we ordered that.
Let's take a look at it and see. All right, so we have a little socket wrench here. Kind of solid, kind of nice. We got a set of needles, right? So these come in handy. Matter of fact, one of our other videos that we've done on the channel, we talk about having needles. That's kind of important. We have a couple of brass brushes. It looks like a couple set of tweezers. I mean, we all know how tweezers work, right? I mean, they're not bad. I mean, they're cheap. They're just folded steel. Okay, so we got a couple sets of tweezers. We have a nozzle socket wrench. We have needles. A couple sets of needles right here, basically like acupuncture needles. And it looks like these are actually in different diameters. Interesting. Okay, so that is a lot of needles. Here, let me not poke myself. A lot of needles, different diameters. That's kind of nice. Little plug. Keeps those things safe for you. All right, and we have a couple of brushes. All right, Mrs. LM, so I can't imagine that it doesn't feel like it's super expensive stuff. So, Miss LM, what do we pay for it?
$9.99, I think.
So $10.
Yeah.
$10 for a couple of brushes, a nozzle socket wrench, 2 different sizes, some needles, a couple of those wrenches, and a couple of tweezers. These are like $3 each, aren't they? I think these are like brass brushes are like $3 each, so that's probably fair enough. We'll have a link if you're interested in that in the description. All right, Mrs. LM, what do we have? What is next? That's a big box.
I know.
Well, I can already tell you what this one is. Let me guess, is this from Bamboo? And what does Bamboo sell?
A lot of things.
No. Printers and filament. That's what Bamboo sells. So no surprise. Filament. What do we got? Four boxes of filament. 4 boxes. It looks like, is it all silk? Yep. Here we go. 4 boxes of silk PLA is what we have here. And we'll take a look at them. So we have dual color filaments here. We have Gilded Rose, Blue Hawaii, Neon City, and Midnight Blaze is what we have. I don't understand the reason for sealing filament boxes closed with tape, but gray spool. Ooh, wow. Very, very good looking. Look at that.
Oh, that's pretty.
Wow. Look at that filament. That is absolutely gorgeous. That is a dual color. It looks like a purple and an orange. And this was called Gilded Rose.
That's purple and orange?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like a light purple and an orange. And we'll get some awesome B-roll of these filaments here. Let's get the next one open. Okay, so this one is called Blue Hawaii, and this looks like it's a combination of blue and green.
No, yours
Is it pink?
is pink.
Looks like purple. All right, so this is blue and green. This is pretty. So this one's called Blue Hawaii.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that combination of color. Ooh, wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Yep.
Gorgeous filament. All right, next. So thanks, Bamboo, for sending this over. We are in Studio A right now, and the wall behind me, oh, I didn't get the name of that. The wall behind me is a Polymaker filament wall, and we're in Studio A. So Studio B is a Bamboo Lab filament wall. So this right here is called Neon City, and this is a pink and a blue, I believe. Neon City. Look at that. Beautiful. Look at that color combination there. Gorgeous filaments. These are all silks, dual color silk filaments from Bamboo Lab. Midnight Blaze, and it is a blue and a red. And so what happens inside your 3D printer, imagine is it's extruding, think about it like toothpaste. 2 different colors coming out. Depending on the orientation of the model, as the print head is moving around, one side of the print will be one color, the other side of the print will be another color. Now, the crazy thing about dual color filaments is it doesn't stay that way. For unknown reasons, and many companies have tried to figure out exactly what's doing it, what's causing it, and some filament companies have done certain things with their filament to keep the filament oriented the same way through the extruder. It doesn't really work. The filament can twist, right? So as it's going through the extruder, sometimes it twists this way, that way, and you get these incredible fun kind of stripes and randomness in every single print. So it's interesting. So this one is called Midnight Blaze. Take a look at that right there. Like a blue and a red, kind of pretty. All of Bamboo Lab spools are master spools for refills. So, and they have refills available on their website. You can go check this out. But anyway, we'll have links on the screen and in the description for these. Is that all?
Yeah, that's it.
I think that's it. That's all we have for today. So we have a ton more boxes to go through, probably another 40 or 50 boxes at least. So we'll try and do another one of these shortly. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the content, and anything that you saw in the description below, we'll see you on the next one. Welcome back to another episode of Unboxed. Here we go. Oh, well, that's not really boxed.
No.
Oh, we opened this up on the stream. So this is the Big Tree Tech Pad 7. We opened this up on our live stream on Twitch, which you should go follow, by the way, twitch.tv/LoyalMoses. So we've had this like a really long time, and we appreciate Big Tree Tech for sending this over to us. We've had it since sometime last year. This is a fantastic device from BTT, something that we've been really looking forward to getting open, but just haven't had a chance to. So I'm kind of excited that we get to look at it today. So this is a computer, 7-inch touchscreen IPS display with a bunch of interfaces on it. So it's capable of basically controlling more than one 3D printer utilizing Clipper. I'm pretty sure it comes with Clipper installed by default. Looking at the back of it here, we have a DC plug, a couple of USB, Ethernet, CAN, and an SPI interface. And it looks like, do we have, oh yeah, there we go. And we have a 32 gig micro SD card here that's already pre-installed. I guarantee you that's what Clipper is going to be on. But anyway, this is going to have the Linux operating system running on it. And so this will be kind of fun. So obviously we're going to control some 3D printers with it. We'll have some more content coming up for this. So definitely give us a subscribe. But you know what I want to do? I want to play Doom on it. What do you think? But anyway, that's what we're going to do. So this will be fun. So upcoming content, make sure you're subscribed. So Miss Salim, what is the price for the Pad 7?
It starts at $129.
$129, it's not bad. All right, cool. We'll have links in the description for this. All right, what's next, Mrs. Ellen? Oh, well, this one says X-Tool on it. So we have an X-Tool S1, which is a pretty awesome diode laser that X-Tool sent over to us. We have some upcoming content. It's unboxed. It's over in Studio B, and we'll be doing some fun things with that soon. We have some projects for it. So this is the Air Assist module for the X-Tool S1. If you don't know what Air Assist is for a laser, it's concentrated air at the point where the laser meets the material. So it's able to clear away debris and keep things cool. So it really magnifies the potential of the laser. See, here's your little manual for it. I can't wait to get all this set up. So we have some really fun projects coming up with this S1, and we'll be able to share that with all of you. Basically, power control and an air tube that goes right to the S1 there. Here's our tube, our Air Assist tube. Peel that little sticker off. Got power cable, and it's a hefty little guy. Wow. So yeah, so we got power, and then that's our connection, which appears to be a quick release connection for air, and we got auto, off, and max. That'll be fun. All right. Well, this will be the first laser that I've used that has Air Assist, so this will be kind of fun. So thank you, X-Tool, for sending this over. Do we know the price?
You can buy it separately. It's $169.
$169. Well, that's not bad, really. Okay, that's actually lesser expensive than I thought. All right, Mrs. LM. All right. So I don't know what this is, so we're about to find out. International. Do you know what this is?
Yes, I do.
You do, huh? Carbon, HEPA. Oh, activated carbon. Smells like plastic. This is from VTech 3D, and this is their bento box, I believe. And their bento box is a filtration system that can be used on any 3D printer. And they sent this over from Europe. And oh man, this box is full of a lot of stuff here. So we've got these 3D printed parts. Looks like they stack. Filtration system here. They stack nicely. A couple of bags of activated carbon. Got the on-off switch. Very cool. Some glue. Don't know exactly why we're getting super glue.
So you can install the magnets. There's magnets.
Oh, magnets for what? Oh, for mounting it maybe? All right. So here we go. So this looks like a couple of fans. These must be the 4028s. Some type of a grid, power cables, magnets. There you go. Oh, that is a lot of magnets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 little magnets there. That's interesting. That's a lot of gluing. A couple of filters and the power brick. So this bento box is a filtration system basically that uses a couple of 4028 fans, a activated charcoal, and it can be put inside of any 3D printer. So it can go inside of a Bamboo Lab X1 carbon. It can go inside of the Raise 3D Pro 2 behind me. It can go inside of the E2s, the Raise 3D E2s, and it can go inside of course, any printer that's put in an enclosure. So you could put Prusa's in enclosures or the Wuxen. It really doesn't matter. So that's kind of a fun thing. And so, do we know the price of the bento box from VTech?
Yes, it starts at $49.88.
$49.88. 88 starts at okay. All right, very cool. That'll be some upcoming content. We'll put this together and we'll get that in a machine, and we'll have links on the screen for VTech 3D and in the description. Okay, Mrs. Ellen, what do we got? What's next? Looks like filament, smells like filament, sounds like filament. Must be filament, right? It's filament. Oh, eSun. All right, eSun, what do we got from you? So we got a couple of spools. It looks, oh, interesting. No PLA. They sent us high-speed PTG, and they sent us high-speed ABS. So there we go. So ePTG, high-speed. Mrs. LM, do you know the price on some of this?
Well, the regular PETG is about $22.99, but I don't think they have a price for that one. That's brand new.
Oh, so this is new? And this is the eABS high speed. So Mrs. LM, what is the price for the high speed ABS filming? So this is natural. I mean, it's not too exciting to look at natural colored filaments, but this is ABS for their high speed ABS. All right, Mrs. LM, this is another one. Do you know who this is from?
I think that's Soul.
Well, Soul will be sending in a box. Okay. Soul's sending us some filament, it looks like. Is that all that's in there? It does. It looks like that's all that's in this box. So we've got a bunch of filament. Here we go. Let's get out of this box and let's take a look. So this is what I mean about companies and filament. Filament manufacturing in 2024 is going to explode. Every company out there that wasn't making filament is making filament this year. If you thought last year was a crazy year for filament and printers, well, wait until 2024 is over. It's going to blow your mind. Let's see. What do we got? So let's take a look here. So it looks like this is all PLA. We have some Soval PLA Silk Magic is what it says. I have no clue what that is. We'll have to open that up and take a look at it. A couple of different options here. So we'll get these out and take a look. Oh, Silk Rainbow. Forest Series Rainbow. Yeah. So let's take a look at these. All right, let's get them out. Look at that. Wow. Oh, so this is a blue, yellow, and fuchsia. So this is a tricolor silk filament from Soval. And I'm going to try and get that on camera a little bit. But basically, a dual color filament. is where in the manufacturing process, they take 2 colors of filament for a dual, and they get basically bonded together when they're extruded at the factory for the spool. A tricolor, well, it's 3 of them put together. So that makes prints really interesting when you're printing with this. But look at that. I'm trying to get that in the camera, but you can see that there's, I can see blue and yellow from this side. And when I come across this way, you can see in that window right there, you can see that there's that red. So that is triple colors of filament. Mrs. Lem, do you know the price on that?
No, I do not.
You don't? Okay, so there's no price on the website?
No, there isn't.
All right, well, we'll find something and we'll get it in the description. Okay, so this is silk red gold. This is a single silk, but as you can see, it is a red gold color. Boy, that is a beautiful color. Look at that. Ooh, wow. Cardboard spool is pretty heavy, kind of sharp, a little bit sharp right there. But that is a gorgeous looking filament. And so is that on the website? The silk red gold?
Not the price.
Not the price, really? Okay. All right. Well, we'll get the prices and we'll get what we can and we'll get that in the description. This is Sobel's Silk Magic. They're blue and rose red. So this is going to be a dual color. Ooh, look at that. Oh my goodness. These companies are becoming very, very, very good at finding colors that either complement each other really well or contrast each other really well. Look at that combo. Blue on one side. And look at that. Beautiful, beautiful dark red on the other side there. Beautiful filament. We got 2 more of Sobel. And then we got more boxes. Look at this. Green, purple, and copper. Another tricolor. What an interesting combination of colors there. All right, and last one. So this is Sobel's PLA Silk Rainbow. So that is called their Forest Series Silk Rainbow. Oh, that is so beautiful. So a rainbow filament, if you're not familiar with those, basically these are transition filaments. So as it's printing, it slowly transitions from one color to the next. Unlike a dual color filament, like I said, which is basically 2 colors that are basically extruded right next to each other at the same time. So as you print on the printer, one side of your print is going to look one color from one perspective and another color from the other. Now, a rainbow is a little bit different. So rainbow filaments are transition filaments. The rainbow filaments are fun. So I've never seen a filament like this. This is called a Forest Series Silk Rainbow, and you can see that it's actually transitioning right there on the spool. And if we look at this window here closely, and we'll get some close-up B-roll footage of that, but you're going to be able to see the transition right there on that spool. Very interesting. Interesting color choices. All right, so there we go. That is Sobel. Sent us over. Look at that fun selection of filaments. How awesome is that? So we'll do something fun, and we'll get their link on the screen and in the description. All right, Mrs. LM, as if we needed more filament. Here we go. Oh, wait, we're back. So Mrs. LM said these are on Amazon, and there's like a 20% off discount right now. So we'll have that in the description below. 20% is quite a bit savings for filament. So we'll have that there. So this is filament again. I can tell. I've opened it up and I've opened up enough filament to know. Yep, it is. Oh, that's not who I thought it was. I thought that was going to be Polymaker. Who is this? Oh, SaneSmart. Fantastic. So SaneSmart has been a wonderful supporter of our show. A great sponsor. And they sent over some filament here. Oh, it's TPU.
95A TPU.
TPU 95A. All right. So we got some TPU here, and black and red. We're looking at a couple of machines. So SaneSmart's been an awesome supporter of our content here, and has sent us over tons and tons of machines. In fact, we are looking at the Creality KE, the Ender 3 V3 KE, which was sent over to us by SaneSmart, and content coming for that soon. But you know what we should do? We should get this. Oh man, look at that. Can we zoom in on that? Look at that. TPU is just sick. Sick stuff. Look at that. Have fun. TPU is just cool. So you know what we should do is we should go get a machine. Matter of fact, let's do that. Let's get a KE and we'll throw it up here on the bench and we'll get some TPU printing on it. And then we have what? One more box. We'll open up that last box while this is printing on it. Is the alcohol in here? I got TPU loaded up top, so we're just going to tell it to extrude it here. It's going to heat up. One-click print from Creality Print makes it super easy. Matter of fact, I just hit the button, 99%. There it goes. I'm telling you, Creality has changed the game, or at least their game. In the last year, the printing experience on Creality machines is nearly unrecognizable from their past. So if they keep going in this direction, this is a game changer. So Creality in the last, year and a half or so, has just leveled up the quality of the machines, the user experience of the software, the integration, wireless printing, as well as their support. Creality is really focusing on now taking care of customers directly from them. So it's a good thing. It is already printing. I threw a little fun print on it. This machine is pretty impressive. And we'll have links on the screen and in the description, as well as a full video on the KE coming within the next couple of days. So if you want to see that, definitely hit the subscribe. And to hit the like, give us a thumbs up. We'd appreciate it. We're a small channel. It helps us out. Oh, it's a big box. Oh! Feels like filament. Looks like filament. It is more from SaneSmart. 4 more spools. Okay. What do we have? What do we have? Oh, more TPU. Maybe we should have waited to start the print. Oh, look at that. So we got blue, white, translucent, and green. Look at that green. Let's open this up. I'm going to open up let's open the blue first. Boy, SaneSmart loaded us up with some TPU. That is pretty awesome. It's not often that companies send over a stack of TPU filament. We always get PLA. Sometimes we get PETG, but that's not often that a company sends over a big old stack of TPU. So SaneSmart sent us over this KE. Early reviews of the KE have proven that that direct drive extruder prints TPU incredibly well. So I think that that's what SaneSmart was doing. That's why they sent this over. So let's take a look at these. Let's open them up. So TPU is a fun filament. So it's a flexible filament. It's really tough. If you were to grab this and try and pull this apart in your hand, you'd be hard pressed to break it without hurting yourself. Oh, look at that.
Oh, it matches your shirt.
That is gorgeous. Just a beautiful, look at that flexible filament. Look at that. Look at that. Just crazy, huh? Just a beautiful, beautiful filament. All right, Mrs. LM, is that the last box?
Yes,
is
it
that
was.
It?
Mm-hmm.
No more? All right. Well, thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you hit the subscribe and give us a thumbs up if you like the content. And make sure you come back because we will have full content on this Creality KE along with these fun filaments and as well as some of the other fun things that we saw today, like the BTT Pad 7 and what was it? The VTech 3D bento box. We'll have more content coming up on that soon. All right. We'll see you on the next one. Bye, Miss LM.
Bye.
All right, here we go. We're back for another episode of Unboxed. And I'm supposed to not know what this is, but Mrs. LM, I kind of know what it is. Anyway, if you don't know what Unboxed is, Mrs. LM has picked out a bunch of things that show up here at the studio, and sometimes I just don't remember what shows up. Slide it in here. Let's start.
Hold on, it's heavy.
It's heavy. I know it's heavy. Look. This, I don't even have a knife. This is a uniformation resin machine. So this one I'm kind of excited about. Now we're not going to print with it today, but we are going to open it up and we're going to take a look at it. And we'll just set it up here on the bench and we'll create some content with it on a different day. That's got to go on the floor. Holy smokes. That's all we want to do is drop this machine. Look at that color. Wow.
Wow.
This is the GK2. Mrs. LM, what do we know about this uniformation GK2? What resolution is it?
8K.
Oh, so this is an 8K machine. Mounting directions for the air purifier. Very cool. So it's an 8K machine. It looks big. So how big is it?
10.3 inches.
Oh, 10.3 inch. So it is a big one, huh? It kind of looks really nice. Hang on. It's got a cover on the vat, but that is a big vat. So 10.3 inches. What does it cost?
$849.99.
Oh, 850?
Yeah.
Well, are you looking at any data on it? Does it have any other special features?
It says it has a heating system, and yes, it has an air purifier.
It has a resin heating?
Yes. It does.
Ah. Build plate. 8K, 10.3 inch with resin heating. That's pretty sweet. Have you heard of Bamboo Lab? Well, they're generously sponsoring this video. They make some of the best 3D printers in our industry and some pretty incredible filaments too. I'll have the link on the screen and in the description. Go check them out. Also, like and subscribe. It helps us out a lot. All right, back to the video. Miss Silem, what do you got? Has battery, danger battery warning. I don't read Chinese. Do you know what this one is?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do know. All right, well, let's find out. Because I don't remember all the things that are supposed to show up, but Mrs. LM, she goes through it all. Oh, check that out. This particular watch it's a smartwatch, and I don't wear a lot of watches. Mostly up here on the ranch, watches are just going to get damaged. That's why I don't wear my wedding ring. It'll tear wrists and fingers off. However, I have been considering getting a smartwatch. So, Mrs. LM, do you know anything about this particular watch? Do we know how much it costs?
$149.99, but it's on sale right now for $99.
$149.99, but it's on sale for
about $100.
For $100.99. 12 military grade test. Look at that. That thing is gorgeous.
And they say it resists vibration, drop, and car crushing.
Can we drive over it with the truck?
We could trust it.
I want to get this plastic off there. The plastic's even rugged. Got 2 bands in there. Wireless charger. Extensions. Some extra pins. That's always handy. Little manual. It's cool. It's got the, I like that. It's got the little, like, is that silicone? And it's got this rugged, that is a big band though. Like, that's a big watch. It's gorgeous though, huh? Power. Oh. Oh.
How does it look?
Can we get a close-up on that camera? Scan QR code. Look at this. Scan the QR code to pair. Wants me to get the Cospit app. There it goes. Wants me, you guys, it's making me double click and look at my face. Don't look at my face. My face is my password. Okay, so it's downloading the Cospit Fit app.
It takes your blood pressure.
Does it?
Yes.
Blood pressure?
Yes.
Really? I kind of need that actually.
I know. You do.
Am I male or female? Miss Silem? I'm going to select male.
Okay.
What's my height in... I'm not doing centimeters. Let's do feet. I'm 6'1". It doesn't do half inch. Come on. Not fair.
Round up.
I'm going to round up. Pounds. I weigh about 140. 140. Your age is used for sleep analysis.
You never sleep.
I don't sleep at all. So it wants to know what year I was born in. Okay, it says pull down to sync. Okay. Oh, it does have blood pressure. It's a bit loose. I'll adjust it later. But anyway, there it is. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? I have no heart rate, I have no blood pressure, and I have no oxygen in my blood. That's good. How long does it take to get data? How do I know when I'm alive? It has a lot of activities. Look at this. It has how many sports?
70.
70 sports?
70 sports.
Ah, now it's counting down again. I didn't do anything.
Hurry, you have to do a sport.
I have to do a sport like really fast? Heart rate. Oh, it's got my heart rate. There it is. 86 beats per minute. Is that a lot or a little?
I think that's normal.
That's normal. You hear that? Normal. We could 3D print something for it. What do you think? But that is pretty sweet.
I should have done this earlier.
You should have done this earlier?
I know what it is.
You know what this is? Ooh, what is it? What do we got? What? What am I looking at? HD display, IPS touchscreen, carpet ride. Did you know what this was?
Okay, I was wrong. I thought I knew what it was.
You thought you knew what it was? You didn't know what this was.
No,
I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
Is some type of a touch display?
I honestly thought it was resin
Oh, you thought this was resin.
by the weight.
Is it like just a giant touch screen, like for like a clipper? For a clipper or something?
we're gonna have to look this one
I
up.
have a feeling that this is for automotive. The name Carpuride. Do you think that's for automotive stuff? Is it for cars?
Wireless and waterproof car and motorcycle stereos.
Ah, it is.
Oh.
And yep, there's cigarette lighter adapter. We got a couple of, are these suction cup mounts? It's a giant aftermarket 10.3 inch screen. Works with CarPlay. Interesting. So this is a giant display. Okay. I can't do anything with it. I mean, can we plug it in?
We can 3D print something for it.
I mean, it's got a cigarette lighter adapter though. We'll do something with it. You know what we could do? I mean, we could try to put it on a printer, but I was thinking, what if we upgrade the 1985 Ford F-250 and we give it a smart touch screen interface? I want more stuff. Give me more stuff. That says Bamboo Lab on it.
I know what that is.
You know, is it actually from Bamboo?
Yes.
Oh, it is. Well, Bamboo makes printers and filament. So unless this is a brand new super tiny 3D printer, what is it? Filament! Yay! I knew it. What kind of filaments are we getting? Did I already know about this? PA6,
New.
glass filled. Okay, all right. PA6 glass filled. Got it white and gray. Some PVA clear. Oh, and 2 PVA clears. Very cool. Look at that. Some PA6 glass filled, so that's basically some nylon, some glass filled nylon, and a couple of spools of PVA. What I'll do is I'll try and open this one kind. I won't stab the bag. What are we doing here? Oh, that's pretty. Look at that. Oh, I guess we need that bag. Look at that. Ooh, it's got a beautiful texture. Gorgeous texture on it. Look at that. Master spools, of course. Smells like nothing, actually, which is weird. Whoa, this PVA? What? Oh, it's a half a kilogram of PVA. So what you use PVA for is dissolvable supports. That's basically what this is. So you print with this, and then you just rinse it in water or soak it in water and wash it, and your supports just disappear. They melt away in the water. So PVA doesn't smell like anything. Oh, actually, never mind. It has a bit of a sweet smell. So that's what you're looking at right there from Bamboo. So this is, Miss Ellen, is this new stuff?
Yes, it is.
This must be new. It must be new on their website. So we'll have links on the screen and in the description like we do for everything. But yeah, interesting. There you go. Get some shots of that. How many more boxes do we have?
We have one more.
Oh, one more. Last one. Little. Smells like the post office. What? Is this something I ordered?
No.
Magnetic charging cables. Interesting. A magnetic charging cable. Oh. Oh, that's weird.
It recoils.
It goes back together. Oh, did you see that? That is pretty sick. Look at this. And look at this. Look. Oh, that didn't do right. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. That is pretty slick. That's pretty cool. So that one is, yeah, USB-A to Lightning. What is this one? It says on the back. It says it's C to C. So USB-C to C. Oh, that's is that short? No. Ooh, look at that. So open that up. And then look at that.
It's attracted to each other.
Look. That's funny. Do we know anything about these? I don't know anything about them. They are called magnetic charging data cables. Oh, we got that. MagTame, right there. MagTame. Oh, this one's flat. So these are round. This is a flat cable, USB-C to Lightning. This is one. Oh, dude, that is sick. Look at the way it unwinds.
Yeah, they say tangle free. cables. They curated a magnetics-inspired tangle-free charge cable. $20.
They're 20 bucks. Well, that's about. I mean, for any type of good charging cable, that's what you're gonna pay, right? So I don't.
Do you know how sometimes you have cables that you put together?
Yeah.
Right? Sets of 3 or 4. You
Yeah.
have to clip it because they're attracted to each other.
What do you mean?
Sometimes you have a bunch of cables that they do.
So what you're saying is, if I take
together.
this one, like that,
Yeah.
and then. Oh.
So you don't need to clip them.
Look at that. Okay, that's pretty sick. Check that out. That is pretty sick. Look at that, cable management. Can we do this one too? This one's shaped different.
I don't think it matters.
Oh, dude, that is pretty sick. Okay, that's cool. I like it. I don't know anything about this company, but
That looks like
we'll-
a cool product.
we'll put links on the screen in the description. So is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's it. So thank you for watching, and we will see you on the next one. This is going to be a fun one, and it's going to be fast. I've had 23 different 3D printers come into this studio in about the last year, and a common question that I get all the time is, would you buy it again? Or, well, some of them I didn't pay for, but would you buy it? And the answer for some of them is, well, yes, and some of them it's no. Mrs. LM is here.
Hello.
All right, and Mrs. LM, she's gonna randomly give me one of those machines, and I'm gonna go over some good, some bad, and then I'm gonna decide on whether today, if I'd buy it or not buy it. All right, let's jump right in. Here we go. What's my first one?
Pro 2.
Oh, the Pro 2. This guy, the Pro 2. That was actually my very first 3D printer, so I kind of have a thing for it. What's its build volume? It's 300 cubed, right?
300 cube.
How much does it cost right now?
About 3,500.
3,500. That machine has printed hundreds of helmets. The quality, to be honest with you, is nearly unmatched. It's more of an industrial 3D printer. So yeah, today, absolutely, I'd buy that one again. Okay, give me another one.
Creality Ender 3v2.
The Ender 3v2. What's the price for them right now?
209.
209. See, I think that's too expensive. I think Micro Center has them for 99. Anything more than 99, I don't think I would spend the money on it unless you were looking for a machine that you were going to tinker on. I think when you get to above the $200 range, especially now in the industry, you're getting into much more capable, reliable machines. So I would say at 99, yes. Above 99, no, I wouldn't buy it today.
Okay. Focus Odin 5 F3.
Oh, the Focus Odin 5 F3. We gave away a lot of those here on the show. And Focus was a fantastic sponsor of our show here. Matter of fact, that got a lot of people into 3D printing. Their very first printer was the Focus Odin 5 because of the LM show. So I have a love for the machine there. What's the price for it?
89, returned only.
Oh, that's
Sold
right.
as is.
Sold as is returns. I'm not a big proponent of the returns. Some people were lucky and got fantastic returned units that basically, I mean, nothing was wrong. Some of them were unopened. Others got intentionally damaged units, and then there's just no recourse. So I would say that right there, if you handed me that machine today, I don't think that's a buy. Not at 89, if that's the only option that you can get for that machine. But other than that, I mean, it was a great machine, but just not today.
Okay, how about the artillery sidewinder?
The X2.
The X2.
Okay, so what's the build volume on the X2?
300 by 300 by 400.
The Sidewinder X2 is 400 on the Z? Okay, okay. That's a helmet class 3D printer, and we've had that machine for over a year. It's a good machine. I was a little disappointed in the firmware, how slow they were to update firmware, and then they updated it, and then they took it away. But other than that, the machine's a solid machine for printing helmets, as if you're gonna print them low and slow. So what's the price?
$299.
$299. I think if you were looking for a reliable helmet class 3D printer, the Sidewinder X2 is a good machine. So if I had to buy it today, yeah, I'd do it. Okay, what's next?
Anycubic Cobra Plus.
Cobra Plus.
Similar, 300 by 300 by
Oh.
350.
If I had to choose between the Artillery Sidewinder X2 and the Anycubic Cobra Plus, I would probably go with the Anycubic Cobra Plus. You said it's $299. What's the price for the Cobra Plus?
Cobra Plus is $359.
Oh, it's $359. So it's like
Sidewinder's $299.
so it's $60 more.
Yeah.
That's
Helmet.
tough. I would.
It's helmet.
Well, I know it's helmet class, but I would probably go with, if I had to choose, I'd probably go with the Anycubic Cobra Plus, even if it's $60 more. That machine just seemed more of a solid platform. The firmware seemed a little bit better. It was more of a reliable machine, even though I did break it. That was my fault. But no, that one today, we're gonna put that in the I'd buy today column.
Okay. How about the Lowspot Taz Pro XT?
Oh,
The big one.
that one is big. That one's out in the other studio. This is the 747, but the Taz Pro XT is the XT. I don't know what it stands for, but I'm just gonna say extra tall. What is the build volume?
280 by 280 by 586.
That's a big machine, very expensive. I know the price on that one. That's $5,500 for that machine. It's an industrial 3D printer that's at a different scale, and so I don't know. It's not something that's easy to explain on camera, like in the moment when we're comparing 3D printers that are in the hundreds of dollars price point. But that machine is a tank. It's a monster, and the build volume's massive, and it's just the interface on it is great. It's a rock solid, stable printer. I didn't pay for it. Obviously, Lowspot sent it over here, but I believe at $5,500 for that machine with the quick change tool heads, I'm still gonna say, yeah, I'd do it. It's an incredible machine. And we have some fantastic content coming up for it. What's next?
Prusa Mini.
The Prusa Mini. See, we've talked about the Prusa Mini in some previous content. The Prusa Mini, tell me the price?
$429 for a kit, $459 for semi-assembled.
Yeah, see, so I think the Prusa Mini was a fantastic machine. I own a lot of them, like a lot, more than anyone else that I know, and we've given away a lot of them. I've given away personally like more than 30, 35 of these machines. At $350 in the less than $400 price range, I think the Prusa Mini is awesome. When you get over $400 and you start to get into the middle fours, there's other machines that compete. So what's the build volume?
180 by 180 by 180.
Yeah, so see, a 180 cubed, there's other machines that are going to be better and they're going to be bigger. And so I would say that I know it pains me to say this, and I also know it's coming. Believe it or not, just September and October are going to be insane for 3D printing, and I know it's coming. So if you were considering a Prusa Mini, like right now, hold on. I'm going to put that in. If you said, Loyal, pay $430 or $460 today for a Prusa Mini, unfortunately, I have to say it. I'm going to have to say no, I wouldn't do it. Not today.
Okay. The Wuxen WXR.
Ah, the Wuxen, right there. The Wuxen WXR, USA made out of Colorado. Great group of guys building that machine. It's got this cool cyberpunk aesthetic. I love this machine. It's one of my favorites. I didn't think that I would like this whole rep wrap style of where the 3D printer is used to print the parts for the next 3D printer, so on and so forth. I didn't really care. You can make it out of plastic, metal, I didn't care. But the more I got exposed to the Lulzbot and the Wuxen, I really started to appreciate that more. This machine is fully railed, fully loaded. What's the price?
$849.
So it's $849, and that's the price on the website, I think, right now. What's the build volume?
250 by 210 by 250.
That's just a mid-sized 3D printer. At $850, it's fully loaded, and they're going to have some really super speedy input shaping firmware coming in the next couple of weeks, I think. So I'm going to say at this point, because bed slingers aren't dead, and you're going to see them going faster, and they're going to get firmware updates, and that machine is fully loaded, I'm going to say, yeah, today I'd buy it.
Okay. Let's do LDO Boron 2.4 350.
Can we skip the Vorons?
Nope.
I want to skip the Vorons.
You can combine with the Voron Trident 300 too.
Okay, so I'll combine these two into one. They're not finished, and I'm so sorry, LDO. LDO Motors has been a fantastic sponsor of this show. They sent us over a Voron Trident 300, and they sent us a Voron 2.4 350 for a special project that we had earlier this year, but we have not yet finished those machines. And I am so sorry, LDO, but we will get them finished and we will create some fantastic content. But if I had to say buy those machines today, well, yes, because Vorons are incredible, so yes. But I haven't finished them yet to tell you why. I love them. It's like an unborn child. You love it. Can I say that?
Creality K1.
So I don't know if the coupon code is working. We just dropped a video that had the Creality K1 on Amazon with an affiliate link for $408. So go check that video. It's the previous video to this one. The Creality K1 so far for me has been a fantastic machine. Creality is really upping their game with not only the quality control but also support. And I think at anywhere $500 or less, $499, $500, $400, somewhere around in there, that is a super speedy Core XY machine enclosed with all the bells and whistles. And I've been told that they might have a multi-material unit coming soon. That, yeah, the K1, that definitely goes in the I'd buy today. category.
Okay, how about the Elegoo Neptune 3 Max? 420 by 420
Oh.
by 500.
The big one, the 420 by 420 by 500. That's a monster machine. Now that's a machine that I personally bought, and we bought it to print some helmets on. But that 3D printer has a massive build volume. We put a micro Swiss 0.8 millimeter nozzle on it, and that thing prints beautifully for the size that it is. What's the price on it?
470.
Did I pay $470 or $499? Anyway, I bought mine from Matter Hackers. Would I buy it again today? Absolutely. Patrick W3D has one. I have one. A lot of different people that I know have them. And yeah, it's a great machine. So definitely that would be a buy today.
Okay, how about the Bamboo Lab Carbon X1 combo?
The X1 Carbon, yeah, well, first of all, let's go over the price.
1500.
1500. Okay, so that's spendy, but that is a fully loaded machine all ready for all your tough filaments, your abrasive filaments. That's including the AMS. We've actually done some content on it before, so I think today, yes, it's a definite buy. That goes in the buy category.
The Race 3D E2.
Yeah, E2s, the little 3D printing microwaves. That's a tough one. It's a bed slinger, IDEX. Not many IDEX machines out on the market that work really well. This one works fantastic. We have multiple of these machines. And what's the price?
3500.
Oh, 35.
Yeah, same as the Pro 2.
So they brought the Pro 2 down in price. Okay, so this one's 35, and that's what it is today? Mm-hmm. For an IDEX machine, what's the build volume?
330 by 240 by 240.
Okay, so the build volume on the E2s is wider than it is depth and height. So the depth and height are the same. It's railed, it's big giant screws, lead screws on the inside of that machine. The interface is fantastic. The integration with the slicer is great. 3500 for this. It's a manufacturing monster because you can print in duplication mode, so you can print the same thing on two different parts of the build plate. The print heads are moving at the same time. You can print multi-filament or multi-color, or you can do mirroring, so it can do a left and a right hand example. So at 3500, absolutely goes in the I'd buy today category. Man, we have a lot of machines in the I'd buy category.
Exactly.
Have I turned down any? Yeah, I've probably turned down one or two.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going.
Let's do the Creality Ender 3 Pro.
Don't know. Ender 3 Pro is in a box. It is one of the most popular 3D printers that are out there from Creality. It has, I think, the most upgrades, I've been told, or the most mods, and that machine is going to be used in a limitless mods segment here on the LM show, where we are going to create content where we take common everyday 3D printers and we just blow them up with crazy mods, including custom paint jobs and in the most expensive add-ons that we can put on them, and to really show people what they can do, that those machines aren't dead. But we do have a mod here from NAK 3D that fully rails that Ender 3 Pro. So at this point, I have to go, would I buy it today again? I have to say probably yes, only for the fact that it's because it's one of the most popular machines. It has the most mods, and well, we have content coming for it, so yes.
Okay, Lulzbot Taz Sidekick 747.
The 747. This was my very first machine from Lulzbot. They sent this over to me. This is what began to change me in my mind on the idea of having 3D printers print parts for more 3D printers. Now you'd say, well, wait a minute, wouldn't Prusa have done that to you? And I'd say no. That's where I got the Prusas, and I just didn't care. They're fantastic machines, but I didn't care about that whole concept. It was this machine, when it showed up, the amount of 3D printed parts on this machine that make this machine what it is really what got me excited about it. So what's the build volume?
231 by 231 by 248.
Okay, all right. So decent size, middle, not approaching helmet class. But it is a fantastic machine. I absolutely love it. I love that it's got hinges that are all 3D printed for parts that swivel out of the way. Also, one thing that people need to realize, so I'm going to ask you the price, and then I'm going to tell them about this feature, and this is why I think this is good. But what's the price?
$1285.
So $1,285 for this 3D printer. Now, I know some of you just threw up in your mouths a little bit. I know that. But here's the truth. This has quick change tool heads. It's 3 thumb screws in a wiring harness, and you can throw completely different hot ends, hot end assemblies on this machine. And that's completely different. And is that worth the additional $200, $300, $400? Absolutely. What you can do with this machine and what you can do with the Taz Pro XT, you can't do with any other 3D printer. And I love Lulzbot, the company. This brand excites me. So would I buy it? Absolutely. Today, yeah.
Okay, how about the Kaiwu Tycoon Slim?
Oh, yeah, we didn't create content about the Tycoon Slim. Kaiwu has made a lot of fantastic printers. Unfortunately, I've never gotten to use one of those machines. The Kaiwu Tycoon Slim was sent to me to take a look at, create some fun content with, but the machine I received had thermal issues. So every other start on the machine, I would have some sort of a thermal issue and it would shut down. I'd have to power it off, power it back on. In other words, start the heating cycle, power it off, power it back on to finish the heating cycle and then print. And so it wasn't one of those machines that I got excited to create content for. So what's the price?
$369.
$369. So that would be a great price for a Prusa Mini. And I think that the Kaiwu Tycoon Slim was trying to compete with the Prusa Mini, but I think that the user interface and I think some of the other kind of fit and finish things just didn't make that happen. $369. Only because I did not have a good experience with it. If that machine was offered to me for $369, I'd probably say no.
Okay, how about the Focus Odin Smart?
The Odin Smart. Oh my gosh, the Odin Smart. Oh, Focus. Focus was going in the right direction. Focus was ahead of the market there. And they were cranking out benchies, incredible quality benchies on a bed slinger, but the problem was that they were behind in development and the profiles on that machine suffered. So they had a Kickstarter for it. They never, I don't think, really fully developed the profiles for it in the end to get it out, and then ultimately I don't think Focus is around right now. I think they're selling those machines off, and the company's probably running on a skeleton crew. So today, how much is the price?
$279.99.
I'd probably say if someone offered me that machine right now for $279, I think for $299 there's other machines I would pick up. So I would probably say no, probably not the Odin Smart.
How about the King Room KP 3S Pro?
Oh yeah, the King Room. So we didn't create content with that. We live unboxed that on the show. And I ordered that machine under my own name, and I've since learned that I can't do that. I ordered that machine back, I think in December, and we ordered that machine specific for content here on the show, and we were gonna do some fun things with it. Now, the company I ordered it from, should I say?
No.
I'm gonna say it. It was Sliceworks. But what they did is they saw my name and they upgraded that machine. I appreciate the gesture, I really do, but you can't do that. So we had some content that we were going to create from that machine. And when we received it, we unboxed it live on the show. The note on inside was nice. That was great. We appreciate that. But the machine got upgraded to the Pro version, and that's not what we ordered. And so that kind of made me, I wouldn't say I was upset, but I was kind of disappointed that I'm like, well, that was a waste of time and money. And then during the unboxing, the gantry was terrible. The X gantry didn't align. I had to torque screws down. It's a custom Pro upgrade, and so I ultimately really wasn't happy with it. How much is it?
$179.
Okay, and so what's the build volume? I think it's Prusa Mini size, right?
200.
200 cubes, so it's a little bit bigger than Prusa Mini. So I've seen a lot of people have great prints from it. Unfortunately, because of my bad experience, I'd have to probably say no. If someone offered me that today, I'd probably turn it down and say no.
Okay, how about the Prusa Mark III?
Oh, this guy. Yeah, the Mark III. Oh man, the Mark III is a tank. I know the Mark IV is out. What's the Mark III going for right now?
$649 for a kit, $899 semi-assembled.
Okay, so understand if you pick it up for $649, it's going to take you between 8 and 12 hours to put it together. So there's going to be some sweat equity there. But for $650 for this machine right here, that is ultra reliable. Let me say that again. Ultra reliable. This machine, this Prusa Mark III, is a tank. Matter of fact, there's a reason why so many 3D printers are built upon this one. So if someone said at Loyal $650 for a Prusa Mark III S Plus,
Correct.
but a Mark III S Plus, absolutely. I think it's a good machine.
Okay, how about the Cheaty Tech X Plus 3?
Oh, the brand new Cheaty Tech X Plus 3. So we've created some content with that. Go look at it. That is a giant, giant, and I mean by like physically sized machine. There's the Max, which is even bigger. Cool looking machine. Comes with 2 hot ends. You can swap out for abrasive material. The hot end does 350. The build plate, how big is it?
280 by 280 by 270.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's odd. It's 280, but only 270 on the Z. But that machine has a heated chamber, which makes that machine pretty unique in this field of printers. How much is it? I think it's a good price. It's like
$699. It's on sale.
$699 for that machine. That's a buy. I'd put that in the I'd buy today because you're getting an enclosed Core XY machine with a heated chamber. My only negative would be that it's loud. There's no way to turn that thing off. It's the actual like electronics cooling fan is just so darn loud when that machine is sitting idle. But other than that, that is a beautiful machine.
Okay, how about the Bamboo Lab P1S with AMS?
The Bamboo P1S, genius move on the part of Bamboo. They have the P1P, which is basically a skeletonized Core XY machine. Then you have the P1S, which is the middle machine between the P1P and the X1 Carbon. But the P1S comes with the enclosure and it's fully AMS compatible. So yes, genius move. What's the price?
$949
$949
with the AMS.
Yeah, with AMS. That's it. That's a hands down obvious yes. And it should be the same build volume. So what is it?
It's going to be 256 by, well, 256 cubed.
Yeah, 256 cubed. So yeah, hands down, that's a great machine. Definitely in the buy list.
Okay, it's the last one. Your
Last
Prusa-
one?
Yeah, Prusa SL1S.
Oh, resin.
Yeah,
Oh, this is gonna be tough. How much?
$25.99. That's with the bundle.
The bundle, and that's with the wash and cure, right?
Correct.
Which is what I bought. Oh, that's so expensive. What's the build volume?
127 by 80 by 150.
See, tiny
tiny.
build volume. Fast machine. I upgraded mine from the SL1 to the SL1S. If you wanted to have a high-end resin machine that you wanted to compare all other resin printers to, the Prusa is it. It is a tank. It's so well engineered. The software is fantastic. Everything about it is great. That price point is a pain point. I've seen the resin prints from machines that are, I could say, like a quarter of the price, or a fifth of the price.
Prices have
like,
come down.
Yeah, like the other machines out there on the market are killing it in the resin industry. I think it's just too expensive. So if someone offered me that today, no, I couldn't do that. It has to go in the buy. Sorry. And there you have it, 23 3D printers that we played with here in the studio in the last year of what I would buy or what I wouldn't buy in 3D printing. Tell me in the comments below if you agree or disagree with me. I'd be interested to know. Thank you, Mrs. Ellen, for being here. Give me a fist bump.
Thank
No,
you.
blow it up. Blow it.
Blow it up. Sorry.
All right, and thank you. This video is generously sponsored by our YouTube members. I'll have their names scrolling here on the screen. You are what make this content possible. If you'd like to become a YouTube member and have your name on the screen and support this channel, we'd be honored to have you. There's a little join button down below. You can click that, and it's really super simple. Thank you, and we will see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome into the studio for a bit of filament questions and answers. Mrs. LM is here.
Hello.
And she has a list of questions from our Twitch and YouTube communities. She's going to ask them, I'm going to answer them, and hopefully it's all going to make us better printers. Today's episode is generously sponsored by Polymaker, the world's largest manufacturer of 3D printing filament. They provide all the filament for our Twitch channel and our YouTube channel, and we are very grateful for it. I'll have their link on the screen and in the description below. Go check it out.
Thank you, Polymaker.
First up is PLA, polylactic acid, the most common 3D printing filament in the 3D printing industry. So, Mrs. LM, what are the first questions?
First one is, how should PLA be stored?
So people look at the wall behind me, and they no doubt see that there's a lot of filament just sitting out on those shelves. It is hygroscopic, don't get me wrong, but if I was to put it on a scale of 1 to 10, I would probably say it's around a 3. It does absorb moisture, but we're on a mountain with relatively low humidity, so it's not a problem for us. If you live near a large body of water or in a very, high humidity area, you may have to dry it. That's not very common. How do you store it? I store mine out in the open. A lot of people store theirs in bins and bags, but just remember, it's really not as hygroscopic as a lot of people tend to believe. All right, what's the next question?
What is a good price for PLA? Because sometimes I see on Amazon something as low as $8.
PLA filament ranges from about $10 to about $30. If you get over $30 into $35 into $40 for PLA, that's usually a more boutique filament that's kind of expensive. If you get under $12, $15 a spool, you're kind of getting into a danger zone where the filament's going to be so inexpensive that you might tend to have quality issues. So there can be in filament, there can be problems where as the filament's extruded, you can have thin spots and then you can have thick spots. And it's really those thick spots that can cause jams in 3D printers and cause clogs. When you get to the lower price point in filament, under that $12 spool, $10 spool, that's where you're more likely to have those problems. And I think on Amazon, when I see a spool of filament that's $8, that's too inexpensive. So I would just be wary.
Is PLA safe to print?
Okay, that's a good one. Okay, interesting. Is it safe to print, is it toxic to print?
Yes.
Oh, okay, got it. I don't recommend, I mean, you can have a 3D printer in your bedroom, that's fine. If you're going to print things like PLAs, that's fine. I think that you should have ventilation. You need to have an open window. You have to have a large enough room where there's fresh air coming in and out, especially if it's in a place where you sleep. Only print PLAs, maybe even PETGs in there, but always have fresh air and ventilation. PLA hasn't been proven to have any negative health impacts or effects that we are aware of. So I think if you're printing PLAs, you're going to be fine. As long as, like I said, as long as you have fresh air. It's not going to be like any of the other toxic filaments or filaments with harmful VOCs like ABSs and ASAs, things like that. But no, it is a relatively safe filament, and matter of fact, there's an awful lot of it that gets printed in our house. That's a good question, Ms. Stella. All right, what's next?
I see a lot of colors for PLA and a lot of different options. What is exactly the difference between PLAs, PLA Pros, or PLA Pluses?
Okay, so that's a good question. We get that question a lot on the show. And what is the difference basically between a PLA and a PLA Pro? And some of the companies have their PLA Pluses or HD PLAs, HT PLAs, things like that. Usually what that means is that there's additives. The additives help it to be a little bit more flexible or a little bit more characteristic of PETG. So it won't be as brittle. It'll be a little bit more impact resistant, things like that. So that's your primary difference between PLA and a PLA Pro. And I would say if you have the chance, experience a PLA Pro, experience a PLA Plus, and I think that you will have a better overall 3D printing experience if you're printing with PLA Pros and PLA Pluses. You're just going to find that it'll print just as well, if not better, and your results will be a little bit better quality. That's a good question. Okay, what's next?
I print a lot. Are PLA prints recyclable?
Oh, the recycle. You would think, right? PLA is a bioplastic, so it's a derivative of corn and sugarcane and other things like that. So you would naturally think that it would be recyclable. But the truth is, it's not, because it can't be heated and cooled and recycled and reused. So unfortunately, it's one of those things where you print with PLA, it's going to end up in the trash, it's going to end up in the landfill. Now, the good news is it's renewable, right? I mean, ultimately renewable, right? We can grow corn and in sugarcane. Oh, and it does biodegrade. Now, it's not as biodegradable as some people think it is or want it to be. If you threw it in your compost pile out in your backyard, you're probably not going to see it break down within a year or two. It's going to be much longer than that. Industrial composting, yes, but no, not your backyard. But the good news about that is it doesn't matter. You can smash it up. You can put it in the trash. It's going to go off to a landfill, and in that landfill in the next 5 to 10 years, it'll completely break down and be gone. So PLA ultimately is biodegradable, but it is not recyclable. So most recycling places won't even touch it. They won't take it. That's a good one. That's a really good question. Wow. So that's it? Is that the last question for PLA?
No, actually, there is one more.
Oh.
People are concerned about abrasive filaments, glow in the dark, and even some say polyterra.
Okay, well, that's okay. So polyterra does have minerals in it, so I could see that. So, okay, so abrasive filaments. So that would be glow in the dark, wood fill, carbon fiber, polyterra, things like that. Yes, abrasive PLAs are going to wear down a brass nozzle, so you're going to have to print with like a hardened steel nozzle or some type of a special nozzle, like for instance, Slice Engineering's Gamma Master nozzle, things like that. Yes, glow in the darks, they are abrasive, and it really depends on the brand. Sometimes you can get away with printing spools and spools of glow in the dark filament in a brass nozzle. Other times you print one spool or even get through a half a spool of glow in the dark filament on a brass nozzle, and you've already blown out the nozzle completely. So it really depends on the brass nozzle or the type of nozzle you're running and the brand of filament. Now, as far as polyterra is a line of filament from Polymaker, our sponsor up there. It is 25% mineral by weight, which is actually really fantastic. So during the PLA shortage a few years ago, the R&D team from Polymaker created a new recipe for PLA, and they called it Polyterra. And it's 25% mineral, and they do something actually fantastic where every spool of polyterra filament that's sold, they plant a tree, which is really cool. So not only do you have this renewable bioplastic that's made from corn and sugarcane, but you also have it on cardboard spools, and you also have it being made 25% by weight from minerals from the earth. So it's a fantastic PLA, gorgeous matte finish, and it's something, if you haven't tried it, you should. I think it's reasonably priced. And, well, they plant a tree every time you buy a spool of it. So, yeah, give it a shot. That's a great question. Is that it? Last one? All right, that's the last question for PLA. Let's move on. Now we have PETG. So PETG stands for, I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna read it. PETG stands for polyethylene terephthalate glycol. And in the stages of 3D printing, people start with PLA, and then they graduate that and they move into PETG. It's like the next step up, but it can be a little bit more difficult to print. This will be interesting to find out what questions we have about PETG. But go ahead, Ms. Zillum, what do you got?
The obvious one, what is the main difference between PETG and PLA?
The main differences are that it's going to require a little bit more heat, so you're going to be around 220, 230, up to 240 to 250 C on the nozzle. It's extremely sticky. It's going to stick to the nozzle. It's going to stick to the heater block. One thing that people don't know about PETG that I think that they, well, at least they overlook that, PETG is UV resistant. So if you're thinking about printing things for your garden, a lot of people are printing PLAs. But in fact, if they were to print PETGs, yeah, they're going to fare quite a bit better because PETGs are, I can't say naturally UV resistant, but PETGs are UV resistant. And I think a lot of people miss that. PETGs are gorgeous. They also have a lot of different colors, right? So the colors are bright and vibrant. PETG is translucent. So as you can see right there, I'm kind of turning that with the lights there. They just shine and they reflect so beautifully. Let's see, what else?
Price-wise, is PETG cheaper or more expensive than PLA?
It's about the same. You're going to find that PETG is going to be somewhere around probably $15 to $30 a spool. If you're trying to buy a spool of PETG and it's over $30 a spool, that better be a pretty special PETG. Yeah, about 15 to 30 is fair, and there are some really amazing colors that are out there in PETG, so I really recommend that people go give it a shot. Today's printers, today's slicers and profiles, they make it a heck of a lot easier. So yeah, definitely give PETG a shot. Don't be afraid of it. What else? What's another one?
Is PETG food safe? Because I want to make things like cookie cutters.
I knew this one was coming. So I knew this question was going to come because this is a question that comes up all of the time. I mean, it is food safe as far as, yeah, could you eat off of it? Absolutely. Could you reuse it, rewash it? That becomes the technical problem there, because there are going to be micro cracks whenever you 3D print, and there's little places for bacteria to get in and grab hold and grow. One-time use, like a cookie cutter that you're going to print, one-time use, dispose of it. I think that's absolutely fine. But prolonged use, I wouldn't recommend it, just because of 3D printing, the nature of the layer lines and the micro cracks in places for bacteria to grab hold of. What's another one?
You talked about PETG being too sticky. How do I get it off my build plate? How do I make sure that it's not everywhere on my printer?
PETG is very sticky. So PETG is it is most commonly found in soda bottles. There's some sports equipment. PETG is in the bubble packaging that we get when we buy products. It's also in electronics. If you're printing on a glass build plate, you're gonna have to put an interface layer down, like a glue stick or something like that, to ultimately keep it from sticking too much to it, to the point to where you try and remove it, it'll shatter the glass. But there is something that's interesting, and I haven't tried this yet, but this was sent over to us from Slice Engineering, and this is called their PRP. It stands for Plastic Repellent Paint, and this is, basically it's a PTFE liquid, and you apply it with a little brush on the nozzle and on your heater block, and it just repels any of the plastic that we print. So it would, no matter where the PETG sticks, it would just peel off, and then you can just reapply a little PRP. It would be just fine. So in place of a sock on your hot end. So, is that good? All right.
Does PETG absorb moisture?
Yes. So PETG does absorb moisture. It's going to absorb moisture more than PLA. I'd say on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say that PETG is going to be about a 4 or 5 as far as hygroscopic goes. My first experiences with a filament that absorbed moisture was with PETG on a Prusa Mark IIIS. I literally was halfway across the room and I could hear the popping and the sizzling that was coming from the PETG that absorb moisture. Yes, it definitely does absorb moisture, and it if you want that perfect surface finish with PETG and better quality, make sure that you're either in a low humidity area or you definitely have thrown it in a filament dryer. And we'll have links to like a filament dryer and things like that, maybe even on the screen, but we'll definitely have it in the description below. Fix Dry actually sent us a fantastic filament dryer that we've been using up here, and so I'll have that. The links are in the description below.
Can I recycle PETG print?
Recycling PETG. Yes and no. PET, very recyclable. The G is kind of what causes the problem sometimes. Not all recycling facilities will take PETG, and so I think it's a fantastic idea to call ahead and ask if they will. If not, they're just going to put it in the landfill. So if you don't want it to end up in a landfill, then what I would recommend is calling and finding out to make sure that you tell them that it's PETG and these are 3D printed things, and ask them, say, are you going to recycle this? Or, I mean, are you just going to take it and you're just going to send it off to a landfill? You can ask them that. But I hope that answers your question. It's a yes and a no, really depends on where you're at and what facility you're working with. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, perfect. All right, so now we're moving on to, I think, is it ABS? Hey, thanks for watching, and I hope you're enjoying our content. We're not done. We still have ABS, ASA, and nylon to talk about, but we would love to have your like, and we'd love to have your subscribe. Helps us out a lot. All right, here we are, ABS. This one is a popular one because ABS is an extremely versatile polymer, but it stands for acrylonitrile butadiene styrene. And Mrs. LM, I bet there's questions about this one because it's a very popular plastic. Like I said, it's very versatile, and I think a lot of people want to print with it. There's just a lot of doubt in people's minds when it comes to ABS on whether or not they think they can or can't print it. So what do we have?
First one is, why would someone choose to print with ABS?
Why would someone choose to print with ABS? Well, ABS is, like I said, it's a very common polymer. So ABS is going to be in sporting equipments. Our drain waste vent systems in our houses are all ABS. ABS is very common in the injection molding world. So ABS, like I said, it's a very stable plastic. It's a very strong plastic, very flexible. So yeah, I mean, that's why we would want to print with ABS. What else do we have?
Do you need to dry it before printing?
Yes. So ABS on the level of hygroscopic ranking, as far as my level of 1 to 10, like I said, PLA being about a 3, PETG being about a 4. ABS, I'm going to put it a 5. ABS should be dried. You can throw it in a dryer, it's not going to hurt it. If you're in a low humidity environment up here like me, I don't really dry ABS. I do dry ASA sometimes, but not really. But I would say that ABS, for the most part, if you want good quality prints, you should keep it dry because it is hygroscopic.
And do you need an enclosure to print with it?
Okay, this is an interesting question. Do you have to have an enclosure to print ABS? No. Should you? Yes, likely. ABS is prone to warping. So unless you have an incredible bed adhesive and you're running like a Vision Minor nanopolymer adhesive or Magic Goo, or which actually this stuff's pretty cool, we haven't tried it yet. This was sent over to us by TH3D. This is their bed cement. This is interesting because a lot of the other formulas for bed adhesives, they always have a recipe for the specific type of filament, or like a group of filaments, right? The different groups of polymers. It is formulated for, and I'll just read it off the bottle, PLA, PETG, ABS, ASA, nylon, polycarbonate, TPU, carbon fiber, and glass fiber filled filament. So I think that's kind of interesting. We're actually looking forward to, it's blue. Ooh, that'll wake you up. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting offering from TH3D, and we'll check it out soon. But ultimately, ABS does work. If you're printing it outside of an enclosure, you're going to definitely have to have some sort of a bed adhesive to hold it down to prevent it from warping. I think the best way to print ABS is going to be in a nice warm environment where you can keep the polymer stable while it's printing so it cools evenly, prevents the warp. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
But what about VOCs?
The S in ABS stands for styrene, and that is toxic to breathe, so you don't want to do that. If you're going to be printing ABS, you're going to want that to be vented to the outside or in a room where there's a lot of airflow, ventilation, open window. You're not going to be wanting to print ABS or ASA or nylons and all those kind of things in sleeping areas, for humans and animals. They breathe too, so be careful of that. Yeah, there is toxins that do come from printing with ABS, and so I would just be wary of that.
Can I recycle my ABS prints?
ABS is highly recyclable because it is one of the most common plastics or polymers in the world. A lot of research has been done into recycling ABS, and I want to say, if I remember right, ABS might be one of those ones that's like infinitely recyclable. Like they can just continually recycle it and it goes into new products, and then those you could just recycle and on and so forth. So yeah, but definitely recyclable. Yeah, any place will take ABS. I already know the next one that's coming, so I'm going to scroll down here right here. It's going to be ASA. All right, ASA stands for acrylonitrile styrene acrylate, and it is what I'm going to call the high-tech version of ABS. It's new, it's fancy, it's got some benefits to it over ABS, and I want to say that I really think that people, if you're going to be printing ABS or ASA and you're going to go in that direction, give ASA a try. I think you'll be surprised. But what questions do we have? I don't want to give away too much.
Well, what are the main differences between ABS and ASA?
So this is ABS. These two are ABS, and this is an ABS traditional. This is like a pop green color. This is from Polymaker, and we'll have links to this stuff in the description below. And this is a galaxy purple, so this actually has a glitter in it. So ABSs are coming quite a long way in becoming fancy and bright and fun and lots of options. They used to be boring. They used to be just grays and blacks and whites and bleh. But now ABSs, they're becoming really cool. This is ASA. It's just in its foil bag. It's just black. That's what this is. This is a black ASA from Polymaker. The difference between ABS and ASA, is that, I forgot the question. Was
Correct.
that the question? Okay.
Yes.
The difference is that it's more expensive, about probably $5 a spool more expensive on average. And I think that price ranges from about 30 to 50 maybe, about $30 to $50 a spool for ASA, so it can get kind of expensive. The main difference, it is UV resistant. So like I said, it's a higher tech version of ABS. Also, they are doing some fun colors with ASA. A handful of years ago, you could get reds, greens, blues, and that was about it. But now we're seeing glitter ASAs, and we're seeing all sorts of really fun, bright, bold colors because printers now are making it easier for people to print ASA, and the recipes are becoming a lot more stable. So I hope that answered it.
Yeah, so can you really get sick from ASA and ABS fumes?
Okay, so I get that question a lot, and I've told this story an awful lot. ASA poisoning is a real thing. To make this really quick, I had ASA poisoning, and I was working in the office with a couple of raised 3D printers that were printing ASA, and they actually had the carbon filters in the printers, and over a couple of days I started to get headaches, I started getting to feel nauseated, and I actually felt like it was the flu. I told Mrs. LM that I'm going to go lay down. I didn't quite feel well. A couple hours of sleep in a new area, right, new environment with fresh air, I felt better. Upon returning back to the office with those 3 printers, within minutes to a half hour to an hour, I was getting sick again, and I thought it was the flu. I went laid down again. This went on for about a day or so, and on the 3rd or 4th day, I think, that's when I realized something's not right, and it's this room. And I really couldn't smell it anymore, but I was feeling it. I looked up ASA poisoning, the symptoms, and it was exactly how I was feeling. And just so you know, ASA poisoning, the styrene loads up in your blood system, and eventually your body will just switch off, and it can be fatal. So be careful, print in a well-ventilated area. Even if the printer has a filter, that's not good enough. At least it wasn't for me. And make sure there's fresh air, and yeah, but be careful with that. Definitely don't be printing this around people or animals.
So an enclosure is not enough.
Just because it has an enclosure with a filter, that's not a safety. These printers aren't sealed. So if you were to take a look at this printer right here, there's 1/4-inch gaps around all the panels on the lid. Air is moving in and out of that printer, and not all of the air is going out through that filter. So even though it's pulling fresh air in and blowing it out through that filter, there's still fumes from ASA and ABS escaping. And absolutely, I mean, I was in a room with 2 or 3 printers printing ASA, and yeah, no, I did get sick. So and this is my honest personal experience. So be very careful with it when you're printing with it. I know it's coming next, though, I think.
Yeah,
You've asked it for every single one. I bet it's going to say, is it recyclable?
People are very concerned about the plastic they put back in. They want to know, are my ASA prints recyclable?
So yes, and Mrs. Ellen is right. People want to know. 3D printing creates waste. I'm going to say something controversial here, and that is that it doesn't really matter what we print. It doesn't matter if we print these helmets. It doesn't matter if we're printing, little, mini LMs sitting on horses. It's waste. And eventually, everything that we make as makers and crafters is going to end up in a landfill somewhere. And so we have to be responsible about that. So if we can recycle something so it can be reused and repurposed, then we should. Is ASA recyclable? You want to say yes, but it's really going to come down to the recycling facility and whether or not they want it to be. A lot of places say they'll take it, but then it just ends up in the bins that go off to the landfill. Call and ask if they'll take ASA, and then ask specifically after they say, yeah, we'll take it. You say, well, is it being recycled or is it being sent off to landfill? Ask them. Is that it? So next we are moving on to nylon, the last of the filaments that we're going to talk about today. And this is an incredible filament that I wish more people would experience. And I understand it's a little bit more expensive. I know it's harder to print with, but I really wish that people would kind of step outside of that PLA, step outside of the PETG, go past ABSs and ASAs and get yourself up to nylon, because it is an extremely versatile polymer. So let's hear the questions, because I can't imagine there's a whole lot of popular questions about this, because not a lot of people print with nylon, but what do you have?
Not a lot of questions, but the main one is it worth $100?
$100. Who's selling nylon for $100?
You said 50 to 100.
Oh, 50 to 100. Oh, I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, yes, there's a whole $50 range up to 100. I was like, we're going right into the $100 filament. Okay, no. Wow. Nylons range from about $50 a kilogram up to about $100 a kilogram. And be careful when you're ordering nylon. You're going to see nylon for $36. You're going to see nylon for $30 or $29. That's not a whole spool. That's a half a spool. That's 3/4 of a spool, so it's like 500 grams, 750 grams. So pay attention. When I first started ordering nylon, matter of fact, my first orders from nylon were from Matter Hackers many years ago. And I remember I ordered a ton of it, and I was all excited. And they showed up on these like 500-gram spools, and I'm like, what is this? That effectively doubled the price of all that nylon that I bought, so I was shocked. Yes, nylon is a little bit more expensive, but it is extremely strong and very durable. And it is one of the most common plastics that's in our environment. Is it worth $100? Yes. I mean, because like I said, nylon being a little bit more expensive, you'd say $50 or so like that, for 3/4 of a spool. 100, that's going to be nylons that are like carbon fiber filled, glass filled, Kevlar filled. So it can be, depends on the brand. And what else?
So what do you need to print with nylon?
Nylon, you're going to have to have an enclosure. So nylon warps. It is the king of warping. Also, nylon is highly hygroscopic. On my scale of 1 to 10, it is an 8 or a 9. It sucks up water. It's what it does. It's what it's best at. So warping and sucking up water, that's what nylon does. So that's why it's a lot more challenging to print with. If you're going to print with nylon, you need a printer that has an enclosure, and you are going to need bed adhesive. It doesn't matter how you squish down your first layer. It doesn't matter how clean your PEI build sheet is. It doesn't matter. You will have to hold down that print with some type of adhesive. Also, you don't want to take the chance. If your spools of filament are $50 to $100 a spool, do you really want to take the chance when you're burning through 200, 300, 400 grams of filament that right towards the middle or end that it warps off the bed? No, you don't. So it's definitely something that you should consider. So one of the things that I really have a lot of success with is this nanopolymer adhesive from Vision Minor. And it's got a really fine tip on it. You can't really see it here. I'll see this really fine tip right there. That allows me, when I clean the build plate, I'll take some of that nanopolymer adhesive and I'll put it on there and I'll brush it where I know the print's going to go. And I let it go. I let it print. Now, when it's printing, that little fine tip on there is perfect for the corners of your prints or those outlying areas. You can reach over and you can just put a little dab and let that capillary action kind of pull that nanopolymer adhesive into the underside of that print right to the bed, and it'll lock down the corners and you will not have a failure. If you're running a surface like Build Tack, which are these the surfaces in these Race 3D machines, it works so well that if you're not careful when you're trying to remove the print, it'll actually tear the layers of the Build Tack apart. So it's what we use for polycarbonate. It's what we use for nylon and things like that when we print up here. How about that? What's next?
Heated chambers.
Oh.
I want to know, do I need that?
You don't have to, all right? You need an enclosure because of drafts and things like that, but you don't have to have a heated enclosure, but it should be warm and keep drafts out. I will tell you that the Qidi X+3, which is a printer that we've looked at recently, it's one of the most under-recognized features of that printer is it has an active heated chamber. So there's actually a chamber heater with a fan keeping that environment warm, and you can set the temperature in the slicer. And that makes for printing nylons, that's a game changer. If you don't know anything about that printer, go check it out. We'll have a link on the screen in the description below. But it's called the Qidi X+3, and they have their Max, which is like a helmet class size enclosed 3D printer. So go look at those.
And the last question is the recyclable one.
So this one for sure. So nylon is 100% recyclable, and it is infinitely recyclable. Nylon is one that you can recycle, and then it'll get pulled back into the manufacturing pipeline, and it'll get processed, and then it'll get put back into products, and so on and so forth. So definitely don't mix your nylon with your ABSs and your PLAs and PETGs, things like that. Keep your nylon prints separate, and those can be recycled. So yeah, definitely. And we like that. Is that it?
That's it.
Well, that's fantastic. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, Mrs. LM.
You're welcome.
If you have questions that we didn't get to or we didn't answer, we will be doing a part 2 on different filaments, and we can always go back and answer these questions. But put those in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you to our YouTube members. You are what make this content possible. If you'd like to have your name included in every single one of our videos, click the little join button down below. We'd love to have you. Now I'm going to put Mrs. LM on the spot, and she's going to read all of the wonderful YouTube members. And there you go.
Thank you, J.D. Davis, Jesse West, Four Pipes, David Washnick, Wasting Time 3, VPS Data, Captain Jerbear 91, Sir Will 3D, Joel Finn, Brandon 0109, Cam Nicholas, Luppy Luptonium, The Zinzia, Patrick W 3D, Rip Artist, Dog Knight, Citral, Your Buddy Danek, Buddha 3D, and Jedi Spidey.
All right, thank you. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks, Mrs.
Bye.
Ellen. If you're like me, we spend a lot of time and money on our 3D printers and on our filament. And there's nothing worse than it being 3 o'clock in the morning and not having the right tool for the right job. So stick with me, and I'm going to go over 10 tools that I use to keep my printers alive and my projects going. Number 1 on my list of tools is a hobby torch, or a creme brulee torch, whatever you want to call it. This particular one is a Dremel Model 2200, and I think it retails for about $54.11 on Amazon. I'll have the links in the description below. But these come in handy for cleaning up prints. So anytime we use glue or hairspray or anything like that on a build plate, it leaves a little bit of residue on the bottom of the print, and not many people know that you can reach up and you can hit this with the torch and get rid of that residue. It cleans up the print, turns it right back to that natural color, removing the little white little bit that's left over. Also, anytime that you bend filament or break filament, you know that little white like stress color that's left on the print? Well, a hobby torch, just a quick little glance of the heat, removes that. How about stringing hairs that are left on your print? A hobby torch removes those completely, and I think it does a far better job than using a heat gun or a hair dryer. Matter of fact, if you're using a different model and you happen to find a less expensive one, definitely drop that in the comments below. One of the primary reasons to use a hobby torch over something like a traditional cigarette lighter, you need a torch that has a fine flame or a fine point, and you also need it to be at a high enough temperature. Things like cigarette lighters will leave a black residue if you try and clean up prints and remove hairs and strings. Number 2 on my list is a bottle for isopropyl alcohol. So as you can imagine, 3D printing, we all use isopropyl alcohol, and there's lots of different ways to do it. I picked up a couple of bottles from Amazon. These are just amber-colored bottles. They're glass, and I'll have the link in the description below as well. But I find that these are pretty handy. They're pretty good size. They're nice and solid. And I mean, like any traditional spray bottle that you're going to have, you have a stream or a mist. We use these pretty regularly. We have a couple of these, and it is constantly being moved around between different studios and different rooms with the kids printing and me printing and cleaning up everything. But definitely, this is what I use. I'm sure there's less expensive bottles out there that are plastic, but I just prefer these. You'll end up going through quite a bit of isopropyl alcohol when you're cleaning up different build plates and surfaces, and so it's just awful handy to have a nice large amount of it to do that cleaning. Number 3 on the list is perfectly paired with the isopropyl alcohol, and that is some microfiber cloths. Now, I used to use paper towels, and that was just something that we just used up here, the blue paper towels, shop towels, but I kind of felt it was wasteful, and it's quite expensive. Cleaning build plates is something that we do quite regularly, right? And I would just go through roll after roll after roll of $5, $6, $7, and $8 blue shop towels. I believe you can pick up a 50 pack of these for like $12.99, and I'll have the link in the description below. But these are super awesome. I normally hit the build plate with a bunch of isopropyl alcohol, and I scrub all of the residue off from any glue stick or any other type of interface layer that we have on there. Clean it nice. Take that one, throw that in the laundry, take out a fresh one, give it a nice last cleaning, and then that's the one that I use to just kind of clean everything in between. And but I'll tell you what, 50 of them lasts a really long time. They're not very expensive, and of course they're reusable. You just wash them. So definite buy. Number 4 on the list is a deburring tool. This thing is a lifesaver. It is a must-have. If you don't have one, you need to go to the description and click on that link. These are invaluable. I have the red one in the description. You'll see some B-roll of it here in a moment. Deburring tools are used to clean up the edges of your prints. So if you use a brim on any one of your prints, and you know you peel that brim off and it leaves that little bit of sharp edge, well, the deburring tool reaches up and just grab it, and you can slide that down that edge all the way around and clean up that edge beautifully. In addition to that, if you have elephant's foot, right, which is when you squish down your first layer a little bit too much and the bottom edge of the print is a little bit protruding or extending, that's exactly what this for. This cleans it up. So you can clean up interior, you can clean up exterior surfaces, and but like I said, this is an invaluable tool that will save you so much time. So go get one. All right, number 5 is a bit controversial. I know, right? Glue stick. Hold on, don't hate me. I know that a lot of people use glue stick, and I know that a lot of people don't use glue stick. I know that people use hairspray. I know that people are purists and don't use anything. But I'm more concerned about just simply printing and having it work. and not wasting time trying to fine-tune a Z offset, infinitely. I want to just print. And I don't care if people use glue stick. I don't really care if people use hairspray. I don't care if people use anything. This is what I use. So what I use when on a glass surface, on a PEI surface, it really doesn't matter, or even build tack, like in the Raise 3D machines behind me, I use purple glue stick, so a PVA glue. Now, Amazon has these for sale, and I'll have a link in the description below. But they sell a 60 count, get it? 60 of these right here for $13.57. That is insane. Great price. It will last you forever. And essentially what a purple glue stick does is it creates an interface between the build surface and your print, so that while it's printing and it's hot, it's going to help hold the print down. But when your print cools, it's going to help the print release. In fact, we just cleaned the build plate inside the X1 Carbon today. And I think the last time we'd applied that glue had to have been maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. And you can get a lot of prints off of one application of glue stick. And then once you kind of start to notice that you're back to the print not quite sticking the way you want it to, you simply isopropyl alcohol, microfiber cloth, clean it incredibly well, reapply a nice thin layer just once back and forth across the entire build plate, let it sit for about 60 seconds, throw it in the printer, print, and you will have perfect adhesion every single time. Definite buy. You should have this, especially at 3 o'clock in the morning when you're having adhesion problems. Yes, it's not the time to not have it. Number 6 on the list is an 8-piece plier set that I picked up from Amazon probably about 2 years ago or so. It's about $32 for this set. I know there's less or expensive ones out there. You can probably go to Harbor Freight. But this particular set ended up being pretty good quality, and I use it a lot. Matter of fact, there's enough of them that you find a couple of them in each studio and kind of laying around. There's smooth jaw, there's jaws with teeth, needle nose, there's hooked, there's all sorts of stuff, and they really come in handy when we're removing supports or when we're working on printers and machines and we need to hold parts while we're tightening something. So this is something that I would highly recommend that every single person, whether or not you use the one that's in the Amazon link below in the description, or if you go find your own set, but super handy and a definite tool. You need to have a good set of pliers. Okay, number 7 is interesting. This is a set of files. I think it's about a 16 or 17 piece set of files, and it's about $23 or so on Amazon. Like I said, for everything, I'll have a link in the description below. I use these files a lot. They're full-size files. It's a set of metal files. I use these for cleaning up the bottom of helmets, for finishing helmets, for taking off the Bondo. I use it for smoothing. There's all sorts of little tiny files, flat, rounded, rat tail, everything in this set. And I think it's a pretty good price. It comes in a nice little zip carrying case, but you should definitely have a set of files. I don't like sanding, and I find that files they take off a lot more material than a sanding does, but you can still get in there with the finesse, and it doesn't require as much elbow grease and as much pressure, and files just do a fantastic job. So I prefer files over sandpaper in many instances and circumstances, but it's a definite to have. I'm up on the phone and said, what do you guys use on these machines? And they said, super lube, silicone grease. So go get it, and that's what we use. This is a 3-ounce bottle, and I've had this for a couple of years. I'd have to say it's probably not even half empty, maybe about half empty or so. But this will last a lifetime, and it's what we use on anything from the Prusa Minis to the Raise 3D machines to, the Vorons, everything. So definitely, super lube should be on your list, and you should have that. So anytime you're maintaining printers, cleaning stuff up, whenever there's a little bit of downtime, you can just reach over there, throw a little super lube on those rods and screws, and keep everything nice and smooth. Number 9 on the list is needles for cleaning nozzles. Now, you might not think that this is important, but it is. There's a link in the description below for a nozzle cleaning kit, and for about $12.99 you get a little set of tweezers and you get a bunch of nozzle needles. This is a must-have. There's going to be a time when you get a clog, or you're going to have to use a needle to clean it out, whether you go in from the bottom or you go in from the top. It doesn't really matter, but a needle is what's going to be needed to clean it out. So I highly recommend having needles available. Another thing is, like I said, you can heat those needles up, and you can feed them up through the tip of that nozzle, and you can get plastic flowing. We use them a lot here to even find pass-through extruders, right? So we slip it down to find out if there's any obstructions. But definitely having nozzle needles is a must that everyone should have. In fact, A lot of 3D printers even come with them, not all of them, but the ones that do, I always steal the needles out and just throw them into the little kit that I picked up a couple years ago. So I always have a bunch of new, fresh needles. So definitely that should be in everyone's kit. Now, last on my list, number 10 is hex drivers. I absolutely hate Allen keys. Hate them. I hate to use them. I wish I could throw them away. We have dozens and dozens, probably maybe even over 100 or 100 plus here. I would rather use a driver. And so this is 3. I actually lost the other one. I don't know where it's at. But this is a set of hex drivers for about $16.50. There's 4 of them. It comes in a 1.5, 2, 2.5, and 3 millimeter sizes right here. I really recommend having these over Allen keys any day. This is my most common, 2.5. I love that they're color coded. In fact, if you're watching my content, whether we're live or recorded, you will see this blue one make an appearance in almost every single one of them. But I prefer these way more than I do Allen keys, and that should definitely be on your list of things to keep your printers alive. If you have tools that you suggest that we should have in our kits, definitely leave those in the comments below. I'd like to know what you have that you think is a critical tool in your 3D printing arsenal. And I want to say thank you to all of you for making it this far in the video. And I want to give a very special shout out to our YouTube members. You are what make this content possible. If you'd like your name included in every single one of our videos, there's a little join button down below. Click that. We'd love to have you. Thank you so much, JD Davis, Jesse West, 4Pipes, David Kwashnick, Waste in Time, VPS Data, Captain Jerbear 91, Sir Will 3D, Joel Finn, Brandon 0109, Cam Nicholas, Luppy Leptonium, The Cinzia, Patrick W3D, Rip Artist, Vredog Knight, Cetrel, Your Buddy Danek, Buddha 3D, and Jedi Spidey. Thank you so much. We'll see you on the next one. Mrs. LM is here,
Hello.
and we're going to answer the all too common question, how to buy a 3D printer, or actually, how not to buy a 3D printer. And hopefully we can help you avoid some really common, costly mistakes. Let's go. All right, Mrs. LM, where are we starting? What do you got?
Most people set a budget and then ask what 3D printer fits within it.
All right, so we're trying to help people avoid mistakes. So I think setting a budget first and then trying to find a 3D printer that fits it is probably the wrong way to go about it. I think what people need to do first is they need to find out what is motivating them to get into 3D printing. And from there, then you can kind of determine your budget after that. But the real motivations are you getting into 3D printing because you are interested in all of these amazing filaments behind me? Or are you getting into 3D printing to tinker on the machine? So are you more into 3D printing or are you more into the 3D printer? And if you can answer that question, then when we go through budgets, the machines that you're interested in or not interested in will kind of float to the top. They'll stick out more. Now, once you've determined that, now you can ask yourself the next question, which is, what do you want to print? So do you want to print trinkets? Do you want to print decorations? Are you printing miniatures for Dungeons and Dragons? Are you going to be micro-manufacturing for a business? Are you doing custom prints for clients? Is multicolor printing something that you're interested in? Those are the questions that come after. So first we determine, why are you getting into the hobby? What do you want to print? And now we can talk about budgets. Now, as I go through some of these machines, I want you to keep in mind that I'm only going to be sharing machines that I have personal experience with, right? So I don't want to be sharing with you machines or suggesting machines that I've never experienced myself. All right, Mrs. LM, I'm assuming our budget is going to start at $100?
Yes, $100.
Okay, so give me some printers that are within the $100 budget that we've looked at.
Okay, how about the Creality Ender 3 V2?
Okay, the V2? Let's see. So, Creality Ender 3 V2, that definitely fits within the budget of $100. I think Micro Center is probably the place if I was to get that. They're about $99 at Micro Center. I think if you're a first-time customer, you walk in. If you don't have a Micro Center near you and you have to buy one online, I think those machines are going to be about
$179.
$179.
Yeah.
Okay, so about $179. And the build volume on those is 220 by 220 by 250 millimeters.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay, so that is a good mid-size 3D printer. Like I said, you can pick that up between $99 and $179. That is a machine that is going to be more for people who want to tinker, right? So you might be lucky and get one out of the box. It works just fantastically. I did. A lot of people's experiences with the Ender 3 V2 that is a machine that's going to need some upgrades and some things like that. So think about great price, putting a little bit of sweat equity out of that machine to get it to perform really, really nicely. Micro Center is a great place to get printers, right? I think that people overlook Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist as places that you can go to get 3D printers. There is a lot of things changing in 3D printing right now. There are a lot of new machines coming out on the market, and there's a lot of people that have existing 3D printers, and there's people that are looking to upgrade. You know, they want the latest and the greatest. Now, if you have a budget for the latest and greatest, that's fine. Then you can go do that. If you are on a $100 budget, like what we're talking about here, Facebook, Craigslist, and places like that are wonderful places to go and get those machines that other people are trying to offload. And especially if you're willing to put in the sweat equity, I don't think it's such a bad idea to pick up machines off of Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace. Maybe take a friend with you that knows what they're doing with 3D printers, and they can kind of make sure you don't get yourself a lemon. But or you could always try going 20 pages deep into Amazon or Temu.com. Speaking of Temu, tell me in the comments below what you think of Temu. Temu reached out to us and wants to sponsor some of our content, and but I never used Temu. So tell me down below in the comments, is Temu something you've used? Is it good? Bad? Tell me. Share your stories. I'd love to read them. All right, so $200?
How about the JG Maker R1?
The JG Maker R1. So we looked at that recently, and what's the price on the JG Maker?
I think it's $179.
The JG Maker R1, to be honest with you, is a really, really great printer. And I don't really think that I would consider the JG Maker a tinker's machine. I think it was kind of, it was not fully loaded, but I have to say it was a loaded 3D printer, and I think it was a fantastic start. And I think that if you were looking between the Ender series machines, it like an Ender 3 V2 at 99, and you were bumping up to 200, I think that the JG Maker is a real contender there. Now, isn't there a Creality machine or two at that same price point or similar?
Yeah, the Ender 3 V3, I think SE.
The SE. Yeah, oh, of course, yes, the SE. So the Ender 3 V3 SE is like what, same price?
I think it's $179 too.
$179, same thing. So if you want to stick with the Creality brand, then of course the SE. Matter of fact, the SE, my personal thought, my personal opinion, if I had to choose between the R1 and probably the SE, I think I would probably go with the SE. That machine, the user experience, that was the first Creality machine where I saw the entire complete package together, and that was a wonderful machine for $179. I think I even saw people picking it up for $159, but yeah, probably go check their website. But we'll have links on the screen, the best that we can, but we'll definitely have every link to all of the printers that we talk about today in the description, and you'll have to go check them out. How about another one? Is there anything else at that price range?
I think the Sidewinder Artillery X3 Pro.
Oh, what? No. How much? No, $219.
No, it's a $219.
Okay, so we're trying to keep it as close as we can to $200. $219 for the Sidewinder X3 Pro, which we just looked at and put a video out just a handful of days ago. So you'll have to go see that. Maybe, I don't know, it's up here on the top of the screen somewhere. I can get YouTube to put that video link up there, and you'll have to go check it out. The Sidewinder X3 Pro at $219. If you could scrounge up another $20 to get above that budget from somewhere, that would be worth it. That machine at $219 rivals machines that we are looking at that are in the $400 price range. So if you have an opportunity to go find another $20 to add to that $200 budget, that Sidewinder X3 Pro would be a fantastic machine. And it's fast, like 300 millimeters per second.
And
really
it's
nice.
slightly bigger build plate.
How big?
240 by 240 by 260.
Yeah, 240, 240, 260 versus 220, 220, 250. So, and those are dimensions on the X and the Y and the Z. So 240 millimeters by 240 millimeters by 260 millimeters tall. All right, so what's next?
We're going to 300.
300? Okay, so give me some machines in the 300 price range.
The hot one is the Bamboo A1 Mini.
For $299.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini. So if you don't know anything about Bamboo Lab came into the 3D printing community or industry about 2 years ago?
Yeah, 2 years.
About 2 years ago, a little bit shy of 2 years ago. And boy, did they shake things up. So they brought us a series of machines that first started out at about $1,500, $1,600. And now they've kind of worked their way down, setting machines at every single price point down to the $299 budget range. And these machines are bringing the highest level of tech that we have ever seen in 3D printing. There are more sensors. These things are complete appliances, and they are priced very aggressively to compete in this very competitive industry. The A1 Mini has a build volume of
180 cubed.
180 by 180 by 180. So that's about 7 inches, which is very similar to some other mini printers in our industry, like the Prusa Mini. It's a small build plate, small size printer, 7 inches cubed, which that sounds very small, and some people might immediately go, oh, that I don't want a printer that small. Trust me, they've done all the research on this for years, and they've actually found when you go to places like printables.com, you go to Thingiverse, and you go to these places, you will find that most of the models that are available for people to print fit within a 7-inch build volume. Now, if you plan on doing things like printing helmets or cosplay or larger decorations or hobby crafting, things like that at home, then the Mini wouldn't be for you. You can still slice things up on the computer, print them in pieces, and then glue them together. Keep that in mind. But if you're looking at printing cosplay helmets and things like that, then you're not going to want that Mini. You won't be interested. But the $299 for the A1 Mini is pretty fantastic. And we're going to talk about something that's optional with that A1 Mini here in a moment. But okay, what else?
How about the King Rune KLP1?
Well, the KLP1. Yeah, the King Rune KLP1. How much?
$339?
$339 for the King Rune KLP1. The KLP1 is going to be a machine, if you're listening right now, and when we asked those questions in the beginning, if you are interested in the things that come out of a 3D printer, or are you interested in the 3D printer? Like what part of the hobby are you most interested in? The KLP1 is for you people that love to tinker. I think I saw the KLP1 at one point for $319. I swear I saw it for $319 at one point. But here's the thing. $339 for that machine, that is a Core XY machine. It's a different motion style, right? But it's very fast, it's enclosed, it's beautiful, and that is a machine that it is a tinkerer's delight. It's going to work out of the box just fine, and it's going to print incredibly well. You're going to have a lot of fun with it, but if you like to tinker, that's a machine that I highly recommend. And like I said, I'll try and put a link up above me for the video if you want to go check that video out. But it is a great machine. I really liked it. And King Rune, there's more coming from them. Okay, how about anything else?
Creality K1. Speaking of Core XYs.
Oh, another Core XY, the Creality K1, which is a wonderful machine. And I really hope we're putting B-roll up on the screen, or at least showing you the websites with these printers. But the Creality K1, what price?
Well, okay, so on a discount, I've seen as low as $350.
Okay.
But I've also seen it as high as $420.
Okay, so someone just told me in a YouTube comment that they picked it up for like $341.
Okay.
So it really depends on where you go and what time and what sales, but $340 to $420 for the Creality K1. What's the build volume?
220 by 220 by 250.
220 by 220 by 250. What was the
Correct.
build volume on the King Rune?
210 cube.
Oh, so the
So
King
it's
Rune's a
smaller.
little bit smaller. Okay, 210 cubed on the King Rune. Okay. The Creality K1, if I had to choose between the K1 and the KLP1, I would go with the Creality K1. That's what I would do. That's a very, very nice machine, and a lot of people are finding great success with it. Print quality is really great. I compared in one video, the Creality K1, the Cheetah Tech X Plus 3, and the Bamboo Lab P1S. And I think the Bamboo Lab P1S actually came out as the top. I think the second place, if you want to call it that, was the Creality K1. And it's a wonderful machine, and I highly recommend that, especially at that price point. I mean, do you understand what we're getting here? These are incredible 3D printers that this machine a year ago would have been $700, $800, $900 to $1,000, and now it's on the market for $340 to $420. Incredible.
Incredible. It's also a good idea if you have an eye on a particular machine to constantly go to the manufacturer website, because they literally have discounts often.
All the time, yeah.
And not only that, join their Facebook group. Also join their Discord, because they literally do giveaways.
Yeah, giveaways all the time. Matter of fact,
All the time.
we have a ton of people in our community that are showing up on our live streams on Twitch, and they're telling us, oh, I just won another 3D printer. Oh, I just won another 3D printer. And I'm like, where are you going? And they're like, we go to the manufacturer's website, we pay attention on their Discords, we go to their Facebook groups, and they're always posting contests. And these people are entering. They win because they enter in every single competition, and I'm surprised. And by the way, that reminds me, join our Discord. We have a fantastic community over there, and we do giveaways on our Discord. It's pretty fun. You can ask tons of questions, get real-time answers from some very knowledgeable people. And I'll have the link on the screen to join our Discord, but it should be loyal.ms/Discord. Yeah, go join it. Say hello. All right, is that it, or do we have anything more?
Ooh, the Sovel SV07.
The Sovel.
Plus.
Oh man, I need to do something with that machine. So Sovel reached out to us a couple of weeks ago. Shoot, has it been a couple of weeks or has it been a month? It's several weeks ago. And Sovel has some fantastic products coming in 2024. They have some large machines coming. They have some Core XY machines coming. And they have, I believe, a multicolor system coming. And Sovel sent us over the SV07 Plus, which is the plus meaning it's a larger format machine. But what's the build volume on it?
Oh, it's a big one. 300 by 300 by 350.
300, 300, 350. So anything over 300 cubed, we call it a helmet class 3D printer. So 300 cubed is big enough to print a cosplay helmet. Anything less than that, you end up either having to have a really kind of shrink the helmet a little bit, or you'd have to have a small head. The SV07 Plus was a fun printer. We only printed a couple things on it yet, and I haven't reviewed it enough to give a great opinion on it. But the user experience was great. The print quality was fantastic. So I have a feeling that machine is going to do really well. But what's the price on that one?
Ooh, I think that's $329.
So $329. So it's a little bit over that $300 mark, but I still think that's good. It still fits within it. Someone can go scrounge up a couple of dollars and get a great machine at that. What else?
Quick reminder about filament and budgets.
Filament and budgets?
Don't forget to include filament in your budget.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I see that mistake so much, and it makes me feel terrible. And matter of fact, I've given out a lot of filament because of that. We see people that jump into 3D printing and they set their budget. A lot of people assume that when they order their first 3D printer, it's going to come with filament. Well, sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes when it does, it's a little tiny sample about this big and it is completely worthless. So remember, in your budget, if you're going to jump into this hobby, you have to have a little room there for some filament. I would suggest at least picking up a spool or two of a fun filament. And filament ranges anywhere from about $15 for a cheap spool of filament up to about $30 for a spool of PLA, which is the most common filament that you'll begin printing with. And I would just recommend a spool or two. You can also win filament completely for free, and I give away a ton of it. Our content is sponsored by Polymaker, and we have a Twitch live stream where we are live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/loyalmoses, where we do giveaways every single time we go live. So you can come over to our live Twitch stream. You can type !ENTER in chat, say hello, and I hit a little button and we give away filament. So don't forget, we'd love to see you over there. All right, thank you for that reminder. What's next?
We're going to $400 now, budget-wise.
$400 budget. All right, give me the machines in the $400 budget.
Ooh, the hot ones, Bamboo A1.
Now we're into a little bit more advanced 3D printers, right? So at $399, that fits in that $400 budget, and that is the Bamboo Lab A1, which we just looked at a couple of days ago. That machine got released about 2 weeks ago, so it's brand new. That machine right now is the most advanced 3D printer in our industry. Again, like the Mini, it has the most number of sensors, and the ecosystem from Bamboo, there's nothing superior to it. The option to print directly from your phone with a single tap, the option to have what's called an AMS, which is their automatic material system, which means you can do multicolor printing to print some fantastic things. And so, yeah, if you have a budget of $400, my recommendation right now, if it was a hard $400 and there was no more, $399 over at the Bamboo website, and you will have the most amazing 3D printing experience that exists. All right, well, I don't know what else can top that. Is there anything else in that $400 range?
Yeah, the Elegoo Neptune Max.
Oh, big printer. Oh, remind me really quick. The Bamboo Lab A1 is 256, 256, 256. So
Correct.
It's 256 millimeters, 256 millimeters, and 256 millimeters. And that is, that's a mid-sized printer, is what we would call that. Okay, so the Elegoo Neptune 3 Max, that is a monster machine. And I know the build volume on that one. It's a funny one. It's 420 by 420 by 5?
500, correct.
500. Okay. 420 by 420 by 500. And I think they did the 420 thing as a joke. Because I think the actual build volume is like 430, 440, or 450. I think they selected 420 just to be funny. But anyway, that is a monster printer. It's what we would call helmet class, right? So anything over 300 millimeters. And it prints so darn well. And we did a video on that some months ago where we actually 3D printed a carbon fiber axe. And we took it out on the ranch and we tested it. And so I'll see if I can get some links up on the screen to that content. But you should go check it out. That machine is a really great machine, and it's a really big one. And Elegoo is producing some fantastic quality machines. And there's some more stuff coming from them. So that's a highly recommend if you're looking at a machine that's within that $400 budget.
It's $400 on sale, but I've seen it like $439 too.
Okay, so it's $400 to $439 for that machine. If you are looking at a $400 budget, but you wanted something that's large helmet class, that is a wonderful machine. I am so impressed with that machine. We did some helmets for it for Open Source in California, and we printed those helmets on that machine, some of them, and they just did a fantastic job. One of the best large format 3D printers that I have ever used. What else?
We're going to 500 now.
Oh, we're already up to 500. Okay, $500 budget. Once we get kind of into this 500 or 600, like I said, the numbers get bigger and there's just a lot more printers. So I don't know how far we're going to go tonight into this budget, but what do we have at 500?
The Bamboo A1 Mini with the AMS light.
Oh, gotcha. For $459.
Correct.
$459 gets you that A1 Mini, which by itself is $299. That $459, it comes with the AMS, which is like, again, that's that 4-color add-on that makes that printer just incredible. So that combo, if you are looking again for a fantastic experience and you want to dabble in multicolor, that's your cheapest option. $459 gets you that 7-inch build volume on a top-of-the-line advanced machine with 4 colors, and I think that's all I can really say. So that's gonna be your cheapest way to get into multicolor printing. $459, that's it. Okay, what do we have?
Prusa Mini Plus.
Oh, the Prusa Mini Plus. Okay, so the Prusa Mini Plus, man, I have some thoughts about this. That machine used to be the most amazing low-end or entry-level machine, and not just a low-end entry-level like capable. It was actually a really fantastic farm machine. It was incredible results and just a really low price. But that was back when it was like $359, $379, somewhere around in there. Over the years, over the past 4 years, that machine made its way up to about $459, $479, somewhere around in there. And it's now the Prusa Mini Plus. If you are looking for a product that has great support, because Prusa is known for their incredible support, you are going to have to put that machine together. It's going to come as a kit, and I mean like an 8-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour put together kit, or it's going to come as a partially assembled. The partially assembled takes about 30 minutes for the average person to put together, and I think that price is about $459. And the legitimate kit that takes you forever to put together is $429. It has a 7-inch build volume, and it's also fast. So what they've done is they've taken the firmware that is on one of their higher-end printers, and they've adapted that down to the Prusa Mini, and they've made it darn quick. I can't give you a testimonial on the quality of it at that speed, because I have a lot of Prusa Minis here, but I have yet to upgrade the firmware on them, and I need to do that and get some content out. But that just wanted to make sure that we cover that in our budget here. What do we have next?
Going to 600.
Okay, right to 600.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we have at 600?
You know what? We have the A1 with the AMS light.
Okay,
Remember,
so
hard budget 6.
okay, so $559 for the Bamboo A1, which is the larger 256 by 256 by 2. No,
Yes, 256 cube.
That's right. 256 by 256 by 256 for the A1 with the AMS. So again, let me just go over this again. The A1 Mini with the AMS light, the 4-color option, is $459, and $559 for the A1 with the AMS light. So a little bit bigger, right? Actually, not a little bit, quite a bit bigger. So yeah, that's a great machine. It really is. If you had $600, that's probably what I'd go with. I think that's what I'd probably go with. Yeah, great machine. All right, what is next?
Actually, a little bit higher at 619 is the Cheetah X Plus 3.
The Cheetah X Plus 3 is how much?
619.
619. Sorry, I know you said it. I was thinking about something else. 280 by 280 by 270 is the build volume on that one. I remember I got it wrong in the
Correct.
video, and so it's cemented in my head. 280 by 280 by 270, which is a really weird thing. You normally see taller than other directions. That machine is actually really nice. If you are looking for an enclosed 3D printer, it's a Core XY. It's really fast. It's a great machine. But yes, that's the real selling point for that machine. I think that there are other machines that are just the same size or similar for a similar price. The real trick to the Cheetah X Plus 3 is the heated chamber. So it actually has a heater element inside the machine, and you can set that, and it kind of circulates that warmth around inside the enclosure. And that's really important if you're going to begin to experiment with more engineering type of filaments or more exotic filaments, and you're going to start printing with things like polycarbonates, or you're going to print nylons. That right there is where that really comes in handy. And keeping the temperature up inside that chamber is going to prevent the warping. It's going to keep bed adhesion, and you're going to ultimately just have better quality parts. So think about that. All right, what else do we have?
The Bamboo P1P.
Oh, the P1P. Okay, so Bamboo Lab, once you get outside of the bed slingers, which is the ones we were just talking about, the A1 Mini and the A1, you get into their next tier of 3D printers, which are their Core XY machines, which are the first machines that they brought to the industry. The P1P is their bare bones Core XY machine, meaning it has no side panels, but they do provide the models for you to print your own side panels. So think about that for a moment. It's a skeletonized Core XY printer that you can then print your own panels and kind of dress it up the way that you want. And so it's a way for you to tinker and build out the perfect machine for you, and you get to do that at a pretty inexpensive price. Well, I think it's $599?
$599.
$599 for that machine. So if you had $600, and if you're looking at multicolor, you would go with the A1 with the AMS light. If you are looking at going Core XY, one thing that I want to mention about the P1P and the P1S and the X1 Carbon that separates it from the A1 and the A1 Mini, you can only have 4 colors right now with the A1 and the A1 Mini. The P1P, the P1S, and the X1 Carbon from Bamboo Lab, you can have up to, wait for it, 16 colors. That's right. So you can have 4 of their AMS units connected with a hub, and you can have 16 colors on that machine. And so think about that as the potential, right? So if you go with the P1P, you can always add those AMS units in the hub later, whenever your budget expands. Well, once we get above 600 and we get into the $700 range, I think that's probably content for a separate video, because 700, 800, 900, we start to get into a lot more complicated fancier machines, and people's budgets begin to widen, right? So when you're down working with a 1, 2, and 300 budget, things are pretty tight. They're pretty hard set. But when people start to get up to $600, $700, $800, they start to widen out. We start to see budgets go, $600 to $900, or $800 to $1,200, or $1,000 to $1,500. We start to see the budgets widen out. And I think that's probably a video for another time, and it's probably a video of a different skill level. Miss Ellen, that was fantastic. Thank you. Let me give a huge shout out and a big thank you to our YouTube members. You are what make this content possible, and you Patreon supporters, wow, thank you for your continued support. Thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed it. Leave a comment below, tell us how we're doing, and like the video, give us the thumbs up, and if you're not subscribed, subscribe, and we'll see you in the next one.
Bye.
Bye. Is it possible that $300 printers might be gone for good? And honestly, would that be such a bad thing? Welcome to the studio. With the new tariffs hitting imported 3D printers, the cost of some of your favorite machines could be going up, and fast. But in the middle of all this chaos, there's a group of companies building something different. Professional grade machines made right here in the USA. We've all come to expect a lot from 3D printers. Speed, precision, features, and we've gotten used to getting it very cheap. That's largely because companies like Bamboo Lab, Creality, Anycubic, and even Elegoo, who make fantastic machines, don't get me wrong, have been able to produce them at scale overseas with lower costs. But with new US tariffs potentially raising the price of imported 3D printers, the playing field is starting to shift. We've already started seeing the effects of these macroeconomic changes in real time. Some imported 3D printers have doubled price literally overnight. Just recently, we saw a major price increase on Bamboo Lab printers at Matter Hackers, and there's little doubt that tariffs, shipping costs, and global manufacturing pressures are playing a role. These may or may not be small bumps, but they could be a sign that the pricing landscape for consumer 3D printers is shifting. And that's why it's more important than ever to look at what's being built here at home and why these machines are priced the way that they are. Now, let's be honest. American-made printers are not cheap. They never were. But they are built with a different mission: long-term reliability, premium support, and close-to-home accountability. And that last one, that might be the most underrated feature of all. If you live in the USA and when you buy from a company that builds here in the USA, you're not submitting a support ticket that unfortunately and often gets ignored. You're calling someone who lives in the same country you do, often just a few time zones away, someone who actually helped design, test, or maybe even build the machine that you're working with. And part of that higher cost, it comes from the fact that these machines aren't built to be disposable. It's important to remember not all 3D printers are built the same and that they're not easily compared by price alone. I know some folks don't like to hear that, especially when we're all out there trying to find the best deals, but it's the same reason that not every wrench from Harbor Freight stacks up against ones from Snap-on. There's a difference between tools meant for occasional weekend use and tools that are built to perform day in and day out under pressure. As an example, it's true for electric generators too. You can buy a $300 unit that runs in a pinch, or you can buy a commercial grade generator that costs 5 and 10 times more because it's designed for continuous operation, not just emergencies. 3D printers are no different. Some are built to last through years of demanding production environments. Others, they're more like disposable appliances. And that's not a knock on either one. It just depends on what you need. And of course, there are exceptions to this rule. We've all found that one really cheap tool that will likely outlive us. In fact, if you found a cheap tool that turned out to be a total gem or a diamond in the rough, drop that in the comments. We'd all love to hear about them. Back to 3D printing. Take Lulzbot, for example. Their tool heads aren't $35 off-the-shelf clones from Amazon. Their quick change tool heads can run anywhere from $300 to around $1,000 each, depending on the configuration. Now, why? That's because they're using Bond Tech extruders, the best in the industry, and Slice Engineering hot ends, which are trusted in some of the most demanding print environments out there. It's the kind of design choice that doesn't just work, they last. And when something needs replacing, you're not tossing out the whole printer, you're fixing what matters, and you're keeping everything else running strong. And I know this personally. I have spoken to folks at each of these companies, every single one, no exception. These teams are passionate, smart, and genuinely dedicated to the future of 3D printing. Now, before I jump in and highlight a few of these US-made printer companies, and even a filament one, I'm gonna ask a few dangerous questions for the comments, all right? Here they go. Question number 1. Would you still buy a 3D printer if the price doubled, but it was made in the USA? Do you care where printers are made? Question number 2. Is it time to just stop buying cheap 3D printers altogether? Are they doing good or harm to our industry? Question number 3. If your favorite imported 3D printer suddenly cost $1,000 or $2,000, would you still use it or recommend it? Question number 4. What's more important to you, supporting US businesses or jobs, or just getting the best deal? Again, do you care where your 3D printer is made? 5. Do you think American-made printers are overpriced, or do you think that they're fairly priced for what they offer? Now, this last one, which is probably a pretty big deal, I get comments about this one a lot more than any other. Question number 6, have you ever called tech support for a 3D printer? And was it foreign or domestic? And how did it go? Seriously, drop the answers to any one of those questions or all of them in the comments below. The first company that we're going to talk about is Lulzbot. Now, Lulzbot has been in the open source game for years. They are known for their workhorse TAS line and modular design philosophy. They serve makers, educators, industrial, agriculture, government, and even researchers who want freedom to customize. They build and assemble everything in North Dakota, and they've doubled down on keeping their machines serviceable, hackable, and durable. They even write their own software in-house. The next company we're going to talk about is Wuxen. Now, Wuxen is a relatively new player focused on approachable and friendly machines for small businesses, classrooms, and creators. They've got an amazing passion for 3D printing, and you can feel it when you talk to them on the phone. They're all about lowering the barrier to entry, and they do all of their manufacturing and design work in-house right in Colorado. Wuxen loves user experience, and that's really what they're focused on. The next company is Fusion 3. Have you heard of Fusion 3? Fusion 3 is best known for their enclosed industrial level printers like the F200. These are fast, precise machines built to run production parts day in and day out. They focus on reliability, speed, and rock solid customer support. If you're printing for a business, these folks are worth a serious look. I would highly recommend giving them a call and seeing what they are about. In fact, we have a lot more content coming on this F200, so make sure you are subscribed and hit that bell to get notified. Also, while you're down there, hit that like button too. All right, the next company, Formlabs. Born out of MIT, Formlabs revolutionized desktop SLA printing. Their Form series of printers are elegant, they're professional, and they're widely used in dental, jewelry, and engineering fields, among many. This is a company that brought high-res resin 3D printing to the desktop before most people even knew what SLA was. Now, we have their Form 4 sitting right back here with some exciting content coming on it. This is the best tech that there is right now, and I can't wait to share it with you. And it's not just printers that are being made here in the United States. Polymaker, the world's largest 3D printing filament manufacturer, is now producing filament right here on American soil. They recently opened a full-scale manufacturing facility and warehouse in Houston, Texas, hiring an entirely local team and committing to building the highest quality filament in the country. Millions of dollars in custom high-tech automation, and I got to go film it. In fact, I was actually the first content creator to step inside that facility, and I've got a full walkthrough video of their filament production lines coming very soon. If you thought top-tier filament only came from overseas, you're going to want to see how things are changing. Polymaker is investing big in US manufacturing, and it's just the beginning. You're going to want to see this video. It will blow your mind. I don't know how other companies are going to compete here. It's just amazing the amount of tech that they've put into this place. Anyway, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Seriously, I'll be dropping that video anytime. Now, if you are curious for more details and the specifics of why some of these machines cost what they do, don't speculate, ask, call them, email them. Every one of these companies have people who will pick up the phone and walk you through what they built and why. They care about this stuff. And if you've got questions, they've got answers. Also, if you've got reasons why you think these machines cost more, drop them in the comments below. I'm going to invite all of these companies to come here and read and engage in the comments. Now, I only chose a few USA-made companies in this video, and if you want to see your favorites in another video, drop the companies below that you like, and don't forget to tag them. We'll do a full breakdown of all USA-made companies and their products in another video. Buying American-made isn't just about economics. It's about supporting real people doing hard, valuable work to push this technology forward. So whether you're shopping for your next 3D printer or you're just watching the space evolve, keep an eye on what's being built here. If you found this video helpful or thought-provoking, hit that like button, consider subscribing, and drop a comment below if you've had an experience with any of these brands. A huge thanks to our YouTube members and Patreon supporters. I could not make this content without you. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Seriously, answer all those questions. Drop some comments, like, subscribe, all of that, and I'll invite these companies to come over and engage with you. All right. This video is generously sponsored by FlexiSpot. I've had 33 3D printers come through this studio in the last 9 months, and Mrs. LM is here.
Hello.
And Mrs. LM is going to pick one of these random printers, and I'm going to tell you whether or not today I would buy that printer. All right, Mrs. LM, what is the first printer?
Bamboo Lab A1 Mini.
Okay, the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini, that is going to be probably the most popular 3D printer in the industry today. Mrs. LM, how much does it cost?
It's on sale, $199.
$199 is incredible. If you can think about where we were just a year or two ago, and $199 for one of the fastest 3D printers on the market, one of the best print quality, it's an incredible machine. Build volume is 180 cubed, right?
Correct.
I don't think you're going to find a better printer on the market right now. So yeah, that's definitely a buy. Okay, Miss Dillon, what's the next one?
Its bigger counterpart, the A1.
Okay, so the A1. All right, the A1, that is a 256 by 256 by 256 millimeter 3D printer, bed slinger. Same thing as the A1 Mini. Prints at like 500 millimeters per second. Has the capability of doing multi-material. What's the price?
$339 without the AMS, but $489 with the AMS.
$339?
Correct.
$339 right now at the Bamboo website. Of course, we'll have links on the screen and in the description below for everything here. But the A1, think about that for a moment. $339 for a 256 millimeter cubed build volume. Now, its competitors are machines like the Prusa Mark III or Prusa Mark IV. For $339, printing perfection, yep, that's a buy. So, Miss Dillon, what's next?
The Elegoo Saturn IV Ultra resin printer.
Saturn IV Ultra? Wait, this one.
Yeah. that
Okay,
one.
I was confused. The Saturn IV Ultra, this guy, fantastic resin machine. If you are into resin, then you just already know the quality that Elegoo produces. If you aren't sure about resin, trust me, it is not as messy as you think it is. There's a process that makes it nice and clean and simple. But these produce incredible results. The resolution is absolutely amazing. Miss Dillon, what is the price?
That's $399. It's a 12K resolution, and it has a tilt release technology.
So it has tilt release, which we've seen in other resin machines like the Prusa SL1S, things like that. But this has tilt release. It's 12K, and for $399.
Correct.
That is such a good printer. If I was shopping for resin printers today, I think I would avoid those machines that are like $99 or $999, $1,000, unless you need machines like that. This machine at $399, that's a definite buy. It is, yeah. All right, Miss Dillon, what's next?
Two Trees SK1.
Okay, the Two Trees SK1. That's actually a printer that I like. We've had it here in the studio. The printing results were fine. How much is it?
$419.
$419. It's a Core XY machine. Build volume?
256 cubed.
Okay, so 256 millimeters cubed, which is going to be very much the same as a Bamboo printer, but for $419, it's not enclosed, so it's going to be kind of like a Bamboo P1P. $419. Unfortunately, I'd have to say probably today I wouldn't buy that. At $419, you're just too close to a Bamboo style printer, the P1P, which has incredible print results and, of course, has the capability to add multicolor printing to it with the AMS. So, unfortunately, even though I like the machine,
It's the price point.
it's the price point. It's a great machine. It's just that price point. Yeah. All right, Miss Ellen, what's next?
Curiality Ender 3 V3 SE.
Oh, the Ender 3 V3 SE. I don't even need to ask you the price. I'm going to say it's a buy. That is a great machine. I think it's a fantastic entry-level machine, but we'll talk about the specs here, of course, for people who don't know. But how much is it?
$169 right now.
Oh my gosh, $169 for this machine. Incredible. What's its build volume?
220 by 220 by 250.
So it's a mid-size printer, but that is at $169. That is a definite buy for me. Matter of fact, I enjoy that printer enough that if I had friends or family that were interested in 3D printers, that's on my short list of machines that I would pick up for them.
But it is only 250 millimeter per second.
Yes, which
max.
is fine. Which is fine. It's a fast printer. It's just not one of the super fast machines. The SE is a great machine. All right, what's next?
Its counterpart, Ender 3 V3 KE.
Oh, the KE. Okay, so the KE is the clipper version of that machine. So it's quite a bit faster. It has like Wi-Fi printing and things like that. What's the price?
$239.
So yeah, so good.
Yeah.
That is such a good price for that machine. Now, when it comes to comparing the print quality to something like a Bamboo Lab A1, the Bamboo machine is going to print better results, but you're getting a machine with clipper on it that allows you to tinker, kind of mess with the machine, tune it, kind of like infinite possibilities with a KE. So do I recommend that machine? Yes. Would I buy it today? I would. I would buy the KE. I would really recommend that for someone who's probably not a beginner, but someone who wants a very inexpensive clipper 3D printer to play with. You know, outfitting a studio with the right gear is essential, and that's why today's sponsor FlexiSpot has been absolutely incredible. incredible. FlexiSpot offered to upgrade our studios with new furniture, and 3D printers are big, they're heavy, and it takes some really well-built heavy-duty desks to handle the abuse of 3D printing and content creation. Being able to just preset height adjustments and select them with one button to change from A-roll to B-roll filming is a game changer. We replaced my old hand crank desk that was too small with the FlexiSpot E7W Plus standing desk. It's bigger, it's more stable, and it can lift as much as like 440 pounds, and even at standing height, it isn't wobbling when we work because of these 4 massive legs. It's even large enough that we mounted our mics on it, and none of that gets in the way of our working. The E7W Plus is super easy to use, it has a lot of accessory options, and it's actually on sale right now. It's like $499 for this frame, and this solid wood top is about $120, which is actually pretty affordable for a heavy-duty standing desk. I'll have links on the screen and in the description. Go check them out. Oh, and if you're on a limited budget like all of us, they have an extremely affordable E5 model that you can consider. Okay, what's next?
Another Ender 3 V3.
Wow, lots of Enders here. Okay, so Ender 3 V3. So this is a Core XZ 3D printer, and this is a different style, right? So it's got belts on the Z, and it's a nice machine. Print quality is fantastic. What is the print, or what is the price, Miss Ellen?
$329.
Okay, so $329, and its build volume?
220 by 220 by 250.
See, so now we're coming into that, again, that kind of A1 area where the Bamboo Lab A1 kind of dominates these price points. So a 220 millimeter 3D printer for a very similar price, if not the same price, is a Bamboo Lab A1. I would not buy the V3 today. Unless you like Creality, the brand, and that's kind of what you're wanting to stay with is in that ecosystem, then yes, it would be a buy. But for me, my personal opinion today, and well, that's what this video is about, I would not buy that today. I would probably pick up the A1, the Bamboo Lab A1. Only because of that price point, really. Nothing wrong with the machine. It's a great machine. All right, what's next?
The Anchor Make M5C.
Anchor makes a great printer, and a lot of people had great results with it. I've had fantastic experience with it. Matter of fact, stay tuned. Video coming to the channel soon on that. We've had it for months, and but what is the price?
$299.99.
Yeah, so this is the printer that's kind of like the one-button print kind of thing, all handled with a mobile app. $299. It is a good machine. I'd recommend it. I would buy it, I think. But it, like I said, it's tough because at that price point, you're kind of like, I don't want to keep saying bamboo, but these price points, right? I mean, that's why we're choosing 3D printers, is because we're choosing certain price points and we're picking the best ones within the price point. But that Anchor Make machine is a good machine, and today I'd buy it. Okay, what's next?
The ComGrow T300.
Oh, the T300. You guys know how much I like the T300. So this is the ComGrow Soval now, T300, and this is a really big machine. I mean, it is a monster machine. You'll be seeing B-roll of me putting it up here on the bench, and it is a big one, and it prints really fast, it heats up really fast, and it has great results. Now, of course...
It's unique looking.
It's very unique, they are. But like I said, a lot of this comes down to the price. What is the price today?
$449.
$450 for a build volume of
300 by 300 by 350.
So it's 300, 300, 350. That is a helmet class 3D printer. That is a big machine. It's solid. Man, I really like it. For $450 for that, I'm going to call it a tank. I would buy it. I'd buy it. It's such a good machine. So even if you don't know much about it, I'd really invite you to go take a look. We'll have links, like I said, on the screen and the description. Go click them and go read about that machine. Maybe we can link to videos that I've done on some of these machines. You should go watch it. It's a great machine. Okay, next one.
Its counterpart, ComGrow T500.
500. All right, the T500 is a monster. If you don't know, well, you're about to see it because we will put it up on the bench in here. So it is a huge machine. It is so heavy. It's a 2-person carry-around printer.
You don't carry it.
No, I mean, it's a 2-person printer to move. But its build volume is?
500 by 500 by 500.
Yep, 500 by 500 by 500. It is a monster. So that's not just a helmet class 3D printer. We were making jokes at it. That's like an armor class. That's like, it's huge. And so, and what's its price point?
$799.
$799. I actually think for a 500 millimeter cube 3D printer, $800.
Yeah.
That is an incredible price. And yes, I would buy it. Yeah, that's a definite buy. It is such a big machine. All right. What's next?
King Rune KP3S Pro V2.
The Pro V2. All right. So, Mrs. LM, I know. I know what it's like. Ender 3, V3, SE,
names.
KE, V3, V2s, King Rune, KLP, 3, SP3P Pro 2. I know. Anyway, so the KP3S Pro V2, that is a little tiny guy, super popular. I had the KP3S Pro on my don't buy in the previous video that we did, the 23 3D printer video, where we had 23 3D printers in a year, and then 9 months later, add 33 more printers. It's insane. I had that on the don't buy list. This one, the Pro V2, they did fix a few things. What is the price on it right now?
$239.
$239. That's tough because what's its build volume?
200 cubed.
Yeah, it's 200 cubed. For me personally, I would put that in the don't buy just because of the Bamboo Lab A1. And you will have far better results with the Bamboo Lab A1 than you will with that particular machine. There's nothing wrong with it. You'll just have better print results and a better overall user experience with A1. Or A1 Mini, I'm sorry. So, yeah. But anyway, unfortunately, I have to put that in the don't buy for me. All right, what's next?
The Curiality Halo Mage Pro 8K
Oh,
resin printer.
8K resin printer. So another resin machine. This is Creality's. This one was a great machine. I really enjoyed it. It had the resin pump in it, and which was actually really nice to be able to
Helpful.
pump. Yeah, it was pumping resin in, pumping resin out. I really like that. But it's all going to come down to the fact that it's 8K resolution, and I kind of think once you get above the 8K, 10K, it's going to be so hard to tell those prints apart with that resolution. They're all just going to have such great results. What is its build volume?
228 by 128 by 230.
Okay, it's actually a pretty good size build volume for a resin printer. And how much?
$379.99.
$379. I think that when we get into these resin machines and they're sub $400, these are great machines. Resin is a fantastic experience if you haven't done it. Your prints are going to be amazing. You're really going to like it. But anything under 400, I think it's a buy. And I would buy it today. Yeah, definitely. Okay, what's next? Next one.
The JG Maker R1.
Oh, JG Maker's R1. I actually had a really great experience with that. That was a printer that the print results on it were really great for such a low price beginner 3D printer. So, Mrs. Ellen, what is its build volume?
230 by 230 by 250.
So 230, 230, 250 in price.
I think with their coupon, it's $179.99.
Do you hear that? $179. I'm telling you that these printers, the prices are just coming down, and the machines themselves are just producing such great results. And so I think as a beginner 3D printer, I think it's a great printer, but this is about today, and would I spend that money on that machine today? I wouldn't. And the reason why is because at that price point of $179, you're just $10 less, and you get an Ender 3 V3 SE from Creality. And I felt like that was a better overall user experience. So unfortunately today I'd have to say no for this one. Go ahead.
Artillery Sidewinder X3 Pro.
Oh, the X3 Pro. I had a great experience with it. The X3 and the X4 series, I actually liked them both. I get that question a lot, actually. So what is the price for the X3 Pro?
It's $169.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my goodness.
Good price.
No, so yes, that's a buy, 100%. And it's because I had such a great experience with it, and the X3 and X4 machines have just been so good. I get a lot of questions, especially in YouTube comments, with people asking me, which one would you buy, or would you buy an X3? And I'd say yeah. In today's dollars, if it were my money, yes, I'd do it. Okay, what's next?
The Artillery Sidewinder X4
Oh.
Plus.
So we just talked about the X4. X4 Plus is a helmet class 3D printer with a build volume of
300 by 300 by 400.
Yes, 400 millimeters on the Z, and that is just epically awesome. So I don't know if you've printed a lot of helmets or if you want to. Helmets, we call them helmet class 3D printers when they get above 300 millimeters, and on the X and Y, that's fine, but a lot of times helmets can be just above that. They can be 300, 310, 350 because of all the stuff they kind of throw on the top of these helmets, like clone trooper helmets or stormtrooper helmets. So 400 on the Z is awesome, and Artillery's kind of always done that with their Sidewinder series. Kind of always had that larger Z, and which is pretty nice. What is the price?
$349.
$349 for a 300 by 300 by 400 millimeter 3D printer X4, and it's fast.
500 millimeter.
500 millimeters per second. That is a 500 millimeter per second bed slinger, helmet class 3D printer. That's a buy. I'd do it. Absolutely. Okay, what's next?
The Anycubic Cobra 2 Pro.
That machine is a pretty good machine. It's all really going to come down to the price. I think the print results are fine. It's kind of Anycubic quality, which is good. So what's the price?
$239.
$239 for a what size build volume?
250 by 220 by 220.
So it is a... Someone's playing with my lights in the studio. It is a moderate size or mid-size 3D printer. That's a decent price. I think today, I'd probably say no, not today. And I know that you're shocked. You're hearing me say things like, that's a great printer. It prints great. It really comes down to what's available on the market today and the price points that are there. Nothing wrong with the printer. I hope you understand that. Nothing wrong with the printer and the print results. It's just our market is so different today because of the prices of some of these competing 3D printers. So unfortunately, that has to go into my no list. Go ahead, Miss Ellen. What's next?
Elegoo Neptune 4 Plus.
Elegoo Neptune 4. Oh,
Big boy.
the Neptune 4 Plus is a fantastic machine. How many times have I said fantastic in this video?
A lot.
A lot.
Because they're good.
I get excited about 3D printers. I don't know what else to say. That one has the curtain cooling fan on the X gantry, and it is what size?
It's a big one. 320 by 320 by 385.
320, 320, 385. That is a big printer, and it is a really nice printer. I really like it. Matter of fact, make sure you're subscribed to the channel because we have content coming on that with MicroSwiss and some other companies. We're doing some special fun things to those machines to kind of upgrade them, and you'll like it. So anyway, what is the price?
$369.
$369 for me. That's a definite buy. It is. That is a really, really, really good machine. And I have content on it. We'll try and link it in the description for that. So, yeah, definitely. It's a buy. All right, Miss Ellen, what's next?
King Rune KLP 1
Oh,
millimeter.
Okay, the King Rune KLP 1, which, if you're not familiar, that is a Core XY machine enclosed pretty small. I mean, like you can pick it up and hold it with one hand, really. It is 210 by 210 by 210. So it's 210 cubed. All right. And what's the price?
$319.
$319. Okay, this is an interesting machine. So I don't even know if they sell this one anymore. But the KLP1 for me was a really fun machine. I think it was an entry-level Core XY machine with clipper. It was fast. It was fun. Had some weird little quirks like the touch stylus interface, which I don't really care for. The screen, which is on the inside of the printer, which I thought was strange. But other than that, it did print great. And like I said, it's clipper. It's a great opportunity for people to get into clipper in a Core XY machine very inexpensively. But they don't sell it today anymore. Now, so you'd ask me today, would I buy it? The answer would be no. And it's because I'm not quite sure if that printer's coming up next or
Yes,
if it's
it is.
Is it? Okay. What is it, Mrs. LM?
The King Rune KLP 1 230.
Okay, there it is. So I figured this one was coming next. King Rune this year came out with a new KLP1, and they called it the 230 because it's 230 by
230.
230 by
210.
210. So 230, 230, same Z height, 210. And they fixed a couple of little things and made it a little bit better. Still the same stylus touch interface, which I don't really care for, and the screen's on the inside. It's clipper, it's Core XY, and what's the price?
$369.
Okay, $369. I think for a Core XY machine, if that's what you want, a clipper Core XY machine, for me, it's a buy. I would buy it today because it is a really fun machine to play around with. But if you're just going off of 3D printers in the $369 price range and you're looking at the quality, it would be a no. But that's not what I'm judging on today. I'm judging it on would I buy it today? It is what it is. $369 for a clipper Core XY machine, I'd buy it. Go ahead.
Longer LK5 Pro.
The Longer LK5 Pro. This one was really tough because Longer sent that over to us quite some time ago. And it's actually a printer from like a couple of years ago. And not much has changed on it. But it did have good print results. But it's an old printer. It's outdated. And I don't think Longer's out of the game. I caught some hints that we might see some new stuff from Longer as far as 3D printers go. But today, the LK5 Pro, I would not spend my money on it. And I guess for the sake of the video, what's the build volume?
It's a big one. 300 by 300 by 400.
Yeah, 300 by 300 by 4. And what's the price?
$279.
Yeah, $279. I would not buy it today, only because there's other machines on the market that would compete, and you're basically buying technology that's 3 years old or more, So I just wouldn't do it, not today. But okay, what's next?
Elegoo Mars 4 DLP resin.
Oh, the Mars 4 DLP, great machine. What's the price, Miss Ellen?
$299.99.
Okay, this is a $300 resin machine, and Elegoo makes incredible resin machines. It's what they do. They're really good at it. Matter of fact, they make great FDM printers. I mean, they're just all around a good company. And so the Mars 4 DLP is a fantastic printer and a great price, and it would be a machine that I would definitely buy today. But stay tuned, because the Mars 5 Ultra is here in our studios, and video coming on that soon. All right, Miss Ellen, what's next?
FiSec Voron 0.2 R1.
Okay, so Miss Ellen said it right, FiSec. I think it's FiSec. Anyway, I think it is. Anyway, how much is it?
$360.89.
$360 for a Voron V0.2 kit from FiSec. Now, the one I got was had all the 3D printed parts in it, and it was a beautiful kit. I mean, gorgeous kit. There's a video out that I put on my channel, so subscribe, go watch it. That is a great price for a complete kit. I mean, everything in it. Sit down, assemble it with you or your family, and have a great machine. They are an exhaustive endeavor, so you will spend a lot of time and a lot of love putting it into those kits and machines. But you'll end up getting something that you've created, so it's kind of a fun experience. So
very custom.
Very custom. So $360. Okay, $360. Would I buy it today? I would, because I actually think it was really cool. I think it was fun. Okay, what's next?
The Mingda Magician X2.
So I already kind of know about this one. So we've had the Mingda Magician X2 here for quite some time, and it prints great. It prints absolutely fine, but I think you're about to be shocked. Mrs. LM, what is the build volume first?
230, 230, 260.
Okay, 230, 230, 260. So it's a mid-sized 3D printer from Mingda, and it prints great. It prints fine. But Mrs. LM, why don't you tell everybody what the price is?
$109.
Oh my gosh, $109. No, that's incredible. 3D printers are just plummeting in prices, and that is a great machine. It prints really well. Think about that. That's a little bit more than a $100 bill for a mid-sized 3D printer. Incredible. Would I buy it today? To be honest with you, I probably would, because I think a $100 3D printer, that's in a class of its own when we're at that price point. So I'd buy that today. Go ahead, Miss Ellen.
Uniformation GK2.
Oh, the Uniformation. Oh man, this GK2 is incredible. Content coming probably within days of the release of this video. That is an epically awesome resin 3D printer. And man, and I have a fun story, but I won't tell you that here. You'll have to watch that video. But Mrs. Ellen, what is the price?
$849.99.
$850 for this resin machine. And what's its build volume?
350 by 315 by 455.
Oh, such a big machine. I love it. And so anyway, would I buy that today from Uniformation? Oh, I would. Remember what I said. Resin machines at $400 and $500 and below are incredible. And that's what, like, if you're getting into resin, great. Now, if you know resin and you've experienced it and you know what it can do, then an $850 machine, oh, yes, I would totally do that again. Yeah, I would. That's in my yes. Okay, Miss Ellen, what's next?
The Ren Color AC10.
Aw, the Ren Color. Do you guys
know.
know what the Ren Color is? Do you remember it? That was the filament mixing tool head. Kickstarter. That's so frustrating. It's a nice big machine. What is the build volume?
300 by 300 by 360.
Yeah, 300, 300, 360. And what's its price?
No longer available, so...
Yeah, so it's not available, so we don't really know the price. Anyway, I think it was between it was around the $400 mark. Here's the thing. Ren Color had something really cool. They'd kind of developed their own proprietary, like, custom tool head for mixing and the mixing nozzles. It was really special. It was not like anything that's ever been done before as far as the mixing. Has multicolor tool heads been done before mixing nozzles? Yes, that's not my point. They did something really special with this one. Then the problem was they actually got kicked off Kickstarter, or they got their Kickstarter canceled by Kickstarter. But I believe it wasn't that they did anything wrong. I think people didn't like the way they called it like an 8-color. Was it 6-color or 8-color?
8-color.
8-color mixing tool head, and people thought that meant like you could put like 6 or 8 different filaments, and what they meant was you could put in these numbers of filaments and get that number of like default colors. And so that caused Kickstarter to cancel it. Then Kickstarter can't restart one, so they had to start a new Kickstarter over again. But ultimately, I would not probably buy that machine today. It was old tech, cool tool head, just old tech, really fun and interesting. It would be a specialty type printer. So unfortunately today I would not buy that. It was a cool machine though. I really liked it. Okay, Miss Ellen, what's next?
The AOC X Maker Joy.
AOC X Maker Joy. If you watched my video from just a couple of weeks ago, then you know how excited I am about this machine. If you haven't, subscribe and go watch it. That is one of the coolest machines that we have had in this studio. It is a 3D printer that's designed for children. And not just a 3D printer that, like, you've seen these other children's type 3D printers before. This one was really focusing on the user experience, and you've heard me talk about that before. I'm big into the user experience being more important than the function or features of 3D printers. Like, if you have to get rid of half a dozen features to have a far better user experience, that's what I'm all about. And that machine is so just epically awesome. The tools that come with it that allow children to, with their mobile phone, to be able to select models like robots and modify them and add things and remove things, and they can use the like AI assistant to say, make me this toy, and it will. And everything is just so beautiful and fun. AOC knocked it out of the park with the X Maker Joy. And so anyway, that today, I watch this. I'm going to tell you this right now. It's a buy for me. Absolutely yes. And then Mrs. LM, how much is it?
$249.99 on Amazon.
$249.99, so $250 for that machine, and it's got a really tiny build volume. It's like what, 120?
120 by 120 by 120.
Yeah, so it's 120. Great machine for kids though. I mean, that is, so think about that printer like the Easy Bake Oven is. It's just it's a lot of fun, and I would highly recommend it if you are a family that wants to 3D print together with small children. And yeah, definite buy. Anyway, Miss Ellen, what's next?
The Geek Alcade resin printer.
Oh, okay. So this one's actually going to come in here on the bench in a box. And because I have not even opened it up and looked at it, I've read all the stuff on it. And but the reason why it's still included in this video, and unfortunately, I have to give this a don't know, right? So I can't tell you whether I would buy it today or not. So subscribe for the content that's coming. But it's the price. And this is pretty exciting because I think the feature set and the quality from what I've read and what I've seen from others is pretty good. But I can't give you my recommendation on it. Miss LM, how much?
$99.
$99 for this resin machine. And so, like I said, stay tuned. We'll have content on it, and I'll be able to give you that recommendation. But at this point, I say I just don't know, so I can't give you a yes or no on it. But I think it's pretty darn cool that they can do this. $99 for this resin machine. So hopefully it's good.
It's a cute size too.
I know, so cute. I like it. All right, Miss Elm, what's next?
The Cheedy Tech Q1 Pro.
Oh, the Q1 Pro. Great machine. Cheedy, I almost said something I wasn't supposed to say. Cheedy has been killing it lately with their machines, and the Q1 Pro is a great machine. Heated chamber, Core XY enclosed. I mean, it's going to print all your exotic materials. Your more industrial stuff. But how much is it?
$499.
$500. For me, that's a buy. You're getting an enclosed Core XY machine with a pretty decent build volume of
245 by 245 by 240.
Right, so mid-size, right? So pretty decent build volume in there, but you're getting it with a heated chamber. And so you're going to be able to print some awesome filaments in there and do some really cool stuff. And the user experience was pretty good. I liked the touch interface. I liked everything about it. So yeah, that's a definite buy for me for $500 because there's not many enclosed 3D printers with heated chambers on the market. So Cheaty's doing great. All right, Miss Ellen, what's next?
The Curated K1C.
Okay, so the Curated K1C, we actually have two of those, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, one from Curated and the other one was sent to us from
SaneSmart.
So thank you, SaneSmart. Thank you, Curated, for that. It's a great machine. It's a mid-sized 3D printer, Core XY, enclosed. It's got a build volume of about
220 by 220 by 250.
220 by 250. Great machine, great print results. We opened it up live on our Twitch stream, which, by the way, you should absolutely join. Twitch.tv/LoyalMoses. We are live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific, and we give out filament and 3D printers and stuff every single time we go live, so be there. Yeah, we have a great time. We opened them up both and we printed with them both at the same time on our live stream, and the print results were great, almost identical. One of them printed a little bit different, but not bad. So I wouldn't say it's a really quality control issue, but they printed great. But it really comes down to price, because I have a feeling that this price is in the 400s. How much is the price, Miss Ellen?
$459.
So it's $459. But is a K1C right now? Would I buy a K1C for $449 today? No, I don't think I would. If the price were $419, $409, $399, absolutely I'd be there, because there's nothing wrong with them. They're really good machines and they print really, really well. It just comes down to the price point. Things are just dramatically changing in our industry right now when it comes to dollars. So, and that's what this video is about. Would I buy it today? Okay, Miss Ellen, what's next?
The Sovel SV07 Plus.
SV07 Plus. We opened up that live on a live stream with Sovel. We were doing kind of an event kind of together with them, and it showed up with some shipping kind of problems. Some of the knobs on the bed had come loose in shipping, because so that was kind of a bad experience. But that's normal, right? It's that stuff happens in shipping. It's a big machine. How big, Miss Ellen?
300 by 300 by 350.
300, 350. Big machine. It printed really, really well. It was really nice. We did some fun things with it. We printed a helmet with it, actually. And what's its price?
$309.
See, $300. So $309 for that machine, the SV07 Plus. I would, to be honest with you, because I kind of feel like helmet class 3D printers around that $300 point. That's incredible. Now, would I like to see it maybe $299 or $289? Sure, but I think $309, that's a good price for that machine. Absolutely. Okay, Mrs. Ellen, what's next?
The SV08 from Sovel.
Oh, the big one. Okay, so the SV08 is a monster machine. This is basically, think about this as like, this is a mass production Voron 2.4 and build volume of?
350 by 350 by 345.
So 350, 350, 345 for this machine. This one caused a little bit of controversy when it was announced. Sovel basically took the Voron style machine, the very popular 2.4, and they built a mass-produced one. It takes about an hour to assemble, and this is what you get. It is just an incredible, incredible machine with infinite upgrade possibilities. There's people already doing multi-tool head adaptations to it. MMU. This would be a machine that you could just tinker with infinitely, and it's got a great price, I think, for it. So, Miss Ellen, what's the price?
$579.
$579 for this machine. This one is a definite buy. So if you think that you would like to play with a Voron, but you don't want to spend days and weeks putting it together, right? I would really suggest this is a machine. So yeah, it's a buy for me. Yeah, definitely. All right, Miss Ellen, what's next?
Our very last one.
Oh, we're already at 33?
Yeah.
All right, what is it?
The Elegoo Mars 5 Ultra.
Oh, that's the one I can't show you. So that machine, I don't know how we're going to do this. It's going to have to sit in here on the bench, either blurred. Is it blurred right now? Is it? Is it blurred, or did I cover it with something? Anyway, I can't tell you about this machine because it's actually not released yet. I have an NDA. It'll be out in a couple of days by the time this video is uploaded. But it is a really, really good machine. I can't even tell you the build size, and I can't even tell you the price. But as you know, we talked about it earlier, Elegoo makes really great machines, and this resin machine is no different. It's pretty epic. It's pretty awesome. So I'll have links on the screen and in the description. Go check it out. But yes, it is a definite buy. All right, Mrs. Ellen, that was it?
That's it.
Well, that was fun. So thank you for that. We've had a lot of machines come here through the studio in the last 9 months and in the last year before that. And just so you know, it's not over, because in the next 60 days, we have 22 or 24 plus 3D printers coming here in the next 60 days. So we'll do one of these again, probably in a couple of months, and it's going to blow your mind at what's happening in our industry right now. And let me give a huge shout out to our YouTube members, our Patreon supporters. You are who make this possible. And also, thank you, FlexiSpot, for upgrading our studios. Don't forget to go check them out. Head over to the website. I'll have the link on the screen and in the description. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Miss LM.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right. And we will see you in the next one. Do you know what the price of this machine is right now? Obviously, if you've seen other reviews, then you know the price of this machine. But if this is the first video that you've seen on the Artillery X3 Pro, go down to the comments right now and drop your thought on what you think the price is or what it should be. I'm interested to know, because when we go through all of this and I share that price with you, I want to see if you're surprised. This is the Sidewinder X3 Pro, the 240 by 240 by 260 millimeter Marlin-based speed demon from Artillery. We've been patiently waiting for Artillery to crank out more machines since we've had the X2 here in the studio. Now stick with me, we're going to go over all of its features, my thoughts, and where it fits in this fast-moving industry. Let's go. Before we get started, let me give a big thank you to Artillery. Thanks for sending this over to us and letting us share it with our audience. Like every printer video, we got to talk about the build volume first. This one is 240 by 240 by 260 on the Z, which puts it kind of in the middle range. So anywhere between 220 and 250 or 256, somewhere around there, is a good mid-range or mid-size printer. The build plate gets up to 100C, and it has a double-sided flexible PEI textured build plate, which is pretty standard now. This machine has auto bed leveling, and it actually does a 49-point auto bed level, and it does have manual knobs for backup, but I didn't have to touch those. Mine was pretty flat and level out of the box. It has a filament wiper on the bed. It's not multicolor, and I think that's just used to clean the nozzle before it actually does the 49-point bed leveling. By default, the Z offset on mine was a little bit high. I had issues with prints sticking initially, so I just reached into the interface and just lowered that Z offset, I think, by about 0.5 millimeter, and everything stuck perfectly from there. Now, the hot end gets up to 300C, and it has a dual gear extruder and a quick change nozzle. It comes equipped with a 0.4 millimeter volcano style, but I believe it's a custom nozzle. It's I wouldn't go as far as to say proprietary, because I believe the threads are the same, but the tip of that nozzle is a little bit different. And what this basically means is this machine is going to be capable of doing your PLAs, your PTGs, your TPUs, your ABSs, and things like that. You can do abrasive filaments, you can do all that. That's not a problem with this machine. Printing speeds on this machine are quick, so that's what Artillery is kind of promoting with this machine, is that they're calling it a super fast Marlin-based printer. So 300 millimeters per second is what they're advertising, but I think most people are going to be printing anywhere from about 150 to about 250 millimeters per second. And of course, with faster printing, you have to have better cooling. So the Sidewinder X2 had, I believe, a 4020 parts cooling fan, and this one is equipped with a 5015. So quite a bit more air. Well, I can't say quite a bit more air. What is it? I think it's about 10% more air, if I'm thinking correctly. But it is noticeably louder. When I first began printing with this, that fan had a terrible whine to it. But after the first handful of hours of printing, I'd say maybe the first 4 to 6 to 8 hours of printing, that kind of died off and went away. It's just louder, it's moving more air, but I don't think it's anything to be concerned about. It has a pretty nice display, and the display is attached with a little flexible cord, like a telephone cord. You can pull it, I don't know, about a foot away, maybe 10 to 12 inches away from the machine. It's a 4.3-inch touch display, and I'd say the interface is a significant upgrade over the Artillery X2, which you'll kind of hear me comparing this machine to that machine quite a bit during this video. But the interface is really nice. It's very intuitive. The touch interface is super responsive. And I kind of look at that user experience is this is something that I think even novices, when they first get this machine, they'll be able to easily navigate and find the things they're looking for. Picking up and pulling the interface away from the machine, that's not something that I think I will particularly use. But I think if you're in a farm environment where the machines aren't necessarily at eye level, or if you keep your printers on racks, then I think that could be something that's useful for you. This video is generously sponsored by me. That's right. This is LM Sparkle Green. It is the absolute best and most beautiful filament that's ever been made. It is a PLA Pro with sparkle in it. That's right, and it comes on a really cool collector's spool. I'll have a link on the screen and in the description below. Your support helps us out a lot. Now, you heard me mention Marlin a couple of times up to this point. This particular machine is running a relatively new version of Marlin, and even though it's a limited implementation of input shaping, it's really cool and it gets me excited about Marlin having that type of potential, because in our space right now, software is what's going to be the next evolution, right? So hardware's there. We have these incredible bed slingers that are very capable of going high speed. We have Core XY machines that are available, but it's really going to come down to the software now and come down to the user experience. So this gets me excited that we're seeing Artillery playing around with some of the great features that are now kind of on the bleeding edge or the latest developments from Marlin. It has a top-mounted spool holder, which is pretty normal, and it has the classic filament runout sensor here mounted on a swivel. Now, I had problems with my filament runout sensor several times into this particular print, a good 6, 8, 10 hours into this print, 3 different times, and my filament runout sensor tripped. There was still filament in it, but it tripped, and that caused the print to pause. The first 2 times it really didn't bother me. The third time really annoyed me, and I went ahead and canceled the print, and then I just went ahead and unplugged the filament runout sensor and continued on from there. I never reached out to Artillery. These things are pretty cheap, and I'm sure if I would have contacted them, they'd have just sent me a new one. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. But good news, resume printing works just fine. If you remember, the Artillery Sidewinder X2 had that issue with resume printing. If you paused a print, if you did anything to stop that print, the resume printing was not going to work, and it was just a nightmare. So there was no filament swaps. If you were working with that X2, you had to do a filament swap. You had to do that on the fly, and you had to wait till you were on infill, and you had to cut that and feed that filament through, and you were taking some chances. But it's nice to see that the X3 Pro, that's all fixed. That's all working with this particular firmware. Now, getting prints from your computer to the printer, that's done with a micro SD card. So there's no networking, there's no Wi-Fi or anything like that. A nice feature are the lights. It has a set of LEDs that are actually on the print head that are status indicators on when the hot end is heating. It also has a cool little LED light strip up. Matter of fact, let's see, can we turn it on? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so it has an awesome little LED light strip under the top that illuminates the printer and makes for taking better photos, of course, but also lets you kind of see what's going on. You can really get down there close and take a look at those layer lines and see that print quality while it's printing. Now, if you're one of those people that love dual Z printers, well, you're in luck, because the X3 Pro is dual Z motors and linked at the top with the belt. Now, you're going to want to give us a subscribe. Artillery is sending us over the X4 Pro, and so we'll have content out for that soon. And also, within the next couple of weeks, we're going to be getting a much larger machine that I think you'll be interested in. Now, the overall aesthetic of the machine, I really, really enjoy. I'm liking that these machines are coming more finished. They're coming more polished. They're enclosed. I'm liking that there's injection molded parts on them, that everything about these machines is feeling much more appliance-like, which in the end is going to invite a newer, different type of user to our space, which is ultimately just going to make it better. It's just going to grow it, and these are the machines that do it. And that price, stick around. I'm going to tell you the price of this machine. It's going to blow your mind. Print quality is really nice. I was very pleased, very pleasantly surprised. And I printed some of the models that are on the machine, and I also sliced up some of my own. This is the 37-minute benchy, so you should expect this to look good on a machine that can do an 18-minute benchy. And I have to say, it does look great. The deck of it looks fantastic. This is printed in Polymaker's Polylite Starlight Neptune, and it looks phenomenal. It looks absolutely fantastic. I can't find a thing to complain about it. And so you'll be looking at some B-roll of it here closer, but really great print. Now, this is pretty darn cool. This is a collapsible sword that was included on the printer, and this is the one that actually took me about 4. This is print number 4 because of that filament runout sensor, but it turned out really, really, really nice. I hope I can get some great B-roll shots of it for you here, but that is just darn cool, and it turned out really nice, and I didn't have to do anything special to make it work, and I'm pretty impressed. So we'll get some good B-roll shots of it here so you can just see exactly the kind of quality that you get from this machine, but it's really nice. I like it. This is a Voronoi deer that I printed in Polymaker's Polylite Starlight Jupiter. And I don't know if this color was a great color to do it. I mean, it's a great color for the print because it makes the print look really fun and really cool. But I'm not quite sure if this is really great for seeing layer lines. But it is a cool print. My wife really likes it, and she wants me to print a much larger one, so I think I'll do that. But it turned out really, really, really nice, and it kind of shows that with that 0.4 millimeter nozzle, that thing can get in there and do some detail, and all of that's done without supports. So, yeah, the machine's quite capable. Nice. Now this is the 18-minute Benchy. Now I'm gonna have some B-roll of this 18-minute Benchy next to the 38-minute Benchy. And I think this Benchy is actually not 18 minutes. I think it was like 21 minutes total, but that was including the heating time. But I'll have some B-roll of these two prints side by side so you can see this Jupiter is the 18-minute and this Neptune is the 38-minute. And you'll see B-roll of it printing. It is flat impressive. So this is a bed slinger cruising at 300 millimeters per second. And the quality is beautiful. And I didn't do anything other than throw on this Polymaker filament. And of course, I will have links to all of the models and the filaments in the description below. For the prints that I sliced myself, I did that in Prusa Slicer. I'm not super experienced with Cura. I don't really spend a lot of time in it. I'll be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of Cura, but I didn't want to use it, so I just created a Prusa Slicer profile for the Sidewinder X2, changed the dimensions, and then what I did is I used this extrusion test, and I'll have some B-roll footage of it here, but basically it's this little index here, and it's 1, and you print 2 of them, and then you go in and you adjust the extrusion multiplier, and what you're looking for is you want these 2 to just slip together with no friction, and you want them to hold. And if you can get the extrusion multiplier just right, you can slip them together, there's no friction, there's no slop, and they'll hold just perfectly, and that's how you know you have your extrusion multiplier set right, and that's how you just get beautiful prints. And I recommend this, and I'll have that link here in the description of the video, but I recommend this whenever you get a new printer or whenever you're playing with new filament, run this particular print and get your extrusion multiplier dialed in. For me in Prusa Slicer, mine was 0.92. And so, for instance, on the JG Maker R1, I had mine at 0.91 for that printer with Polymaker filament. And on this machine, 0.92 is my multiplier. Are you ready? Now we'll talk about price. Hopefully you dropped your price in the comments below so that we kind of got your expectations. This loaded machine is $219 at the time of filming. And what we're seeing compression in our industry. We are seeing features like this that should be on machines that are somewhere between $400 and $500 or more. And we're seeing that downward pressure where we're driving those features that are on those more expensive printers, or where it was on those more expensive printers, down to the $200 to $300 range. And that is just fantastic. Now, people are going to say, well, what about a $300 machine? There's other brands out there that offer far more at $300 or $400 or $500. But here's what I'm trying to explain here. There is a space in this industry for all of these printers. This particular machine at $219 is going to fit perfectly for people that are in that $200 budget, that have a hard budget of $200 or $250. And now, compared to what you would have gotten a year ago at $200 or $250, this is what you're getting. You are getting one of the most advanced machines in our space, feature loaded at $219. And so artillery's not playing around. And I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the new year, because I've seen some of it, and I don't think I can share it with you, but it is fantastic. So this machine right now, $219, I highly recommend it. Thanks for watching. We will see you in the next one. And if you'd like to have your name on the screen with all these other wonderful people, we would love to have you as a YouTube member. That definitely helps us create content here on YouTube. Happy printing. I know a lot of you are excited to see this one, and so am I. This is Artillery's Sidewinder X4 Plus, which is a clipper-based helmet class 3D printer, which means it comes in at 300 by 300 by 400 millimeters on the Z. Let's get it out of the box and let's get it printing. Well, it's out of the box and it's printing and it's huge. Now, traditionally, large format bed slingers and speed just don't go together. And that's kind of what we're going to look at today. Is this a machine that can mix those two very different things and make it work? One of the greatest fears that you have when you're printing with a large format 3D printer is failure, because big printers mean big filament losses. Well, we are printing right now while we're filming. So stick around to the end of the video and find out if it makes it. Now, this is one big machine. Width-wise on the bench, it's about 24 inches, and depth, including travel on the Y, it's about 29 inches. As for the motion system, it uses a single motor on the X, a single motor on the Y, and it uses dual motors on the Z to drive those screws with a linked belt at the top. Now this machine is railed. It has a 15mm linear rail on the X, and it uses dual 15mm linear rails on the Y, and the Z travels on V wheels. Keeping your belts properly tensioned on the X and the Y is easy, and it's done with a 3mm hex driver or Allen key. They should come pre-tensioned from the factory. However, when mine arrived, my X was a little bit loose. A quick couple of turns with the hex driver and everything was good. Now this machine is fully loaded, and we're going to go into detail on a lot of those features, but some of them are more like convenience features, features that we've come to expect on all loaded machines. And let me just run through those really quick. Starting up here at the top of the machine, we have a filament runout sensor, which does exactly like what it sounds like. When your printer runs out of filament, it pauses and gives you an opportunity to change the filament. Just under that, we have an LED light strip, which is just kind of a nice little extra feature that's provided. Lights up the printer. I kind of like it. Now, when we get down to the tool head, there's a couple of things here. One of which we're going to talk about a little bit later, and that is the auto Z offset. We'll talk about that when we talk about the leveling system for the printer. Another toolhead feature is the auto cleaning that takes place on the nozzle. So in the back corner of the printer, there's a little pad for the toolhead to go back and wipe its nozzle and keep it nice and clean. That's a feature I think that we're seeing a little bit more common now on more of these new 3D printers coming out. Now, this machine has Wi-Fi 3D printing, which is pretty awesome. But before we go any further, let me give you some caution. Because this is a Clipper-based 3D printer, when you connect it to your local area network, it's going to allow remote management and monitoring. Now, by default, it does not come with authentication. You're going to want to enable that. In order to do so, head over to your X-Force interface, go down to Set, up to Net, and take that IP address there. Put that into any web browser on your local network and go to that fluid interface. Once you're there, head down to Settings on the left-hand side, up to Authentication, and then over and add a user. Put in a name, put in a password. Now understand, not doing this would allow anyone on your local network to do some pretty bad things with your 3D printer, so make sure you do this. All right, let's talk about the build volume. It's huge. It's about 300 by 300 by 400 millimeters on the Z, and the heated build plate gets up to about 100 C. It uses a combination of 6 manual bed leveling knobs and a 121-point bed mesh leveling system to keep everything nice and flat. And if you want to see how well you've leveled the bed using those 6 manual knobs along with that 121-point mesh system, you can do so inside the fluid interface. Yeah, one of my corners is just a little low. The build plate itself is pretty common. It's a double-sided steel textured PEI sheet. All right, let's talk about the tool head. It is an all-metal, which means no PTFE liner, direct drive dual gear extruder with a maximum temperature of 300 C. Now that means you're going to be able to use all of your PLAs, your PTGs, your ABSs, your ASAs, your TPUs, everything like that. Now, I imagine you could put this printer in an enclosure because the interface can be separated from the machine and be kept outside of the enclosure, which means you could possibly even cook some more advanced filaments. Now, I told you I would come back to Auto Z Offset and why that's such an important feature in 3D printers nowadays. Z Offset is the distance between the nozzle and the build plate, and why that distance is so critical is because that's what determines the adhesion level of the filament to the build plate. And if you're a little too high, your filament's dropped from outer space, it doesn't stick. If you're squished down too tight, you get elephant's foot, or you just makes a mess on your build plate. And the biggest frustration or the biggest hurdle for brand new owners of 3D printers is not being able to determine what's the right level of squish for that first layer of filament on the build plate. Auto Z Offset fixes that. And so that's a fantastic feature. We're seeing it on all sorts of new 3D printers, and I think it's just critical, and it just needs to be a feature that every 3D printer has. Now, assembly, it took about 15 to 20 minutes, and I feel like even if this was your very first 3D printer, you'd be able to accomplish it in about that same time period. I love the way the machine looks. It's built really rugged, and I think, what are those fiberglass rods that connect the top corners on the gantry to the rear of the unit, making it really rigid, which is kind of important for a machine that's got such a tall Z. Slicing and the slicing user experience is so darn important when it comes to 3D printing. And I feel like it gets left behind when there's so many new machines coming out onto the market. Well, Artillery has provided the Artillery Slicer, which is essentially Prusa Slicer that's been reskinned. So if you're familiar with that, then you'll feel right at home. If you're a novice, it's easy to learn. Profiles are kind of what's really important when it comes to the slicer, and it's nice to see that Artillery included slicer profiles for the X4 Plus, the X4 Pro, and the X3 series. Now, as far as getting G-code to the machine after you've sliced it, that can be done the traditional way with a USB stick, or of course sending it via Wi-Fi 3D printing with any of the major 3D printing slicers. Let me interrupt here really quick and thank our YouTube members and our Patreon supporters. You are what make this content possible, and we are extremely thankful for you. All right, let's get back to it. I've been saying Klipper a lot, and I just now realized there are a lot of you watching that don't know what Klipper is. So let me explain. Now, for those of you who already know, feel free to jump ahead or just humor me for a moment. Klipper is the firmware that controls the 3D printer, and the standard and alternative up to this point is called Marlin, and it's a very basic, reliable firmware, while Klipper is the cutting-edge, bleeding-edge firmware. Some of the major differences between Klipper and Marlin are Klipper has input shaping, which is basically resonance detection and compensation, as well as things like pressure advance. But one of the major differences is that this machine actually has a full-on computer running the Linux operating system with Klipper on top of that. So it's quite a bit more powerful, and I think that that's why a lot of people are really looking at Klipper for these faster machines. It's all about those calculations. Okay, this is for you nerdy geeky types. This has a MakerBase board in it, which means the default username is MKS and the password is MakerBase. I have a challenge for you. Join my Discord. I'll have a link on the screen, but throw a keyboard and mouse on it and install Doom. I want to see it. The interface on the machine is a 4.3-inch color touchscreen on a phone cord, so you can kind of pull it off and move it around. The interface is really intuitive, very simple to use. The only thing I found funny, kind of humorous, was the localization for English is a bit off. So when you're browsing through, some of the buttons and some of the words are kind of silly. But I'm sure that'll all get fixed, and it definitely doesn't stop you from using the machine. I just thought I'd note that. Because this machine is Klipper, it's fast, like 500 millimeters per second fast. And I believe it has accelerations, or at least max accelerations, of 10K. So that's 10,000 millimeters per second squared. Now, a lot of machines that are coming out onto the market, bed slingers with Klipper, are all boasting 500 millimeters per second as their max print speed, but you're likely going to be printing around the 300 millimeters per second speed range. All right, let's look at some print results. Most of the filament that we've run through this printer has been Polymaker, and that's been their Polylite PLA Pro, their Polylite series, and the Polysonic, which is their high-speed printing filament. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of a comparison here, as well as show off this if it finishes, so stick around to the end. But this is a low poly Bulbasaur that I picked up off printables, and I printed this at 0.2 layer height, just default settings in the slicer, in Polymaker's Polysonic Red, their high-speed filament. Now we're going to compare this against this low poly Bulbasaur that was printed on, and I can't really tell you the printer. This may have been on the King Rune KLP1, I believe. I'll have to go back and check my videos. But this versus this, and you'll be looking at some B-roll. The green is going to be in the other printer, and the red is in this X4 Plus. Looking at both of these prints, you can clearly see that the Bulbasaur from the X4 Plus is the superior print. It's just a really good looking print. 0.2 layer height, it looks fantastic. I don't see much ghosting at all. I do see some surface artifacts from speed a little bit, but nothing that concerns me. Nothing that can't be tuned out of the machine, especially since it's Klipper. Now this is another print, and this is a Koopa, and I thought this would be kind of fun. We printed a couple of these in different colors. This is Polymaker's Polylite PLA Pro Green and Polylite PLA Pro White, and I think this absolutely turned out fantastic. Take a look at that, and I'll have some up-close B-roll of it. It turned out pretty cool, kind of fun. This is a model I picked up off of printables, and I believe this may have been either a repost or remix from Thingiverse. Regardless, I'll have the links to the models in the description. But ultimately, I think it turned out fantastic. You can see that there's a little bit of over extrusion on the shell, a little bit on the white, but not so much. And that's no big deal. That's simply just something you would tune in the slicer for this particular filament, and I just didn't get around to doing that. But I think it turned out really, really, really well, and quite happy with it. And I'm really looking forward to that one finishing. It's going to be way bigger, so stick around to see if it finishes. All right, so the big question, Who is this machine for? Is it for novices? Is it for experts? Is it for no one? Well, the truth is, it's a really nice machine. We've been waiting for artillery to roll out the X3s and the X4s, and this is not a disappointment. This is a large printer, helmet class, that's running Clipper. It's really fast and it's really nice. The assembly was quick, the assembly was simple, the interface is intuitive enough for novices to be able to navigate their way through, to level the bed, and to get a successful first print, and the results are great. And I'm really looking forward to spending a little bit more time on it, and we'll have some comparison videos of this printer versus some others, so make sure you're subscribed. But ultimately, I think that this is a fantastic printer, and the price, right now, $429. Think about that. $429 for a 300 by 300 by 400 millimeter helmet class Clipper-based 3D printer. That's pretty good. You are looking at a giant Koopa printed on the X4 Plus. It turned out absolutely incredible. I love it, and I think I'm going to print more of them. But take a look at that. Just awesome. Hey, I'm recording this ending even before it finished. I'm that confident. If you've made it this far, don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. We'd appreciate it. We're a small channel. It helps us out a lot. Thanks for watching, and we will see you on the next one. Are you pro glue stick or anti glue stick? Are you that 3D printing purist? Or do you slather that glue stick on so thick the build plate isn't even recognizable anymore? Well, as it turns out, bed adhesion is a bit of a sticky topic. So let's jump right into this glue war and even look at an advanced adhesive you may not have even heard of. Glue stick, hairsprays, and slurries are all adhesives that act as interface layers between the printed model and the surface of the build plate. When hot, an adhesive helps hold down the bits of the print that want to curl up and lift away from the build plate as the print naturally cools during the printing process. When cold, they act as a release agent that prevents the polymer from sticking too well to the build plate. A classic example of that is printing PETG on a glass build plate. You'll end up with shattered glass and an order for a replacement build plate. Because PETG bonds so well to the glass, you need an interface between them to prevent damage. Okay, so I know that there are a bunch of you 3D printing purists out there right now that swear that adhesives aren't necessary, that you spend the time to dial in your first layer and get your bed and environmental temperatures just right to never need an adhesive. And there is some truth there. Squishing down your first layer is an extremely effective way to help prevent prints from curling or coming loose from a build plate while printing. But that doesn't mean necessarily that there aren't use cases for adhesives. Check out this interesting stat. In the past 8 months, just one of my affiliate links for Amazon Basics purple PVA glue sticks, you know, the big purple ones, right, has sold more than 29,358 sticks. That's an awful lot of glue sticks for adhesives on a build plate to be wrong. In fact, PVA glue sticks are included with almost every new FDM 3D printer that ships still to this day. Some companies like Bamboo Lab even recommend an initial seasoning of their build plates with PVA glue just to make sure that the models don't stick too well on those fresh new build plates. Comment below and tell me if you love or hate glue sticks. I want to know. Think of adhesives like an insurance policy. Every single one of us has lost a large print due to bed adhesion issues. It's just a part of 3D printing. Adding a little extra something to help keep a print where it should be helps us save from time and material waste. Dimensional accuracy for many in our industry is quite important too. So squishing down that first layer so tight that your tolerances are negatively affected, or having your prints warp on the build plate and changing shapes isn't an option either. So I hope that even the purists among us can recognize that regardless if you are super careful and focused, there are unexpected changes in temperature, drafts of air, and even just filaments or goofy models with tiny parts that just won't stay stuck. It happens. And that is exactly why adhesives exist in the first place. Up to this point, we've been more or less talking about PLAs and PETGs, but what about more exotic filaments like ABS, ASA, nylons, and even polycarbonates, and even more advanced filaments like PEEK? Well, some of these filaments are more prone to warping because of the shortening that happens to the polymer chains as prints cool. And some of these filaments you just can't print without an adhesive. Well, this is exactly where PVA glue comes to an end, and we have to step up into more industrial interface layers. In a video from last year when I was printing a carbon fiber axe on the Comgrow T500, I used Vision Miner's nanopolymer adhesive to hold a large print down on that giant 500mm bed. And before that, when printing polycarbonate on our Raise 3D machines, specifically the Pro 2, I used the same nanopolymer adhesive to prevent warping and cracking with those very expensive filaments. In a recent conversation with Vision Miner, they shared with me some interesting details about their nanopolymer adhesive that I felt were important enough to pass along to you. I had simply and incorrectly assumed that their nanopolymer adhesive was reserved only for more exotic filaments, but in fact it works far better than PVA glue and lasts even longer when it's used with PLAs and PTGs, which is kind of cool. I was told that you can print repeatedly on a single application of nanopolymer adhesive up to as many as 30 to 50 times before another application is necessary. Little goes a long ways. The need for really applying the adhesive really comes down to how much stick is required for the material. More advanced materials remove a little more of the adhesive when you remove the prints versus materials like PLA and PTG that don't remove as much because they naturally just stick quite a bit less to the build surface. Also, I was cleaning nanopolymer adhesive off my build plates with isopropyl alcohol when it turns out Vision Miner told me that nanopolymer adhesive is water soluble. How cool is that? So I guess I could have just been rinsing those build plates off in the sink. As you would imagine, the more advanced the adhesive, the deeper the dive into your wallet. But Vision Miner just recently created these awesome 10 milliliter bottles of their nanopolymer adhesive that are available on their website right now for like $5. Actually, they're only like $4.50 or something like that if you use my discount link, and I'll have it on the screen and in the description for you. That 10 milliliter bottle seems small, I know, but according to Vision Miner, it can be applied only where you print and as many as 5 to 10 times across a 180 millimeter squared build volume, meaning you can keep hundreds of prints insured with that really small bottle. Pretty cool. Now, a lot of you are asking, interface layers, how do they keep prints down but also let you remove them easily? Well, with the Vision Miner's nanopolymer adhesive, that's their secret sauce, but I was told that their secret sticky recipe activates at temperatures above 50 to 60 C, meaning it can hold down everything from PLAs and PTGs, nylons and PEEK, and still releases rather effortlessly when the build plate cools. If you've used Vision Miner, let me and others know what you think in the comments below. And of course, if you enjoyed this content and made it all the way to the end, drop a like and subscribe. We're a small channel and it helps us out a lot. If you do use adhesives, that's awesome. Give Vision Miner a try. And if you haven't yet needed it, it's not a bad idea to grab a bottle and have it handy for when you do need it. And again, thanks for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Boom. Here we go. This is the X1 Carbon. This is Bambu Labs' mid-sized and current flagship 3D printer. It's fully enclosed with a build volume of 256 millimeters cubed. The print quality is some of the best, if not the best in the industry right now, especially with speeds up to 500 millimeters per second. It has a hot end temperature of 300 C and a build plate temperature of 100 C, and will print all of your filaments from PLA and PTG to ABS, ASA, nylon, and even polycarbonates. It comes standard with a hardened nozzle and hardened gears, so you can print abrasive materials like carbon fiber and glass-filled filaments, as well as glow-in-the-dark materials. It also includes LiDAR with dynamic flow calibration for increased print quality, and it comes with a camera for remote monitoring, time lapses, and detecting failed prints. The X1 Carbon is compatible with Bambu Labs AMS, which is their 4-filament multi-color system that can be connected in series for up to as many as 16 colors using their AMS hub. The X1C has a large touchscreen interface for managing the printer locally, and of course works with Bambu Studio, which is probably the best user experience in 3D printing that exists right now. Next, we have the P1S. This is a lightweight version of the X1 Carbon, same size and temperatures. It is enclosed as well, and print quality is going to be nearly identical, if not exactly the same as the X1 Carbon. It has a small non-touch interface and does not come standard with the hardened nozzle or hardened extruder gears. However, you can buy and upgrade them. It is fully compatible with the AMS, and the remote management user experience will be identical to that of the X1 Carbon for quite a bit less money. Now the P1P. This is essentially the P1S without an enclosure or activated carbon filter, saving you even more money. You can buy an enclosure upgrade kit at any time, or you can print your own enclosure. Bambu has files available for this, and there are already a ton of fun versions out there to choose from. Again, same interface as the P1S and same amazing remote user experience for slicing and management of the printer. As you'd expect, the P1P is the same mid-sized build volume and temperature max printer like the P1S and X1 Carbon. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Seriously, do it. We're a small channel. Helps us out. The A1 is the most recent mid-sized 3D printer from Bambu Lab. It is an incredibly fast bed slinger with some of the most advanced tech that we've seen in 3D printers ever. The hot end is packed with sensors to detect filament travel, flow, and pressure to make dynamic calculations while it's printing to produce incredible results. It has a nice touch interface and the same remote management experience like other Bambu Lab printers. It's also very quiet. It uses some new silent motor technology to automatically cancel out its motor noise. The A1 uses the new AMS Lite, which is an open-style, 4-spool multicolor system, which unfortunately cannot be expanded. So just 4. The hot end on this machine can reach a max temperature of 300°C, and its 256mm cubed build volume has a build plate that can reach 100°C. Now, the A1 Mini was released last fall and continues to be one of the hottest entry-level 3D printers ever. Although Bambu Lab is marketing this as a beginner's printer, I personally think it's a printer that everyone should own. It's the most used 3D printer in our home. The A1 Mini produces incredible results, even at high speeds, and is priced so low it's almost too good to be true. The A1 Mini, as the name implies, is smaller in build volume, coming in at 180mm cubed, and has a maximum nozzle temperature of 300°C and a build plate temperature of 80°C. So it's just a little bit cooler there on the build plate compared to the other machines in the Bambu Lab lineup. Both the A1 Mini and A1 are designed for PLAs, PTGs, and TPUs, not for more advanced filaments like ABS and ASA. You'd ideally want enclosures to print those filaments reliably anyway. Fun fact, there are no speakers on the A1 or A1 Mini, so all those musical sounds that you actually hear are the motors. I have dedicated videos on all of these 3D printers. Drop a like and a subscribe, we'd appreciate it. Then go head over and watch them all. And there you have it. I'll have links in the description. Enjoy. Hello. Hi. So, because if there's one thing that's stronger than ABS, it's 3D printing opinions. And, some people say that 3D printing is really expensive, but that's not true. You can buy a 3D printer now for less than $200. Did you know that? I have like $10,000 in filament, like in my van outside. If you want to come see it after the show, I'll show it to you. Some people say that 3D printing is just for nerds. I don't think that's true. I mean, I like it. I went on a date with a girl, and I tried to impress her, and after we ate dinner, I took her back to my van, and when I opened the door, she saw all my masks and my gloves, and I told her, that's $7,000 in resin 3D printing stuff. She didn't understand. 3D printing it's basically a financial black hole with RGB lights in it. So 3D printing is easy. You just got to level your bed and calibrate your flow, and then fix any Z-banding, rebuild your extruder, and then flash your firmware. It's pretty easy. It's like talking to a woman. Hi. So some people like to say that 3D printing is too hard. It's not. You can click print now from your phone. It's so easy, even my mother can do it. before you get all upset, freak out. She built my first computer for me, and she even welded the hitch on my van, and she fixed the lawnmower too, because I couldn't. So if she can do those things, she can print a Benchy. But I think, honestly, the hardest part about 3D printing is explaining why I have a box labeled failures. So 3D printing is actually really good for the environment. So you save a lot of money and resources by making things yourself. And I like to print full-size Star Wars helmets for my head that I wear in my van alone while I'm making another helmet. If you want, I can show them to you. Some people say that 3D printing is bad for the environment.
No way.
I know, right? I don't think so. I think we're actually saving the planet by coating it in a thick plastic shell. A lot of people think that 3D prints are pretty weak. I know, sometimes. You can just blow on them and they snap in half. But lots of 3D prints are tough, you know? I think some prints will survive the apocalypse and be in the landfill for thousands of years. And since cockroaches will survive, they can live in my PLA benchies. You know, not every 3D print is the same. You know, some people have 3D printed toaster knobs that could stop a bullet. And then there's people that print. Why? Why do they print those? Like I printed a doorstop and it broke. What? So bed adhesion is kind of like the relationships of 3D printing. Yeah, I've had prints pop off the build plate in the middle of printing. It's basically the 3D printing version of getting dumped. 1 minute everything's hot and sticking, and the next it's cold and your life's in pieces. They're action figures. Action figures. I can print whatever I want, Mom. Yeah, so you can totally print functional things, like parts and stuff. Like, I mean, I'm going to print a full-size TIE fighter. It's pretty cool. I'm going to tow it with my van. You've all been a wonderful audience. So tonight I'll leave you with one last joke. What do you call a bunch of Voron people at a party? Lost. It's good. Hey, if this made you smile, or maybe just stare at me uncomfortably, you should like and subscribe. It helps out a lot. And a huge thank you to my YouTube members and my Patreon guys over there. Thanks a lot, because I couldn't do this without you. So, bye. If you're looking for an inexpensive Core XY machine to play around with, stick around, because this machine may be for you. This is the KLP1, a 500 millimeter per second monster from King Rune. And it's only $379. I know, right? Crazy. This machine is going to be a tinker's delight. It's going to be for people who want to really play with the machine, who want access to a Core XY machine at a really low price. But let me explain what Core XY is for those people who don't know, who might be watching this, who might be interested. Core XY is basically just a different motion system. So in a bed slinger, which is the Cartesian style 3D printer that I kind of have over here behind me, that is where the Y axis moves back and forth. That's the build plate. It actually moves forward, it moves backward. The print head moves on the X, and of course, the gantry on the Z goes up and down. In a Core XY design, for the print head to move in any given direction, it requires two motors to work in tandem to move that head. And it's a much more efficient motion system, and it's a little bit more accurate. And of course, you get some speed out of it as well, which is why we see these crazy speeds out of Core XY machines. Now it's running Clipper, and Clipper's been kind of a fringe kind of firmware for 3D printers for quite some time, but it has been known to be the firmware of those who want to tinker, those who want to play with some kind of edge features, some of that bleeding edge technology. As I mentioned before, this printer can print in upwards of 500 millimeters per second, which is darn fast. You're mostly going to be printing on this machine in anywhere from around 200 millimeters per second up to about 350 millimeters per second. And for such a tiny machine, this thing is one chunky boy. It weighs 30 pounds, and yet it's only like 13 inches deep. I think it's 16 inches wide, and it's about 15 inches tall. So that is one heavy, heavy machine in such a small, compact, like, form factor. Assembly was pretty easy. Pulling it out of the box, throwing it up on the bench was relatively simple. There were about 4 panels, I think, that we had to put together. There are 2 side panels. These are darkened acrylic panels. Put the side panels on. Then it was just assembling the front door, putting the knob on it and attaching it to the machine, and of course the top lid on the machine. I do have one complaint though here before we go any further. That top lid rests so close to the hot end that when it actually is closed, it's resting on the wire harness that runs to the hot end and the PTFE tube. So printing with it closed, you can see that it's already starting to leave marks on the lid, and that's going to be something that's going to have to be addressed, I think, at some point. But mostly, leave the lid open. That's what I've been doing, and let it flop back, and it kind of rests on top of the spool holder on the back. But ultimately, if you're printing PLA, you're going to have that open anyway. But do know that if you're printing things like ABS, and you're printing things like ASA or nylons, and that door is closed, understand that that's good. That's going to be rubbing on the inside. Also, when it comes to loading the filament, because that door is closed, it actually makes the PTFE kind of bend at a really kind of sharp angle. And I found that I couldn't actually load filament until I opened up the lid, straighten that PTFE tube, and then I was able to feed filament in and load it. Before we get too far, let me thank Polymaker. They are the generous sponsor of today's video, and they sponsor all of our content here on YouTube and on Twitch. All this filament on the wall behind me, that's Polymaker. I'll have their link on the screen and in the description below. Please help support our content. Go check them out. And while you're over there, why don't you go and check out LM Sparkle Green, which is the official filament of the LM show. And it is a PLA Pro with glitter in it. And it's kind of perfect for Christmas trees. And it's the Christmas season. But go check it out. Every single one of these spools that you pick up helps support our content. Thank you. The hot end is a direct drive all metal hot end that reaches a temperature of 300 C, and it comes stock with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. This machine, being enclosed and with a temperature of 300 C, can print PLAs, it can print TPUs, PETGs, ABSs, ASAs, nylons. It can pretty much print all of those basic and advanced filaments. And I think that's going to be one of the selling features, right? So it prints all of those fantastic filaments, but at a price point of $379, which is pretty incredible. I'm liking the direction this stuff's going. The build plate is, it's relatively small, but you really can't complain. That goes along with the territory of having, a relatively small footprint. But it's 210 millimeters cubed. So just to give you kind of like scale, a Prusa Mini is 180 millimeters cubed. So the build volume is going to be just a little bit larger than that in every direction, but understand that the majority of people who are 3D printing can get away with printing inside of 180 millimeter build volume. Most prints fit within that, so don't let that scare you off. The build plate reaches a temperature of 100 C, and it comes with a flexible PEI removable sheet. Auto bed leveling is done with a mesh type system, and you can manually run that, and it'll just go across the build plate and get that mesh and make those calculations for you to get a nice, smooth, even first layer. Now let's talk about King Rune for a moment. King Rune has been around since 2015, and they make more than just 3D printers. They make filament and they make accessories. In fact, one of the accessories that they make is a filament dry box, and we're going to take a look at that along with the printer today in this video. This is King Rune's filament dry box. It's basically a dry cereal box with a rubber gasket on the top, and it's got a PTFE pass-through on the rear, a PTFE pass-through on the top. It has a hygrometer that you can install, and it also has room for a couple of desiccant packs in the bottom, holds 1 kilogram spools, and it does use an aluminum roller to hold that spool in there to make everything kind of spin nice and freely so there's no drag. These would be the perfect filament storage in a moist environment, especially if you had shelves. Like if you had the shelves behind me and you wanted to stack all your filament, I can only imagine how cool it would be to have a stack or a line of these filament dry boxes on it. So thank you, King Rune, for not only sending us over the dry box to take a look at, but generously providing this KLP1 for us to have for free to share with our audience. And of course, I'll have a link to the filament dry box and the KLP1 on the screen here and in the description below. Now, because it is Clipper, when we work at speeds like this, we have to have some sort of input shaping. Now, what is input shaping? Input shaping is essentially making calculations to account for the vibration of the resonance in the machine when the print head is moving at a very fast rate. Input shaping can be performed in the configuration on the printer itself. You're just going to go into the settings and you're going to tell it to automatically do it. It's loud. Matter of fact, I want to say that this calibration process is the loudest of any of the Core XY machines that I've used. That thing can really hum, but it is pretty decent. And then it saves those settings, and then you can print. And well, there you go. Now the interface itself is a 3.5-inch touch screen, and it does come with a stylus. Of course, it is a resistive type touchscreen, so pushing with your finger, you can get kind of mixed results. I found that, of course, the stylus is the best way to use it, and it's also positioned inside the 3D printer. And I've seen other reviews, and they talk about that being inside the printer as a problem. I actually find it's kind of nice. It kind of keeps the machine, the aesthetic, really clean and simple. I understand that if you're printing with ABS or nylon or things like that, and you want that door closed, that you're letting the heat out if you want to touch the interface, which can be an issue. But I would just say use the Clipper web interface fluid to do that. That's what I would do. But I actually felt that it's kind of nice to have that interface in there. The stylus is easy to use, and I don't know, I kind of like it. Hey, and don't forget to subscribe. We are a small channel, and it would help us out a lot. Also, if you'd like to be a YouTube member and help support our content, we'd love to have you. Click on that little join button down below. The machine itself is pretty loud. Noise really doesn't bother me that much, but I did have this machine out in the living area, had it sitting on a table, and I did come and power it off. I found that looking over at that machine, I thought, my gosh, that thing is loud. The cooling fan is a single cooling fan on the hot end. I would say that if I had any advice to give to King Rune on this particular machine, I would probably upgrade the cooling. Having that single fan is just not enough, and you'll see in some of the prints that the cooling just can't reach around on the back side, and that causes some cooling issues. Ideally, I'd like to see cooling either on the front and back, or at least on both sides. As far as slicing goes, Orca Slicer, fantastic slicer. If you've used any of the Bamboo machines, then you're going to be familiar with Orca Slicer. Great slicer, full of features, and you're going to get the profiles for the King Rune KLP1 on the King Rune website. There's going to be a link there that you're going to be able to click, and that'll take you to basically a post that has all of the profiles that you can install on Orca Slicer. It's really easy. Once you open up Orca Slicer, you're just going to go reach up, I think it's to File, you're going to hit Import, and you're going to select Profiles, and you're just going to drag all those little profiles in. You send your prints to the machine with a USB key. You can walk them over, or of course, the machine does have Ethernet on it, and it does connect over Wi-Fi. I did see that there were instructions that you had to go in and edit the configuration file on the USB key and put it in the machine and all that. that's not necessary. In the Clipper interface, you can just go right in there and attach it to your Wi-Fi network, type in your password, and it connects. It's pretty simple. Now, as far as print results, my initial results, I want to say, were kind of mixed. I was not getting super fantastic results, which is not to be expected from a $379 machine. But I do think at $379, the way that it's built, the hardware that's in it, I mean, this thing's built so strong. It's built so well. The third time that I ran the input shaping calibration, I got the best results. And that can also come just simply because the machine being shipped, belts being tight, everything needs to kind of loosen up in there a little bit. And but I did start to get some better results. There is still some ringing, but I could probably spend quite a bit more time tuning and remove all those completely. But that's why I am calling this machine the perfect machine for people who want to tinker and play. You are getting a solid Core XY Clipper 3D printer for $379. And this machine is going to be a fun machine for those of you who want to tinker, those of you who want to mod, or those of you who just want to experience one of these really fast machines at a super affordable price. In summary, I'd have to say that I'm pretty impressed. What a fun little machine. The aesthetic is just gorgeous. It's super compact. It's a solid machine. If, of course, a novice can use it, that's no questions about that. But I'd have to say, though, that I think as far as being an introductory machine, or for someone who's knows nothing about 3D printing and this is their first experience, I'd probably say this machine would not be for them unless they're more of a technical type person or they really want to get their hands deep into 3D printing. Then I would say it would be a great machine for that. But I would say that this is going to be a great moderate to advanced level 3D printer. People who want to tinker are going to love this, and I think this machine is going to be for you. And before we go, I want to give a massive shout out to our YouTube members and to our patrons. Thank you so much for your support. You are what make this possible, and as full-time content creators, that means a lot. So thank you so much. Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed our content, and we will see you on the next one. How would you like to make things that nobody else can make? My brain is going crazy with these possibilities. This is the brand new 6-color PLA mixing 3D printer from Rencolor, and we're going to go over it all. I'm super excited. Let's go. This is the Rencolor AC10. It is a filament mixing 3D printer. Essentially, there are 2 spools that hang out on top. They go down and go through 2 separate extruders. Then those 2 extruders feed it into a single hot end and out a single nozzle. So inside of that hot end, there's some very specialized hardware that takes the 2 incoming filament lines, splits those into about 7 streams of filament into a mixing pot where it's then extruded out that single nozzle. First, let's get these nerdy specs out of the way so we can hurry up and get to what this machine does, doesn't do, what it's good at, what it's bad at, and who I think this machine is for. And thank you to Rencolor for sending us over this machine to share with you. I don't get any extra additional incentives for sharing this machine with you. They just let me keep the machine, but stick to the end because I'm going to tell you how you can actually get the machine, because I'm going to give it away with some extra little bits of goodies. The build volume is 295 by 295 by 360 millimeters. That puts it on the larger size of 3D printers in our industry right now. We would call that a helmet class 3D printer. Those are about 300 millimeters cubed minimum, but 295 is pretty close, and I think the Z makes up for that. The heated build plate gets up to about 100 C, which is interesting because the hot end is limited at 250. So that was an interesting decision that they made to have a heated build plate that goes up so high, but a hot end that doesn't. So we'll talk about that here in just a moment. The build surface is a flexible magnetic sheet with kind of a medium rough texture. Now, the hot end, again, 250C, but it comes with a very specialized hot end. It's a proprietary nozzle that's actually a copper nozzle that's for mixing with that 0.4 millimeter nozzle. It's an interesting choice, I think, to go with copper over brass, copper being quite a bit more thermally conductive, and that could explain why when we're printing, the default profiles are set for 200C. And to be honest with you, I don't print PLAs at 200C. That's too low. I'm printing mine at 210, 215, somewhere minimum. And I think when you get to speedy printers, you're printing them over that. But I was finding that even though it defaulted to 200C, it was printing silk PLAs, regular PLAs, and PLA Pros from Polymaker just fine. And that was making me scratch my brain a little bit until I went back and I started to do a little bit more research on this pot end that's on the Ren color, and that there's a lot of copper in there. And the way it divides that filament into 6 or 7 strands for each color, I went, okay, that's it. So they're able to transfer so much more heat into that filament and keep it flowing. And I think that that's kind of a cool thing that they went with copper on that. It's not the fastest printer. It prints at speeds up to 120 millimeters per second. The default profiles, I think, are about 70 millimeters per second. And I found that that's where I was printing at, somewhere between 70 and 90. The more I got over 90 into 100 millimeters per second, I kind of started to see some artifacts. However, I had a loose belt on my X carriage, and so I ended up tightening that up, and then I didn't go back and retest printing at higher speeds, but that could have obviously had something to do with it. But anyway, I think that this printer is going to be probably a machine that you're printing in those slower traditional speeds of around 70 to 90. The modes are basically 6 color, blend, gradient, and segmented colors. And those are essentially, think about it like this. This is gradient, and that means that we have 100% on one color here on the bottom, and then it transitions slowly, mixing to the opposite color at 100% on the other side, which is pretty interesting. Then you have a segmented mode where essentially each segment here is being printed in a different color that the printer can do. All of the configuration for this mixing is done inside of the Ren Color Slicer, which is basically kind of a reskinned version of Cura. Now, I'm going to say this right now that I wish the experience in the Ren Color Slicer was a little bit better. I really think that a machine like this, the hardware is fantastic, and I think their technology and this new mixing hot end is great, but the power really comes from the software and the user experience, and I think right now it's a little bit limited. I would love to see some really serious development get put into that software to really take advantage of what a machine like this is really capable of. The machine has dual Z motors. That's just going to keep everything nice and even as the Z's traveling up and down. It has a 4.3-inch color touch screen. The user experience on the interface is pretty basic. I think they've done that on purpose. It does not have a lot of options and configurations inside it. It's somewhat limited. It's going to allow you to do exactly what this thing does. You can control kind of the mixing and things like that on the fly on the machine outside of the slicer. But other than that, it's pretty basic. You load filament, you unload filament, kind of adjust temperatures, Z offset, configuring inside the interface, little basic things like that. But it's a simple interface. It has power loss recovery, and I know this because I had it plugged into the standard UPSs that we use when we're printing and testing machines, and somehow I unplugged the UPS from the wall and forgot about it, and I ran that printer for, I don't know, a couple of hours on that UPS before it just turned off. Incidentally, the power loss recovery works very well. Now, before we get started with my thoughts and my criticisms, I want to share with you that this is a Kickstarter. I've never used Kickstarter before, and I don't have a problem with it, but I think that you should definitely learn about that if you're not sure. Head over to Kickstarter.com. You can learn about the risks and rewards for backing a project. This particular Kickstarter project starts out at about $369, I think, for the initial pledge, and it comes with the basic machine, and there might be some filament that comes along with it. But like I said, if you are interested, we'll have the links in the description. But definitely read about Kickstarter so you can just know exactly what you're getting yourself into. Let's go ahead and start with my criticisms. Then we'll go through my positives. That way we can end this video on a positive note. Now, the printer itself, when I was unboxing it, is packed really well, but it did lack a paper instruction manual. And I think that for novices or people that are just getting into 3D printing, that's going to be a bit confusing. They're not going to know exactly what they're getting themselves into. Assembling the machine was really simple. It was a matter of just a few bolts to get that gantry upright. It was connecting a few cables for the motors and the interface. But other than that, it was pretty straightforward if you've assembled lots of 3D printers before. But I think for a novice, that's going to be a little bit tough. So I would really recommend that before this Kickstarter ends up shipping, and I think it's supposed to ship somewhere around like March of 2024, I think that a paper manual is something that you just have to have in the box with the machine. There is no auto bed leveling on this machine, and there is no auto Z offset. So that means manual bed knobs on the underside of that build plate, and that means going into the interface and adjusting that Z offset manually to get it just right. It does come with some tools and some things like that inside the printer to kind of help you with that, to get that gap correct for your Z offset. But I really think that that's a feature that we need to see, or those features are features that we need to see on all new machines. I don't think it's a deal breaker, especially for those of you who are experienced 3D printers. But for novices, that's just going to be one more hurdle, one more stumbling block to get them using this machine. Another criticism here is the extruders are so incredibly difficult to load. You have to cut that filament just at the perfect angle, and you got to bend it just straight towards the back and down a little bit when you're feeding it in on each side, or you will have one heck of a time getting that filament loaded. And again, I think that novices might be a bit frustrated with that, and some of them might not even be successful with that. So I don't really think there's anything that you can do about that. Just know that if you end up picking up that machine and you hear my voice right now, that you can load it. You're just going to have to reach in there, and you're going to have to make sure you get that point cut nice and sharp on the end of that filament, feed it through the filament sensor, straighten it out a little bit towards the back and a little bit down, pull that lever on that extruder on each side when you shove it through there, and you'll get it. Now, it is PLA only, and some of the criticism that I've gotten from people who were visiting our live Twitch stream when we were printing with it did say that they kind of wish that it could print PETGs or other filaments. Now, I don't have any technical reason that it wouldn't be able to print PETG. I've just not had time to do it. I want to jump into their Rencolor slicer, create some PETG profiles and feed some PETG in and just see what happens. I think that PETG has a lot of really fun colors, so there's lots of translucents that I think would be really cool to mix with, but I just don't know if it's technically possible, but I'm going to try it. So maybe look for that in some future content. The default prints that come on the printer, on the SD card, they didn't have proper start G-code to do prime lines and then jump out, do the print. So basically they would extrude off the end of the build plate, and then the print head would move out to the middle of the build plate and start its print, but it would just drag that blob of filament out. So I would have to just reach over there and grab it and pull it off the nozzle as it moved. Now, slicing inside the Rencolor slicer, the start G-code was correct. So anything that you slice yourself would have the proper prime line and print just fine. The printer is moderately loud. I don't think it's screaming loud, but it's going to play all of your favorite robot sounds while you're printing, if you know what I'm saying. Lastly, the slicer defaults to 30C on the build plate. That's a little low. Now, I was trying to give the printer the benefit of the doubt. I was saying, well, this is the temperature that they chose in the slicer for the printer. The default prints that were on the SD card, they were also at 30C. So I tried to let it do it at 30C, but ultimately I had a couple of failures where things just came off the build plate, even if I squished it down really, really, really tight. So ultimately what I did is I just bumped the temperature up to 60C, and everything held fantastic. Matter of fact, it held in one instance a little bit too fantastic, and I've kind of got some of the PLA kind of permanently embedded in that build plate, but it worked out really well. Okay, now let's get to the positives, because this thing is freaking blowing my mind. I can't decide what to print and what to print with. The thought of having a machine that can mix PLAs, any combination of PLAs, right? So we have silks, we have mattes, we have PLAs, we have PLA Pros, we have glow in the darks, we have glitters, we have sparkles. Think about that for a moment. You can make any filament glow in the dark. There's glow in the dark, right? Reds, oranges, blues, greens. You can take those and mix those at whatever percentage you want into whatever you're printing. And I'm going to have B-roll here in a moment of a glow-in-the-dark orange. So I took silk orange from Polymaker and took their luminous orange, and I did a gradient. So from solid silk orange all the way up into 100% glow orange. And that'll be done here shortly, and I'll be able to bring it in the studio and show it to you, and hopefully you're seeing B-roll of it. But I am super excited about things like that. I've got this one right here, which is a silk purple to a silk yellow. This pineapple, which I thought would be kind of fun, and that's from a silk yellow to a peridot green. I'm so excited about the potential, right? The opportunity that we have as makers to have a specialized tool to create things that nobody else can create. Now, color mixing hot ends, they've been around for a really long time. And they're not going to be a machine that takes over the industry. They're not going to be a machine, or this machine is not going to be a machine that's for novices. This machine is a very specialized tool. It's not replacing all of the filament that's above my head here. This is simply going to be a tool that is in someone's arsenal as a maker and a crafter to build the things that no one else can make. This is something that is really going to take a lot of thought and a lot of practice, I think, to find the colors that you're really looking for in the mixtures of filaments, that you can take matte filaments or regular PLAs and you can add just the right percentage of silk to them to get the shine that you want. That's what I'm trying to explain. I think this is a great specialized tool, and I think at $369, which is what it goes for on Kickstarter right now, I think that that's a great price for it. Anything over that, I think that you start to get outside of a cost-effective solution, and you start to get into machines that have just a lot more features and a lot more functionality. But I think for a specialized tool at $369, I think it's fun. And like I said, if it's something you're interested in, go down to the description, click that Kickstarter link, go over there. But of course, again, read through all the Kickstarter information so you're fully informed before you make that decision. I would love for you to go down to the comments and tell me what you think you would do with a specialized tool like this. What filaments would you like to mix together? What colors would you like to see? And what it is that you would like to print. I tried to find the lettuce model that they were printing on the Kickstarter page. I thought that would actually be kind of fun. I wanted to kind of experiment with that. I searched the internet high and low looking for a lettuce model to do that with, and I couldn't find it. But if you find it, tell me. Put it in the comments below because I'd like to print it. I told you that we were going to give this machine away, and that's what we're going to do. I'm going to print some fun things with it, and then I'm going to give it away because I think that I just don't have the time to experiment with a tool like this to really use it in its full capacity. So I would like to give it to one of you. And I think I'll include about a dozen spools of Polymaker filament to go along with that, some fun colors and types of filament, really to let someone experiment and play with. Now, if that's something you're interested in, you're going to want to jump over to our Twitch show, which is twitch.tv/LoyalMoses, where we are live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific, and that's likely where we're going to do that giveaway. So make sure you're over on Twitch and make sure you give us a follow over there. And a very special thank you to Polymaker for sponsoring today's content and all the filament that we used in this printer. And I'll have their link on the screen and in the description below. Go check them out. Thank you. Now let's talk about print quality. I mean, ultimately it's a 3D printer and it has to print well. I think the print quality is good. I think that the slicer settings in profiles for different filaments are very lacking. There was only 1 or 2 defaults in there, and they're just not going to be correct for the wide array of filaments that we have at our fingertips. So I think before this thing ships, Red and Color really needs to get some profiles out there. I would hit some very common filaments. I would hit Polymaker's Polylite PLA. I'd hit their Polylite PLA Pro. I would likely hit some bamboo filament. That's what I would do. I would get those common popular filaments out there, maybe some eSun or some Sunlu, and I would get those profiles built into that Red and Color slicer so that people can just have a better experience and higher quality prints right out of the box. Well, if you made it this far, thank you very much. I'd love to have your like and I'd love to have your subscribe. It means a lot. We're a small channel. And if you are looking at this machine or you're not looking at this machine, if you like it, if you don't like it, leave a comment below and tell me what you think. I'd love to read it. Also, a huge shout out to our YouTube and our Patreon members. You are what make this content possible, and we are so thankful for your support. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you on the next one. Good morning. How are you? Well, we're going to do this video a little bit more casual than usual. Get some lights turned on in here. We're going to take a look at the Two Trees SK1, which has already been out there for a couple of months. We've had it for a couple of months. There's a lot of reviews out on YouTube if you haven't watched those yet. But we printed with it, not a whole heck of a lot, but enough to understand, what it is. And but we're going to get it thrown up here on the bench. It's early, I'm tired, but I'm going to get an energy drink in me, and we'll just do this a little bit more casual. All right, so let me get that machine in here, or at least I'll call for it, and then I'll get mic'd up. Hey, Van, you want to grab that Two Trees SK1? Bring it up here. All right, I'll get mic'd up. Check. 1, 2, we got audio? Good, all right. So now we're mic'd up here in the studio, and this is the Two Trees SK1. I'm gonna wipe it down here before we get started. Yeah, and then matter of fact, it's been so long, I don't even recall all the specs. So let's get it wiped down first. We'll take a look at it, and then let's bring up the specs, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. So there's a little print we had on it. Last time it was in the studio here. Let's get that build plate cleaned off. It's a pretty machine. Okay, so let me get some energy drink in me, and let's plug it in, and then let me grab a laptop here, and let's take a look at the website. Let's read the specs on it, and then I don't know. We'll slice something up, or we'll start a print. Some energy drink in the morning feels good. All right, so let's get this thing plugged in. Now, this particular machine, I remember it's loud. And I remember that we had this during a live stream. And I specifically remember it being so loud during the live stream that I was happy when it finished the print. Because it was so loud that I couldn't even think. I couldn't read chat, hear things going on in the live stream, and have this machine a couple of feet from my head. So, so we'll see exactly how it goes. So this machine for sure is not going to be one that you're going to want in a place where you're sleeping or if you're very sensitive to sound. But other than that, the machine it was great, I remember. So, and it looks like I may have broke the filament off in the PTFE tube here. So, we have to address that. Yeah, we'll have to address that. Okay, power this thing. Oh, do I want to power it on? It's so loud. Here we go. I don't think I'm plugged into the wall. There we go. I swear I've plugged in a 3D printer before. I swear, I promise. All right, well, we're powered up. Booting up right now. So let's, while it's doing that, let's bring over a machine and let's take a look here at what we got. Screen recording. Screen recording going. Cancel. Okay, here we go. Let's just take a look at Two Trees SK1. Let's head over to their official website. All right, so, interesting. Okay, so one thought I had is that I'm making this video after the Sobel SVO8 was released. And that really shakes things up, especially in this Core XY world. And I was concerned that the Two Trees SK1 would still be at its original pricing from several months ago, which was around $600. And so that does make me feel pretty good. I'm here at the website right now, and the price is showing $499. And I can almost promise you that that $499 may even come down lower, because ultimately this is a fantastic machine, right? I mean, it prints well, it's the great form factor, it's ready for panels, enclosures, things like that. It's a clipper machine, so you can kind of do anything you want with it. But ultimately, at $499, you're now at the same price that SVO8. And that SVO8 is a 350 millimeter, more or less Voron 2.4. And so everything is changing so quickly in this space right now that I feel like value is what's really important. There's so many Core XY machines kind of in this market that it's really going to come down to, well, value, right? So what you get for that dollar, but also brand. Brand is also important. And so the quality of the build and all that, we'll talk about that. So anyway, back to what I was talking about. So the Two Trees SK1, they're showing on their website, it's about $499, and that's USD. And let's scroll down here, and let's take a look at the specs here. So build plate is going to be similar to a Bamboo P1P, P1S, or X1 carbon at 256 millimeters cubed, so X, Y, and Z. Of course, it's got the Z tilt leveling, which is pretty cool. We like that. And this one, I remember the Two Trees SK1 was boasting speeds up to 700 millimeters per second, which is kind of common with these Core XY machines. So that's pretty neat. That's good. All right, I believe this has a hot end temperature of like 300 C. I don't recall what the bed is. 20,000 millimeters a second squared max acceleration. It's got the 4.3-inch touch screen, great. Of course, it's got the PEI flexible steel sheet right here. I'm not seeing bed temperature, and maybe that's why I don't remember the bed temperatures, because I'm not quite sure, but we'll look at the interface. I'm sure it's 100C, but we'll check. All right, so yeah, definitely Wi-Fi, and I believe it has Ethernet. Yeah, so Wi-Fi, Ethernet, 2 USB ports, got voltage selector on that side, kind of blowing the power supply. Fan is blowing out the back. Nice drag chain up here on top. All right, so there's your base specs for this particular machine. Dimensions externally. Shoot, I'm gonna tell you what it says, but I like to use external dimensions in inches. That's just kind of my preference, but it's showing 400 by 400 by 530 millimeters tall. Well, we can do that conversion later. So I think what we should do is, we've got it cleaned. Let's change the filament or load filament, because I broke that off in the PTFE tube. I think what we're gonna do is, can we just push that filament through? Because I'm not gonna be able to unload that. Maybe we'll just can we just feed the filament through? So I think what we'll do is we'll just load that filament. Get some B-roll here. We're just loading this up. Loading the filament. It's at 240, so I think, yeah, we'll just tell it to load. We'll just feed that filament up. Rather than pull the screws on either side and pull the PTFE tube out of the hot end, I'm just gonna feed the filament through. So you can, let's see, we'll turn it this way. Can you see it? Can you see it right there doing its thing? So, and then we'll see, we'll throw some filament on it. What do we throw on it? We got some Polymaker. Hey, someone's playing with the Twitch stream. Okay, so what we'll do is, let's go ahead and load some Polymaker Polylite PLA Pro. Hit that a bunch more times. Okay, and while that's doing that, let's go ahead and let's jump over to printables. Let's find something nice and easy to slice up. And I don't even remember what slicer this uses. It's been so long. And I will bet that Orca Slicer has a Two Trees SK1 in it. So let's go ahead and go to preview. Let's go add a, what is it? SK1? Nope, I was wrong. Yeah, nope. They have a Two Trees SP5. Why don't they have the SK1 here? What? What? How do they not have the SK1? Is it Prusa Slicer? Which I don't even have. I don't even have Prusa Slicer on this machine. So what we'll do is, let's go ahead and we'll see what profiles are on the USB key here. Last couple of inches of filament going in, and then we'll be nice and caught up. It says needs homed. No, it doesn't. Okay, I think we got it. We'll get it Prusa Slicer installed. Download for the Mac. Don't really care. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. So, incidentally, this is gonna be a little surprise. See how we're tangled? but we're connected, right? So we're fed into the tube, and we've got it's wrapped under there about twice. I'm gonna show you how to fix that. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna loosen the filament, right? Loosen it, and you're gonna peel it off the side. See that? Grab any of that loose filament and just peel it right off the side. All of it. Grab it all, go right off the side. Right, like this. Just like that. Now, once it's off the side, now, right? Now we can actually put the back on here the right way, and we didn't have to pull it off the printer, and we won't have jams and mess up prints. Look at that, fixed. Nice, huh? Yeah. So what you can't do is you can't just keep chasing it around the spool. You can't, because like people are like, oh, it's tangled, and they keep pulling it, and you're just sending that tangle back further and further and further, and eventually it's going to catch up with you. So the smart thing to do is grab it all, pull it off the side of the hub, right, and then wind it up the right way. Okay, so now we've got the right color filament coming out, and since it hasn't been running in a little while, we'll go through all the calibration on it. It's a pretty machine, you know what I mean? And it is kind of compact. Do I have a tape measure? I know we talked about millimeters earlier, but what are we at? Like just shy of 16 wide, just shy of 20 tall, about 20 tall. And with the spool, about 19 wide, and depth front to back is just shy of 16. So it's a pretty machine. It's not too big. Little Wi-Fi antenna here on the side. It's nice. It's a nice machine. I like it. All right, so we've homed. Perfect. Let's go over to settings. Let's kick over to the calibration tab. All right, and let's do the bed mesh. Let's do bed mesh on it. Okay, while that's happening, let me install a Prusa slicer here. They do have a Prusa config. So let's download all their configs, and then we'll import it into Prusa Slicer. Okay, got it. Well, we got a profile. We got a profile now inside Prusa Slicer. All right, so we'll clean the build plate here in a moment. So here's what we can do is let's go ahead and grab a model. Like I said, let's jump over to printables. So I'm printing die, right? So your buddy Dinek did these really cool LM die, a whole big set of them, and we've been printing different ones. Like, I mean, there's little ones and we have big ones in different colors, but I thought, you know what? Let's do another one, except we'll just do it in red, but let's do it like a D10 here. So if I scroll down here, we'll find there is a D8. Let's do a D10. So we'll get that downloaded here. That won't take much but a second. Kick back over here into Prusa Slicer and drag that D10 out over here. Holy moly, it's huge. That's huge. Like 12 hours huge. Do we do 12-hour print on it? Well, if we do a 12-hour print, that means we won't be back until tomorrow, Sunday. 811 grams. Well, I don't have 811 grams on there, so we're shrinking it down. Let's kick back over here. Let's shrink that down scale-wise. What do we do? Like 60%? No, that was not 60%. That was 10,000 something. 60%? Okay, 60% is way more manageable. Let's do that instead. Slice, that's 3 hours. So we can be back in 3 hours. 15%, I don't even know what type of infill it's set to use. I guess we can take a look at that. Let's go to print settings, infill, grid. Grid's boring. And we'll make it adaptive cubic 15%. So it's loaded. It'll be heavier on one side. Won't be a functional die. Let's just go to, we're gonna just run a Prusa PLA. That's what we're gonna do. All right, sliced, and what are we showing? About 131 grams of filament, about 3 hours. I say we do it. So let's go ahead and export this G-code, send it over to, okay, got it. Ejected. We'll throw this in here and then we'll print. So here we go. All right, so we're gonna do a giant die and going USB, 3 hours and 13 minutes. It's that one right there. Print. Get a camera on it and get some B-roll of it printing, and we'll be back in 3 hours. We'll take a look at it, and then we'll kind of talk about this particular machine, the print quality, and the value. So see you in 3 hours. Okay, this is impressive. I just came in to film some B-roll, and this right here was printed like 2 months ago, and then the printer just sat on some boxes for the last, it gotta be 2 months, right? Probably. I am impressed. This right here, there is nothing wrong. It looks absolutely perfect. It's lifting off the bed in the front just because of adhesion. That's some glue stick, or I could have used a brim. But that is impressive. I turned the machine on. I went through all the calibration steps. I went through the Z-tilt. I went through the bed mesh, Z-offset, input shaping, and then I hit print. And I'm using, I believe, just like a Prusa PLA with this Polymaker PLA, and it is looking absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna say my whole mentality on this printer changed right now. It's loud. I'm having to talk louder in here because of it, but my whole opinion on this machine has dramatically changed in about the last 5 minutes sitting here watching this machine work. So anyway, stay tuned. I'll get you some B-roll when this thing is done. Wow. Let me just get some B-roll. Looks so good. Super impressed. Zoom in on it here. I'm really happy with that. That looks so darn good. No ringing, no ghosting. I mean, it just looks so good. Other than it coming off the build plate a little bit right there, that's just adhesion. The door was open, kind of opening and closing the door, and I think that cold air got in, or at least air blew across the build plate. But that looks really good. Super, super impressed with that print right there. Wow. Okay. Well, like I said, that changes my whole opinion of this SK1 right there. So good. All right, let's get it off the build plate. Oh, it's so good. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, looking at under some different lighting, I can see a bit of ringing right there. I don't really see it. Oh, I do see it on the fours right here. So that side down. It's not bad though. I think it looks really good. I'm quite impressed with that print. But ultimately, I think for $499 you're getting a Clipper Core XY machine that's ultimately super capable. You can get in there and tune it and play with it and have some fun. That's a really great print, and yeah, I don't know, that sounds like a good buy to me. So 100C on the build plate, 300C on the hot end. It's got the whole Z-tilt thing going on, right? So it's got the 3 lead screws for leveling the bed. The interface is nice, that 4.3-inch touchscreen. Yeah, the only thing that I don't really care for, if I had to give it a negative, well, a couple of negatives, those would be, one, it's too loud. I just feel like the power supply fan in the bottom, here, I'll put the mic down there. It's loud, And the second thing is, I'm not a fan of the way that the tool head shroud is attached. It's attached with multiple screws. So if you have a jam or anything like that, that's going to be a pain. You're going to have to be pulling all those screws off to get to that thing to get that PTFE tube out. I think other than that, I don't really have any negatives. It prints well, the interface is nice, and I think at $499, I think it's a decent value. I think ultimately you're probably going to see it come down to less than that. I think probably $449 would probably be a really good price for this machine, considering what else is on the market at this price range. And expect a scoring video soon. I'll score that and or score this machine and get it up on the website. All right, well, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the content, and it was a little bit different, a little bit more casual, and a more lengthy video, but I will see you on the next one. FISEC. I don't know how to say it. FISEC. I'm gonna go with FISEC. I don't know. Tell me in the comments below if I'm saying it right or wrong. I don't know. Anyway, FISEC is celebrating 10 years this month. Congratulations. That's pretty epic. To celebrate, they sent us over this Boron V0.2 kit, and it's not just a basic Boron kit that is BYOP. You know, bring your own parts? Nope. This kit includes everything. It's basically a speedy little Boron in a box with everything necessary to go from a pile of metal and plastic parts to a tiny little speed demon. Now, I didn't have enough time to assemble it and print for their anniversary celebration, but I'm actually really impressed with the kit. We showed it off on our Twitch stream and people loved it. But I am so impressed anyway that I wanted to unbox it and share with you exactly what you get when you grab one. So sit back, relax, and let me run commentary on myself here while we go through the kit together. And of course, I'll have a link to FISEC and the price on the screen and in the description below. Go check them out. All right, let's get started. Now I'm gonna go ahead and watch along with you, but as I mentioned earlier, this is not a BYOP kit. So this is not a bring your own prints. This is a complete kit. So I'm opening up each of these bags here and I'm just kind of looking at the print quality, and from what I gathered, and the print quality was absolutely epic. It was really good. And sorry about that. That was out of focus. Obviously I didn't catch that when filming. But the print quality is excellent. I didn't find any parts in my kit that looked, well, less than satisfactory. I mean, they were all pretty good. So, and that's just me. I'm just kind of going over them, looking at everything, and I'll hold them up here to the camera when I can. But I love it. So I have a couple of Borons, and to be honest with you, I don't have time to be digging through and printing all the parts. And I found that with both Borons that I have here, I have a Trident and I have a 2.4. I ended up in a spot where I just had to spend like 30 or 45 minutes looking for the right part to print, and ultimately I just don't have time. I mean, I could do it. I could sit down there and dig through those folders. I just didn't have time. So this is kind of nice that all the printed parts are there. Now there's your enclosure. That's your side panels, your lid, all that good stuff. All the acrylic there, all bundled up nice and tight. Now here is your build plate bracket, and it's pretty heavy duty. It is solid. I didn't get a measurement on it, but it's pretty solid. And you'll see me here tap on it. I was trying to get it to make a sound, but it didn't. It's just nice and metal. But anyway, no, it's pretty heavy duty. It's pretty solid. And there were a couple other components in that bag, and I almost smashed them when I was putting it back in there. But yeah, no, I think FISEC has done a great job here. And there's a couple of things in here. There's a thermistor, and then of course, look at this build plate. Look at it. This is absolutely fantastic. So that's a 6.5 millimeter aluminum build plate, and then the flexible build sheet that goes on top is 120 millimeters. So it's a tiny little guy. Pretty nice. Put that away. And then it runs a Meanwell power supply, which is kind of nice, right? So everybody's looking for the Meanwell power supplies and everything. And it's, I mean, just a tiny little guy like you'd expect. Nice and shiny. Yeah. And keep in mind that with this particular machine, there's no soldering. There's no wire crimping. There's none of that. This machine is a pretty sweet little kit, or at least this kit, I should say, is pretty nice. So it's going to be the type of kit that you're basically just going to walk through those instructions and put this machine together. And I don't think people are going to have trouble, because I know that Vorons can be intimidating for a lot of people. But yeah, this will be pretty simple. Now these extrusions here, these are 15 millimeter extrusions, and they are so tiny. Look at them, so cute. I mean, this is a small printer, very capable and very fast, and pretty high quality. But yeah, look at those little extrusions. I love them. Mrs. LM, my wife, she was in here when I was doing this, and yeah, they're pretty cool. She liked them. All right, a couple stepper motors here, and yep, I was just seeing what brand they were. These are branded FISEC, so I wasn't quite sure if I was going to find a different name on them. But yeah, and then the next one I dig out of here, it's pretty oily, which is good. I mean, it should be oiled up. You'll see me cheat. I kind of wipe my hands there on the far side of the packing. But yeah, no, good looking steppers. A little close-up shot right there. And yeah, I sneaked the wipe off right there. And anyway, yep. So all your little electrical accessories are all stuffed down in here. I'm just kind of digging through, taking a look at them. You got side cutters. We got PTFE tubes. We got Ethernet cable. There's a bunch of stuff in here. And then let's see, what do we got? More electrical, it looks like. And then there's the fasteners pack, which is here, which is always big and heavy. But to be honest with you, I was surprised. So when you've assembled a larger Voron, there are a lot of fasteners. Now, there's probably just as many fasteners. They're probably just smaller. But ultimately, here it is. And yeah, look at those little PCB fastener nuts, right? They slide inside the extrusions, which is pretty nice for attaching rails, right? So instead of with other Voron kits, you have to slide those fasteners inside the rails and get them to the exact right spot when you're trying to, or I'm sorry, in the extrusions when you're trying to get the rail aligned and put on. Yeah, those PCB ones just slip in there and everything's aligned. And here you go. Here is the main board for the machine, right? That catalyst right there. Yeah, and look at it. Like I said, there'll be no soldering and no wire crimping. You're just going to attach everything right to that board, and that's pretty nice. Like I said, I actually kind of see this as a family kind of kit, right? So I have a couple of kids that are interested in this kind of stuff, and I thought, you know what? I think we're going to sit down with my oldest and either have him put it together completely, and I'll just kind of sit along with him, or we'll do it together. But yeah, shove that back in there. Yeah, I think it's kind of nice that there's no soldering, no crimping, just like a nice little put together kit. All right, here, yeah, just more electronics components here. I think one of these might have an Ethernet dongle in it, but yeah, all the electronics right here, all the electrical. Shove it back here in the box. So anyway, I am looking forward to putting together a full video. So we may not do an assembly video, but I think we'll do a complete video where we kind of go over, kind of review it, and print with it and see what kind of print quality it can produce. I'm sure it's gonna be fantastic though. I've seen other content with this exact machine, and it's pretty nice. Now, yeah, look at the size of those extrusions. My gosh, those things are small. Pretty cool. All right, and let's see. That is it for this kit. So now we're gonna go ahead and throw it back together. But how simple is that, huh? I mean, think about that. That is a Voron V0.2, which, I mean, ultimately, it's a full size, well, it's a full Voron, just shrunk down. It's not any easier than any other Voron to put together. It's all the same parts. It's kind of like building a 1,000 square foot house or building a 3,000 square foot house. It's got the same amount of walls. It's just everything's just stretched out a little bit. So anyway, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. We will have the links on the screen and in the description for FISEC. I don't even know what the price is, but we'll probably have that on the screen. And I've been told that they were going to go ahead and give me some coupon codes. So for some free boron V0.2s or some heavy discounts. So look at the description of this video, and if not, head over to my Discord. I'll have a link to my Discord on the screen and in the description as well. And come by our Twitch stream, which is at twitch.tv/loyalmoses. And we're live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific. Come by, and maybe we'll have some discount codes there as well. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and happy anniversary, FISEC. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the studio. This is the brand new Haygears Ultracraft Reflex RS Combo. That is a mouthful. It is a professional grade resin 3D printing system that combines speed, precision, and convenience like nothing I have ever used before. The RS in Reflex RS stands for Rapid Shaper, and this model is more compact than their larger Ultracraft Reflex, and it's been designed specifically for rapid prototyping with stunning results. Now we're going to cover everything from its unique features to the overall user experience, and even a print result that blows me away. Plus, stay tuned because I'll be comparing this printer to some other popular resin printers from Uniformation, Creality, and even Prusa in an upcoming video. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button and ring the bell too. Let's kick things off with the printer itself. The Reflex RS is all about precision and speed, but in a more manageable size for your workspace. Compared to the larger Ultracraft Reflex, the Reflex RS has a smaller footprint of about 380 by 360 by 584 millimeters on the Z, and it's lighter at about 20 kilograms versus 25 kilograms for the regular Reflex. This makes it easier to fit into a home or professional setting without sacrificing any performance. It's designed for professionals, hobbyists, and anyone needing rapid prototyping capabilities, and it delivers results that I think rival injection molded parts. The build volume of the Reflex RS is another strong point, coming in at about 222 millimeters by 125 millimeters deep by about 230 millimeters tall. This generous size is perfect for a wide range of prints, from detailed figurines and miniatures to larger prototypes and functional parts. It's slightly larger than the build volume of the original Reflex, offering more flexibility for those who need that extra space without compromising on precision. This build volume strikes a great balance, I think, giving you the capacity to take on more ambitious projects, like maybe Star Wars Star Destroyers, while also still fitting comfortably into most workspaces. Whether you're working on intricate, high-detail models, or you need to produce multiple parts in a single run, the Reflex RS provides ample room to get creative. So you could just fill that build plate and, you'd be mass-producing some parts. The Reflex RS boasts some impressive specs. It features a C5 Z-axis module that offers an incredible 0.01mm printing precision, backed by an 8K automatically calibrated screen. Now that's just a fancy way of saying that the prints are going to turn out super sharp, clean, and highly detailed. It has adaptive Z-axis compensation that further enhances the quality by reducing any deformation during the printing process, ensuring that even the most intricate of designs come out looking pretty darn perfect. Speed is another major highlight of this machine. The Reflex RS is built for high-speed printing, with peak speeds reaching 3.7 seconds per layer. That's due in part to Haygears' new version 3.0 of their dynamic motion algorithm, which boasts speeds by 60% compared to traditional printing methods. It's not just about moving fast, I think it's about maintaining quality at those speeds, which makes this printer ideal for the rapid prototyping. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing in printing across the board, whether it's FDM or resin. We want faster, but only if we can maintain the quality. Now, back on that 8K screen for just a moment. The RS has that impressive 8K monochrome screen, and that plays a crucial role in delivering the high level of detail this printer is known for. Now, with a native pixel resolution of about 29.7 microns, the 8K screen ensures that every layer is rendered with exceptional clarity and precision, capturing even the finest of details in your prints. This level of resolution is particularly beneficial for intricate models and complex geometries where sharpness and accuracy are just paramount. The screen is also automatically calibrated, like I mentioned before, reducing setup time and ensuring consistent results across multiple prints. Now, compared to standard screens, the 8K display not only enhances print quality, but also contributes to faster exposure times, making the Reflex RS both a high-performance and efficient machine. Now, for anyone looking to achieve that near injection molded quality from a resin printer, the 8K screen is what's going to do it. So, while others may want to print something more professional or serious, Not me. I wanted to print something different with the Reflex RS, so I printed this awesome Optimus Prime transformer that I downloaded from Gambody using Hagear's UltraPrint PAW W10 ash gray resin. The level of detail on this print is absolutely phenomenal. It's sharp, precise, and consistent throughout the entire print. Now, I've used many resin printers over the years, but the Reflex RS really stands out when it comes to capturing these intricate details that can make or break a complex print. Every line, every angle, every small feature on this model came out absolutely perfect, showing just how capable this RS is. Now, the Reflex RS that they sent me was part of a combo that includes a wash station and a cure station, both designed to streamline your post-processing workflow. The wash station is particularly innovative, featuring a dual tub design with drain ports and valves that allow you to stack one tub on top of the other to drain the isopropyl alcohol into the lower tub. This setup makes cleaning your prints easier, faster, and far less messy than traditional methods. The cure station, on the other hand, is massive, and it looks a bit like a high-tech microwave. It's lined with mirrors and equipped with multiple UV lights and a turntable, ensuring that your prints are evenly cured from all angles. It's a huge convenience, especially for larger prints, and it's all controllable remotely through Hagear's app, making the entire post-processing experience seamless. Now, one of the features that really caught my attention was the touchscreen interface. This thing is gorgeous and easily one of the most responsive touchscreens I've used on a 3D printer yet. Navigation is pretty straightforward, but the interface includes this really cool real-time display of the force being applied to the build plate during printing. It's a small detail, but it adds such an awesome level of control and insight that's rare in printers at this level. Now, beyond just looking great, the Reflex RS is designed to be user-friendly and quiet. Seriously, this is almost silent when operating, with just a bit of fan noise, and that makes it perfect for home or office environments where you don't want to be disturbed by loud machinery. Like, when I was in here working in the office, it was printing right here on the bench, and I would forget the thing was running. Another game changer, I think, is the Reflex RS's innovative resin cartridge system. Now, each resin bottle doubles as a cartridge, equipped with a cap and a ball valve. You basically load it upside down into a dedicated compartment at the back of the printer, and it automatically keeps the resin vat topped off during printing. This is a big leap forward in terms of convenience and cleanliness, reducing the risk of spills and eliminating the need for constantly monitoring the resin printer for resin. Now, for anyone tired of dealing with traditional resin bottles, this is pretty cool. The print bed itself features a fantastic quick release lever that's heavy duty and easy to use. This isn't just a flimsy little latch or these little plastic tabs. This thing feels solid, and it adds to the professional grade vibe of the printer. The lever makes removing the print bed and your finished prints a breeze. It's another small but significant quality of life improvement that makes the Reflex RS kind of stand out. Connectivity-wise, the Reflex RS has you covered with USB and Wi-Fi options, including both local network and cloud connectivity. All of this works seamlessly with Hagear's proprietary slicing software, Blueprint Studio. Now, if you've ever struggled with complicated slicers, you'll appreciate how streamlined this one is. Because it uses proprietary resin bottles, there's no need for complex settings. You just select your printer, you select the resin, print quality, and some support preferences, then you hit slice and print. It's incredibly fast and intuitive, making the entire workflow from design to finished print so much smoother. As I mentioned just moments ago, one of the conveniences of the Reflex RS is the use of the proprietary resin bottles that work seamlessly with the printer's automated refill system. This setup keeps everything clean and straightforward, eliminating the need for manual refills and reducing the risk of spills and all of that. However, the trade-off is that you're limited to materials and colors that Hagear's offers. Now, while they do have a broad selection of prototyping and production resins that cover a wide range of applications, some users might find the lack of third-party resin capability or compatibility a bit restrictive. Now, that said, I'll be testing other resins with the Reflex RS in a future video to see how well it handles them, so make sure you're subscribed, and if you want to catch those results, ring that bell. It's going to be interesting to see how flexible this machine really is beyond the official Hagear's lineup of resins. I also want to touch on customer support for a moment because this is often overlooked but incredibly important. I had a minor issue with my pre-release machine binding to my beta account, so I reached out to Hagear's support, and I was genuinely impressed. They were available on WhatsApp at about 1 a.m. in the morning for real-time chat, and they even used TeamViewer to dial in to the slicer and help me troubleshoot the problem. The entire experience was smooth, it was professional, and I want to say it left me feeling pretty confident in their support structure. It's reassuring to know that if you run into any problems, whether you're a home user or professional, you won't be on your own. So who is the Reflex RS really for? With high precision, speed, and easy to use features, I think it's an excellent fit for professionals that need rapid prototyping, product designers looking to iterate quickly, or even hobbyists wanting top tier quality without a steep learning curve. Its compact size and quiet operation mean that you can fit it into almost any workspace, and the automated features like resin refill and force monitoring make it far less intimidating than other professional grade resin 3D printers on the market. I do question, is this a popular machine in medical offices, like dental offices? I don't know anything about that, but this machine and the overall user experience feels like you're getting a medical grade experience, but at home. I am really torn now. The last couple of resin machines that I've used have been absolutely incredible, and I'm struggling to see exactly where resin is going to go from here. It's almost like this is the perfect machine, like the perfect setup. And I don't know, is it maybe faster? Do we just see speed increases? Because I can't see the workflow getting much better than this. I mean, a really simple slicing, printing, removal of prints, like the wash and cure station setup is so nice. Where do we go from here? Is it just speed? I don't know. Matter of fact, tell me in the comments below where we're going to see resin increase. Where is it going to get better? I don't know. As of the release of this video, the Reflex RS is currently available with early bird pricing, which offers a great opportunity for those of you looking to get into a professional grade resin printing machine without paying full price. The RS by itself, I think right now is priced at $799 during the early bird period, while the full RS combo, which includes the wash and cure station, is available for $1,686. Now, once the early bird pricing ends, the RS will be priced at about $999, and the RS combo will go up to $2,107. Now, while these prices place the Reflex RS in a premium bracket for sure, they reflect the advanced features and comprehensive setup that I think Hagears is offering. If you're serious about resin printing and value the convenience of an all-in-one solution, this early bird price is a solid deal. It's worth considering the combo package for the additional efficiency and workflow improvements that the wash and cure stations bring, making it a complete system to handle professional level projects right out of the boxes, I should say, because there's a lot of them. But I would say that before you just take my word for it, hit YouTube, right? Go binge a few more videos on this printer, and I promise you, you're going to hear the same result from almost everyone that had this printer and got to take a look at it. It is incredible. Such a fantastic setup. Overall, the Reflex RS combo offers a complete, polished resin printing like experience, I think, that stands out in a crowded market for sure. If you're looking for a printer that combines the precision of like high-end equipment with the convenience of like simple to use hobbyist type machines, I think this might be the perfect printer for you. Now, before we wrap up, I did have some minor software issues with sending prints to the printer. Some of them got stuck in like this little sending mode, like a little loop where it just said sending, 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 and they never ended up at the printer. But I do believe that this is just a simple software issue, and it was because I am using a beta of their Blueprint Studio software because I have the pre-release machine. And I am confident that that won't be a problem and that it will be fixed in the final releases of their software and machine. Now, don't forget, I'll be doing a detailed comparison soon with this printer and other popular resin printers, like I said, from Uniformation, Creality, and even Prusa. So make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss it, and ring the bell too so you get that alert. At this point, let me give a huge shout out to my YouTube and Patreon members. Thank you. I couldn't do this without you. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. And matter of fact, I kind of want to do a lot more resin printing. So, you know, we do a lot of FDM, but man, I just love resin. So, yeah, hit that subscribe button if you want to see some resin. And drop some comments below on some good resin models. I'm serious. I love it. It's so much fun to do resin. But I think that so many people are turned off by it being messy, and I want to kind of show you it's not messy. It's not that bad. It isn't. All right. A portion of this video is generously sponsored by FlexiSpot. I love aliens. The Alien franchise is one of my absolute all-time favorite movie series, and if you 3D print, it makes Aliens so much better because there is a ton of models available. In fact, in the last video we printed and painted a resin xenomorph that turned out absolutely awesome. Go check it out. I'll have a link in the description or maybe up here on the screen. But today we're taking a look at the Uniformation GK2. It is a massive 228 by 128 by 245 millimeter on the Z MSLA resin 3D printer with a few unique features that make this one of my favorite resin machines ever. Now I had to find something worthy to print on this epic machine, and that's why I went with Aliens. Oh, and a huge thank you to Uniformation for sending over the GK2 for me to share with all of you. This is an awesome machine, and they've been more than patient with me while we worked to fit it into this schedule, so thank you. Okay, back to finding a model. I went over to gambody.com, which is an incredible place to find some of the most amazing detailed models on the internet. And the first thing that popped up on the screen was the P5000 powered workloader from the 1986 movie Aliens. Now, for those of you not around in the 80s, Aliens is the sequel to the epic space horror film Alien from 1979. And I don't know how you've made it this far without watching it, but go watch it and then Aliens, in that order. And in this movie, Ripley heads back out into deep space to the remote colony LV-426, where as expected, she and the Marines run into more xenomorphs, and Ripley even fights the Queen with the power loader. So today we're obviously printing and assembling the power loader, but Gambody had a special combo where you get Ripley as well for just a few dollars more. Of course I had to have them both, and I think they work together. You can print different versions of Ripley and even one that goes inside the loader. But we'll do that on another day, but I really want to, bad. Okay, before we get started and go over the GK2 and all of its details, trust me, this is an amazing printer. You're gonna wanna stick around. Let me share how FlexiSpot came in to upgrade our studio, and they are generously sponsoring a portion of this video, and we're grateful for it. Creating content is 90% sitting, and for every 12 minutes of video, there are dozens of hours of planning, script writing, and filming, and as much as 6 to 8 hours or more of editing on top of that. FlexiSpot saved the day. They came in and they sent over their new C5 ergonomic chair, which is this one, and we've been using it here in the studio for the last couple weeks, mostly to take naps in. But don't shame me for that. It's so freaking comfortable. The C5 is rated for up to 300 pounds, has lumbar support, an adjustable headrest, and reclines. And that just happens to be my favorite position, so I like that. I'll have links on the screen and of course in the description. The C5 chair is the only one I have experience with from FlexiSpot, and it's been great, but they do make a wide range of other chairs as well for all sizes and budgets. Go check them out. For me, the combination of this FlexiSpot sit-stand desk and this chair has already made a huge difference on productivity for me here in the studio. It's already so much more comfortable to come in here and work for long periods of time. Okay, back to the printer and all of its details. Oh, and I'll have a $100 off coupon code on the screen. I think it's Loyal, and you can save yourself some cash by using it, and I don't know, or buy more resin. The GK2 is a 402.5 to 405 nanometer wavelength MSLA 3D printer with a whopping 10.3 inch build volume. It uses that 10.3 inch 8K LCD display that comes with an LCD protector already installed, and I believe there's an extra one in the box too. At least I thought I saw one in there. The LCD protector is pretty fantastic. When you're working with resin and you spill resin on that screen, if the UV light cures it, it can ruin the screen. So those protectors make it nice, protect the screen. You can peel them off and replace them and not damage the actual screen itself. It has a magnetically mounted activated charcoal filter on the back that recirculates the air, helping to remove harmful VOCs and odors, of course, from your environment. Now, does it work? It's not the quietest when running, but both my wife and I noticed that it made a huge difference in the studio. The resin odor was still present, but it was not nearly as bad. The massive build plate uses a heavy-duty return to zero quick release lever, which can be opened with one hand, which is pretty convenient when one hand is always covered in resin. The vat also uses a very innovative quick release design that doesn't use thumb screws like we're traditionally used to. It simply slides and locks into place, and that is one of my favorite features. Oh, and it's a big vat. It holds up to 700 grams of resin. Yikes. Another huge feature for this machine is the resin heating system, and I know a lot of people want the GK2 for this. It can warm the resin printer up in cold temperatures to as high as 95 degrees Fahrenheit from temperatures as low as 50. And it can do all of that in as little as like 8 minutes. Pretty crazy. It has a 5-inch touchscreen. It's beautiful and it's super responsive, easy to use. Typing in like Wi-Fi passwords is so much easier on these larger touchscreen interfaces than these small ones from other vendors. The flip-up cover is nice. It's that easily recognizable dark green from Uniformation, and it flipped up, stayed up, and of course when it came down it sealed. When it was closed, it was nice. My machine came with 2 USB adapters, really not sure why, but installing it was simple. I just plugged it in the back of the machine and the interface immediately recognized the Wi-Fi interface, and I was able to just connect to my wireless network. Now, as for getting models to the printer, I ended up just using the USB stick and SneakerNet and walking it over and pumping it into the machine because ultimately CheetoBox, which is the slicer I was using for this, just would not connect to the GK2 over the network, which was a little disappointing because I was really hoping to like have a near perfect experience with this machine. Now, as for the print results, I ended up using 2 different resins for these prints. The Ripley model was printed in a GratKit thermochromic temperature color changing resin, and the loader is printed in a, is it Jamghe? Jamghe? Don't know how to pronounce it. Nebula gray resin. And I think both prints turned out absolutely fantastic, but I did make a mistake with Ripley and I didn't realize I had left the screen protector sticker, you know, like the protective peel on the screen protector, on when I did that print. Even so, she turned out great, and I'm still really surprised at how little that affected the print results. Now, here's what the thermochromic resin looks like when you apply a little bit of heat. That's kind of cool. I don't know exactly how useful it is, but it's kind of cool. Now, this loader from Gambody is interesting. It's 27 pieces, and the renders are just gorgeous. I wish my prints would look like the renders. But it all fit on a single build plate. How cool is that? 10.3 inches is a lot of room for activities. And that is just so convenient to just load everything at once and slice and print. Now, all of my slicing was done in CheetoBox with their latest V2.1, I think it is, their beta, and it's been redesigned and the interface is just beautiful. Now, also, a huge shout out to CheetoBox. They saw our recent videos and they reached out to us, and we'll have some fun collaborations coming up soon. I'll have their link on the screen and in the description. I think they're even having some sort of a big sale through June 30th. It's a huge discount, and I'll have that in the description. So if you're interested, go check it out. Now, I was extremely conservative with my settings for this particular loader, and it was about a 13-hour print for all of the parts. I was like a kid waiting for the cookies to be done, seriously, when it was printing. I kept opening the lid and checking the parts to make sure they were printing okay. The parts came out beautiful, and I hope that comes through on camera. The Nebula Gray is amazing. Look at that depth. So rich. I don't even know how to explain it. There's obviously other colors in there than gray, but it is beautiful. Assembling the loader was a bit of a task. I didn't even look at the printing instructions. I probably should have. But there were a few parts that I had to grind down that just didn't fit together. And I don't think that that's a negative reflection on the model or the printer. I think that's me just not following the instructions. But I did end up breaking some of the parts, and I did have to reprint those in the middle of the night. But I love it. I am terrible at painting, and I'd really be tempted to spend some time to get better at it because I would love to see this one painted. Or print another and paint it, I don't know. Tell me in the comments below on where I would even get started on painting something like this. Also, if you hadn't noticed, this is the first time in a video that I've sat in a chair or assembled something in a chair, and the previous studio chairs were just not that comfortable. And no joke, this C5 chair that I'm in right now has made an amazing difference the last couple weeks on how we make content here in the studio. Okay, back to the GK2 and my thoughts on it. I've shown the GK2 off over the last few months on our live streams on Twitch, which you should go check out, twitch.tv/loyalmoses. Go. We give away filament and printers and stuff all the time. Seriously, go join. But this is the first video where I kind of put it all together to share it as an experience that I had. Overall, it's now my favorite resin printer to use. It's the combination, I think, of the build volume and the print quality, and of course that user experience that put it at the top of my list. If you are looking for a heavy-duty, high-quality, large format resin printer, this one should be on your list to consider. Like I said earlier, there's some discounts on their website, and of course my $100 off coupon code, LOYAL. Go over there, check them out, and let me know what you think of this machine in the comments below. I'd love to know. Thank you, FlexiSpot, for the studio upgrades. I really appreciate it. And maybe you can give your makerspace a little upgrade with a new chair or desk. I'll have links in the screen and in the description. Oh, and if you want to save a little bit of money, use the code C530 and you can purchase this C5 right here for $30 off. A huge thank you to our Patreon and YouTube members. I couldn't do this without you. And I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and we will see you on the next one. You are looking at the brand new AOSeed X-Maker Joy. I was all but skeptical when AOSeed reached out about this machine. And I've seen entry-level 3D printers marketed towards children before, with some not so good. But this one has some very unique features that were intriguing enough that I wanted to take a closer look. Now, is this machine different than some of the other not so good machines? Well, stick with me through to the end and we'll go over all of it and I'll give you my recommendation. You've heard me say this before and you'll hear me say it again probably, but 3D printing is no longer a hobby limited to us nerds and geeks. And in the last couple of years, we've seen a major shift in the industry to more complete end-to-end user experiences with 3D printers, ultimately making this technology more widely available to a broader audience. Enclosed appliance-looking 3D printers are quite common in arriving on the doorsteps of homes all around the world at a scale that we've not yet seen before. But for most of these printers, the user experience isn't changing, which is really sad because in order to get 3D printing out of the basement and into the mainstream, this complex technology needs some serious attention to how it looks and feels when it's used by the average everyday user. Most 3D printers are aimed at adults, and most are usable by children probably 10 years of age or older, under adult supervision of course. Not many are aimed at non-technical types or even children. Now humor me just for a moment. Let's transport back to our youth, let's say 5 or 6 years old, and let's make it a birthday or Christmas morning. Imagine at that age if you had a toy with unlimited ability even to surpass your own creative imagination at that age. A toy that could quite literally make any other toy that you wanted. I'm 46 years old and I can still feel the magic of Christmas mornings, awaking to find my Digger Dan construction set or my Constructs tank kit. Even after nearly 40 years, I can only dream of what it would have been like to experience 3D printing at that age. Honestly, how do you think that would have affected your life? Learning to design and create physical objects that manifest themselves right in front of your eyes. I'd love to read your stories in the comments below on just how much you think a 3D printer at that young of an age would have impacted your future. Do it. Take the time. I'd love to read them. This is exactly why I'm so excited to see a machine like this. And I was hoping so much for this to be a 3D printer that lived up to what I really wanted it to be, if that makes sense. I was so nervous that reading the marketing literature, it seemed too good to be true. AOSeed ideally wants to get the message across that this 3D printer is not just for printing toys, but creating toys. Now stick around, and I'll go over that, kind of exactly what that means. Now, I'm a realist, and I can easily set aside the nerd and geek in me for a few moments and roll the clock back on my family to when my children were much younger. To look at this 3D printer from the perspective of a father who wants to inspire children to create and build. And I really think it's important to look at it this way. This is a 3D printer that is designed to be simple to operate, no special skills or knowledge needed, and to be a creative journey for young families. I won't go through the unboxing and setup experience here. I think AOSeed did a fantastic job of that in their recent videos, and I'll link to those in the description of the video. Just know that you'll be printing within just a couple of minutes from opening the box. It's one of the fastest unboxed to print 3D printers that I've ever seen. This is the Easy Bake Oven of the 3D printing world. In fact, our family has an Easy Bake Oven. My wife and daughter had countless hours of fun and loving mother-daughter time spent together with that very simple, imagination-inspiring oven. And I'll argue that it probably wouldn't have been the same with a regular oven or a toaster oven. Now let's get some B-roll of this machine spinning around. It is tiny, and if the aesthetic they were aiming for was simplicity, I think they nailed it. This machine is definitely attractive, it's not intimidating at all, and it's just really fun looking. Now first, let's talk about the size. This is one small machine, weighing just a few pounds and measuring less than a cubic foot. I think it's like 12 by 10.5 by 10.5. 3D printers are often measured in two primary ways: the build volume and speed. Build volume referring to the maximum size of the printing area, basically what's the largest item that you can print, and speed being, of course, how fast it can print. This machine has a build size of 4.7 inches in each of the X, Y, and Z directions. An easy way to remember that is that X is across the printer, Y is from front to back, and Z is the height of the build space. Now, that might seem very small, but again, this is a printer that is designed to inspire creativity, and should this be the hobby that becomes a passion, another printer is likely just around the corner. You can always have more than one. As for speed, this is commonly measured in millimeters per second, and although AOC advertises speeds up to 300 millimeters per second, which is kind of quick, most of your printing will take place between 100 and 200 millimeters per second, which is plenty fast and safe for this application. As for the maximum temperature, well, for this application where a 3D printer and the user experience are designed for simplicity, it really doesn't matter. But if you're going to be shopping for 3D printing filament, you'll be looking only at 1.75 millimeter PLA or modified PLAs like PLA Plus, HT PLAs, HD PLAs, PLA Pros, Hyper PLAs, etc. It has a maximum temperature of 260 C, where most PLAs that you'll be encountering will be printing around 210 to 220, but don't worry about that too much because all of the models inside the XMaker app will take care of those temps for you. Because user experience is so important when it comes to this type of machine, let's take a look at the XMaker app. It is available on both iOS and Android phones and tablets, and also there's a Windows PC app. The app is super simple to use but extremely powerful. You can do all of the expected operations like loading and unloading filament in order to change the filament that you will be printing with, as well as adjusting the Z offset, which is basically the nozzle distance between the build plate and the nozzle. You shouldn't have to worry about this at all as the printer is configured by default and it does auto leveling for you. One of the most attractive features for me when it comes to this app was the printing experience. It is so simple to browse models, select them, slice them, and print wirelessly. If you're not sure what I mean by slicing, let me explain very quickly that slicing is the act of the computer preparing the model to be 3D printed. It basically slices the model into layers with instructions on how the printer should print each layer. Slicing is done locally on your mobile device, or of course on the PC, and then transmitted to your printer over your wireless network. Nothing goes to a cloud. When looking at a model that's more complicated than a single print, I really like that you can see all of the parts that will need to be printed separated onto multiple build plates in the app interface. This is a fantastic feature for novices to see the steps required to complete a printing project. There are so many models to choose from, with more and more being added each week. I actually have no idea how many, but it was a lot of fun to browse through there. There was more than I could imagine. Now, one of AOC's big selling points, surprisingly, isn't even 3D printing. It's the ability for the user to design and create within their app, to modify models or design from scratch using voice to AI input, actually. This unleashes near limitless options for 3D printing at such a young age, long before children have the skills or resources available to learn proper design languages and tools like Fusion 360. Now, you probably already noticed that this printer is customized a little bit. What a great idea it was to make available these fun models to change the way the printer looks for you and your family. We printed the unicorn, as well as the Mario, and even Pikachu, and there's so many more to choose from. There's even stickers included, so you can kind of like further customize it, do whatever you want. It's pretty fun. It does have a camera built in for monitoring prints from the application, as well as generating and sharing time lapses. This XMaker Joy is designed to print with the door closed for safety, but as for sound, which I know can be a big issue for many families, it is very quiet. In fact, it's quiet enough that when it is printing here in the studio with me, I very much forget it's here. We even printed with it live on our Twitch channel, and it's nearly silent even from just a few feet away from me and my microphone. Now, you'd think at this point I am done with sharing all of the exciting features. But here's another. AOC includes these creation kits. These are awesome kits that include all of the electronics and even some injection molded parts that you will then complete with your 3D printing to make robots, music boxes, remote controlled cars, even other remote controlled toys. And I really think this is a fantastic way to inspire young minds, giving them projects that they can start and finish to build confidence and skills along with just having fun. This machine includes a feature called power loss recovery, and that's a feature that we commonly see on regular 3D printers. It basically means if the machine loses power during a print, when the power is restored, the printer will attempt to start where it left off to prevent waste of time and material. I didn't test it, and to be honest with you, it's such a small print volume that even if you did have a power failure, you're not losing much time or material. Print quality is actually quite good. I was very happily surprised to see such good quality come from such a little machine. Each print is printed on a raft, and that is basically a thin sacrificial layer of printed filament that is beneath the print, holding it down to the magnetic build plate and also giving you a consistent first layer on the bottom of the print. Removing prints is easy. Just give that magnetic build plate just a little bit of a flex and it'll pop right off that PEI. Now here's a couple more shots of the print quality. I am super impressed. Layer lines look really good and there are minimal surface artifacts. What about maintenance? Important question. One of the reasons why 3D printing can be difficult to introduce at such a young age is because it is a mechanical device that has a lot of moving parts and very complex software, and something will inevitably go wrong. One of the most common problems will be a clog in the nozzle that extrudes filament. Clogged nozzles, for someone more experienced, is simple to deal with, but what about for this printer? Well, AOC did a great job by making the hot end a one-button replacement. If there is a clog that is too difficult to clear, you can push the little red button on the side of the tool head and click change the nozzle. Now, what about the price? At the time of filming, I was seeing a $269 USD on Amazon and for the printer, and there was a $40 off coupon that you clicked right there on Amazon to get it for basically $229. They had another option, which included a selection of filament, and that wasn't actually such a bad deal to have a great out-of-the-box experience if you wanted to get the machine and have some fun filaments to start with. Now, I do have one negative with the machine, all right? So because this is your interface to control the printer, this user experience has to be absolutely perfect. Now, the machine itself, I'm not gonna use the word perfect, but I'm gonna say it's pretty darn close. It was a fantastic experience, but about a half a dozen times or so while using the machine and the Xmaker app on my phone, I found that when you closed the app or minimized the app on your phone and you reopened it, it would lose connectivity with the machine and it would show that the machine wasn't there. You'd have to go to add printer and then it would pop up and you'd say connect and then you'd be reconnected to it again. And that happened about a half a dozen times. Now that's not a big complaint, but it is something in software that they can absolutely fix. But again, because this is your interface, there's no other way to manage the printer. This experience has to be perfect. And so if I had any advice, just AOC'd, make sure that that's just the perfect experience. I'll have links on the screen and in the description below if you're interested, go check them out. As for my recommendation, with the prices of 3D printers getting lower and lower and features getting better and better, there are a lot of 3D printers to choose from. If you are a young family and you want to have the simple and joyful experience of 3D printing, minus a lot of the nerdy and geeky details that might distract from the purity of just simply enjoying the hobby, then this is a great machine. If you want to dive right into the more technical side of 3D printing and already know this is a long-term hobby for you, then I recommend subscribing to my channel and watching all of the videos that you can, and hopefully you'll find a printer that's right for you and your family. What do you think? I am sincerely interested in your thoughts on this machine, and I really hope that I was able to inspire those of you with young families who may be interested in the 3D printing journey, as well as communicate to those with more experience that if we really want 3D printing to grow and expand, we need to encourage and celebrate 3D printing for all levels of skill and interest. Thank you, AOC, for sending over this machine. I really enjoyed working with it. And to all of you, thank you for watching, and we will see you on the next one. Welcome into the studio. We are going to do something a little bit different today, and we're going to look at a 3D printer that was originally released, I believe, back in 2021. This is the Longer LK5 Pro, and I think it's a great representation of what so many 3D printers were like just 3 short years ago. Now, a lot has changed in our industry, but machines like this are still for sale, which begs the question, can the print quality hold up to today's standards? I have no idea. I've never even used it. In fact, the plastic is still on the build plate. So hang out with me while I get this machine plugged in, get a print started on it, and let's see if this machine can compete in 2024. Before we power it on, let's do a quick spin of the machine and take a closer look at it. Now, it's got that classic wedge shape that's common with larger format machines with these 2 large structural braces. It's a single Z motor design with this giant rod, very skeletonized with the exposed power supply underneath. I mean, this is what every machine looked like at one time. All the wires are covered in the textile sleeves, and it's got big limit switches everywhere, right? So now, how many of you own a machine that looks just like this? In fact, tell me which machine you have, and if you still print with it, I'd really like to know, because I think far more people in our industry own machines that look just like this rather than the newly styled 3D printers of 2023 and 2024. All right, so let's get this thing plugged in and powered on. And before I peel this plastic off the build plate, let's go over some of the LK5 specs so we know what we're looking at. The build volume on this machine is a large helmet class size 300 by 300 by 400 millimeters on the Z. It has a hot end that's limited in temperature to a maximum of 250 C. So we're commonly seeing 300, but this one's 250. Now, I don't think there are any sensors on this particular hot end, but the website does say that it's got auto leveling, so I guess we'll find out. It does have a few of the higher end features of its day, common now, but weren't so common back in 2021, and that is a filament runout sensor, and it has power loss recovery. So power goes out, be able to resume your prints. Speeds, of course, have changed a lot from 2021 through now, and the LK5 Pro reflects that with a maximum advertised speed of about 180 millimeters per second, but it's suggested, and more realistically, that you'll be printing at around 60 to 80 millimeters per second on the LK5 Pro. The build plate is manually leveled with 4 large knobs here underneath and reaches a maximum temperature of 100 C. Now, not much has actually changed with a lot of new machines when it comes to interfaces, and the LK5 Pro is really ahead of its time with a 4.3-inch color touchscreen. Also, Longer is advertising this as quiet printing with TMC 2209 drivers, which is something we've just kind of come to expect now. Nobody wants to hear the robot sounds. All right, well, it's time to get a print started, so let's peel this build plate plastic, level the bed, and see what prints are on the included micro SD card. All right, the bed is leveled and the build plate is clean, and we've loaded some Polymaker Polylite PLA Pro, and it's time to see the LK5 Pro in action. Also, I have absolutely no idea how this is going to go. You and I are seeing this print for the first time together. So enjoy a little printing montage, and I'll be back when it's done, and I think it's gonna be a benchy. I'm just gonna print a few things that are on the included SD card. We'll see you in a few. All right, we are back and it is done, and I have to say, I'm a little bit concerned. This was the G code for a benchy that was sliced and already on the micro SD card in the printer. And I think even for 2021 standards, it's kind of a rough benchy. Even at 60 millimeters per second, it's got some slight ringing. There's some under extrusion, there's some over extrusion. I don't think I'm gonna blame the machine. I've seen prints from this machine that were better, and I think I'm gonna be blaming that G code. So, and which is unfortunate, because I think when people buy a machine like this, that's what they're going to be printing first, the included G code. They're gonna go through all those different models, they're gonna load some filament, and probably load generic or even cheap filament to test them out. We printed with Polymaker's Polylite PLA Pro in this awesome blue, and it's a great filament, so I'm not gonna blame the filament at all, but I'm gonna blame that default G code. I think the plan is, what we're gonna do is, I know this can print better, so we are going to slice up something fun, like something larger, like a helmet, and then we'll tune that and we'll get that on there, and we'll do that in a future video. But for today's video, that's the result, and I hope you're seeing some B-roll, or I hope you saw some B-roll of this benchy, and you can kind of see it for yourself. But think about this. This is a printer that's 300 by 300 by 400 millimeters, and it's more or less from 2021, and this was a, I wouldn't say top of the line machine in 2021, but this was a pretty darn nice machine for 3 years ago. And so I do think that they can hold up to today's standards with some tuning, and but it's going to be printing a little bit slower. So I think the price on this right now on the Longer website is $299. That's a tough price point. Is it $299 now? There are a lot of machines competing in that space, and even some really fast ones. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed a little look back on a machine from 2021, and I want to thank Longer for sending this over to us. It was fun, and we're not done. We're going to create some more content with it and kind of share it with some more people, with some fun different projects, and kind of include it in the content that we create. Thanks again. I hope you enjoyed the content, and we will see you in the next one. Welcome to the studio. The Bambu Lab H2D is without question one of the most advanced 3D printers ever made. It's fast, it's reliable, and it sets the bar for what's possible right now in desktop 3D printing. But even with all of that, there are still some things that honestly frustrate me about this machine, and today, I'm going to give them to you. These aren't deal breakers, but they're the kind of real-world annoyances you only notice once you've lived with the printer for a while. So, let's get into it. The first thing that I hate about the Bambu Lab H2D is the vibration. This machine moves aggressively. At high speeds, especially when it's laying down infill, the whole printer shakes and dances like you cannot believe. It's not even subtle. Now, for most people printing, it might not seem like a huge deal, but here, in the studio, as a content creator, it makes filming really tough, almost impossible. I can't capture clean B-roll footage without the printer, dancing and vibrating in the middle of a high-speed infill pass because the machine is just literally shaking so much in the shot. The only way that I can film usable footage is to wait until it's doing slower moves like perimeters. Now, that constant motion doesn't affect the print quality at all. It's just part of how the H2D achieves its speed, but still, it's something that I dislike. And that leads me directly into the second thing that I hate, which is these rubber feet. They're actually part of the reason that the printer shakes the way that it does. These little silicone or rubber feet tear away way too easily, even though they're doing exactly what they are intended to do to reduce the amount of vibrations being passed from the printer to the surface it's sitting on. The first time one failed on me, I was just trying to rotate the printer on the bench. I slid it gently and one of the feet ripped right off. I had to dig around for a washer and try to find a screw to secure it back in place, and even then, no matter how big the washer was or how tight I got it, the foot kept pulling loose again. So now every time I need to move the H2D, I have to remember, don't slide it. I have to pick it straight up and put it straight back down. No twisting, no sliding across the bench surface. And for a machine that's this size, that's not exactly convenient. And that brings me right into thing number 3 that I hate, the weight. This is a heavy machine. With the AMS Pro sitting on top loaded with filament, it's not something that you just grab and reposition yourself. I mean, I can move it if I want, alone, if I really have to, but it's a backbreaker. Most of the time, if I need to move it, I call my son and he comes into the studio so we can lift it together. That's really the only safe way to do it. And when you combine the fragile feet with how heavy it is, moving the H2D around is almost always a hassle. It's not a one-person printer when it comes to repositioning. If you enjoy honest and balanced looks at machines like this, please take a second and hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps us out a lot, and you'll make sure that you won't miss any future videos. Next up, TPU. Now to be clear, the H2D can print TPU masterfully. It handles flexible filaments better than most machines I've used, but here's the catch. You can't just run softer TPUs through the AMS like you would with PLA or PETG. If you want to use something like 85A or 90A TPU, you have to reroute the filament feeding path. That means removing the PTFE tube from the toolhead and giving it a shorter, straight path. The easiest way I've found is to put a rolling spool holder right on top of the glass of the printer and then feed the TPU through the dedicated TPU pass-through on the back that Bambu actually designed for this exact use. Now, it works great once you set it all up, but it's still a bit of an inconvenience compared to just dropping a spool into the AMS. For me, that extra step is what makes TPU a small annoyance on this machine. Now, I do want to mention that Bambu Lab does have AMS TPU, designed specifically for their AMS system. I've used it many times, and it does work pretty well. Now, before I jump into the fifth and final thing that I hate about the Bambu Lab H2D, it wouldn't be fair to just sit here and be completely negative, because there are a few things that I absolutely love about this machine as well. And they're also the reasons it sits at the very top of my recommendation list right now. First off, the dual nozzle design. I love dual nozzle machines, and I've had a lot of them. This is such a smart setup. It allows you to run the AMS on the left nozzle with up to 4 colors, while the right nozzle can take an external spool. And that's the default configuration if you get one AMS with your H2D. And what that does is reduce the purge waste dramatically. The printer doesn't have to purge every single time it changes materials. It only has to prime. And Bamboo Studio even recommends which filament to put on the external right nozzle. Usually, it's your most common color, like black, white, gray, something like that. And that saves you a ton of material over time. Second, the build volume at 350 by 320 by 325, this thing is helmet class. That means cosplay helmets, props, big cosplay parts, right? It's also engineering grade filament ready. You can do all sorts of fun and interesting projects in one piece without breaking them into smaller chunks. It's just a big, capable platform. Third, the Bamboo Studio experience itself. The software is seamless. Being able to paint models, set up multicolor prints, and send them straight to the machine without fuss, it really does feel next generation. And the H2D also has a huge ecosystem of upgrades, a cutter, a laser, and more in the works. It's a platform that you can grow into. And lastly, a small but thoughtful detail, PLA printing. On older machines, you've had to always prop the door open to keep PLA from softening in the tool head. The H2D solves that with an automatic vent right on the top front that pops open whenever it needs to regulate chamber temperature. It's those little details that push this machine over the edge. So while there are annoyances, and I pointed out 4 of them already, the truth is, this is still the #1 machine I recommend right now for anyone who wants the best 3D printer the industry has to offer. And with that said, let's get right into the last thing that I hate about the H2D. And the last thing is a big one, and I'm not the only one here. It's cost. The Bamboo Lab H2D on its own is $1,999. If you want the combo package with the AMS Pro, it's $2,299. That's a serious price tag that puts this printer in a different class. Now, I do believe you get what you pay for here. This is the most advanced 3D printer on the market right now, and you're buying speed, reliability, and features that are unmatched. But still, $2,000 is $2,000. For many people, that's a huge investment, and I think it's fair to say I hate the price, while I also understand why it costs what it does. So, those are the 5 things that I hate about the Bamboo Lab H2D: the vibration, the fragile feet, the heavy weight, the TPU setup, and the price. Now, none of them make me regret having it here in the studio, and even with those 5 annoyances right now, it's still the #1 go-to machine in the studio. Now, if you happen to have a Bamboo Lab H2D, am I right or am I wrong? And I don't know, what things have you found that annoy you? Put those in the comments. I'll read them. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. A huge thank you to our YouTube members and our Patreon supporters who make this possible. I couldn't do it without you, and I will see you in the next one. Oh, and YouTube wants you to watch this video over here, so go do it. Go check it out. I am beyond excited. This is the hottest machine of 2023, the Bamboo Lab A1 Mini. And I've had to keep this a secret for more than 6 months, knowing that it was going to set the standard for 3D printers to come. We're going to look at the Mini's features, new tech, prints, all of it. And stick with me to the end, because I have a little bit of teaser on what to expect from Bamboo next. The Bamboo Lab A1 Mini is a bed slinger, but with the speed and quality that you come to expect from these new Core XY machines on the market. It prints at speeds up to 500 millimeters per second and even has a 14-minute benchy, but we'll get into that later. This machine is not just for beginners. I anticipate it's going to be in the hands of 1 million new 3D printer owners, but I think this is going to be a print farm monster. The A1 Mini is going to show up in a box. It's going to come fully assembled. It's going to come pre-tuned, and it's ready to go. It only takes about 15 to 20 minutes max from the time you open the box to the time you're printing. The AMS is the only thing that's going to require you to put in some screws, do some plugging in and things like that. The printer itself is fully automatic, from setting the Z offset to bed leveling to vibration resonance for input shaping and nozzle pressure. Everything is automatic. You don't have to worry about any of it. Now, if you don't understand a word I just said, that's great, because you don't even have to worry about it. 3D printers are becoming appliances now, meant for people that want the absolute top-tier 3D printing experience without all the tinkering, and doing it at an incredible price point. And I'll get to that in a moment. Let me thank Bamboo Labs for sending over this machine. We sincerely appreciate the opportunity to have it, to play with it, to test it, and share it with all of you. Now, I want you to keep these numbers in your head as we take a look at the printer and its features. This will significantly disrupt the 3D printing industry as we know it. The A1 Mini itself is $299. The AMS combo with the A1 Mini is $459, which is incredible. And then they have a combo package that's like $509. It ends up coming with a couple of extra nozzles, like a 0.2 and a 0.6. But I think the only two things that are available at this time are the AMS and the A1 package and the combo package. I don't think that the A1 Mini alone is available quite yet, but you can go check the website. It'll be on the screen in the description below. Now, what I really want you to keep in mind is that the Prusa Mini is $459. That's a traditional bed slinger, regular speed, no multi-filament or multicolor system, and none of the advanced tech that we're about to talk about. So think about that. The exact same price point, but wildly different technology. It's going to be tough for some of these companies to keep up. Now, as far as build quality goes, the A1 Mini is relatively heavy. I think it's somewhere between 12 and 13 pounds. And to compare or contrast, the Prusa Mini comes in at like between 9 and 10 pounds. As you can see, the A1 Mini is fully railed on the X, Y, and Z axis, and it's an all-metal construction, very well balanced. Matter of fact, when you look at the B-roll, you're going to see that it handles these speeds incredibly well. Its build volume is same as the Prusa Mini. That wasn't by accident. It's 180 millimeters cubed with a heat bed that goes up to about 80 C, and it comes with the flexible textured double-sided PEI sheet. Pretty standard now for most 3D printers. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It helps us out a lot. Also, stick with me to the end because I'm going to share with you what's coming from Bambu next. And some of you might already know. Now, the tool head on the Bambu A1 Mini comes with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. It can reach a temperature up to about 300 C, and it can work, of course, with the AMS or without the AMS with a single PTFE tube running into the hot end. You can print PLAs, PTGs, TPUs, and even PVAs for dissolvable supports. Bambu is not recommending ABS, ASA, polycarbonates, or any other type of abrasive filament like carbon fiber filled or glass filled filaments. It comes with a quick swap hot end system. It's basically one clip. You're going to pop that, remove the hot end. You can put it in a new one, so that allows you to effectively change from 0.2 to 0.4, 0.6 millimeter nozzles. And you can do that all without messing with electrical harnesses or connections. This video is generously sponsored by Polymaker, the world's largest manufacturer of 3D printing filament and the supplier of all of the filament that we use here on the show. You can check them out in the link in the description below. Really quickly, you're probably going to be seeing some B-roll comparison between the Bambu A1 Mini and the Bambu X1 Carbon, which happens to be right there behind me. The orange eyes here, that is off of the A1 Mini, and the little print here, the little ghost with the green eyes, that is off of the X1 Carbon. Now, I will have some close-ups here that you're probably looking at, but I am staring at these up close right now in person, and I cannot tell the difference between the two machines at all. I don't see ringing. Everything is absolutely perfect between these two. And matter of fact, if I hadn't have told you which color was which, I don't think you could tell at all. The white filament is Polymaker's Polysonic PLA. That's their high-speed PLA. And then the green and the orange are Bambu filaments. It's crazy. You can't tell the difference. And that says a lot for a bed slinger that's $459 versus an X1 Carbon combo there that's what, $1,500. I'm pretty sure everyone is going to own one of these. This is insane. I know, the Benchy. Everyone wants to see a Benchy, and so we'll have some close-up B-roll of it here while I'm talking. This is Bambu's 14-minute Benchy, and it's actually about 17 minutes listed on the screen, but that includes about 2.5 or 3 minutes of heat up and calibration and things like that. But it's effectively a 14-minute print time, and this is absolutely gorgeous. I'm darn impressed. Matter of fact, I don't think any of the machines that we have here in the studio outside of Bambu's can produce a 14-minute Benchy that looks as good as this does. And like I said, that's coming from a bed slinger. Printing at these speeds isn't really practical outside of maybe prototyping or just flexing. I think most people that have a 3D printer aren't going to be pushing them to these limits. But regardless, think about that. You're getting that from a bed slinger. God, nuts. For those of you not familiar with the AMS, this is the automatic material system. It holds 4 spools and it's relatively quiet compared to the original AMS. Very similar in result, but quite a bit different in design. The spools actually pop off here from the side, pop back on. The servos actually do the winding and rewinding that feed it into the hot end, and the hot end actually takes 4 PTFE tubes. It has an odometer sensor, indicator and status LEDs up top, and it has a single 2-foot power cable that runs between it and the A1 Mini. Now, if you wanted to move this, maybe in a print farm application or just separate it above and below, I don't know, it would be awful nice if Bamboo had an extension for the power cable, or maybe you could fashion one yourself. The AMS light, just like the AMS, supports RFID, which basically means that the printer can read the type of filament and the color filament directly from the spool, which allows the printer to have quite a bit more information about what material it's printing with. And it updates the interface. It's all kind of handy, kind of nice. Now here comes the sensor tech. This stuff is pretty darn cool, and this is what sets this machine apart from the rest of the printers on the market. The machine has the filament monitoring system, which is going to help this machine prevent tangles. It's going to help this machine prevent jams, and it does that with a couple of different sensors. Some sensors that are above the extruder and sensors that are below the extruder. It has a filament tension sensor, a filament position sensor above the extruder, and it has a pressure sensor below the extruder. And of course, I mentioned earlier that the AMS has an odometer sensor to know exactly just how much filament is traveled. So all of this together allows the printer to intelligently know what's happening to prevent jams, clogs, and tangles and things like that. Also, it can dynamically adjust flow using the pressure sensor while it's printing. So if the gears in the extruder start to slip on the filament, it knows that there's a problem, it knows that there's a jam, it can actually stop the print. And of course it has multiple accelerometers because that's how input shaping is done. Now the motor tech is pretty cool. It's got a feature called active noise canceling, where the motors actually do a vibration test and then they reduce the noise of the motor to nearly nothing. This machine is darn quiet. Also, a fun little side note, the printer sounds, all the little musical notes that it plays, there's no speakers on the printer. It does all of that with the motors. And there's 3 motors, in fact, that can do it. So it can actually play 3 notes at one time. And you can even upload your own custom MIDI songs directly to the printer. And I'll have a link on the screen or in the description below where you can actually convert MIDI to G-code to play on your printer. That's kind of cool. The display on the machine is pretty simple. It's a full color display. It's relatively small, very usable, but I really don't think that many people are going to be using that. I think most people with the A1 Mini and even the machines behind me are going to be using the Bamboo Handy app, or they're going to be using the Bamboo Studio Slicer to manage and control the printers. Now, mentioning the Bamboo Handy app, that allows you to remotely manage the A1 Mini. It allows you to stop prints, start prints, monitor, receive alerts, things like that. It has a 1080p camera that's meant for mostly just for monitoring. It's a very low frame rate camera, but it does support time lapses. And it includes a little physical slider that you actually can slide over the lens of the camera, blocking it from being able to see anything. For instance, this is sitting on the studio bench and the printer is facing an open door into a hallway. And if my family were to walk by while it was printing, well, then anybody that can see that camera via the cloud or network would be able to be seeing into my home outside of the studio. So it's kind of a nice little feature that you can just click that over and you don't have to worry about that. So now we get to talk about Maker World, which is something that gets me super excited because this is a feature that we've all talked about for a really long time and we've really wanted for a really long time. And this is what is going to bring millions of new people into 3D printing. Right now, with the Bamboo Handy app in Maker World, you open the app, you find the fun model that you want to print, you select it, you hit print, and send it directly to your printer. No manual slicing on the computer anymore. It's all sliced in the cloud. You can still slice if you want to. There's no functionality to remove. This just makes it easier for people to be able to come into 3D printing and join us in our hobby. And this is what's needed if we want 3D printing to go mainstream. Now, some of you will say, I could already print from my mobile phone with my Octoprint and my Raspberry Pi. And the answer is, no, you couldn't do it like this. It's not the same. I can start 3D prints on my Raise 3D machines behind me from my mobile phone, right? That's not the same thing. This is a complete repository where you don't do any slicing. You simply select the model, send it to the printer. The printer shows up right there in the app on your phone. Send it, done, come and collect your print. This is what happens when user experience becomes a priority when they're creating products. I'm telling you, this is going to change 3D printing forever. Now, tell me in the comments below if you think that's the right direction for 3D printing to go. Me, personally, I think it is because it still allows anybody who wants to slice, anybody who wants to tinker, anyone who wants to do those more fine-grained and fine-tuned settings, they can do that. But it also means that people that don't have that technical skill or ability, or people who just want to print and not worry about those things, they can join us in our hobby too. It's a win for everyone. Another thing that's really cool about this machine when it arrives is that Bambu includes one of these awesome little 3D printing kits with every Bambu A1 Mini. I received the Marble Run Components kit, and there's a couple others. They have an LED lamp kit, they have a model engine kit, and they have a wireless mouse kit, which is kind of cool. I'm kind of jealous of whoever got that one. Thanks for sticking with me all the way to the end, and I promised you that I would tease you with what's coming from Bambu next. Now, I want you to think about this just for a moment, so I'm going to tease you with some questions. Do you think that Bambu would have created a new series of 3D printers called the A1 series that would only have one printer in it? Do you think that Bambu would have created a brand new AMS system called the AMS Lite that connects with a single plug into the A1 series that only had one printer? Now, I promise you that there are other A1 series printers coming, various sizes, and also there's a helmet class printer coming. I hope you enjoyed the content. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on the next one. Welcome into the studio. Today we're taking a look at the brand new Bambu Lab A1. This machine has definitely generated a lot of excitement, and I think it's generated a lot of confusion. But we're going to talk about the machine. We're going to go through all of its features, all of its functions, and we're going to talk about where it fits inside of our industry, and we're going to talk about who this printer is really for. Stick with me. We got a lot to cover. Before we really get into the details of this machine, I want to share with you some thoughts. This is what mass production 3D printing really looks like. Bambu is building the closest thing to appliances that our industry has ever seen. I really think user experience comes into play here. For 3D printing to go mainstream and to welcome just an enormous number of people to our space, it has to be more appliance-like. It has to be simple. User experience is key. And user experience starts not just with the interface, not just the actual usage of the machine, but user experience really starts when you order the 3D printer. It's from the website where you order, it's the order confirmation email that shows up, it's the shipping, it's the unboxing, it's the assembly, and then it's the actual use of the machine. Bambu Lab machines aren't 3D printed Tinker Toys. They are appliances. They are designed to show up in your home, show up in your office, show up in your print farm, and to just simply work. They're taking user experience to a whole nother level. If you want the absolute best experience in 3D printing right now, it would be almost impossible to not recommend a Bambu Lab machine. It is the top tier experience in 3D printing right now. In fact, this is the experience that every other 3D printing company is going to be chasing. The unboxing and assembly experience was just fantastic. I put together a lot of 3D printers. Matter of fact, I think we've had like 30 plus 3D printers here in the studio in just the last year. The way this is built, where the base unit slips inside, drops in, you remove a little cover, put 10 or 12 screws in. This was a really fantastic way to put this printer together and to get that rigidity that you need in this type of printer. I love the little connector on the bottom. They're using the standard, plugs for the motors and camera, but I do love that there's like a little USB-C connector that snaps into place and locks in with the screw. This machine is just built so darn well. Let me say a quick thank you to Bambu. We appreciate the opportunity for you to send this machine over to us and let us take a look at it and share it with our audience. All right, let's get into some of the basic specs of this machine. We'll start with the hot end. It has a maximum temperature of 300 degrees C. It comes stock with a 0.4 millimeter stainless steel quick swap nozzle. The nozzle itself is really easy to swap. It's a single clip, takes about 30 seconds or so, and there's no wiring. Bambu offers a 0.2 millimeter nozzle option as well as a 0.4, 6, and 8. They recommend the A1 for PLA, PETG, TPU, and even PVA. They're not recommending ABS, ASA, polycarbonate. If you're going to run TPU, which is a flexible filament, you're going to want to not use it with the AMS Lite. It's a little bit too flexible for that. It wouldn't be able to feed it just directly into the machine is the right way to go. I think if you're going to do abrasive filaments like carbon fiber or glass filled, I think you'd want to feed those directly into the machine as well, not through the AMS Lite. And they really don't even recommend those types of filaments. However, look at this. I ended up taking a Christmas ornament. This is Polymaker's Galaxy Purple, and I printed this in ABS on the A1, and it printed absolutely just fine. And side note, the build plate max temperature listed in the spec sheet is 80 C. Well, this printed at 100C. So I don't know if that's just a firmware limitation that's coming, or if that's just what the firmware is. It's 100C, and maybe they just didn't update the spec sheet. But I just wanted to mention that. I thought that was interesting. They say it's max 80, but I set it to 100, and it printed at 100. The build volume is 256 millimeters cubed, and that's a very standard build volume size in our industry. In fact, the Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon, the P1P, and the P1S, they're all exactly the same build plate size. The build plate itself is a flexible PEI sheet, and I think that's just pretty standard now. They're kind of a nice build plate to print on, simple to print on. They hold things really well, and everything just kind of pops off when you flex it. Very nice. It uses linear rails on the X, linear rails on the Y, and it does use dual lead screws on the Z. You're probably looking at B-roll right now of this machine flying. It's listed at 500 millimeters per second, and that is just darn quick. And I actually find that Core XY machines are obviously super fast. They're fun to watch. But seeing a bed slinger move at these speeds is just mesmerizing. I love it. The A1 has a 1080p camera, and it's mostly used for time lapses and just checking in on the printer because it's a low frame rate camera, which I think is really strange. I think if someone's going to go to the trouble of putting a camera on a 3D printer, it doesn't really make sense to have it a low frame rate camera. I say just whether that's limited in the firmware or whether that's the actual camera sensor itself that's limited, I do not know. But this whole low frame rate thing just doesn't make sense to me. All right, now this is some of the coolest stuff. Let's talk about sensors. Sensors are what set this printer apart from all the other bed slingers in the industry. There are 4 particular sensors that I'm going to talk about right now, one of which is the eddy current sensor. This particular sensor measures extrusion pressure and actively compensates to adjust flow rate. Now, the next 3 sensors are awful interesting. There's a filament tangle sensor, a filament runout sensor, and a filament odometer. These sensors, when working together, measure how far the filament's traveled, the filament tension above the extruder, and the pressure in the hot end. This combination of sensors allows the printer to do things that are a lot more intelligent, right? So if there's a jam that with the AMS light, or if the gears in the extruder are slipping, that the system, which I think they call it the HMS, the health monitoring system, is going to be able to detect that, and it does things like pause the prints. So yeah, matter of fact, that health monitoring system for filament, that actually triggered on us. So there was a spool of pink PLA from Bamboo, and we were printing this vase when it kind of snagged on the spool, and it was kind of biting on the inside edge. We walked over, we saw the message, loosened the spool, hit retry, and the print continued right where it left off. I think the first prints that people are going to do on this machine are going to be the ones that are included on the printer itself. I've talked about this in other videos. More companies need to have more models available to be printed on the machines. And I think that's so frustrating that companies will sell you a 3D printer, you get it, you set it up, and there's a benchy, a little boat, and that's all that's on there. We are trying to invite more people into 3D printing, and I think Prusa includes like a small handful of things on their printers. Bamboo, this was awesome. It's like 5 or 6 pages of things that come on the machine, and they're all pre-sliced, ready to go. You're just going to select them, and you're going to hit print. And I think that's what most people are going to do. So I figured, well, we'll start there. So we printed a couple of them. We printed the little things like this turtle, fun little turtle, little squishy turtle. And this is by Jacob Stanton. This is included on the printer. Kind of a fun little print. You'll see that in some B-roll. We printed the alligator clip. It's a little chip clip right, for closing bags of chips, right? We printed this hex storage system and printed that out of Bamboo PLA, some just matte PLA. Turned out pretty nice. And we printed this vase. We did this out of a bamboo pink silk, and I think it turned out absolutely fantastic. And I hope that when you see this, I'm showing you some awesome B-roll of all of these fantastic prints. The print quality is absolutely fantastic. Bamboo machines just produce great results, and I think that's why these machines are so popular. Now, of course, a lot of people are interested in the multi-filament or the multicolor option, which is the AMS Light. And that is a 4-color system that comes with the combo. And I decided to go ahead and print these fun little Debbie snack cake prints from James the printer. These are really fun. He's got a couple of different options there. One of them has a bite out of it. One is a much larger one that's for storage. I'll have the links on the screen or in the description below for that. These are printed in 3 different silk filaments. 2 of them are bamboo. One is a Polymaker silk. And when I posted these on social media, I was really surprised at the number of people who began to be interested in 3D printing just from these little prints. They immediately saw them and thought, I want that. How do I get that? How do I make that? And I replied back saying, it's easy. So as soon as this printer is released, or there's already an A1 mini out, you can just order that right now, and you might even get it in time for Christmas. But how cool is that? That something just like simple like this can bring people into our 3D printing space. Kind of exciting. I did print the 14 or 15 minute Benchy 3 different times. And every time it failed just before it got to the top of the doors on the cabin, and it kept losing adhesion and popping off the build plate at the exact same time, the exact same place. The filament was just curling up. Now, that could be an issue with my particular filament that I was running. That's quite possible. I did move the printer out into the living space so I could have it with me when I was printing, and I could monitor it. So it's possible that there was drafts coming by and causing that to just lose adhesion. After those 3 times, I kind of gave up on it, and I didn't continue with the Benchy. I went on and moved on to lots of other things, and they printed just fine. So I just thought I'd share that with you. That's why there's no Benchy here for you to look at that's complete. As far as printing goes, it's a micro SD card if you want to do it that way, or of course it's cloud printing, and that's done via Wi-Fi. The noise cancellation is actually pretty cool. Each axis begins to move, and you can hear it as it's moving at a different frequency, and the little interface is reporting back to you each frequency that it's testing and trying, and it goes through all of them, and then the machine chooses the quietest frequency on that axis, and it does it several times. It's really fun to watch, but I'll tell you, it's actually almost kind of creepy. You can hear the motor, you can see it moving, you can hear the fans, and then it gets quieter, and it gets quieter, and it gets quieter, and pretty soon, it's just silent. And the only thing that you can hear moving is the actual, like, physical components, right? So you just hear the bearings sliding, and you hear the fans on the machine, but the motor sounds, they're gone. And I have to say, this is the quietest 3D printer that I've ever operated. Input shaping or vibration calibration. It's just not possible to print at these speeds without it. And that's done through an accelerometer. And basically the accelerometer is just measuring the vibration or the resonance of the machine at certain speeds. Bamboo Lab machines do a calibration before every single print because there's things that change in the printer itself or on the print head. Like there's different weight from different filaments that might be loaded in the Bowden tubes. The environment changes, right? So there might be something different on the bench that the printer is sitting, or the printer was moved to a different bench. Those calibrations happen before every print and ultimately result in better print quality, less artifacts. Machines like the Prusa Mark IV, and there's a heck of a lot of other machines out there, don't ship with accelerometers, and they hard code that math into the printer. And I really think that's kind of a mistake because accelerometers are cheap, and it really doesn't make sense to not include that and to not have that auto calibration run each time. So I really think in the short time or in the short future, every single 3D printer that comes out with input shaping is just going to have an accelerometer. It doesn't make sense not to. Bamboo Studio, that is the slicer that is preferred when you're working with Bamboo Lab machines. Now, my past experience, I really like IdeaMaker and I really like Prusa Slicer. Those are the slicers that I have most experience in, and only until we started playing with Bamboo machines did I start to kind of come around to the Bamboo Studio way of doing things, and it turns out I really like it. I will say that because Bamboo Studio is based on Prusa Slicer, it's funny because Bamboo Studio was always in there, right? The user interface was always there. It just needed a vision. It just needed someone to put that user experience together. And the Bamboo Studio experience is hands down the best slicing experience that you're going to get. But you don't have to use Bamboo Studio if you're running a Bamboo printer. You can use Prusa Slicer. You can use other slicers. You just might lose some of that advanced functionality that's very specific to Bamboo machines. Now, let me talk about MakerWorld for a moment. This is one of the things that I think is going to make it really, really, really popular for people who are brand new to 3D printing. MakerWorld is really the ecosystem that's tying a lot of these Bamboo Lab machines together. You're going to go to the website, MakerWorld. We've all seen that stuff before. But one of the most powerful things right now is that app. It's the Bamboo Handy app, where you can just browse all of the different models, all the fun things that are on MakerWorld. They come pre-sliced, pre-painted, and you basically just select it, select the printer you want to print on, and send it in one touch on your phone, and it prints. You can be out and about in town, away from your 3D printer. You can select it, select which filaments that you want to print on that are loaded in your AMS, and hit go. And when you get home, it's done, sitting and waiting for you. And that's really the power of that ecosystem. There's going to be a lot fewer people that are over there spending time slicing and trying to send it to their 3D printer and messing with those things. You can still do that, absolutely. But the majority of people, they just want to buy filament and they just want to print on their 3D printer. That's it. This video is generously sponsored by Polymaker. They are the wonderful company that generously sponsors all of the filament for our video content here on YouTube and on Twitch. And if you don't know about our Twitch channel, you should go check it out. We are live Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific over on twitch.tv/LoyalMoses, where we have a fantastic time. And we do like giveaways every single time we go live. You should come check us out. Okay, I know you were all waiting for this, so let's talk about the price. A couple of months ago, I put out a chart, and the chart asked the community, what do you think Bambu Labs' next move is going to be in the industry? What price point are they going to be at? And I listed all of the Bambu Lab machines out from basically lowest price point of $299 all the way up to their $1,449 X1 Carbon and everything in between. And I put some options in there, A, B, C, D, E, kind of like, where do you think Bambu is going to go next? Now, I knew there were machines coming, but I did not know the price points until now. And I think I kind of nailed it. I just guessed where they would be based on the gaps and based on what I think they're trying to do in the market, which I believe they are trying to set a printer at every single price point for every consumer. The A1 standalone, wow, $399 USD, and the 4-color AMS Lite combo option, $559. That is insane. In conclusion, if you haven't figured it out by now, this is the machine that I will be recommending for the foreseeable future. This is hands down the best bed slinger this industry has ever seen. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the content. Happy printing. We'll see you on the next one. Welcome to the studio. I didn't even plan on making a video tonight, but something happened and I wanted to share it, and I figured that this was probably the best way to do it. 3D printing is such an interesting hobby, such an interesting niche. It can be so creative, it can be so therapeutic, it's very passionate for a lot of people, and inspiring even. And tonight, here on the ranch, some neighbors that live up here on the mountain came by, and our dog was over at their place today hanging out while they were working, and they decided they'd walk across the mountain and bring him back tonight. And when they got here, I walked into the studio and I brought him in with me, and they don't speak English very well. I don't speak Spanish, and not very much, and so the language barrier is always fun and entertaining. And they came into the studio, and their eyes were this big. And they saw the lights and the cameras, and they saw the 3D printers and the filament. And I saw the look on that young man, that teenager's face, the sparkle in the eyes, this discovery. And I looked at him and I went, you know, this young guy needs a 3D printer. And I know that they don't have a lot, but they need one. And so I looked around at what printer I could give them. I have a couple of hundred printers here that I could give them. And I thought they needed a simple to use, small, efficient, good for beginner printer. And so I actually gave them my personal Bambu Lab A1 Mini. And so I showed it to him, and his eyes lit up with excitement. The father, extremely grateful, full of gratitude, and filled me with a lot of excitement, a lot of love for the journey that they'd be going down, because it's the same journey that we've all been through, right? That journey of having this device in front of you that can create something, that you can watch something from plastic manifest itself right in front of you. And the first time that you hold that print in your hand, it changes the way that you see the world. And I looked at his face and I thought, I can't wait for this to happen. And so they walked over here across the mountain. So I sent them on their way and said, I'll be at your place in an hour. And so I grabbed my son Van and we grabbed the A1 Mini. We cleaned it up and got it ready and loaded some files on it because they don't have Wi-Fi. So they're gonna have to do things with the micro SD card, and we'll work that out later. So we loaded some files on it that they could print, and we grabbed a stack of Polymaker filament, I think like a dozen spools. We threw it in the truck and we headed over there with my wife, because she can speak a little bit more Spanish than I can. And when we arrived, I think that there is a lot of confusion. It's a cool looking tech device, but what does it do? And so we put it on their kitchen table and they gathered around, and we loaded spools of filament on it and showed them how to cut the filament, how to load it on there. And this is always fun. This is fun with the language barrier. And we printed a benchy in orange PLA, and they were watching it. And I would say that in the very beginning, it was very anticlimactic, right? There wasn't a lot of excitement as it began to lay down the first little bits of plastic. But as it started to get up there in layers, like 10, 15, 20 layers, and it started the infill, I noticed that they were getting closer to the printer, and they began to look and use their phone flashlights and look at the print as it was printing. And I could hear them, as they're going back and forth in Spanish, and they're amazed at what's happening in front of them. And then the mother, who I would say probably didn't care as much, all of a sudden went and grabbed a fly swatter. She brought it over, and she's like, in her best mime impression, I don't know, without speaking in English to us, motioned, "Can it do this?" And we said, "Yes, absolutely it can." And you could see this sparkle and this light in her eyes. And she got a spoon, like a big plastic spoon. And she's like, "Can it make these?" I said, "Yes, absolutely it can." And then the son was standing there looking at it, and you could see that he was getting more and more interested in it. And the father was watching it. And I saw something in him that I saw in my father when I was much younger. And I'm gonna tangent for a moment. On a Saturday morning, I believe, I think it was Saturday, back in the 80s, my father walked into the house with a brand new Texas Instrument computer, brand new TI. And he set it down in the living room, and he called the whole family to come in. And he said, "Boys, these computers, are the future. You should learn them. We're like, okay. And he walked out of the room. And I was the youngest boy. And my brothers tore into it and opened it up and connected it up to a television. And that began the tech change in our family. These things can change lives. And I watched that father look at his teenage son, and in English, he told him, watch. He said, learn. Because I really want you to watch this, learn this. And then father looked at me and he said, I'm not gonna be here forever, and I can't take care of my family forever. And he looked at his son and he looked back at me and he said, you've been very kind to us. And this technology can change our lives. And all of this is happening from a 3D printer being given to someone. It's almost something that if you're not in this industry, you don't understand. And they watched the print finish, and when it was done, they all took turns holding it in their hands, amazed at what had just happened. The mother motioning to the spool of filament on the printer and back to this orange benchy. Like, it was incredible to her what had just happened. Both the mother and the father at the same time immediately said, wait a minute, can you sell things that you 3D print? And we said, absolutely, yes. Yeah, there's a million things that you could 3D print and sell. And back and forth in Spanish, and I didn't understand a word. And occasionally they were so excited that they would start speaking to me in Spanish. And I'm like, hold on, wait, and I'd have to go, English, English. And then they would laugh, and then the father would try and find the right words in English to communicate to me. But ultimately, what we witnessed tonight was just so special. And it happens so often in 3D printing. I don't understand why. And maybe you can help me understand why. Why is it that 3D printing has this incredible ability to get people so inspired and there's so much emotion, so much passion in creating with these silly little devices that spit plastic out? Maybe you can help me understand. But with that, I wanted to share that with you. Van was there, and Van was finding it difficult to communicate as well. And so Van began to pull out his phone, and he'd scroll through Maker World, and he would show all of the things from measuring cups to fishing lures to bowls and cups, all of the things that they could print with this 3D printer. And every time he showed it to them, they just were so excited. And with that, we left them for the evening. And I said that we'd come back later, probably this week or on the weekend, and I would be bringing an adapter and for their micro SD card, and I'll sit down with them and spend some time showing them how to use a slicer and how to get those files over to that A1 Mini. Like I said, they don't have Wi-Fi, and so I thought that I wanted to share that with you, and I don't know any other format to share it. And to get people to understand how important 3D printing is and sharing 3D printing with everyone. And this video is not going to do well. It's the wrong type of content, I think, for our YouTube channel. But nonetheless, I wanted to share it. And thank you for listening. And I hope that it inspires you. And I hope that maybe one day you have an opportunity to take one of those 3D printers that you have and change someone's life with it. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the studio. Something big just happened in 3D printing, and it's raising a question that a lot of us never thought we'd ask. Is this the end of open source? We're watching a shift play out in real time, and depending on who you ask, it's either the future or the end of everything that we've built. But before we jump to conclusions, let's rewind the clock, because to understand how we got here and why this topic hits so many people differently, we need to remember where this all started. For years as an industry, we built our own machines. We sourced materials, printed parts, soldered boards, flashed firmware, tuned settings, and shared everything that we learned. That was the heartbeat of the open source 3D printing world. Community projects like Boron, kits from Prusa, mods for Ender 3s. It wasn't just about printing, it was about building your way in. But not everyone wanted that. And over time, the expectations started to shift. There was a time when open source 3D printers were the only way forward. Now, one closed source machine is rewriting the rules, and it's not slowing down. This is the Bamboo Lab H2D. It's enclosed, fast, quiet, clean, prints in multiple colors, and it just works. And this isn't just a hit in the maker world. Bamboo is putting these machines in the hands of YouTubers who don't even cover 3D printing. They're reaching millions of people who never thought that they'd own a 3D printer. Meanwhile, Prusa, who once proudly said that they didn't need to advertise, is now sending entire print farms to creators just to stay visible. The landscape has changed. And just to be clear, this isn't a sponsored segment. We've already made content on this printer. This isn't about hype. This is about observation. Whether you love it or hate it, this moment matters, because this conversation isn't just changing, it's already changed. The attention has shifted. And whether you love that or hate it, it's worth talking about. Closed source printers are winning on speed, simplicity, and results. But they come with trade-offs. You lose control. You rely on one company, and if that company changes direction or disappears, so do your printers. That's not how 3D printing used to work. Open source gave us freedom, community, innovation, but it also demanded patience and skill and time. And in 2025, most people just want things to work. The new generation of users isn't tuning belts by frequency. In fact, Joseph Prusa recently tweeted about the ideal tension frequency for Core XY belts on the new Prusa Core 1, like we're tuning a musical instrument. And while that might resonate with hardcore builders, most people today, they're buying printers that just work. It feels backward when even entry-level machines are delivering amazing results out of the box, that Prusa is still focused on customers tinkering with belt harmonics. Most of today's users don't know what RepRap is, and frankly, they don't care. They're not here for the legacy, they're here to create. Now, as harsh as that sounds, that's the reality. And honestly, it's not wrong. The world has moved on, and the tools have too. Take the H2D's laser module, for example. A lot of people, especially hardcore hobbyists, were confused or critical about why it even exists. But the reality is, not everyone wants 10 machines cluttering their home office or makerspace. For a huge number of users, all-in-one appliances are incredibly attractive. Bamboo didn't just add a laser on a whim. This was years of market research and, frankly, market dominance that shaped their decisions. They know what the average user wants, and they're building for that user. For instance, I've talked to filament manufacturers who originally thought Bamboo needed to adapt their AMS to work with the market's existing spool designs. But look how that turned out. Now the market is adapting to them. If your filament doesn't work in an AMS, that's a huge negative for customers. We're seeing AMS compatible listed on filament websites like it's a feature. That's not luck. That's innovation floating winning tech to the top. This hobby has split into two camps. Those who see the 3D printer as the hobby and those who see 3D printing as the hobby. And maybe, well, just maybe, both can be true. But here's the danger. Some companies are trying to play it safe in the middle, not fully open, not fully polished, and they're going to get lost in the noise. Innovation isn't optional anymore. It's the requirement. You have to lead or you get left behind. And then there's Soval. They've gone all in on Boron-inspired machines, mass producing Core XY frames, Clipper setups, and pushing open source campaigns in a way that feels refreshing. Solo's not just talking the talk, they're building what a lot of the community still wants. If you're just getting started in 3D printing, the H2D is probably everything you dreamed the hobby would be. No tuning, no bed leveling, well, I mean, it's automatic, but no firmware headaches. You just hit print and it delivers. But if you spent years printing on open source machines, swapping hot ends, flashing Marlin, compiling firmware, modding beds, tuning pressure advance, then this shift might feel like a step away from what made the hobby fun. And some in the community still insist you have to earn it, that unless you struggled with tuning your 3D printer, you're not a real 3D printing enthusiast. But we've moved past that. Tinkering isn't going away. It'll always be a part of this space, just like there are car modders in garages. But most people just want to start a car and drive. Open source isn't dead. Boron's still thriving, Prusa still ships kits, RatRig is alive. Even now, when a closed machine is dominating the spotlight, it's standing on top of years of community-built knowledge. From slicers to firmware, cooling mods, motion systems, the innovation didn't stop, it just moved out of frame. Closed source machines are popular today, but open source machines are what built the foundation that they're printing on. And the back and forth between those two worlds is still pushing everything forward. Here's how I see it. Tinkering built this hobby, but user experience is what's taking it mainstream. A few years ago, I said 3D printers would start getting sensors and feedback loops, that the dumb, blind machines that we used to run would evolve. And that's exactly what's happening now. Today, printers, especially the closed ones, are smart, they're fast, and they're reliable. And it's actually rare now to see a 3D printer produce bad results. Even budget machines today are putting out prints that would have blown our minds just 5 years ago. That baseline of quality, that's what's changing expectations. People can buy them, unbox them, and succeed. That's not a bad thing, that's progress. We're not watching the death of open source, we're watching the birth of smart printing. And while some people still love to build, others just want to print. We can hold space for both, because the people who mod and push limits, they still inspire what comes next. And the early naysayers, when Bamboo first showed up, people said their parts would be too proprietary, too locked down, too expensive. But in reality, they've done the opposite. They've driven prices down, now work directly with companies like Microswiss, Slice Engineering, and E3D to support aftermarket upgrades. That's not a closed ecosystem, that is a maturing one. And the people who just want to create, they're going to push this technology into industries and homes we never expected. So what's next? We're going to see huge leaps in multi-tool head printing, swappable heads for different materials, print styles, even functions that we can't even imagine yet. Multicolor will keep getting smarter, faster, and more efficient. But filament isn't going anywhere. A lot of people think that pellet 3D printers sound cool, but filament isn't just plastic. It's science, it's chemistry, it's tuned formulations with additives for strength, flexibility, heat, resistance, and reliability. And that's why user experience is going to stay at the center of all of this. And it's why decisions like adding a laser to the H2D make sense. Not because power users ask for it, but because everyday users value simplicity. One machine, one footprint, one workflow. It's not about gimmicks. It's about serving the kind of user who never joined a support forum, but still wants to create something amazing. Because what we're really building here isn't just printers. We're building access, it's creativity, it's tools that empower people to make. So whether you're on Team Open or Team Plug and Print, we're all still pushing forward. Now drop a comment and tell me where you stand. If you like this, give it a like and hit that subscribe button. And I want to say a special thank you to all of our YouTube members and Patreon supporters. I couldn't do this without you. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Oh, and hey, YouTube, it thinks you're going to like this next video, so go check it out. We just wrapped up one of the most difficult 3D printing projects that we have ever attempted. In fact, if you were to try this alone, you would be printing for 7.5 years straight. I'll make this quick, and I hope that you'll sit and listen. This is super important. And in fact, I hope maybe I can even inspire you to help us next year to make it even better. If you've ever wondered what 3D printing can do for the world, stick with me. This is absolutely incredible. 4 years ago, I had a crazy idea to 3D print Christmas gifts for children and families in need, and to share 3D printing with the world. I didn't want the red tape or the complexity that comes with existing organizations. I wanted to move quickly to 3D print safe, fun toys and send actual real gifts directly to the homes and hands of those in need. Each year, we choose a different theme. Then the LM Show community sets out to design fun toys, many of whom have never even designed before, and we really welcome everyone to learn and try. Now, after the models are safety and theme approved, this same community fires up their 3D printers and begins the months-long task of 3D printing as many toys as they can to fill the requests for thousands of gifts that we receive. Now, you might be thinking, I've heard this before. It's 3D printing toys for kids, but you'd be wrong. We build actual gifts that are packaged and they're wrapped like Christmas gifts with as many as 30 toys in each gift. They even have candy and a special Christmas card. After the toys are printed, they're all shipped to our studios, where we open boxes live and we celebrate together the prints, the filaments, and the printers used to create these tens of thousands of prints. It's a wonderful experience to see so many different filaments and the creativity and the talent of so many different people. Turning tens of thousands of 3D prints into Christmas gifts is a difficult task, taking hundreds of hours and weeks of work to complete. Polymaker employees, LM Show family, friends, my wife and kids all put in so many hours to hand pack each unique gift. Every year up until now, even after they've done so much already, the LM Show community comes together again to cover the immense cost of shipping these gifts around the world. This has been such a burden that I'm afraid that our print drive would simply collapse under the weight of its own success. Last January, I received a call from our sponsor, Polymaker, and they surprised me with the most incredible and generous of offers. They shared with us their strong belief in our vision and generously offered to cover every single expense of our Christmas print drive, even encouraging us to make it as big as we want, millions of toys, if that is what we want. I hope you understand what I'm saying right here. Filament costs, material costs, shipping costs, this massive burden so generously removed from us is truly a wonderful gift. With this incredible infusion of generosity, we more than tripled the size and scale of our operation from last year, fulfilling a critical need at such an important time of the year. Our hope is that we've touched hearts and minds and made this world a little better than we found it. Together this year, we 3D printed 83,933 toys. We gave away 8,379 spools of Polymaker filament to help people participate. We shipped gifts to 14 different countries. We shipped and delivered almost 3 tons of toys. The last 60 days have been a blur, with more than 12,700 miles traveled and thousands of gifts made. We visited our incredible community at dozens of cities and towns across the nation, live streaming our adventure from the road. We gave away filament and printers and had the most memorable of times. When we got back home, the work wasn't done. My wife and children didn't quit. They worked 12-hour days to make more gifts, almost 2,000 more gifts, in fact. Every gift requested had to be answered. The idea that someone would be counting on a gift to arrive and it not arrive was not an option. Every single request would be fulfilled. We shipped and delivered almost 3,000 gifts to these children and families, each with as many as 30 toys in each gift. We met community leaders that shared with us stories of the needs that they have in their communities for Christmas toys. Just in small areas around here, there are thousands of children that are alone on Christmas or go without gifts. It's hard to hear, but it builds a fire inside of you to work even harder. And not just us. The love is contagious. Polymaker employees at their factory in Houston, Texas welcomed us, giving us a spot in their factory and their undivided attention and skill to process and ship these gifts out to homes, towns, and cities around the world. We are so thankful for them. They are so busy as it is. To add our project to the workload is so appreciated. In fact, it would mean a lot to me if you took a moment and simply thanked Polymaker factory staff in the comments below. Amazing people. For the gifts that don't ship, my wife and children amaze me. They went without sleep, working day after day to create as many gifts as possible, and helped load and unload thousands of pounds of gifts in and out of the trailer as we traveled around the state. We delivered gifts to the YMCA, to the Boys and Girls Club, different churches, law enforcement, motorcycle clubs, and more. It's incredible to see so many people share the same interest, helping one another at a very difficult time of the year. Now, let me do some quick thank yous, and then I'll share what is next and how you can participate. I think first, we can all give a massive thank you to everyone in the LM Show family who designed, printed, and shipped their toys for us to turn into gifts for children in need around the world. A special thank you to Polymaker for helping make our print drive this year a record-breaking success. We were able to serve more children and families than we ever imagined because of you. Thank you, Vision Miner, for supporting our crazy ideas and our incredible community and helping get filament into the hands of makers in Southern California. Thank you to Slice Engineering for your continued support of our content and community and for helping us get filament out to our people in Florida. Thank you, KB3D, for your friendship and for coming through again with such a generous sponsorship to help make this print drive a success. Thank you, Anchor Make, wow, for sponsoring your amazing 3D printers for us to give away and get people printing toys for kids. And lastly, thank you, FL Sun, for your immense support of our content and your sponsoring super fast Delta 3D printers for us to give away and get people printing at high speed. All right, look out, Polymaker. I have plans to make 2025 even bigger. We have some new ideas for toys and gifts that will allow us to reach even more families and children and share 3D printing with even more people. I'll be announcing that later in January. If you'd like to participate or just encourage everyone who is, please join us on our Twitch live streams, where we stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 5 p.m. Pacific over on twitch.tv/LoyalMoses. I'll have those links on the screen and in the description. It's an incredible place, like nothing you've ever experienced. We give away filament and accessories every time we're live. Come join us. From our community, myself, my wife, and children to you, thank you. Merry Christmas, and have a Happy New Year, and we'll see you in 2025. A lot happened this year. Big year. Thank you. And this isn't clickbait. I was literally scammed, like bamboozled, defrauded, all of those things. I paid $6 for this Michelangelo model, sliced it in Bamboo Studio, and started printing it on the new Bamboo Lab H2D using Polymaker's latest high-temp PLA. And it looked incredible. In fact, almost too incredible. But when I went back to print He-Man from the exact same seller, that's when things got weird. The download count was low, like really low, and the quality of the model was way too high. And then something told me that I needed to look a little bit deeper into this. So here's how this whole thing started. I was browsing things, looking for retro, Nintendo kind of things, and I came across this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle model, Michelangelo here, for about $5.99, and it looked fantastic. So I went ahead and I bought it, downloaded it, sliced it, and let it go on the H2D. I painted it in 5 different colors inside of Bamboo Studio using the new AMS Pro with 4 colors, and the last color was on the external spool holder for the left nozzle. The print took probably about 38 hours, and the supports, like I said, they came off just absolutely beautifully. Now, the next day, I go back, same seller, same price, and I buy He-Man. Hey, if you stick with me all the way to the end, I'm giving away a couple of Patreon subscriptions to the real designer and not the scammer. So don't go anywhere. Let me try and get you some close-ups of these prints, but both of them were printed on that H2D in that high-temp PLA. And honestly, these are some of the cleanest prints that we've ever had here in the studio, let alone multicolor prints. Look at the number of filament changes that have to take place for every single layer, and these things came out absolutely fantastic. 3D printers are just freaking amazing now. Throwing 4, 8, 12, 16, or even more colors at prints now is just incredible. Now, I ended up using an AMS Pro and a regular AMS to print the He-Man model. I didn't print them all at once like I did the Michelangelo. Instead, I used the disassembled version, painting each part on their own build plate inside of Bamboo Studio. Now, even though I had 2 AMSs hooked up, I would have needed a third to do all 10 colors required. Side note, while these parts were printing over the next several days, I did order the parts for the Bamboo Lab H2D to have a third AMS hooked up. And in fact, did you even know that? Did you know that you could use the older AMS on the H2D? It was just a little firmware update, and that was it. This print was a long one, and it took nearly 80 hours to print, so almost 3.5 days. Also, holy freaking crap, this H2D is simply incredible. It's probably the most advanced 3D printer that this industry has ever seen. Now, seriously, hear me out. I'll go to the specs really quick. The H2D has a 350 by 320 by 325 millimeter build volume. Obviously, it's a Core XY motion system, and it has hardened steel nozzles, a chamber heater, and dual extrusion, and it can really move. It's a fast, big machine. It also uses Bamboo Studio, of course, for slicing, which is the best 3D printing slicing experience that we've ever seen. This thing has so many sensors, and it's where 3D printers should have been years ago. But we kind of went through that stale period where printers just remained dumb. And now we're going into this new era where we have intelligent 3D printers, and there's an actual feedback loop. It's incredible. So if you haven't looked at this machine, go do it. And if you are interested in it, like if there's even a hint of interest, you will have the absolute peak experience and function that 3D printing has ever had. I'm telling you, listen to me. It's insane. As it was printing, I went back to things to look at the models again. They were just too nice, and the activity on the seller's page just didn't match with the quality of the models. There should have been a lot more going on for things that are this nice. I had no idea that I was supporting a scammer. So later that night, during one of my Twitch live streams, I mentioned how nice these models looked compared to their download numbers. Chat got curious, and within minutes, they cracked the case. They were ripped straight from Chibi STL's Patreon and uploaded on Things. And they weren't just on Things, there were several other models from Chibi STL, and they were strewn across multiple model websites. That's frustrating. So Chibi Kawaii STL, one download 4 months ago, characters and action figures. And I hate this, I really hate this, because as the consumer of models, I'm not the frickin' STL police. That's not my job. I would be hesitant to download those and pay for them now, because they could likely just be someone who stole those from the Patreon. Now, here's where it matters. I told chat, don't go nuclear. Don't report it, don't cancel anyone. We don't know if there's a deal behind the scenes. Chat and I had an in-depth discussion about this. It's so common now on social media to see people throwing straight up accusations at others for printing or selling a model that they think is limited or restricted, when in fact, only the seller and the designer would know if there's any type of agreement. So don't do that. It's rude, and to be honest, it just makes people look stupid. They aren't the 3D printing police, and nobody likes them. The right way, if you're legitimately concerned, is to reach out to the designer and let them know. If they have a concern, they'll take care of it themselves. And that's exactly what happened. Instead of going full Karen, Tin Talon, an amazing member of our community, reached out to Chibi STL directly, and they responded. No permission had been given, no agreement existed, and Chibi STL had the Things page removed. Shout out to Things, by the way, for responding so quickly. That's pretty epic, awesome. Sadly, this isn't rare. STL theft is a huge problem in 3D printing. People scrape Patreon models and sell them on marketplaces all of the time. And the worst part, the original designers often don't even know it's happening unless someone tells them. Quick story. A friend of mine was selling models in an event and was posting pictures on their social media, and a couple of people saw those photos and then attempted to openly shame and cancel them for commercial use without permission. Now, my friend had no idea that the models were restricted. They didn't know who the actual designer was because they'd pulled the models from a public model site. To finish the story, years ago during the holidays, my family and I were selling 3D prints together as a fun activity. Kids would print, I'd assemble, we'd ship them together. When I posted pics online, the same outrage mob attacked, throwing accusations and questioning our permission to have the models and print them and sell them. Now, I ignored them completely. Why? Because the designer and I had a very special and private arrangement. I had paid for a license to sell those prints, and it was nobody else's business but ours. So, the moral of the story? Don't go full Karen. Calm down. You're not the 3D printing police. If you have concerns, just let the designer know, and the designer will absolutely take care of it. Instead of outrage or throwing unfounded accusations, we did it the right way. And Chibi STL, by the way, they rewarded Tin Talon with a free model pack for looking out for him. That's how we do it in this community. It's the right way to go. And for the record, I immediately signed up to Chibi STL's Patreon to make sure that I now own legit copies of these models. Seriously, all of these models are awesome, and I really do want to print them all. And if you like their work, go support them. Patreon is where they release the full collection. They have a ton of fun models just like this to choose from. And yeah, it goes to good cause, a designer. As I said earlier, no one likes the 3D printing police. And I'm not the 3D printing police. I'm not the gatekeeper of all things STLs. And I am far too busy to be checking every single STL myself when I'm downloading it. It's not my job. But if you are downloading and buying models online and the deal just seems a little bit too good to be true, check your sources. Do a little Google searching for the model, see if it exists somewhere else, and if something feels off, reach out to who you think the designer is and let them know. Thanks for watching all the way to the end, and if you want a chance to win a Patreon subscription to Chibi STL, I'm giving a couple of them away, and I'll do that through the comments. So like, subscribe, finish out the video, and then go to the comments and let me know which model you think you'd print first. Oh, and if you want to hang out with our community, we're live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/LoyalMoses. You should come join us. We give out filament, printers, and accessories every single time we go live. And thank you to Bamboo Lab for the H2D, Polymaker for that massive stack of HTPLA, and Chibi STL for making amazing models. Thank you to our Twitch crew, and especially Tin Talon for handling this with class. Also, don't forget to drop a like and hit that subscribe button if you like the content and want to see more. And a huge thank you to our Patreon and our YouTube supporters. None of this is possible without you. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one.
Hold up, I am on my way, I'm in motion. Let's go to the ocean, yeah, let's go outside. We can hang out on the beach without freezing. Yeah, isn't that amazing? In Christmas times, we'll be chilling and having a good time. Doesn't matter if the snow is falling or the wind blows and the rain is pouring. It will always be Christmas in my heart. But this year I wanna hang out with my friends and family, making angels in the sand. You ready? Doesn't matter, it's Christmas in my heart. And I can promise Santa's coming to visit. No, he wouldn't miss this in Christmas times. Oh, and the sunset, it is just getting better on a blanket with the skyline painted in blue. Ooh, yeah, that's what we do. We'll be chilling and having a good time. Doesn't matter if the snow is falling or the wind blows and the rain is pouring. It will always be Christmas in my heart. But this year I wanna hang out with my friends and family, making angels in the sand. You ready? Doesn't matter, it's Christmas in my heart. Here we go. All right. Dance, dance, now this Christmas, we're gonna dance. We're gonna dance, 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 come on. Dance. We're gonna dance, dance, have a good time. Dance, dance, all night long. We're gonna dance, dance, and have a good time. I think Santa's gonna come and join us in this song. Doesn't matter if the snow is falling or the wind blows and the rain is pouring. It will always be Christmas in my heart. But this year I wanna hang out with my friends and family, making angels in the sand. You ready? Doesn't matter, it's Christmas in my heart.
Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They said, say Nick, what what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, hurt my back, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, hurt my back, yeah. Frozen, neck is frozen. Catch me rolling, I'm the chosen. Snow is falling, Elfie's calling. Check my list twice, most of y'all done. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, hurt my back, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, hurt my back, yeah. Yasha, Dancer, Prancer, and Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, and Blitzen. No, I can't forget about the one with the red nose. When I fly high, my sleigh still stay 10 toes. Bring the beat, bring the trees, put the lights up. 'Tis the season. Need no Grinch types, no Ebenezer. Don't believe this. Y'all need Jesus. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. Sleigh bells ringing, diamonds blinging, carols singing, favorite season. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, hurt my back, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, hurt my back, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag, yeah. I got racks in my sack, hurt my back, yeah. They said, say Nick, what you got up in that bag. I got racks in my sack, hurt my back. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Welcome to the studio. This is one of the very first production Snapmaker U1s to come off of the assembly line. In fact, this one came express from China directly here This isn't a beta or an early prototype. This is the actual machine that Kickstarter backers are going to get. Full disclosure, this video is not a review. It's just my first impressions. In fact, I haven't had the machine very long at all, but I wanted to get some content out there to kind of share my excitement about this and reassure those people who backed it. Now, there is so much hype behind this machine, and sometimes it makes me a little bit nervous when these show up, because I want them to work just as badly as you do, and for the most part they do, but sometimes they don't. If you've been following the Snapmaker U1, you know the Kickstarter campaign was a huge success. It generated something like $20 million in backing. Now, there are already a lot of videos out there, but they're mostly covering the beta units, and I'm not really interested in beta units, let alone testing them. I'd much rather wait until I can use an actual real production 3D printer, and that's exactly what this is. So everything that you're going to see in this video is based on this specific production unit right out of the box, and it's what you should expect when you receive your U1. Unboxing the U1 actually felt a little premium. The packaging was clean and it was well organized. The assembly process wasn't too bad. It took about 45 minutes and I took my time reading through the manual carefully, and honestly, the manual is actually really good. It's full color, lots of photos, very user-friendly, and it doesn't leave a lot of room for mistakes. Attaching the spool holders and the filament feeders on the left and right sides was pretty straightforward. Everything fit together well. Most people I don't think will have any trouble with it at all. The tool heads were the most intricate part of the assembly. Not complicated, but I think novices will want to ensure that they pay close attention to the instructions. And once assembled, the machine actually feels pretty solid. The molded panels look great, the interior feels clean and finished, and the whole design seems well thought out. It doesn't feel cheap, it feels like something that they spent a lot of time on. I love the direction that the industry is going, getting away from the exposed extrusions and wiring and moving towards these types of aesthetically pleasing enclosures. So much nicer to look at this unit on the bench than the printers of just a few years ago. Filament loading on this printer is simple. You simply just insert the filament into one of the 4 numbered feeders on the left or right side, and it automatically pulls it through the system just like you would expect. It's just so nice to have these conveniences nowadays. Snapmaker included 4 500-gram spools, black, white, red, and yellow, and I tested it with full-size spools of Polymaker filament as well, and they worked without issue too. Now, having the feeders on both sides helps keep the machine nice and compact, and the process of feeding filament into the system is intuitive. Now let's talk about the tool changer, which of course is the core feature of the U1 and probably the reason most people are even watching this video. Unlike AMS style systems that pull filament from multiple spools through a single tool head, the U1 physically swaps out entire tool heads using a tool changing carriage. Now, each one of the 4 tool heads can be preloaded with different filament or materials and preheated and ready to go. When it's time to change colors or materials, the printer parks the current tool, grabs the new one, and resumes printing, usually in about 5 to 7 seconds. Now, that might not sound like much, but if you've ever used an AMS or an MMU system, you know how long traditional swaps can take. Unload, retract, purge, load, prime, cut, it all adds up. Those delays can add 30 to 60 plus seconds per change, and on multicolor prints and maybe even multiple swaps per layer, that gets expensive fast. Tool changers eliminate all of that, and all of the time that it's running is pretty much spent printing. And then there's the filament waste. AMS-style filament swaps require massive amounts of purge to get clean transitions between colors. Now, you can easily burn through hundreds of grams of filament, even on small prints, just managing those color changes. With a tool changer like the U1, the waste is minimal. Since each tool head is dedicated to a single filament or material, you don't need to flush the hot end between swaps. Most of the time, you're left with just a few small purge blobs tucked away in the back of the machine from the initial priming. Now, that is a massive savings in both time and material. It also opens the door for more reliable multi-material and multicolor printing things like TPU and ABS or PLA, you can mix and match without worrying about cross-contaminating because each tool is isolated. For anyone who's been dreaming about practical multi-material printing, this is the appeal. It's faster, it's cleaner, and it finally feels like something that we can use day to day without babysitting every switch. The first print I ran was Snapmaker's included 4-color Dragon model. It came pre-sliced, likely with tune settings for their own filament, but I still think it's a valid print for our first impression. After all, this is exactly what Snapmaker thinks represents their machine in the best way. Now, when I started the print, I ran the full calibration and bed leveling sequence, which took about 20 minutes. It can take some time. The print came out beautifully. Clean surfaces, sharp transitions, and great overall quality. When I look at the layers, if they look like they're stacked like quarters, that's a really good sign. Next, I wanted something quick that I could just throw in and print with a different brand of filament. I wanted to know if the same results were reproducible outside of their pre-sliced G-code. So I sliced a fun little Halloween pumpkin benchy that I found on MakerWorld, and I did that in their Snapmaker Orca slicer using orange, black, and green Polymaker filament, and ran that again. And look at that. I mean, it came out absolutely perfect. 2 prints, hundreds of tool changes, minimal purge. It just worked. It's exactly what you're expecting. Okay, here are a few specs on the machine. The build volume on the U1 is about 270 millimeters cubed. That puts it in the middle to large category, slightly above that average, like 256 millimeters that we used to see all the time. It uses the classic 300C hot end and 100C bed combination that we're so used to seeing over the past few years. That means you'll be able to print with things like PLA and PTG, TPU, ABS, ASA, pretty much everything except those exotic engineering grade filaments. Ultimately, it's not a high temperature printer, but it covers the vast majority of real world use cases. Snapmaker advertises it printing at speeds of up to 500 millimeters per second, but we haven't gotten there yet. This is just my first impressions, and I think it was probably only printing around 200 to 250 millimeters per second, but we'll get it there. It has a 3.5-inch color touchscreen that's beautiful, it's bright, it's sharp, and it has pretty good viewing angles from the left to right, above and below. Now, there's also a 2-megapixel built-in camera on the inside, and that's, of course, like you'd expect for remote monitoring and time lapses. You get a double-sided flexible steel PEI build plate by default, and the nozzle is a stainless steel 0.4 millimeter. It also includes auto filament feeding, like we talked about before, but it has RFID recognition for Snapmaker branded spools, which is a nice touch. When I installed the included spools, the printer immediately recognized them and displayed the correct color on the screen. Now, we've kind of seen that with other printer brands like Bamboo, but it is nice to see this more and more. You also get all of the expected modern features. You get filament runout detection, power loss recovery, and smart safety systems. If a tool head doesn't dock correctly or it detaches mid-print, the printer is going to pause and wait for you to address it. And yes, this machine runs Clipper. That's worth pointing out because it shows just how far these ecosystems have evolved. A few years ago, Clipper-based machines felt like community science projects. Now companies are building polished, high-performance printers on top of it, and Snapmaker's implementation here, it feels mature. Now let's talk about a few of those small little things that I didn't care for at first. None of these are critical, none of these are super important, but they're worth mentioning. First, the noise. That was the thing that I spotted right away. There was a whine coming from inside the machine. Hard to kind of pinpoint where it's coming from. It's going to be some sort of a fan. Whether that's mine or whether that's all of them, I do not know, but I thought I'd share it. It's bearable, but here inside of a studio when you're trying to film, kind of annoying. Second, the software pairing. Now, I wasn't able to connect the printer to the slicer over my network. The touchscreen just showed a spinning loading indicator and never actually connected. Now, this isn't critical. It's early, and this is maybe something we should expect, and I'm sure that Snapmaker will get that fixed before any of the machines actually arrive. In order to get my prints over there, I did have to use the USB stick, which, I don't know, that feels somewhat normal still, but I did want to point that out because I'm just sharing my experience here. Okay, my final thoughts on my first impression of unboxing the U1 here. If you back this printer on Kickstarter and you receive something like this, you've got a home run. This thing feels solid. It looks great and it prints really well right out of the box. If you've been waiting for a tool changer that doesn't require a full custom build, endless tinkering, I've seen that a lot lately, or one that empties your bank account, this is a seriously amazing option. And let me say this again, I haven't put it through any long-term use yet. It literally just arrived. These are just my first impressions, and I'll definitely have more content coming soon. Now, what I'd really like to do is I'd like to compare the Snapmaker U1 against some other machines in the market, especially I think the Bamboo Lab H2D with the dual nozzle configuration. I'm thinking of testing print quality, total print time, and purge waste as kind of a head-to-head comparison. So if that's a video or something that you think that you're interested in, you'd like to see, definitely hit that like and that subscribe button and turn your bell on so you'll be notified when I drop that video. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And also, let me give a big thank you to my YouTube and Patreon members. I couldn't do this without you. YouTube also wants you to watch this one, so you should go do that. Binge all of my videos. Again, thanks for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Do you love the idea of a tiny enclosed Voron-style printer, but you don't have the time or the patience to build one? Sovol might have just solved that for you with the Zero. It's pre-built, fully enclosed, runs Clipper out of the box, and it's ridiculously fast. But the real question is, who is this printer actually for? And maybe the bigger question is, why did it take so long for someone to do this and do it right? I've got a few thoughts on that, but first, let me give you a little context. Before we get into it, just a quick note. Sovol sent me this printer free of charge, but they have no input on this video. They didn't ask to see it ahead of time, they don't get to approve anything, and they're watching this for the first time, just like you. If you're into 3D printing, you've probably heard of the Voron V0.2. It's a fast, tiny enclosed Core XY printer. It's beautiful and it's engineered by the community. But here's the catch. You have to build it yourself. And I don't mean just putting together a few parts. Building a Voron means sourcing from multiple suppliers, wiring everything, flashing Clipper, and troubleshooting as you go. It's a project. I've got several Voron kits here in the studio, kits I started with the full intention of knocking them out over a weekend or two. That was a while ago. The truth is, when you're using dozens of printers a year, especially filming here in the studio, there's just not enough time, especially for me, to do it all. So what if you could get that Voron experience without the building time, the sourcing, and the complexity? That's what Sovol's trying to do with the Zero. And I think a lot of people have been waiting for a machine like this. Is it even possible to get a real Voron-like experience without building it yourself? You'd think the answer to that is no, until I saw what Sovol packed into this thing. First off, this printer, it actually feels pretty solid. The frame is enclosed with a glass lid and door, which gives you that great, temperature stability. And the enclosure is done right. It's not just panels that are slapped onto an open frame. They're all custom panels for this particular machine. The parts are injection molded and everything fits clean. It doesn't feel like a kit. It feels like a purpose-built machine. The build volume is 150 by 150 by 150 millimeters. That's just a little bit bigger than a Voron V0.2. Not massive, but enough for most small parts, mechanical prints, and miniatures. And then there's the hardware. A 120C heated bed for serious materials, a 350C hot end, which opens the door to print those more exotic filaments, an eddy current bed leveling sensor that's fast, clean, there's no probe wobble, and it does a full mesh in just a couple of seconds. You're also getting Wi-Fi, Ethernet, and dual USB ports, and it runs Clipper out of the box. That means no Raspberry Pi required, no firmware flashing. The thing just works. So if you're new to Clipper, here's the big deal. Most printers up until the last couple of years have been running Marlin, and that firmware runs right on the printer's control board. Everything from movement, acceleration, settings, it's all handled by that one small chip. Clipper changes that. It runs the firmware on a more powerful processor and sends the commands to the printer, which makes everything faster and more precise. That's how you get the high speeds without losing the quality. On Clipper printers, you also get a web interface like Mainsail or Fluid, where you can manage prints remotely, upload files, tweak settings, and monitor everything from your phone or laptop. Once you've used it, it's hard for some users to go back to a click wheel or some type of laggy touchscreen. Let's talk numbers. The Sovol Zero is rated up to 1,200 millimeters per second. It's insane. And yes, that's the same speed tier as the FL Sun S1 Pro which is a massive Delta machine built for high-speed printing. This printer is tiny, but it's fast. And because it's Core XY and it's running Clipper with input shaping, it can actually hold that speed and still deliver relatively clean prints. Now, obviously, you're not going to be running every print at 1,200 millimeters per second. Print quality, part cooling, material choice, all of that plays into how fast you can really go. But the point is, this thing is designed to move and move fast. So what can you do with that kind of speed and precision? Picture this, you're printing functional parts for a project, maybe shelf brackets, small gears or small prototypes. You want them done now, but they still need to fit, be dimensionally accurate and work. Or maybe you've got a bigger printer that runs all of your larger jobs and you just need something small, reliable, and fast for those daily prints. This is the kind of printer that could sit right on your desk and just run. It's not the quietest machine, it's got a little fan noise, but it is enclosed and it's a perfect second machine. Or maybe a first machine for people who want capability without the bulk. You want something just small. So now that you've seen what this thing's built like and what kind of performance it can actually hit, who's it really for? If you've always wanted a Voron-style printer but never had the time or confidence to build one, this is for you. If you want a high-speed, small-format machine that's built well and ready to go, this machine is for you. If you'd like to tinker and mod, but want a solid foundation to build from, this is open source and the community is going to love it. And if you're just looking for a fun, fast, enclosed printer for your bench, this one's pretty hard to beat. But it's not for everyone. If you're all about the DIY journey, sourcing every part, building it from scratch, this might feel like skipping the fun part. Might be a little bit too easy for you. If you need a large build volume, this definitely isn't the machine for you. And if you're on a tight budget, $399 isn't crazy for what you get, but it's still a premium over a basic starter printer. I've had several Voron kits sitting in this studio, some of them partially built, most of them untouched. And with how many machines I see and use each year, I just don't have the time to finish them all. But this feels like someone took the frustration of building your own Voron and said, you know what? Let's build a version that just works. And I'm actually kind of glad that they did. It's going to give a lot of people the opportunity to experience that Voron-esque feel, the speed, without investing all that time. Now, the gatekeepers of the industry, kind of like with the Sobel SV08, they won't be too happy about that. There's some people in our community that really feel like if you don't put in the energy, if you don't make the sacrifice and have the same struggles they did, that you shouldn't be able to participate at this level. I'm completely the opposite. I love the fact that we're reducing the barrier to entry and we're giving people an opportunity to play with machines this fast. Ultimately, I think this is going to be a really popular printer. It's compact, it's fast, it's built well, and the fact that it's open sourced means the community is going to run with it, just like we saw with the SV08. If this video helped you figure out if the Sobel Zero fits your workflow, do me a favor, hit the like and subscribe buttons, and if you've got questions, drop them in the comments below. I'll try and read every single one of them, I promise. Huge thanks to my YouTube members and Patreon supporters. You make videos like this possible. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. I'm serious. These fast machines are crazy. I can't even imagine that. When I saw the FL Sun, S1 Pro at 1200 millimeters per second, my mind was blown, and now it's hard to believe that there's such a small machine sitting on your bench that can push those speeds. Crazy. 3D printing is awesome. Welcome to the studio. Today we're looking at the Sobel SV06 Plus Ace, a larger version of the original SV06 Ace from a few months ago. I'll try and keep this short since it's basically the same printer, just bigger. We'll go through its features, how it stacks up against the competition, print results, and my final thoughts on who this machine is for. And at the end, I'm going to share what I think is missing, just like the original Ace. Now, I've tested a lot of printers here, but this one, at this price point and with this feature set, has the potential to really shake things up in the large format bed slinger market. If you're considering a Prusa Mark IV, a Bambu Lab A1, or Elegoo's Neptune series of plus size printers, listen up. The SV06 Plus Ace not only competes, but it does with a larger build volume, high speed performance, easy assembly, and that makes it one of the most approachable big printers on the market. Let's talk about setup because I know that's a big factor. Whether you're new to 3D printing or just want to get up and running fast, Sobel kept it simple In fact, my oldest son, Van, put this together for me, and he had it done in about 20 minutes. Everything snapped into place easily, and the paper manual that comes with it is absolutely perfect. There's no overcomplicated instructions, no extra hassle, pretty basic. For beginners, the guided process of putting this machine together is pretty simple, and for experienced users, everything is what you'd expect, and you might even appreciate these reinforced braces on the back, which are going to help keep the gantry stable, especially at high speeds. Now, powering it on, you are met with a 4.3-inch touchscreen that greets you with a startup wizard that handles all the bed leveling and input shaping calibration right from first boot. That means no manual tweaking, it just works, and the interface, of course, simple, responsive, and well-designed, making it easy to navigate for anyone. Let's talk speed, because that's what everyone wants to know about. The SV06 Plus Ace advertises speeds of up to 500 millimeters per second with 15,000 millimeters per second squared acceleration. Now that's just a little bit slower than the regular Ace, which makes sense with this larger bed that it has to throw around. Another major feature is the advanced resonance compensation. Like the original SV06 Ace, this actively detects and neutralizes vibrations that would normally cause ringing or ghosting in high-speed prints. The result? Crisp, clean details, even at these higher speeds. And then there's pressure advance, something we've been seeing more often on high-speed printers. This basically optimizes extrusion flow, reducing blobs, oozing, and ensuring sharp, well-defined corners in all of your prints. If you've struggled with blobby edges or inconsistent flow, this is what this feature is for. A printer's hardware can make or break it, and Sovol brought some pretty serious upgrades here. First, let's talk about the reinforced frame. The SV06 Plus Ace now has gantry braces on the back, which help stabilize the Z-axis at high speeds. This is a big deal, especially for a 300 by 300 by 350 millimeter build volume, where taller prints are more prone to wobble. And speaking of stability, this machine, like the original Ace, has upgraded 10 millimeter Z-axis guide rods up from the standard 8 millimeter, ensuring that the gantry stays rock solid during fast movements. Combine that with dual independent Z motors, and you get precise, consistent performance with minimal tweaking. Like, no tweaking, I should say, not minimal. I haven't had to tweak anything. The extruder is Sovol's planetary dual gear drive, and it's got some serious grip. Even trying to manually pull filament out, like, seriously, it's not happening. That extra grip ensures consistent extrusion, whether you're printing with PLA, TPU, PTG, or ABS. It also has a ceramic heater hot end with the 300C max nozzle temperature, meaning you can print a variety of materials. Just keep in mind, it's not enclosed, so higher temp filaments like nylon or polycarbonate won't be happening. Another small but smart addition, metal bearings and upgraded XY axis tracks for better durability. That means less wear and tear over time and a longer lifespan for the machine. User experience is something Sovol has been improving, and it shows. The 4.3-inch touchscreen is clean, it's easy to navigate, and it just makes sense. You're not digging through confusing menus, it's all right there in front of you. And as for connectivity, Wi-Fi support lets you start, stop, and monitor your prints remotely, something that's basically become a must-have now. But if you prefer keeping things local, USB is still an option. It also includes a camera for live monitoring and time lapses, which is a great bonus. Whether you're at home or away, you can check on your prints and see how they're coming along. And of course, this printer is Clipper powered, meaning over-the-air firmware updates and access to remote management tools. Updates are frequent and easy, which is a big step forward compared to the old days when firmware updates were rare. Let me also add that Sovol has made a real push to focus on their printers being open source and supporting the community however and whenever they can. Another key feature is the dual high-flow cooling fans on the tool head. Keeping things cool during high-speed printing is critical, and this setup does a solid job without being overly loud. The bed is a dual-sided black PEI coated steel plate, which provides strong adhesion, of course, and makes removing prints super easy. Just a little flex. The max bed temp is 100C, so you're covered for materials like PLA, PETG, ABS, and TPU. Sovol made maintenance simple with the built-in tensioning knobs on the X and Y axes. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced user, this is a time saver. No need for extra tools, just a little turn on each axis to keep everything nice and tight. Now let's talk price. Sovol is launching this at an amazing price of just, are you ready? $299 for limited time, which, considering the larger size and upgraded features, is a solid deal. The final price will be around $349, and even then, this is an aggressively priced machine. Large format, helmet class, loaded for $350 or less. Right now, $299, crazy. It competes directly with the Bambu Lab A1, the Prusa Mark IV, and of course, like I mentioned earlier, Elegoo's Neptune series of printers, but at a significantly lower cost. So, who is this printer for? Well, honestly, just about everyone. If you're a beginner, the easy setup, auto leveling, and guided UI make it a great first printer. If you're an experienced user, the speed, stability, and clipper integration make it a powerful addition to your setup. And if you need a larger build volume without breaking the bank, this might be one of the best budget-friendly big printers available right now. But let's be real, what's missing? Do you know already what I'm about to say? It's multicolored 3D printing. At this point, bedslinger speed is maxed out. We're already at 500 and 600 millimeters per second with fantastic print quality. The next evolution is multicolor and multi-material support. That's what we want to see. Now, in the past, Sovol mentioned working with CoPrint for the SVO8. And actually, I have a CoPrint unit here, and I've run it on a few machines. So if you want to see me add it to this printer, let me know in the comments. What do you think? Would this be a game changer if it was multicolor? A huge thank you to our YouTube and Patreon members. I literally couldn't do this without you. Thanks for watching this updated SVO6 Ace Plus video, and I will see you in the next one. It is insane to think that just a few years ago, helmet class 3D printers, even just rock bottom, no features, were $399, $449, $450. And now we're seeing clipper bed slingers fully loaded at 300 millimeters and larger for this price. Whew. Crazy. Anyway, yeah, click the links, go look at it. Great machine. Welcome to the studio. You're here for the Sovol SVO6 Ace. So let's just jump right into the details. We're going to go through all of its features, who it competes with, the print results, and of course my final thoughts on who this machine is ultimately for. And at the end, I'll go over what I think is missing. This video is generously sponsored by Polymaker and their brand new Panchroma line of filament. I'll have links on the screen and in the description below. Go check them out. Now, I've tested a lot of 3D printers here in the studios, but this one, at this particular price point and with this feature set, really has the potential to shake things up in the mid-sized bedslinger market. Now, for those of you considering a Prusa Mark IV or a Bambu Lab A1, listen up. The SVO6 Ace not only competes, but it does it at a price point and an ease of assembly that makes it one of the most approachable new machines on the market. Now, let's get into the setup, which I know is a major factor for a lot of people, especially if you're brand new to 3D printing or you just want to get up and running fast. The SVO6 Ace only took about 15 minutes to assembly and everything just snapped right into place. I was impressed with how modular the build was. No extra hassle, no complicated instructions. For beginners, it's an easy, guided setup that gets you printing fast. And if you're an experienced user, I still think you'll appreciate that. It's a pretty straightforward setup, and it makes life easier when a printer just comes this way. Now, when you first turn it on, it has a 4.3-inch touchscreen that greets you with this really nice startup wizard that handles auto bed leveling and input shaping calibration right from the first boot. Now, this feature alone is worth mentioning only because it takes care of those adjustments that can be a pain on other printers. And the interface itself, beautiful, like simple, large, responsive. I think I like how Sovol has prioritized the user experience here, making it intuitive, even if this is your very first 3D printer. Now let's go ahead and talk about speed, because I think this is where all 3D printers are going. The Sovol SVO6 Ace has an advertised speed of about 600 millimeters per second with acceleration of up to 20,000 millimeters per second squared, which is advertised as about 12 times faster than the original SVO6 model. That means that you're looking at a 13-minute benchy. That's right, just under 13 minutes, which is kind of crazy. We're looking at machines lately that are regularly producing benchies under 15 minutes, and they don't look bad either. Now, I know high speed can sometimes mean more noise, but I think the Ace runs relatively quietly thanks to one of the smoothest motion systems that I've ever seen in action. It's rare to see such smooth, nearly silent movement, especially at these speeds. So this is a huge win if you plan to have it running nearby. You can easily print and work in the same space as this. In fact, it's running right now, and you can kind of hear the cooling fans for the enclosure. I mean, I can hear them, but I don't know if you can hear them through the mic, but it's a pretty quiet machine. Now, one of the standout features of the new SVO6 Ace, because its clipper is its advanced resonance compensation. Now, what is that? We hear it all the time. Resonance compensation is an intelligent algorithm that actively detects and neutralizes the vibrations that are typically occurring during high-speed movements of the printer. Now, by dampening the vibrations, resonance compensation helps to reduce those ugly ringing and ghosting effects, which means your prints ultimately just come out more smooth and maybe even flawless, even at higher speeds. Another feature, of course, on the Solvol SV06 Ace is pressure advance, and we're seeing this a little bit more and more on a lot of new printers, and we hear that a lot, so let me explain. Pressure advance optimizes filament extrusion by dynamically adjusting the pressure within the nozzle. So as the print head changes speeds, pressure advance compensates for that lag or that delay that can happen when the nozzle is accelerating or decelerating. This leads to ultimately cleaner prints, again, like cleaner corners, sharper edges, and even more precise details throughout the print. Now, hardware quality can make or break a printer, and the SV06 Ace brings some serious quality to the table here, starting with their advanced planetary dual gear extruder. This thing has some serious grip on the filament. Matter of fact, I couldn't even get it to slip even when I was trying to manually pull that filament out of the hot end. Their setup is super lightweight, and it's very powerful, and it works great with a variety of filaments. It has a ceramic heater hot end that has a max temperature of 300 C, and that means, of course, you're going to work with a wide range of materials like PLAs, TPUs, PETGs, and ABS without any issues. But because it isn't enclosed, these are probably your limits really on the various materials that you'll be using. Now, the SV06 Ace is a little more heavy-duty than the regular SV06. The frame itself uses these new 10mm Z-axis guide rods up from the standard 8mm, and that gives it a really rock-solid structure that can handle the high speeds that this machine is capable of without any wobble or instability. Now, I've got to say, it's great to see Solvol's attention to detail and the build quality at this particular price range. Solvol even added dual Z axis motors to this one, allowing for more precise and efficient leveling. Now, this means you're not constantly fiddling with adjustments. The printer just does its thing, and I have to say it does it well. It's a great setup for beginners. The metal bearings and tracks in the XY dual axis wheel structure are also a standout feature, improving wear resistance and significantly extending the machine's lifespan. For a budget-friendly option, this level of durability really adds to the value, I think, for the SV06 Ace. On to user experience, which I think Solvol has clearly put a lot of thought into. This 4.3-inch touchscreen is large, it's pretty intuitive, and I think it's really well designed. I'd like actually the home screen and everything that it shows you there. Everything is right in front of you, and navigating through the options is a breeze. It has Wi-Fi connectivity, like you'd expect, which kind of lets you start and stop the prints remotely. I think it's a feature that almost is a must-have these days. But if you prefer keeping things offline, there's also a USB option, so you can run your prints over with SneakerNet. Slicing was done in Orca Slicer, which is kind of nice. Solvol provided some profiles for that. So it's a simple to use interface. Everyone should be familiar with it. Pair this with the fact that the printer is clipper powered. That means you get access to the remote web management tools and that little sleek interface there. Now, Solvol includes a camera. It's kind of hidden right up under here, and it lets you monitor your prints in real time and even create some fun time lapses as well. So whether you're in the next room or across the country, I don't think it matters. You can check on your prints and even share your time lapse results, I guess, on social media or with your friends or family. Now, I do want to mention about the camera. Mine actually did not appear inside the management interface, so I'm sure that's some type of configuration that I'm just missing, but I feel like that should be something that's just enabled by default, because I think that's going to be a fun feature that a lot of people want to use. The filament runout sensor up here at the top is nice, but I think it's kind of expected with just about any new 3D printer on the market today. So, but anyway, in any event, it has one. Another crucial feature is the dual high-flow fan cooling system on the tool head. This setup not only keeps things cool, but also pretty quiet. Balanced, even airflow right around the nozzle helps maintain print quality, preventing warping or cooling issues that often come up with higher speed printing. And let's not forget about the bed setup. It has a 220 by 220 by 250 millimeter on the Z build volume, and it comes with this dual-sided black PEI coated steel build plate, which provides excellent adhesion, and it makes it easy to remove prints. You just flex it and everything pops off. Solvol has added some nice touches here that make maintenance easy. The X and Y axis have these bed leveling knobs, so you'll be able to adjust tension without any special tools or anything like that. You can just reach up and keep everything nice and tight. And I think that that's something that both beginners and advanced users will appreciate. You won't be searching for tools when you want to keep those belts tight. It has very simple over-the-air updates, which is a big deal now that companies are pushing updates as often as quick as they are. Before, we used to feel lucky to ever get an update, and now companies are rolling out updates all the time, and this is definitely the right way to do it. Okay, and now the price. This is one of those, like, how are they doing this moments, because the early bird price for the SV06 Ace is just $259, and I think that's for the first 500 units. That's an absolute steal, considering this is a loaded bed slinger, and I think the final price after the initial discounts is going to be somewhere around like $299, which is still a pretty incredible price for what you're getting here. Okay, so now for my final thoughts here. Who is this printer for? Honestly, it's for just about everyone. Whether you're a first-time buyer or you're an experienced 3D printing enthusiast, I really think that this machine is going to work for all of you. It's fast, it's budget-friendly, and I think it produces pretty good results, making it an amazing choice, I think, for hobbyists, prototypers, or anyone looking to expand their 3D printing capabilities. If you've been waiting, I think, for a solid, medium-sized, affordable 3D printer that performs pretty well, this is definitely an option. Overall, I'm impressed with what Solvol's done here. It's an up-to-date, loaded bed slinger. It's fast, has all the features I think you're going to want, and like I said, it's available at a pretty good price point. But doesn't it feel like there's something missing? What is it? I know what you're thinking, right? It's multicolor. I'm just not sure where these bed slingers are going to go from here. This is already at 600 millimeters per second. It's producing great results. I mean, other than maybe the aesthetics, the look and the feel, like they can just change the form factor. And I guess they can always work on user experience, right? So they can always improve on that. And I really think that they'll probably continue to do that. But I think what we're really missing here and what the industry really wants is more multicolor options. Now, in the past, we've seen Solvol talk about working with CoPrint to add multicolor printing to the Solvol SV08. Now, I have a CoPrint here. It just arrived, I think, like last week. And if you want to see me add it to this machine and get this thing printing in multicolor, let me know in the comments below. And I think this machine goes in a whole new direction if we can print in multiple colors. I don't know. What do you think? Tell me below. Now, let me give a huge thank you to our YouTube and Patreon members. I couldn't do this without you. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And we will see you in the next one. I mean, it's a very simple machine. I don't know what to say. Simple, loaded, budget-friendly, great results, but I would want to see some multicolor on it. This is a heavy box. This is the Comgro Solvol T300, and I know absolutely nothing about this machine other than it says T300, and this part right here is missing in the picture, but that's all I know. So let's get into it. Let's figure it out. My first impressions, it's a big machine, like big, 20 inches wide on the bench, 26 inches deep, and that includes bed travel, and 35 inches tall with a loaded spool. And look, no cross piece. What do you think? I kind of like it. I like this style. Tell me in the comments below. Are we done with these? Do we even need them anymore? Aesthetics-wise, it's probably one of the most beautiful machines I've ever looked at. The aluminum extrusions, the panels that keep everything nice and tidy. It is just one gorgeous machine. It's got like a presence. Now, I had no idea what the price was when I unboxed this and assembled it. And I remember sitting back and looking at this machine on the bench and thinking, you know, this feels like peak bedslinger tech. This has got to be a $1,000 printer. But it's not. In fact, it's not even close. And we'll go over pricing just here in a moment. I think you'll be surprised. Now, before we get into all of the features of this machine in great detail, let me quickly run down a couple of the specs. This is a large format printer, meaning it is larger than 300 millimeters cubed in build volume, and it's actually really fast. This is running Clipper, and it prints at speeds up to 300 millimeters per second, and it can produce a Benchy in about 12 to 14 minutes, which is pretty darn quick. It also has a filament runout sensor, auto Z offset, and auto bed leveling. And it has a cool little light on the tool head too. Do you think you can guess what this machine's price is? With everything going on in 3D printing and prices going down to the bottom? See if you can guess. Comment below on what you think the price of this machine is, and you'll see at the end of the video. I want to see if you're right. Now, I don't want to bore you with the assembly, and I'll have chapters available, so if you don't want to see a 15-second montage of assembly, go ahead and click forward. The unboxing experience was really nice. It took about 30 minutes. There's a lot of parts. I don't think it's anything that a novice couldn't put together, but what really stood out to me was just how heavy duty this machine is built. The braces on the back of these uprights are insane. They're huge, just like on the T500. It's really impressive. And so when you get this machine finished, put together on the bench, I mean, like I said earlier, it has a presence. This is one big machine, and you gotta have kind of a good-sized bench to put it on. Let's start with the motion system. It's running a single 12mm hidden linear rail on the X. It's running dual hidden 12mm linear rails on the Z, and it's running dual hidden linear rails on the Y, but they're offset at 90 degrees. And it has a nice cable drag chain. Now, it prints at speeds upwards of 300 millimeters per second, like I mentioned earlier. And take a look at this. This right here was actually printed at 300 millimeters per second. And you'll see that closer when we get to the print results. This machine is fantastic. It's like one I want to keep. I normally give them all away, but I feel like I want to keep this one. Okay, let's talk about build volume. This is a big machine coming in at 300 millimeters by 300 millimeters by 350 millimeters on the Z with a heated build plate that gets up to 100C, which is pretty standard. It has a double-sided PEI coated spring steel sheet, and it has a Meanwell power supply that's rated for 150 watts. Now, interesting fact, its big brother, the T500, has a 500 millimeter cube build volume with a 600 watt Meanwell power supply. Yikes. Well, it's Meanwell, means quality. All right, it's toolhead time. It has a dual gear direct drive extruder with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle that comes stock, and of course it reaches temps up to 300C. And I feel like a broken record saying that because a lot of the 3D printers, or almost all of them that are coming out nowadays, these are the specs. Now it can print all of your regular filaments, PLAs, PTGs, ABSs, ASAs, TPUs, it can print all of it. Clipper, you heard me say it earlier. Let me explain what that means. And I apologize to those of you who are watching who already know how to use Clipper. Just humor me for a moment. Clipper is the firmware that controls these 3D printers. And Clipper is just a more cutting edge, bleeding edge version of that firmware. This is a 4.3-inch color touchscreen running Clipper as the interface. Now this is actually a computer. This is running Linux. It's running Debian actually, and it's the ARM processor version called Armbian. Now, seeing that this is a computer, this is quite a bit more powerful than some of the other 3D printers that we're accustomed to that are running the Marlin firmware. Now, I'm going to make this a thing for all of the Clipper machines that I look at. I want you to take this Clipper machine, right, which is Linux, and I want you to install Doom on it. Yes, you can install Doom. You can hook up a keyboard and mouse, and you can play Doom on this. Go check it out. It's called Chocolate Doom. Oh, and this is a MakerBase board. The default user is MKS, and the password is MakerBase if you want to SSH into it and play with that Armbian. And if you need help installing Doom, or you want to show off what you've done, join our Discord. I'll have that link on the screen, and in the description, we'd love to see it. Seriously, I want to see it. I want to see all of these Clipper machines running Doom. All right, now that that's out of the way, back to business here. Now, because this is Clipper, the moment you connect this to your wireless network, you're going to have a web management interface that appears. So you'll be able to take the IP address from the interface, put that into your web browser on your mobile device or desktop, and you're going to be able to remotely manage and monitor the machine. Now let me caution you, this is really important. By default, the Fluid interface, that's the web management interface, on this particular installation does not have authentication set up. So the moment you turn on Wi-Fi, anyone on your network can do really bad things to this 3D printer through that web interface. So I'm really going to recommend that you go into that interface, you go down to settings, go up to authentication, then add a user, type in a name and a password, and secure this machine. I'd also probably change the MKS password, the SSH, just so no one can mess with you. Slicing is important, and we have some fantastic slicers in our industry. We have Idea Maker, we have Prusa Slicer, we have the Bamboo Studio, we have Orca Slicer, right, which is the popular one right now, but Comgrow has their Comgrow Slicer, which is basically a reskinned version of Cura. I'm not a big fan of Cura, mostly because I just don't have a lot of experience in it, but there is an Orca Slicer profile for this machine's big brother, the T500. So I imagine the moment that these machines end up in the hands of the general public, there will be a T300 Orca Slicer profile. Now, getting prints to the machine can be done wirelessly. This does have Wi-Fi. It's really simple to connect to your network. It's done on the touch interface here. Or of course, you can do it the old school way, which is actually how I was doing it here in the studio, which is with SneakerNet. You know, the USB key, walk it over and put it in the machine. All right, now it's time for print results. Everything that you see here was sliced up in the Congro Cura Slicer at a 0.25 layer height, and it was printed all at 300 millimeters per second. Polymaker is one of my official sponsors, right? So if you'd like to support us, you can click that link right there. We'd appreciate it. This was printed in Polymaker's Polylite PLA Pro Green. This is their Polysonic Red. This is their Polylite PLA Yellow, and this is Polylite PLA Pro White. I will have links to these models in the description below. I picked them up all off of printables, and I'll tag the creators in there as well. This is a Super Mario pipe, and like I said, we'll take a closer look. I think it turned out fantastic for a print that was done at a 0.25 layer height at 300 millimeters per second. You can see that there is some motion artifacts on the surface, but a lot of this is the actual model itself. On this one here, I was actually playing with temperatures. So if you look really closely, about halfway up, you can kind of see that that's what I was doing. So that's not a reflection on the printer at all. That's just me playing with temperatures with Polysonic. I got a little excited there. But anyway, that is a fantastic print, and you'll be seeing that in some content soon. Now, this is the 12-minute Benchy, which actually came out at about 14 minutes or so. It's good. I mean, it's decent for a Benchy that was completed in about, I think, total of 14 minutes from the time you hit print, it heated up. And I think it's really good for a 12 to 14-minute Benchy. This Super Mario coin box is actually pretty sick. I like it. It's got a removable lid. But this is pretty cool. This was printed in both of those filaments. But one interesting fact, right? So while you're looking at the quality of it here, the print quality, I was playing around with temperatures on this machine because I noticed that it was doing this pipe, I think at like 220, and it was having no problems at 220C at 300 millimeters per second. And so that's what got me to start playing with Polysonic and lowering the temperature. But I lowered the temperature and I kept going down and I kept going down and I kept going down until I literally got down to 200C. And it was still printing at 300 millimeters per second at 200C. And that blew my mind. So anyway, I bumped the temperature back up because that was about the limit. I wasn't going to get any lower than that. So now when it came to this big cube, I was doing the same thing. But I had an issue where when it was making these huge grid passes on this large of a surface, at 200, I think about 205C or something like that, it started to struggle and have problems. So anyway, I bumped it right back up to 220 and it finished. I think it turned out pretty good. We put these together with 3D Gloop, right? So this is the industry's best adhesive for filaments. It's not a glue, even though it says Gloop, it's not a glue. It's actually a chemical adhesive, and it creates a chemical weld or a bond between the parts. So it actually fuses them together. So if you tried to tear them apart, your prints would actually separate at the layer lines, not actually where the gloop is holding it together. So I'll put a link on the screen and in the description, but go check them out. Fantastic product. And also, they're a sponsor of a content. Okay, I promise we are almost done. There's only two things left. One is price, and two is what I ultimately think about this machine. Right now, this machine is available for $549. No, seriously, that's not a joke, $549. That's insane. Look at where we were a year ago or even 2 years ago. This machine, I'm telling you, it'd be a $1,000 machine or more. $549. And I'm being told that there's coupons available. You'll have to look in the description. I'll update it when I find out exactly how you get one of those coupons. But I'm being told that there's $100 off coupons that make this a $449 machine. Oh my gosh. Insane. All right, it all comes down to this, right? The question, would I recommend this 3D printer to someone? And that answer, absolutely. This is one solid machine. And I'm super impressed. And I think for a price point of $549, even $449, if you can get that coupon code, that is a no-brainer. You are getting a helmet class 3D printer that's clipper based, that's loaded with every feature, and aesthetically just super impressive. At a price that we've never even seen in 3D printing before. And this makes me wonder, what's next? What else is Sovol and Comgrow cooking up? Actually, I know, but that's another video. Anyway, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you on the next one. You are looking at Sovol's brand new SV08. It's really good, but it's not perfect. And you're going to want to see this. And make sure you watch through to the end, because I'm going to go over the things I like, the things I don't like, and then I'll share who I think this machine is for, and whether or not I think it's a good buy or not. Now, if you've already made up your mind about this machine, then you might want to act quickly. Sovol's special pricing on this machine is incredible, and the spots are limited. So I'll have a link on the screen and in the description, but good luck. Go get one. All right, and back to the machine for those of you who are here and haven't made up your mind yet. There is a lot to cover, and I know a lot of you are excited, so let's just get right into the details. For all intents and purposes, you are looking at a 350mm Voron 2.4 without all the time and tinkering needed to get good prints. You are getting a 700mm per second capable speed demon shipped right to your front door that is ready to go from boxed to printing in about an hour. And I'm not kidding, not exaggerating. It was about 58 minutes for me, and that was with me taking my time and really kind of enjoying the process. Ultimately, you get all of the benefits of an open source Core XY machine that is infinitely upgradable without investing the thousands of dollars and the dozens of hours required to assemble and tune. Sovol is merging the tinkers and the non-tinkers, which is not easy to do. And ultimately, I think both of you groups will be very happy with a machine like this in your workspace. Now, is Sovol the first company to do it? Nah, absolutely not. But it appears that Sovol has executed this, I think, better than anyone else, at least that I'm aware of, and I also think better than a lot of people expected. There's been some naysayers out there about these mass-produced Voron machines. Now, if you've binged all the content out there about this particular machine, understand that I can only give you my thoughts and experience with the machine that I have here in the studio on my bench. And you've heard me say this before, but I make it a point not to carry the baggage of other content creators, so I can give you my thoughts unimpeded without the concern for motivations or bias of others. In short, I really don't care what other people think. I just want to give you my honest experience. Also, I know this is a bit controversial, but do you think machines like this will have an impact on the Voron industry in whole? Now, seriously, I want to know what you think, so drop a comment below. And I expect hundreds, if not thousands of comments, and your comments could determine if we do a follow-up video on this. Now, the first thing that you notice when looking at this machine is that it is not made up of 3D printed parts. These are all machined and injection molded components. Now, looking closely at the machine, it's obvious that building a mass production Voron isn't a quick process. This was a long time in the making. In fact, the details of this machine were shared with me last year, and it's been in beta testers' hands for quite a long time. Assembling the machine starts with a fully assembled and wired base that comes nice and square from the factory and ready to receive the corner pieces and top plate. This method of assembly guarantees that you start with a truly square platform to build from, which is pretty important. The corners come beautifully machined and pre-wired. Oh, and I'm not sure who is influencing who, but ever since Comgrow merged with Sovol, I am loving the aesthetic. Look at the build quality and styling of the Comgrow T300, and now look at the styling here on the corner of the SV08. Very similar, heavy duty, and I think it looks pretty good. I like it a lot, actually. The top is a single machined aluminum cap that locks the corners together. It's pretty light, but very rigid. I guess it's gonna ensure that the machine is square, so a square top and a square base. Also, there are threaded holes all around the sides and up on top for the optional enclosure. I think that's going to be a huge selling point, actually. I think a lot of people are going to be looking at this machine and enclosing it. The gantry is a quad Z motor design that uses damping motors to keep the gantry level and to keep it from falling if it loses power. Now, it also means that you get that sweet quad gantry leveling system, right? So it's like you can do it in every direction. Simple to install, just fit it in kind of at an angle, and then 2 bolts in each corner lock it into place. I keep smacking this filament. It's in a bad spot. Now, one of the features that I really like is that it uses CAMP for mesh leveling. So if you aren't familiar with what CAMP is, it's an adaptive mesh leveling technology where it only makes leveling adjustments where the print will be. So if you're printing something small in the center, that's just where it's going to do the mesh measurements. Along with the induction auto leveling, which works very well, by the way, it has auto Z offset. It does that here in the back, and we'll be touching more on that in just a moment. It's using a proprietary or custom ceramic cartridge style hot end with a maximum temperature of 300 C, and it has an AC powered heat bed with a maximum temperature of 100 C. That's the classic 300-100 combo that we see a lot. The build plate is 350 millimeters squared with a Z height of 345 millimeters, so just a little bit shy. And the build plate itself is a flexible PEI coated sheet with a medium rough texture. Now the interface on this is a standard or classic click wheel, and I'm usually pretty apathetic about interfaces on physical machines, especially for those that can be managed remotely. But for this machine, I kind of felt like the whole thing feels more premium, and I think it could have had a better interface, actually. Like, I would have loved to seen like a big 5 or 6 inch touch interface. That's my preference. Which does bring me to the side of the machine over here, and that's where we'll find an HDMI port, and that's actually where you can add an external display or interface, which is pretty awesome, and we'll touch more on that later in a separate video. We have a whole thing dedicated to it. It's gonna be kind of fun. So make sure you're subscribed. Do it. Click subscribe and like, thumbs up. On the side here, right there, we have next to the HDMI port, we have also 2 USB type A ports and Ethernet. Now it also has Wi-Fi, and it's got that kind of quirky Wi-Fi configuration where you gotta put your password and information in the file that's on the USB key and put it in there. I think that's always kind of wonky, but that's how it's done on this machine. Now, as for slicing, you fans of Orca Slicer, you will be happy to know that there are Orca Slicer profiles from day one. Now, I was provided some default kind of profiles for Orca Slicer when I picked up the machine, and I had to make some custom adjustments like speed, jerk, temperature, and other settings to make it work the way I wanted to. I think that they were a little bit lacking in the default profile department, but that information has all been passed off to Sovol, and Sovol's working on them. So I'm positive that by the time you get this machine in your hands, you will have some fantastic profiles for a slew of filament types and brands. Of course, it uses Clipper firmware, right, for speed, and that means that you're going to get that standard Clipper remote management web interface, which means you're obviously going to be able to manage it from a web browser, and also you get that sweet camera mounted there under the gantry, which is kind of cool. Okay, so now that we've covered most of the features, let's talk about the good points, the things that I kind of really like about the machine. First, if you are a proponent of open source, then you will be thrilled to know of Sovol's commitment to open source for the entire machine, right? As well as their support for the Voron design team, and that with every purchase of the SV08, Sovol will be making a donation. In fact, did you know that Sovol has already done a pre-donation, right, ahead of sales to show their commitment? Pretty cool. Another thing that I really like was the assembly. It's just really good, and it's almost exactly an hour from start to finish, and it can be done by novices or experts, so don't worry. And you can tell that Sovol has invested a lot of time and money into this process to give users the best chance at success. In fact, I think the assembly process would be fun as a family activity. Parents, go grab your kids and go through the assembly with them. It's going to be simple enough for them to understand, and they'll learn a ton along the way. The build quality on the SV08 is fantastic. It's heavy. It actually has a cool little handle on each side that's engineered into the base, makes moving it a lot easier. I love that because here in the studio, we move printers a ton, so I guess that's a good feature for us, but I'm sure you'll find it handy too. The custom extrusions and machine components really give it a premium feel. I kind of mentioned that before, and the cable management is really nice with as much wiring as possible, cleanly locked into the extrusions and out of the way. Last, the cooling is just really good. It's loud, but when you move a lot of air, that's expected. So overhangs and bridging has been great, so props to Sovol on getting cooling right. Now let's talk a little bit about the bad. The manual is great, one of the better assembly manuals that I've ever seen, but everything was great until I got to about page 13, and in those steps on that one page, there was about 12 different items that needed to be connected in the wiring. Now, for those of you who are experienced, I don't really think this is a big deal, but for beginners, it might be a bit overwhelming. And my advice for you would be to just slow down, work through each of the little sections one at a time on that page. And a recommendation for Soval would be to break that page out into several pages with the proper graphics and verbiage to get people to understand exactly what they're connecting and why. Okay, next, the spool holder. It's just bad. It didn't work for me. Look at this. It's just cheap, really cheap. Every time I used it, it unspooled over the edges of the spool. It tangled probably good 4 or 5 times in a row. And so I ended up just removing it completely, putting it here on the bench, and I used a Prusa Mini spool holder, and I have lots of them laying around. And I'll even include a link in the description below. You can go and print these in some PETG and with some, I don't know, skateboard bearings. What are those, 608s? And print it yourself and have a much better spool holder, one that's just not going to cause print failures. And another negative is the power supply fan. And I know the creators had mentioned this before, and I confirmed that I validated it's loud, like annoyingly loud. It had a bit of a whistle to it in the beginning, but that seems to have faded over time. Not quite sure why. But it's definitely not a machine for those of you who might be sensitive to fan noise. And it also seems to not be as loud if I lift up the machine on one side, so likely it's some sort of restriction with the air. I imagine put it on some taller feet, let more air under it, cut out the fan shroud, do something. All right, now filament loading can be a bit tough and a bit annoying. Sometimes the filament just won't go in the hole, so I end up needing to double cut the angle on the end of the filament. So instead of a single cut, you kind of got to give it a good taper on each side. All right, Z offset. This is a pain point, and it's something that could be so much better. The default calibration for me is just a tad bit high for Z offset, and I needed to adjust it after the print starts, and I had to do it by about 0.5 millimeter. It doesn't appear to save the changes for me between power cycles on the machine, so you'll need to make sure that it is correct after starting your prints just to be safe. Now, Soval is aware of the issues with the Z offset, and we've been told that's something that should be fixed, and hopefully it's fixed in the machines that you get. And it's nothing serious, right? So it's just software, firmware, pretty easy. Now, bed adhesion on this machine is not the best. It's not the worst, but it's not the best. I'm not exactly sure why, but I have a stack of failed prints that all had to do with bed adhesion on clean build plates. I washed and scrubbed the build plates several times, but ultimately I settled on TH3D's bed cement right here, not sponsored. They sent this over months ago, and it worked out really, really, really well. I just put a thin coat all over the whole build plate, and everything stuck. So I'll have links on the screen and in the description. You should go check it out. Also, really quickly, let me read you what it's formulated for. It says formulated for PLA, PTG, ABS, ASA, nylon, PC, TPU, carbon fiber, glass fiber. Works with all major filament types used in FDM printing. Okay, I know a lot of you are dying to know what the price is, so here it is. Soval isn't messing around. Early pricing for the SV08 is, wait for it, $499. Oh my gosh. It's absolutely unbelievable. I'm not sure how they can actually produce a machine like this under 500, but here we are. Now with boron kits, anywhere from 800 to 2,000, and with some you still need to add printed parts and electronics, and that doesn't even take into account your time for assembly and tuning. $499, I think, is a game changer for this industry, and it's going to be a very popular machine for a long time coming. All right, print quality. So now you've seen all the features, you've seen the price, you've heard some good, you've heard some bad, but how does it print? Well, everything covered up to this point is meaningless if the machine doesn't deliver on print quality, right? That's the way it goes. Well, it's sort of true, and it's sort of not true. My machine has been printing great, but also keep in mind that this machine, being a Voron, is infinitely upgradable and tunable, meaning that regardless of how my prints turn out, which I think they turned out great, they can get a heck of a lot better, and it really determines on how far you want to push or how hard you want to push this printer because of the platform that it's built on. Now, my first prints were printed at relatively average speeds of about 150 to 200 millimeters per second, but I was catching what I thought was like slight hints of ringing. So I turned up the speed a little, not too much, and immediately I was met with the obvious ringing that I had suspected earlier. What I did is a quick tighten of the belts. It's easy, 2 bolts right here on the front, and then you can tighten those belts up. And the moment I did that, everything on this machine just got better. I could crank the speeds up to 400 plus millimeters per second, and the prints came out so clean. Super impressed. It prints a 12-minute benchy that is nearly perfect. In fact, we did that live on our Twitch stream with a filament that I had never even tested before, and it was super impressive to watch. Everyone was impressed. Speaking of which, you should go follow us on Twitch, twitch.tv/LoyalMoses. We're live 3 times a week. Go over there, do it. We give away filament and printers all the time. Go. I put several spools of filament through this machine, and other than the adhesion issues that we talked about earlier, it's been super reliable. One of the failed prints that I really wish hadn't have failed was the milk crate back here behind me. And that was printed in Matter Hackers Thrifty PLA Plus. Thank you, Matter Hackers, for sending that over to us, by the way. I have their link on the screen in the description below. Really great kind of budget-friendly filament. But it was bed adhesion that caused it to fail. It ended up lifting in that back corner, and I was so upset because it's kind of a cool print, and it really shows off the cooling. But ultimately, this is 3D printing, right? So failures happen. It's part of the industry. But outside of that, it's a very impressive machine, and I really wish that I had used that TH3D bed cement kind of before I started that print. I had the option of doing it, and I didn't, and, well, I wasted a whole spool of filament. Now, this is the print that I am super excited to show you. First, I ended up printing a small one, regular size, and this was printed in that same Thrifty Make PLA Plus red from Matter Hackers. Then I turned it up to 333%, and look at this awesomeness here. Just killer. This is a Battleship Benchy. 333% Battleship Benchy. Just killer. And I hope you're seeing some B-roll of this. It's fantastic. On the little one here, the turrets turn, right? But I just don't have the guts on this big one to try and turn the turrets. I really am kind of afraid that if I crank those, they're just going to snap. And that is just such a beautiful print. I don't want to ruin it. It's printed in this Soval Forest Series PLA Silk Rainbow. And yeah, it took about 7 hours or so to print. So, I mean, it's fast. Not super fast for that print. But ultimately, I think the print turned out amazing. I love it. It's pretty nice. Okay, who is this machine for? Okay, if you are one of the hardcore tinker types, then this is a solid established machine that you can just go crazy on with infinite upgrades and modifications. You already know what it's capable of. Have at it. Go get it. Now, if you're brand new to 3D printing and it was the size and the speed and the price that caught your attention, then I don't think that you'll be overwhelmed or disappointed in this particular machine. I think it's going to work out of the box for you, and it gives you unlimited room to learn and expand your 3D printing knowledge. Okay, now it's time for my recommendation. But before I give you that, let me give a huge shout out and thank you to our YouTube members and our Patreon supporters. You are literally what make this content possible, so I couldn't do it without you. We are full-time content creators, and if you'd like to support us, we would love to have that support. You can click the little join button there below the video, and you can also click in the description and head over to our Patreon and support us there. We'd appreciate it, and thank you. Okay, here's the recommendation. If you receive the same machine that I have on my bench, or an updated one that addresses the minor concerns I had, I am super confident that you will be happy with this machine. But, as always, I highly recommend watching as much content on any new machine as possible so that you can make a fully informed decision. But if you decide to buy, I'll have links in the description and on the screen. And that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Go. If you want one, go get it. Don't wait. $4.99. It's crazy. Welcome to the studio. Look at this beast. Oh my gosh. Today, we are taking a closer look at one of the most impressive 3D printers that we've ever tested here in the studio, the Qidi Plus 4. This machine is not just another boring 3D printer. It is a beast packed with more industrial high-end features like a 370 C hot end, a 400-watt heated chamber, and an impressive build volume that's perfect for projects of all sizes, from helmets to small little trinkets. Whether you're a beginner, a hobbyist, or you're running a print farm, there's a lot to like about this machine. And so you'll want to stick around because I'm going to go over all of it and give you my final thoughts, as well as what I think Qidi might be up to in the future. Also, for those interested, the price will shock you, and Qidi has some special early bird offers as well, and I'll have details at the end of the video. All right, let's kick things off with what makes the Qidi Plus 4 stand out in the crowded 3D printer market. The heart of this machine is its 370C hot end, capable of handling a wide range of performance materials like PPS, carbon fiber, ABS, PETG, and even other reinforced polymers like glass, carbon fiber, Kevlar, things like that. This hot end doesn't just get hot, it's designed from the ground up for precision and consistency, with Qidi's brand new ceramic throat, making it perfect for both casual users and those who need serious capabilities. Paired with the hot end is the 400-watt chamber heater. It reaches temperatures up to 65 C, and this feature is really a game changer. And we talked about that before with other Qidi machines, but it's really going to allow you to print those tricky high-temp materials with minimal warping. And if you've ever struggled with prints that are lifting or deforming on the build plate, this heated chamber will make a world of difference. It's all about creating a stable environment that supports your prints from start to finish. Even with regular filaments, a chamber heater is going to make a huge difference in final print results, almost negating print warping completely. Okay, aesthetically, the Plus 4 is the Cybertruck of 3D printers, I guess if you want to look at it that way. It's pretty bold, it's very angular, and unapologetically, pretty futuristic looking. It has a sleek industrial design, and that, combined with an all-metal frame, and I hope I have B-roll of that showing you that, makes it look like it was pulled straight from an 80s sci-fi movie. A lot of machines are looking very similar to this recently, and at first, to be honest, I wasn't quite sold on the look. I think I unboxed it and went, oh. But after a couple of weeks here in the studio, it's pretty impressive, and it's really growing on me. Starting to like it. I think it's the sharp lines and the sheer size of this thing that give it a pretty unique aesthetic that stands out among all the other printers on the market. And I guess we can take that Cybertruck analogy a little bit further with the design of the Plus 4 not being just about looking cool. I would say it probably puts function ahead of form. This machine is solid. It's definitely a two-person printer to move around, and every part of its design, from the retractable handles to the huge sturdy internal frame, it screams industrial innovation, and it has like this unmistakable like let's just get to work vibe or presence. It's a machine that gets me excited to print every time I walk into the studio and see it. Now, compared to previous Qidi models, the Plus 4 introduces some significant mechanical upgrades. It features a dual motor drive system with automatic bed tilt leveling, which is going to help keep prints dimensionally accurate, and of course it's going to increase reliability. No more messing around with manual bed leveling. That's gone, of course. And it has automatic Z offset, so you can start your prints and just walk away. Now, let's talk about belts for a moment. This printer uses some pretty heavy-duty 9mm belts that are automatically tensioned, meaning you don't have to worry about manual adjustments. These belts are not just thicker, they're designed to withstand the high speeds and accelerations that the Plus 4 is capable of. And by high speeds, I mean up to 600 millimeters per second, with accelerations up to 20,000 millimeters per second squared. So, for comparison, a lot of other 3D printers on the market are using 6mm belts. The build platform is a 6mm solid aluminum plate. It is heavy duty and designed to evenly distribute heat, which is crucial when working with high temp filaments. Even Qidi recommends letting it heat soak for a few minutes when you're warming it up before printing. And from my experience, that little extra patience goes a long ways. The heated bed itself reaches a maximum temperature of 120 C, which is more than enough to handle a wide range of materials without any adhesion issues. Now let's dive into connectivity. The Qidi Plus 4 comes with a USB, so you can drop files on it, old school with the stick, or Wi-Fi and Ethernet options. So you're covered really no matter how you like to set up your printing environment. The 5-inch HD touchscreen is fast, super responsive, and it was easy to navigate. I found the interface to be incredibly intuitive, and everything is right there at your fingertips, and there was no lag. Everything was pretty responsive. Now, using the interface to swap filaments, I found was pretty awesome. One of the best experiences in 3D printing so far. You simply pause the print, unload, reload, and hit resume, and it handled everything just so beautifully. One of the best things about the Qidi Plus 4 is the user experience with their updated Qidi slicer. It's been fine-tuned to be simple, fast, and I think pretty intuitive. I think anyone will have a pretty good level of success with it. As for profiles, it has a large number of ready-to-go filaments available, but it didn't have one for the PPS-CF that they sent me. So I reached out to Qidi directly for a custom profile. They emailed it to me, and the prints were stellar. PPS-CF is a very tough, high-temperature material that resists warping, doesn't absorb much moisture, and it doesn't really emit harmful toxins while printing. It's a pretty unique filament. It's pretty impressive, but it's usually reinforced with glass or carbon fiber because by itself it can be pretty brittle when pure, and with those additives it's pretty amazing stuff, which is probably why it's become so popular all of a sudden. Now, I wanted to test the capacity of the machine, like its build volume, so I printed a Star Wars Bad Batch Wrecker helmet, but I didn't do it in a regular filament. I did it in Polymaker's PPS CF, and this print, well, wasn't just a quick test, it was a full-scale commitment, and it took almost 2 spools of filament, each costing around $70. That's an expensive project, expensive little test, about $140, and it took about a day and a half, but the result was worth every penny. The helmet turned out amazing, which I'm super impressed, and look at this incredible surface quality, the detail. Now, there was some slight discoloration about halfway up the helmet, and that was because I used 2 spools of filament that were months apart as far as ordering, and I think that discoloration may be caused maybe by filament batches, different colors, or it had to do with maybe some slight moisture differences maybe. But anyway, I think it turned out fantastic. Look at it. Oh, and I think I could have probably had an extra top layer. It looks like it got right to the crown of the helmet, and yeah, it could have been a little cleaner up there. But that's not a printer or a filament problem. That's me. I should have sliced it and added one more top layer, knowing that the crown on the helmet was like that. Now, I also spent some time printing and tuning some battleship benchies in Qidi's PPS-CF. Now, I was pushing the printer with temperatures ranging from 330°C to 370°C. These little prints were not just fun, they were a great way to dial in settings and just see how the material behaved at different temperatures. And what I found was that, of course, at 330°C, layer adhesion just wasn't quite the same as it was at 350°C, and 370°C was dang hot. Do you know how hot that is? 370°C on a hot end is nuts, and the doors that this opens for potential materials is incredible, and that we get this in a machine at home, it's crazy. And let's not forget that Qidi also sent me over some glass-filled ABS, and these are some awesome, striking purple and green prints, and the colors are vibrant, and the print quality was absolutely perfect. The profiles for these ABS glass-filled filaments that Qidi included knocked it out of the park. So it was literally just select the filament, load the filament, hit print. Just fantastic experience. This is going to make an incredible prototyping machine, I just know it. I can already see it sitting in labs and workshops, and the enclosure is going to keep dirt and dust and debris out of it, and the activated charcoal filter here in the back, the top back, is going to help reduce odors. Now, it's not particularly loud with the doors and lid closed, so that won't really be a concern for home or office use, but you did know it was running. So I would say if I had to compare it to other printers, I would say it kind of falls in the medium sound range. I also printed a couple of carabiners to just see how flexible and rigid the PPS-CF is. They turned out as close to perfect as I think that you can get. In fact, if you want to see me test these, hit the like and subscribe buttons. I was thinking of connecting a couple of tow straps to one of these carabiners, or a couple of them, and I don't know, towing a truck, and we'll just see how it holds up. Physically, the Qidi Plus 4 is a giant machine. It measures at about 505 millimeters. by 487 millimeters by 550 millimeters. It's a tank. So this printer is going to need some space, but it makes up for it with its impressive capabilities. To help moving it around, Cheedy has smartly included 2 retractable handles built right into the top. It's little touches like this that show that Cheedy is thinking about the user experience from every angle, especially for us content creators that have to move these things around. Like, this thing's been moved like 20 times. Now, the door and the lid are glass, and with the super bright internal LED lights, the view inside the printer is gorgeous. Now, that's great for you at home when you're just watching your prints, but for us filming, oh man, it makes for some really great shots when we're filming. Now, the printer also comes equipped with a filament cutter on the tool head and a nozzle wiper, making filament changes quick and clean, and add to that a filament runout sensor and a tangle detection sensor, right? And now you've got a printer that's not just powerful, but it's also incredibly reliable with things like that. And for those who like to keep an eye on their prints, the HD camera is there for remote monitoring and time lapses. I think it's kind of a fantastic, fun little addition. It's perfect for catching those time-lapse shots and sharing them on social media, or just checking in on a long print without needing to be in the room. One of the standout aspects of the Cheedy Plus 4 is its broad appeal. This is one of the first machines that I've seen here in the studio that's really designed for everyone, from beginners to seasoned hobbyists and even print farms or prototyping environments. It's like a beginner / industrial 3D printer. It's incredible. With its wide material compatibility, including PLA, ABS, ASAs, PETGs, TPUs, polycarbonates, and reinforced polymers, it's a machine that can do everything. And here's something that I think we should all keep an eye on. The way this machine purges filament out the back and incorporates a filament cutter into the toolhead suggests that Cheedy might be paving the way for multicolor printing. I don't know. It's clear that Cheedy is definitely innovating, and I wouldn't be surprised to see even more advanced features in future models, or maybe upgrades for this one. So what's the bottom line? The Cheedy Plus 4 is without a doubt one of the most impressive 3D printers that I've tested. It's versatile, reliable, it's packed with tons of features that cater to everyone, like I said, from beginners to experts. And Cheedy isn't just following, they are leading and doing amazing things in our space, and the Plus 4 is a prime example of their commitment to quality and innovation. A lot of 3D printers are kind of going the same way, right? So they're simplifying, they're cutting costs, they're shrinking. Cheedy is going a completely opposite direction. They're taking high-end industrial features, and they're not even cutting corners. They're just somehow finding a way to bring these to our market for like home and office. This is incredible. For those looking to get one, the Cheedy Plus 4, are you ready? Is expected to be priced around, unbelievable when they emailed me this price, $799. That is blows my mind. But anyway, if you do order between, I think, September 20th, which is the day this video gets released, and the 27th, so about the first week, you'll receive an early bird gift, and you can choose between a tungsten carbide bimetal nozzle or a bimetal hot end. And they said just to note that due to shipping logistics, the gifts will arrive separately, and they could be a couple of months after the release of the machine. Okay, now think about this machine for a moment. Drop a comment below at any comparable machines that are enclosed with heaters and a hot end that can reach 370C that are priced at $799. I don't think that you can. This is a crazy good machine at an incredible price point. As for negatives, I really hate how people throw in some low-hanging fruit negative just to appear unbiased, right? So it's like, I've got to say 10 good things, but I better say 3 bad things for people to think that I'm being fair. It's like complaining about like the location of a spool holder. And I don't really think that people make a decision on a 3D printer based on where the spool holder is. I mean, it's just a spool holder. You can move it or just have a different one. I am a total realist when it comes to these 3D printers and looking at them. And if something was terrible or unusable, I would definitely share it with you. And after using this machine for months now, off and on, I can't think of a single thing that stands out to me as something I would have changed. In fact, Cheedy emailed me several times asking for feedback, and all I could say was, this is just so impressive. That's all I could say. I didn't have any really big constructive items that I would change. I think that 3D printers are coming out fast. They're coming out furious. Features are changing. They're getting better. And I'm just excited to see what else is coming. Now, what do you think about the Plus 4? Let me know in the comments below if you think 3D printers like this machine are moving in the right direction, or do you want to see something else? In fact, if there's a criticism that you can see, let me know. Cheaty's going to read the comments, and they'll read it. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you'll never miss an update with new videos as I post them. And let me give a huge thank you to our YouTube members and Patreon supporters for your continued support. I couldn't do this without you. Thanks for watching. That was someone playing with my lights there on Twitch. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. So good. Look at that. And I'm going to include some B-roll in the middle here as I pop off the supports. So you'll be able to see that. Matter of fact, you'll be seeing that before you're seeing this. So, yeah. Such a fun machine. Really cool. Anyway. Hey, welcome back and take a look at this. This is a super fast Core XY 3D printer with a secret weapon up its sleeve that makes 3D printing exotic filaments a breeze. PLA is the most ubiquitous 3D printing filament on planet Earth, and it may be practical for trinkets, toys, and prototyping, but it isn't the right choice for practical prints that have to survive the daily rigorous abusive environments of farms and ranches. Now, nylon, on the other hand, is a much tougher polymer, and we see it in products every day all around us, but it can be much more difficult to print without the proper tools. Now, this